a world-class, unfortunate Pokemon streamer, in a desperate bid to encounter a shiny Pokemon, toiled day and night for 7 consecutive days, only to find himself unexpectedly reborn into the Pokemon realm. In his previous life, he was a hapless individual. But in this new existence, he has become a fortunate one. Wutong declared. I hereby announce that all my Pokemon shall be shiny. The pink muscular behemoth, Swampert, the silvery assassin Beedrill, and the black and white dual Charizards chimed in. Indeed, we are all shiny. Chapter 1. The Breeding House. On a sun-drenched morning, nestled in the outskirts of a quaint town, a breeding house stood proudly. Behind the breeding house, in a spacious area where Pokemon usually frolicked, a black-haired, black-eyed youth was gently massaging a Slowpoke. The already dazed Slowpoke now appeared utterly blissful, its countenance radiating an aura of tranquility. Behind the youth, a queue of Pokemon awaited their turn for a massage. Monferno, you've cut in line again. Go to the back and queue properly. Snorlax, stop letting Monferno cut in just because it offers you a berry, the youth suddenly interjected. Caught in the act, Monferno scratched its head, flashed a broad grin, and scurried to the end of the line. Snorlax, meanwhile, gulped down the berry in its hand, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Dragonite, Garchomp, if you two break anything in the house again, you shall forfeit your share of desserts tonight. Feeling the ground tremble, the youth immediately shouted. Roar. Two upon hearing the youth's reprimand, Dragonite and Garchomp, who were previously engaged in spirited play, halted abruptly. The two Pokemon stood side by side, embodying the essence of camaraderie. Wutong, a voice called from within the house, and an elderly woman with silver hair emerged. Grandma, I'm here, the youth, referred to as Wutong, responded. After giving Slowpoke a final pat, the boy hurried over to his grandmother. Grandma, what is it? He inquired softly. I have something important to discuss with you, dear. Come, let's go inside, she said, taking his hand and leading him into the house. Upon entering the living room, an elderly man with equally silver hair awaited them on the sofa. Once both the grandmother and the boy settled down, the grandfather spoke candidly. Wutong, you are now 10 years old. It is time for you to embark on your journey. Indeed, we have high hopes for you, Wutong, the grandmother added warmly. Upon hearing his grandparents' words, the boy's face reflected a blend of concern and hesitation. I end this life. The boy's name was Wutong, a name bestowed upon him by his grandparents after they discovered him as an infant beneath a parasol tree. Thus, the elderly couple named him Wutong. It is worth noting that Wutong was not originally from this world. There's no need to dwell on his previous life. He was merely an obscure streamer of casual games, primarily focused on Pokemon-related content. However, this streamer was undeniably the epitome of unfortunate luck. From the moment he began engaging with the Pokemon franchise, up until his rebirth, he had never encountered a single shiny Pokemon. One day, after being mocked by the only prominent figure in his streaming room for his misfortune, Wutong vowed to himself that he would summon a shiny Pokemon. I shall not end my stream until I encounter a shiny Pokemon, he declared, and so began a week-long broadcast, one that even the prominent figure eventually recognized as a feat of endurance. On the 7th night, while mechanically navigating through encounters, Wutong finally came face to face with his very first wild, shiny Pokemon, a vibrant greenish-yellow Mismagius. The instant he laid eyes on the shiny specter, joy surged through him, causing him to leap with excitement, only for his vision to fade to black as he collapsed to the ground. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself transformed into a cooing infant. His bewilderment. He was not nestled in a crib, but rather beneath a colossal parasol tree in a lush green forest. Yet, there was a silver lining. As an abandoned child, Wutong was graced with the blessing of the eternal forest, becoming a bearer of the eternal power bestowed once every decade. However, what use was such power to an infant incapable of action? Just as Wutong feared he would meet an untimely demise, his grandparents appeared, bringing him back to the safety of their home. Having lost their own child to an unfortunate accident in their earlier years, the elderly couple had refrained from having more children. Feeling a deep connection to Wutong, they chose to adopt him wholeheartedly. His grandfather was named Quan, and his grandmother was called Anzi. Together, they operated the breeding house. Initially, their breeding house was located in the Kanto region, but Wutong was found in the Eternal Forest. For reasons unknown, the couple subsequently moved to the Chengdu region and then to the Hoenn region. Now, they continued their breeding house venture in the outskirts of Sinnoh's casual town. Thus, Wutong had accompanied his grandparents in their travels across various regions since childhood. Despite their modest attire and frugal lifestyle, Wutong understood that his grandparents led a life of simplicity. As for their frequent relocations, it was likely due to seeking better opportunities for their breeding business. As a former Pokemon game streamer, coupled with Wutong's passion for Pokemon, one would assume he would yearn for adventure. However, Wutong faced a peculiar dilemma. Due to his eternal power, all Pokemon exhibited a profound fondness for him. Yet whenever he attempted to command them in battle, their demeanor would shift entirely. Although they would not attack him, they resolutely refused to heed his commands. Over the span of 10 years, only one Pokemon stood apart from the rest. It was a shiny Mismagius he had encountered shortly after arriving in the Sinnoh region, injured in the forest. With a kind heart, Wutong used his eternal power to heal it. Once restored, Mismagius chose to remain by Wutong's side. Believing he had discovered a method to forge bonds, Wutong diligently rescued injured wild Pokemon, earning their friendship. Yet, despite the many friendships he cultivated, only Mismagius consented to follow his battle commands. In summary, Wutong's internal conflict lay in the fact that only Mismagius was willing to engage in battles under his direction. However, relying solely on a single Pokemon to navigate an entire journey was impractical. Even if he managed to challenge and conquer gym leaders, participating in tournaments would remain unattainable. Moreover, given his family's modest means, they would undoubtedly struggle to support his travel expenses. I suppose I shall forego traveling. Our family circumstances are not favorable, and I cannot bear to leave Grandma and Grandpa, Wutong concluded. What are you saying, Xiaotong? Aquan's expression reflected confusion. Indeed, Xiaotong. Who told you that our family is struggling? Anzi inquired. Isn't it obvious? You both dress so simply, and you're always moving from place to place, Wutong replied, his face a mask of bewilderment. We dress simply because we prefer modest clothing. Our constant relocations are due to the breeding house business requiring our oversight across various regions, Aquan explained. Both amused and exasperated, I wonder why you are so reluctant to indulge in meat, always mending your clothes rather than discarding them. Anzi remarked with a hint of resignation. Not be deceived by our unassuming attire. It is crafted from the finest fabrics, custom-made for us. And do you not find it curious how the scale of breeding facilities in every region is quite substantial? Aquan continued to deliver his piercing remarks. Wutong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had been overthinking the matter all along. Was he truly the offspring of affluence? Enough with the dazed expression, my friend. We have already made the necessary preparations. All you need to do is embark on your journey, Aquan advised, observing Wutong's bewilderment. Very well, I understand now. So, may I go to Masera Town to meet Professor Oak and receive my initial Pokemon? Wutong inquired. Acknowledging that he could not resist the old couple's wishes, he also harbored no desire to relinquish his dream of becoming a Pokemon trainer, as perhaps Professor Oak would have a creature willing to heed his commands. Who told you that you were to travel in the Sinnoh region? We intend to send you to the Kanto region. There, Professor Oak, a longtime friend of ours, will provide you with your initial Pokemon so that you may commence your adventure, Akiko clarified. The Kanto region? Professor Oak? Wutong exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Perhaps he would have the chance to meet Ash. That he wondered if he could coincide with Ash's journey. With the arrangements confirmed, Wutong donned the backpack prepared for him by Quan and Akiko, officially setting forth towards Masera Town in the Kanto region. Chapter 2. The Initial Pokemon. At this moment, Wutong stood upon the deck of a ship, gazing out at the vast sea. A vividly yellow-green Pokemon emerged from Wutong's shadow, revealing itself to be a shiny Dream Demon. The Dream Demon flitted excitedly around Wutong, clearly exhilarated by its inaugural voyage on a ship. By the way, Dream Demon, would you like to officially become my partner? Wutong inquired, brandishing a Pokeball toward the creature. Without hesitation, the Dream Demon nodded in agreement. Although it had not been formally captured by Wutong, it had long regarded him as its closest companion. The Dream Demon instinctively pressed the button on the Pokeball and entered it. The ball flickered briefly before settling, signifying the successful capture of the Dream Demon. Fantastic! I have captured the Dream Demon, Wutong exclaimed with a smile. The Dream Demon promptly emerged from the Pokeball, clearly preferring the comfort of Wutong's shadow over confinement within the sphere. Play for a while, but don't wander too far, Wutong advised, before inquiring with a crew member about the duration until their arrival in the Kanto region. Upon learning it would take a day and a night, Wutong decided to indulge in the unprecedented experience of a ship vacation. After soaking up some sun on the deck, he returned to his cabin to explore the treasures his grandparents had prepared for him. Upon entering the room, he spotted a pastel pink backpack that made him sigh. As a self-proclaimed strongman, he wondered why his grandparents had chosen a pink backpack for him. Having assisted his grandparents at the breeding house since childhood, he had honed exceptional skills in Pokemon massage, grooming, culinary arts, and energy block production, among other techniques unattainable in his previous life. Frequently involved in resolving conflicts among Pokemon, Wutong possessed a well-toned physique, which made him quite bemused by the pink backpack. Not wanting to hurt his grandparents' feelings, he feigned enthusiasm and endeavored to overlook the pastel hue. Wutong unzipped the backpack. The peculiar technological advancements of the Pokemon world had rendered spatial backpacks commonplace, allowing it to appear modest in size while housing a plethora of items. He organized the contents, with a stack of detailed maps and a multifunctional compass prominently displayed. The maps encompassed the entirety of the Kanto region, featuring intricate details of various cities, pathways, and even forests. Beneath the maps lay a gift box containing a collection of Pokeballs, which included Master Balls and other unique varieties, alongside an array of functional Pokeballs. Additionally, there was a folding bicycle, a high-quality fishing rod, ample provisions and water for his journey, and a beautifully wrapped gift box. Attached to the gift box was a black card and a small note. The note indicated a sum of 30,000 funds on the card, while the gift box contained a present from his grandparents, to be opened after he had challenged more than half of the gyms or when the Dream Demon reached its limit. As Wutong examined the well-stocked backpack, tears of gratitude welled up in his eyes. Was this the life of the affluent? He never anticipated such a day would come. Replacing his ordinary Pokeballs with the various functional ones, Wutong's anticipation for his Kanto adventure grew immensely. After a day and a night of traversing the sea, Wutong finally set foot on the land of the Kanto region. You must be Wutong, right? Aquan and Xingzi have spoken of you. It seems they still hold a grudge over their previous defeat to me, allowing you to commence your journey from Kanto, Professor Oak remarked jovially. Years ago, Professor Oak, along with Kikuko, Yanba, Steel, Aquan, and Xingzi, had been close friends, participating together in the court's conference, where Professor Oak emerged victorious. However, he abruptly abandoned the path of a Pokemon trainer to pursue research, leaving the others deprived of their chance for revenge. Wutong could only muster an awkward yet polite smile, understanding the complexities of such generational rivalries. Now then, have you decided on your initial Pokemon? Professor Oak continued. My grandson, Shigeru, has already chosen Squirtle, so you may select either Charmander or Bulbasaur. Professor Oak, my situation is a bit unique, Wutong replied, somewhat bashfully, and proceeded to share his circumstances with the professor. How intriguing. This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon, Professor Oak expressed, intrigued by Wutong's situation. I am unsure why it is so. Pokemon seem to adore me, yet for some reason, they refuse to heed my commands in battle, Wutong lamented. Let us conduct an experiment. The initial Pokemon are specially bred. Let us try with Charmander, Professor Oak suggested, handing Wutong Charmander's Pokeball. Come forth, Charmander. Wutong nodded, accepting the Pokeball and releasing Charmander. Charmander called out energetically, the vibrant flame at the tip of its tail indicating its vitality. Hello, Charmander, I am Wutong, he greeted, extending his hand. Charmander reciprocated by extending its small paw to shake Wutong's hand, then affectionately nuzzled against him. Oh, how wonderful. It appears you are well liked by Pokemon, Professor Oak commented, observing the amiable interaction between Wutong and Charmander. All right, Charmander, use Ember, Wutong declared, seemingly invigorated with newfound confidence. Upon hearing Wutong's command, Charmander exhibited a conflicted expression before turning its head away, feigning ignorance. This is quite peculiar, Professor Oak noted, clearly taken aback by the situation. It seems this isn't working either, Wutong sighed, gently stroking Charmander's head. Seeing that Wutong had ceased to command it, Charmander began to nuzzle against him once more. Professor Oak retrieved Charmander back into its Pokeball. Perhaps Charmander and you are not compatible. Let us try the more gentle-natured Bulbasaur, Professor Oak encouraged, handing Wutong Bulbasaur's Pokeball. Come forth, Bulbasaur. Wutong nodded again and summoned Bulbasaur. In a similar vein, Bulbasaur appeared to take a liking to Wutong. However, when Wutong attempted to instruct Bulbasaur to battle, it shockingly covered its ears with its vines. This is truly astonishing, Professor Oak remarked, visibly astonished. Then, let us bring out my old friend, Professor Oak said, retrieving a Pokeball from his person. A Dragonite was released. Old friend, allow this child to experience the life of a Pokemon trainer, Professor Oak said, patting Dragonite. Roar. Dragonite thumped its chest, signaling its readiness. Dragonite, being Professor Oak's ace, had an unwavering loyalty born from decades of companionship. Moreover, Wutong's presence evoked an innate sense of familiarity in Dragonite, making it feel entirely at ease. Now, Dragonite. Please use Dragon Dance. Considering Dragonite's formidable power, Wutong opted for a self-enhancing move. Roar. For some inexplicable reason, Dragonite felt an unusual reluctance upon hearing Wutong's command. Glancing at its old companion, and then at Wutong's hopeful expression, Dragonite resolved to comply. With a chubby little hand pressed against the Pokeball held by Professor Oak. A flash of crimson light erupted, and to everyone's astonishment, Dragonite voluntarily returned to its confines. Professor Oak, caught between laughter and exasperation, gazed at his old companion retreating into the ball, unable to believe that even his steadfast ally had succumbed. In despair, Wutong collapsed to the ground in an oar's posture. From the shadows of Wutong, Dream Eater emerged, nuzzling against him in a gesture of comfort. Is this Dream Eater your Pokemon, Xiaotong? Professor Oak inquired, noticing the whimsical creature fluttering out. Indeed, Dream Eater, use Sing. Wutong commanded, his voice filled with determination. The Pokemon responded with an adorably high-pitched melody. Oh, this Dream Eater is willing to heed your commands in battle? Professor Oak mused, a look of intrigue crossing his face. Yes, Dream Eater is the only Pokemon I've encountered that is eager to follow my lead, Wutong replied. Is that so? Then why not give this Pokemon a try? Professor Oak said, handing Wutong another Pokeball. Come forth, Wutong exclaimed, releasing the creature contained within. A plump, lavender Pokemon appeared before him, adorned with prominent fins atop its head, striking orange gill flaps, and a grand tail fin. Is this a shiny Feeba? Wutong exclaimed in astonishment, reaching out to touch it. Feeba. The Pokemon joyfully lunged into Wutong's embrace, nearly toppling him over. Oh, you managed to withstand the impact of this Feeba. Xiaotong, your physical prowess is impressive. This Feeba is quite strong and spirited, causing quite a bit of trouble back at Otaki's place, Professor Oak teased. Moreover, this Feeba expresses its affection by leaping into its trainer's arms. Many trainers have returned it to the lab, unable to endure its exuberance. If you can take it with you, that would be splendid, Professor Oak continued. All right then, Feeba, use Water Gun, Wutong declared, gently placing the Pokemon on the ground while rubbing his belly. Feeba. The creature obediently released a stream of water. It worked. Wutong cheered, his joy infectious, leading Feeba to leap back into his arms. Ugh. Wutong grunted, struggling to maintain his balance. It seemed he would need to work on his abdominal strength. Feeba gazed at Wutong with a mix of hope and trepidation, clearly haunted by memories of being returned to the lab. It feared being abandoned yet again. Feeba, do you wish to become my partner? Wutong gently inquired, stroking the Pokemon's head. Feeba. It responded eagerly, nuzzling against Wutong with such vigor that he felt as though his skin might be rubbed raw, though the reason remains unclear. Shiny Pokemon seem inclined to follow your commands in battle. However, the path ahead may prove arduous, Professor Oak cautioned Wutong. That's all right, Professor Oak. At least this signifies that I still have the opportunity to become a Pokemon trainer, does it not? Wutong replied with a smile. Facing challenges is preferable to facing insurmountable odds. Chapter 3. The Power of Shiny Pokemon. Having officially acquired his first Pokemon, Professor Oak presented Wutong with a Pokédex. Intrigued by Wutong's unique constitution, he proposed that Wutong delay his departure to assist in some experiments. While Wutong collaborated with Professor Oak, two newcomers arrived, twins. Judging by their appearance and attire, they efficiently claimed a Charmander and a Bulbasaur, further heightening Wutong's anticipation. The next to appear would be none other than his childhood companion, the master of anti-attributes, the ageless prodigy Ash Ketchum. As noon approached, Ash, clad in pajamas, hurried in, his disheveled appearance failing to elicit sympathy from Professor Oak. Nevertheless, out of friendship for Hannah, Professor Oak decided to grant Ash his starter Pokemon, enabling him to embark on his journey. After all, it was only through Ash's adventures that Professor Oak could bolster his friendship with Hannah. Cough. Back to the matter at hand. In a familiar sequence, Professor Oak retrieved a Pokeball adorned with a lightning emblem. Next came the anticipated rebellious antics of Pikachu, who, perhaps due to Wutong's presence, intentionally evaded him. Thus, by happenstance, Wutong found himself earning Pikachu's friendship. After exchanging names with Ash and expressing a desire for future battles, Wutong bid farewell as Ash departed with Pikachu in tow. Watching Ash and Pikachu recede into the distance, Wutong pondered the feasibility of nurturing Ash into a formidable trainer. Ultimately, he concluded that it might be simpler than summoning a battle Tyranitar in the Pokemon world using Gaia's power. After bidding Ash farewell, Wutong resumed his collaboration with Professor Oak. The experiments involved utilizing various Pokemon in combat scenarios and recording their responses. Since only one Pokemon was selected for each type, The seemingly tedious task was completed in a timely manner. Upon concluding the trials with ordinary Pokémon, Professor Oak initiated the second phase of experimentation. This stage aimed to determine whether the majority of shiny Pokémon would heed Wutong's commands, as there remained a possibility that Phoeba and Dream Eater were anomalies. Following this, Wutong beheld the depth of Professor Oak's expertise, as an array of shiny Pokémon left him in awe. Even the chosen one, Ash, possessed only a singular shiny Noctowl. In contrast, Professor Oak boasted dozens of various shiny Pokémon, including the coveted starters and other relatively rare species, even revealing 2 shiny semi-legendaries. However, among these shiny Pokémon, the initial stage creatures were conspicuously absent. Those present had long surpassed their optimal growth periods and were reluctant to evolve. These Pokémon exhibited a natural fondness for Wutong, willingly following his commands. Even those initially resistant to battle demonstrated a willingness to perform a couple of moves symbolically. Furthermore, the shiny Pokémon gravitated toward Wutong, indicating a clear preference to remain in his company. This bolstered Wutong's confidence, as it became evident that shiny Pokémon could indeed be commanded effectively in battle. It appears, Wutong, that you possess an irresistible allure for shiny Pokémon, Professor Oak remarked, observing the experimental outcomes. You must be curious why I have so many shiny Pokémon, correct? Professor Oak suddenly asked. Wutong instinctively nodded. This is due to my recent research focused on the distinctions between shiny Pokémon and their ordinary counterparts, Professor Oak explained. I see. So these shiny Pokémon belong to the League? Wutong inquired. More or less, though my research has reached an impasse. I believe shiny Pokémon possess unique characteristics. They are anomalies within their respective groups, not merely in coloration but also in their abilities, Professor Oak elucidated. Like a fish leaping from the water, its strength surpasses that of its brethren. I have also discovered some unique abilities among other shiny Pokémon, albeit they are primarily related to physical attributes. Professor Oak continued his discourse. So, Professor Oak, do you believe that shiny Pokémon should possess even more extraordinary abilities? Wutong inquired with growing interest. Indeed. I shall tentatively refer to it as the shiny power, for there was once a trainer whose shiny Vaporeon had the remarkable ability to manipulate water. Professor Oak elaborated. Could it be that the activation of such abilities requires specific conditions? Wutong asked. That is precisely my thought, which is why I hope you can assist me in my research. If you choose to pursue the path of a Pokémon trainer, your unique constitution will undoubtedly lead you to encounter many shiny Pokémon. Professor Oak's intentions were now abundantly clear. Understood, Professor Oak. I am more than willing to aid your research, Wutong replied with enthusiasm. Splendid. However, I cannot let you assist me without offering something in return, Professor Oak pondered thoughtfully. How about this? If I come across a suitable shiny Pokémon, I shall gift it to you. After all, this will also benefit my research, he proposed. I shall give it my utmost effort. What Pokémon could possibly be less than exceptional if it has been promised by Professor Oak? Perhaps it might even be a shiny starter Pokémon. With a stroke of good fortune, could there be a chance of encountering a shiny legendary? Wutong mused, a dreamy smile gracing his lips. Observing Wutong's expression, Professor Oak felt a shiver run down his spine, suddenly doubting whether involving Wutong in his research was the wisest decision. Wutong bid farewell to Professor Oak and officially embarked on his journey. The Dream Eater still nestled within Wutong's shadow, which had become its home. Meanwhile, he kept the Vaporeon close at hand, intending to foster a bond with it, not merely because the Vaporeon tended to bump into him every time it was released. As he traversed the verdant expanse of Viridian Forest, Wutong retrieved the map his grandparents had prepared for him. Gazing at the intricate details of the map, he felt a mix of gratitude and amusement. Following the map's directions, Wutong set forth toward Viridian City. Along the way, he attempted to instruct the Vaporeon on the inappropriateness of its habit of colliding with others. Gulu? The Vaporeon tilted its head in confusion at Wutong's guidance, leaving him feeling quite exasperated. Hoping to shift his mood, Wutong produced his Pokédex and scanned the Vaporeon. Vaporeon, the bubble jet Pokémon. Its fin atop its head serves as an incredibly sensitive radar, allowing it to detect its surroundings through the flow of water or air without relying on sight. When submerged, it breathes through the gills located on its cheeks. In the face of danger, it unleashes astonishing power, capable of shattering boulders larger than itself. Following the basic introduction, the Pokédex displayed the skills currently possessed by the Vaporeon. Current skills: Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Rock Throw, Rollout, Defense Curl, Bite, Double Edge, Water Pulse. Upon reviewing the Vaporeon skill set, Wutong was not overly surprised. After all, according to Professor Oak, the Vaporeon had been returned to the lab numerous times. It appeared that its previous owners had not intended to return it from the outset, allowing it to learn an impressive array of skills, ultimately succumbing to the Vaporeon's affectionate tackles. Vaporeon, water gun. Wutong commanded with enthusiasm as a Pidgey materialized before him and the Vaporeon. Excellent, Vaporeon. Our first opponent has appeared. Recognizing this as an opportunity to test the Vaporeon's combat capabilities, Wutong was filled with anticipation. Gulu. The Vaporeon responded energetically. The Pidgey, blissfully unaware of the challenge ahead, merely tilted its head at the amiable human before it. Apologies, Pidgey, but Vaporeon, rock throw. Wutong instructed loudly. Gulu. The Vaporeon effortlessly picked up a fist-sized rock and hurled it at the Pidgey. The sound of the rock slicing through the air echoed, and before the Pidgey could react, it was struck squarely on the head. Wutong even caught a glimpse of the Pidgey's eyes rolling back in its head. The Pidgey promptly fainted, collapsing limply to the ground. Wutong swallowed hard, gaining a newfound appreciation for the Vaporeon's strength. It was as though it possessed an innate power, a regular attack equated to sheer force. He found himself curiously eager to see what would transpire once the Vaporeon learned more formidable techniques. Observing the Pidgey lying unconscious, its eyes rolled back and tongue lolling out, Wutong utilized his Viridian power to heal its injuries. Before the Pidgey regained consciousness, he departed with the Vaporeon. Shortly after Wutong's exit, the Pidgey shook violently awake, its eyes wide with terror. Scanning its surroundings, it found no trace of the pink demon that had hurled a stone at it. Pidgey? It called out in confusion. Glancing at its unscathed self, had it merely experienced a nightmare? Chapter 4. 1,000 Ways to Incite a Spearo's Fury. Vaporeon, water gun. Wutong commanded loudly. Gulu. The Vaporeon unleashed a water gun that struck a caterpie munching on leaves. The caterpie flipped over, startled by the sudden attack. Angered, it rose to confront the intruder interrupting its meal. Once it locked onto its target, the caterpie spat out string shot toward the Vaporeon. Vaporeon, disperse it with water pulse. Wutong instructed calmly. Gulu. The Vaporeon opened its mouth, releasing a series of circular waves of water that nullified the caterpie's assault. Vaporeon, rock throw. Wutong decided to launch a decisive strike. The Vaporeon hurled a stone that directly impacted the caterpie, sending both the creature and the rock crashing against a tree. The caterpie fainted on the spot. Wutong gently patted the Vaporeon's head in encouragement, then used his Viridian power to heal the caterpie's wounds. Upon regaining consciousness, the caterpie realized it was uninjured, yet the visage of the pink demon remained vividly etched in its memory. It felt as though it had experienced a terrifying nightmare. The legend of the pink demon continued to circulate throughout the Viridian forest. Strange, why have I not yet reached the river after walking for so long? Wutong mused as he consulted the map. The distance between Pallet Town and Viridian City was not considerable. After crossing the river, a brief stroll along Route 1 would lead him there. However, Wutong faced a dilemma. He had yet to locate the river. He was, after all, following the map. The Dream Eater emerged from Wutong's shadow, floating beside him as they both examined the map. The Vaporeon, meanwhile, dashed about Wutong's feet, clearly exhilarated by its recent battles with the Pidgey and caterpie. Caw! A raspy, unpleasant cry pierced the air, prompting Wutong to turn and discover a Spearow. Wutong reasoned that it was best to avoid provoking the Spearow, knowing that, due to his unique constitution, it would not attack him unprovoked. Yet, a pink figure suddenly dashed forth, colliding head-on with the Spearow. Caw! The Spearow was equally taken aback by this unexpected assault. It was accustomed to being the aggressor, not the target of a long-legged fish. Feeling utterly humiliated, the Spearow emitted a piercing cry. Vaporeon, don't let it call for help. Rock throw. Wutong urged, realizing the Spearow was attempting to summon its companions, and he quickly commanded the Vaporeon to intervene. The Vaporeon adeptly picked up a rock and launched it forth. It must be said that the water-leaping fish possesses quite the talent for throwing stones, as one projectile landed squarely in the beak of a fiery sparrow. The shrill cry of the bird ceased abruptly, its eyes rolling back as it tumbled to the ground. Just when Wutong breathed a sigh of relief. Believing himself to be safe, 5 or 6 fiery sparrows emerged. Upon witnessing their comrade, who lay on the ground with its eyes rolled back and a stone lodged in its mouth, the sparrows were instantly incensed. I swear, I have no idea what transpired. Would you believe me? Wutong remarked, addressing the furious sparrows. Gurgle. The water-leaping fish expressed disbelief, launching a stone that struck one of the fiery sparrows. The hit bird plummeted to the ground, a visible bump swelling on its head at an alarming rate. How dare this absurd creature act so brazenly before us? The fiery sparrows shrieked in unison, their fury escalating. Wutong, on the verge of tears, realized another reason for the water-leaping fish's return to the research facility, its propensity for trouble. Dream Demon, Bizarre Light, Water Leaping Fish, Wave of Water. Wutong had no choice but to command the Dream Demon and Water Leaping Fish to unleash two skills to disorient the fiery sparrows. Grasping the Water Leaping Fish tightly, he urged the Dream Demon to retreat into the shadows as he took off running, heedless of direction, prioritizing safety above all else. As the fiery sparrows called out once more, another 7 or 8 appeared, and dozens began to pursue Wutong and the water-leaping fish. Despite being cradled in Wutong's arms, the water-leaping fish showed no fear, occasionally retaliating with jets of water. Had there been stones nearby, it might have wished to demonstrate to the fiery sparrows what a rock barrage truly entailed. Dear little ancestor, do calm down, Wutong sighed, pressing a hand over the fish's mouth to stifle its provocations. Fortunately, Wutong possessed commendable physical prowess, and for the moment, the fiery sparrows could not catch up. Navigating through the forest, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Wutong sprinted toward it, finally spotting the small river he had been searching for. Yet, the river lay at the foot of a cliff. With the fiery sparrows hot on their heels, Wutong leaped off the cliff, clutching the water-leaping fish tightly. After witnessing Wutong and the water-leaping fish plunge into the river below, the fiery sparrows circled for a moment before departing. Thus, the tale of a pink demon abducting a kind human before tumbling off a cliff spread among the Pokémon. According to the victimized sparrows, the pink demon was most cruel, delighting in hurling stones at others, leaving Pokémon wary of anything pink. As the cliff was not particularly high and the river deep enough, Wutong emerged unscathed from the water. Once certain the fiery sparrows had vacated, he and the water-leaping fish climbed ashore. Wutong sprawled out on the ground, gasping for breath, pondering how such excitement could ensue so soon after leaving the novice village. Glancing at the culprit beside him, he found the water-leaping fish standing innocently at his head. Appearing quite docile, Wutong realized that a psychological education for the water-leaping fish was now imperative. Are you all right? Wutong suddenly noticed a shadow looming over him. A girl had bent down, resting her hands on her knees to peer at him. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Wutong replied instinctively as he sat up. At that moment, he recognized her. Wasn't she the original heroine Misty? I'm relieved to hear that. I thought you were in trouble when I saw you climb out of the river. By the way, I'm Misty from Cerulean City, she said amiably. I'm Wutong. By the way, your fishing rod seems to be moving. Wutong introduced himself and pointed at the fishing rod propped up behind Misty. What? Misty exclaimed, turning to look and immediately sprinting towards it. Her reaction was so intense, it seemed she had hooked a big one. Misty grasped the rod with excitement. Wutong, recognizing the familiar narrative, felt an ominous premonition. With a mighty heave, Misty pulled the fishing rod up and two figures, a large and a small, tumbled to the ground. Indeed, it was Ash and Pikachu. Wutong cast a glance towards the cliff, where a dark shadow was drawing near. Meanwhile, Ash and Misty's encounter was unfolding as scripted, with Ash snatching Misty's bike after receiving a slap. What the heck? Misty exclaimed, hands on her hips, watching Ash ride away on her bike, grumbling. Sorry, Misty. I must be on my way too, Wutong remarked, retrieving his own bicycle, for he had spotted a figure with a swollen head among the approaching flock of fiery sparrows. Hey, what on earth is happening? Misty wondered aloud, bewildered, as she witnessed Wutong cycling away. Shortly thereafter, a swarm of fiery sparrows took flight in pursuit of Ash and Wutong's retreating figures. Water-leaping fish. From now on, do not attack wild Pokémon without my command, Wutong shouted as he pedaled furiously, addressing the water-leaping fish nestled in his bike's basket. Gurgle? The water-leaping fish nodded, seemingly comprehending, bursting out of the forest. Wutong caught up to Ash, but there was no time for conversation, as the fiery sparrows were hot on their trail. The sky darkened ominously, lightning flashing amidst the downpour. After navigating a steep slope, Ash's bike skidded, sending him and Pikachu tumbling to the ground. Ash. Seeing Ash fall, Wutong executed a sharp turn to stop. Water-leaping fish. Wave of water. Perhaps due to Wutong's involvement, the flock of fiery sparrows grew even larger. Fearing Ash might not withstand the onslaught until Pikachu evolved, Wutong directed the water-leaping fish to fend off the fiery sparrows. Using the power of the earth to heal Pikachu was not a viable option, as the power, while effective, bore its own drawbacks. With Wutong's current abilities, healing Pikachu using this power would likely leave him incapacitated, worsening the situation. Moreover, Wutong was reluctant to gamble on Pikachu's recovery to vanquish a horde of fiery sparrows, especially when he was not on the brink of defeat. After a heartfelt exchange, Pikachu began to acknowledge Ash. Soon, a massive bolt of lightning shot skyward, piercing the clouds. As the electric light dissipated, the storm cleared, and the fiery sparrows faltered. Wutong lay on the ground, his body tingling from the shockwave of Pikachu's lightning, tears streaming down his face, not from pain, but from the realization that his bicycle had been reduced to a charred hulk. My bicycle. It was brand new. I've only ridden it once. Wutong felt his heart bleed. The water-leaping fish, a pure water type, also bore the brunt of Pikachu's retribution, lying on its back beside Wutong, its legs twitching sporadically. At that moment, a cascade of rainbow-hued light descended, and Ho-Oh soared through the sky. For reasons unknown, Wutong felt as though Ho-Oh was looking directly at him. Chapter 5. The Arrival of Team Rocket. Ash, clutching Pikachu, and Wutong, carrying the water-leaping fish, raced to reach Jubilife City. Residents of Jubilife City, thank you for your hard work. Dinner time is approaching. Additionally, there have been frequent reports of pickpockets and thieves abducting Pokémon, so please remain vigilant, the voice of Ms. Junsha echoed through the loudspeakers as they entered the city. Upon seeing Ash and Wutong, Ms. Junsha emerged from the duty booth to intercept them. Halt. Suspicious individuals are not permitted to pass, she declared, her tone resolute. Lacking any travel experience, Ash panicked, eager to prove his innocence. Ms. Junsha, here's my Pokédex to verify our identities. We were attacked by a flock of fiery sparrows on our way, and our Pokémon sustained serious injuries and are in urgent need of healing. Wutong promptly retrieved his Pokédex and addressed Ms. Junsha. I see now. Allow me to escort you to the Pokémon Center. Ms. Junsha couldn't help but smile broadly. A police tricycle was swiftly driven up to Wutong and Ash. Ash, in a fit of urgency, leaped into the sidecar, prompting Wutong to place his water-leap fish into Ash's arms, intending to seat himself behind Ms. Junsha. However, just as Wutong lifted his foot, Ms. Junsha accelerated and sped away. Wutong maintained his pose with one foot raised, staring blankly at the motorcycle that had already raced far ahead. I haven't even boarded yet, Wutong exclaimed. Yet, Ms. Junsha, piloting the motorcycle, executed a graceful drift around the corner, vanishing from Wutong's sight. With no other option, Wutong dashed in the direction Ms. Junsha had taken. Reassured by the fact that Pokémon centers were conspicuously located in every city, he needn't worry about locating the Pokémon Center. After Wutong began his pursuit of Ms. Junsha, a hook fell from the notice board at the police station, tearing down a wanted poster. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Pikachu and the water-leap fish had already been taken for treatment. Ash anxiously awaited nearby, while Wutong felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, as long as they reached the Pokémon Center, the chances of a healthy recovery were nearly guaranteed. Phone. While waiting for the treatment of the water-leap fish and Pikachu, Ash noticed a nearby video phone. Come on, don't wear that expression. Since we're in Pewter City, why not check in with home? Wutong suggested to Ash. Ash nodded and hurried to the phone, dialing his home number. Hello? Mom? Ash's voice came through as the call connected. Is that you, Ash? Where are you right now? Hanako, clad in a bathrobe, beamed as she connected via video. Wutong observed Hanako searching the video's corners for the elusive Professor Oak. Not spotting anyone, Wutong let out a soft sigh, realizing that the mystery of Ash's father remained unsolved. I'm at the Pokémon Center in Pewter City, Ash replied. Oh, you made it to Pewter City so quickly? Back in the day, your father took 4 days to reach Pewter City. I never imagined you'd arrive in just 1 day. You're certainly more impressive than your dad, Hanako remarked. Wutong mused that this was the fastest Ash had ever traveled in his life. Of course, I'm better than Dad, Ash declared with confidence. Subsequently, Hanako and Ash engaged in casual family banter, while Wutong lost interest and returned to the reception desk of the Pokémon Center, awaiting news about his water-leap fish. Though affected by the shockwave from Pikachu's explosive evolution, the water-leap fish's injuries were far less severe than anticipated, allowing it to be the first to be released. With a cheerful cry, the fully healed water-leap fish leapt toward Wutong, knocking him to the ground with a thud. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, Wutong suspected he might have broken a couple of ribs. Is that instant noodles, Professor Oak? Ash's voice called out. Professor Oak hastily switched the camera angle and, upon seeing Wutong sprawled on the ground, instinctively averted his gaze, as if fearing Wutong might reconsider returning the water-leap fish. Noticing Professor Oak's reaction, Wutong felt an intensifying ache in his chest. Professor Oak completely disregarded Wutong and enthusiastically expressed his hopes for Ash. However, upon learning that Ash had yet to capture a single Pokémon, Professor Oak's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment. Seeing the professor's expression, Ash quickly pointed to a stone tablet adorned with the image of Ho-Oh, claiming he had encountered it. No one has ever seen that Pokémon before. You must be mistaken. Professor Oak replied, incredulous. Professor, Ash isn't lying. We indeed saw Ho-Oh, Wutong interjected while cradling the water-leap fish. When did you recover, Wutong? Professor Oak asked. startled by Wutong's sudden appearance. Let us not dwell on such trivial details. One gets accustomed to being knocked around, Wutong replied calmly. Though it would have been better if you weren't rubbing his chest. Since you say so, it truly is a remarkable discovery. You two are quite fortunate to have spotted Ho-Oh, Professor Oak remarked. Wait, why do you believe Wutong, but not me? Ash protested. Oh no. My instant noodles are going to overcook. Professor Oak glanced at his noodles before abruptly ending the video call. Professor Oak is quite carefree, Wutong commented. That's infuriating. I will prove to Professor Oak that I will become the strongest Pokemon trainer, Ash declared, evidently spurred on by the professor's words. Go for it. I believe in you. Wutong replied dismissively. You are indeed here. A furious voice echoed, causing Wutong and Ash to turn. The original girl of the series, Misty, appeared, hoisting a discarded bicycle over her shoulder. Truly, as the original girl of the series, her physical prowess was remarkable. Wutong thought to himself, observing Misty, who, without breaking a sweat, managed to roar loudly. After a brief quarrel between Ash and Misty, the doors to the emergency room swung open. Pikachu was finally wheeled out, though it appeared to be in less than ideal condition. So is this it? Wutong murmured to himself upon seeing Pikachu. Alert! Alert! An intruder has entered Pewter City. It is likely to be a Pokemon kidnapping syndicate. Miss Junshaw's voice blared over the loudspeaker. With a shattering sound, 2 Pokeballs fell from a suspiciously placed skylight overhead. Wheezing, Arbok, Wheezing and Ekans emerged, with Wheezing immediately releasing a thick cloud of smoke, surrounded by the dark fumes. Ash and the others looked around in confusion. What is this smoke? Ash queried, inadvertently triggering a response. Since you've asked so sincerely, Jessie's voice rang out. Waterleap fish. Water pulse. Wutong interrupted her incantation. Gurgle. The Waterleap fish opened its mouth, sending forth swirling jets of water. Allow us to finish our conversation. Jessie and James ducked away from the attack, exclaiming, Oh, please, continue. Wutong replied obediently. Since you've asked so sincerely, Jessie reiterated. Waterleap fish. Rock slide. Wutong interrupted once more. Gurgle. Boulders materialized around the Waterleap fish, and one was hurled toward them. How dangerous. You little brat, how rude. James shouted as the rock whizzed past his ear. You say your piece, and I'll attack. We can coexist without interference, Wutong retorted. As the smoke began to clear, Team Rocket revealed themselves, flanked by Wheezing and Ekans, though both Jessie and James wore rather grim expressions. Do you sense it? Wutong's demeanor seems a bit dark. Ash remarked quietly to Misty. It does seem that way, Misty agreed in hushed tones. What are you two talking about? Wutong asked, smiling at the pair. Nothing. Nothing at all. Both Ash and Misty trembled at Wutong's smile, hastily denying any wrongdoing. Who exactly are you? Ash shouted at the trio from Team Rocket, Musashi. If you wish to chant once more, then let it be. Kingler. Wutong calmly called forth Kingler, who promptly picked up a stone, its muscles taut and ready to hurl it at any moment. We are Team Rocket, here for the sake of Pokemon, Kojiro quickly declared. What? You dare to lay a hand on my Pikachu? Ash shouted vehemently. Pikachu? Our target is not some commonplace electric mouse, Musashi scoffed. We only collect rare Pokemon of high value, Kojiro chimed in, lifting a rose once more. The Pokemon Center does not harbor the Pokemon you seek. Nurse Joy interjected. This place is filled with injured Pokemon. If you search diligently, you shall find what you seek. Musashi insisted. I am about to lose my temper. Ash retorted angrily. You are all so tiresome. Kingler, Water Pulse. Wutong, exasperated, commanded Kingler to attack. With a splash, Kingler unleashed a barrage of water rings. How rude, you impolite brat. Arbok. Poison Sting. Musashi shouted in fury. The Water Pulse and Poison Sting collided in midair, resulting in an explosive confrontation. We must flee, Ash urged as he scooped up Pikachu. Nurse Joy and Misty followed suit, with Misty pulling Wutong along. Confused, Wutong questioned, I thought you were going to lose your temper? Why are we running? The quartet dashed into the room where the Pokemon were stored. Upon witnessing their escape, Musashi and Kojiro commanded their Pokemon to wreak havoc. Just as the group inside the room sighed in relief, the lights suddenly went out. The circuit has been cut, but fear not, we have a backup generator. Nurse Joy calmly assured. Pika, Pika, Piku. A chorus of cries erupted, and the lights flickered back on. On the other side of the glass, a multitude of Pikachus scurried on a machine, their bodies crackling with electricity as it was absorbed into the apparatus above. Wow, so many Pikachu, Misty exclaimed, pressing her face against the glass. An emergency situation has activated the Pokeball transport system, an electronic voice announced. We must transport the Pokemon quickly, Nurse Joy stated with urgency. Wutong and the others immediately assisted her. Before long, the Pokemon had been transported in droves, just as Team Rocket arrived. You continue. I will hold them off, Wutong proclaimed. Kingler, rock throw. With the chaos unleashed by Team Rocket, numerous rocks lay scattered nearby, and Kingler began to hurl them with fervor. Arbok, poison sting. Weezing, sludge bomb. Toxic gas. Musashi and Kojiro, embodying their villainous personas, retaliated earnestly. Soon enough, Ash and his companions successfully transported all the Pokemon away. Let's hurry, Wutong advised as he urged Ash to flee with Pikachu. Upon seeing Ash escape, Musashi shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Arbok and Weezing surprisingly abandoned Wutong and Kingler to pursue Ash instead. What gives? Wutong pondered, bemused. Is my Kingler not worthy? Or perhaps you truly have a bond with Ash. Observing Team Rocket's pursuit of Ash, Wutong and the others followed suit. They soon witnessed Ash pushing Pikachu into Misty's broken bicycle. A horde of Pikachu then spilled forth, forming a stack atop Ash's Pikachu. Pikachu, they squeaked, sending a surge of electricity that enveloped Musashi, Kojiro, Arbok, and Weezing. In this electric storm, the legendary Raichu was revived. Well then, let me take the lead. I have a penchant for feasting on mice. Meowth leaped into action. Pika, Pikachu called out to Ash. Pikachu? Yes, we need Pikachu. Ash seemed to grasp Pikachu's message. This is bad. Wutong sensed impending doom and swiftly scooped up Kingler, making a dash for the exit. Just as Wutong exited the Pokemon Center, an explosion echoed behind him. Alas, it appears I must spend the night on the streets, Wutong lamented, gazing at the ruins of the Pokemon Center. Goo! Kingler and Wutong's arms looked bewildered, unable to fathom how the once intact Pokemon Center had become a wreck. Chapter 6, Educating the Samurai Boy. In the still dark Tokiwa forest, Ash faced off against a Caterpie. Do you have a plan to capture it? Wutong asked, microphone in hand, as if it had materialized from thin air. What on earth are you doing? Misty queried, puzzled by Wutong's antics. Pika? Pikachu tilted its head in confusion. Goo! Kingler looked on, excitedly observing Ash and the Caterpie. Here it goes. Caterpie. Ash seemed to seize the moment, flipping his hat backward and throwing a pokeball with all his might at the Caterpie. The ball struck Caterpie squarely on the head, and Wutong keenly observed the Caterpie's eyes swirl into circles. Did he knock it out? Wutong exclaimed in astonishment. The pokeball landed, wobbling twice before settling into silence. Yes, I captured a Caterpie. Ash cheered as he rushed to retrieve the pokeball. That's not capturing. That was clearly a knockout. His method is rather flawed. Wutong couldn't help but critique. Indeed, Misty nodded in agreement. Pika, Pika, Pikachu chimed in, also shaking its head in disapproval. As for why Wutong and Ash found themselves together, let us rewind to the aftermath of the Pokemon Center explosion. The ever-enthusiastic Miss Kunsa rode in on her motorcycle, arriving swiftly. Upon witnessing the devastation of the Pokemon Center, her expression morphed into one of shock. Miss Kunsa, your timing is impeccable, Wutong exclaimed as he rushed toward her. Is there a decent inn in Tokiwa City? Or perhaps a place you could recommend? I dread sleeping on the streets, Wutong inquired urgently. What? Miss Kunsa responded, perplexed. Is now the moment to discuss such matters? Can't you see the Pokemon Center has been obliterated? Realizing her concern, Wutong quickly recounted the events that transpired. Wutong, why didn't you call for me when you ran? Misty emerged from the debris, looking disheveled, and questioned Wutong. When did you even get out? Ash, equally disheveled, echoed her confusion. Once it was confirmed that everyone was safe, Miss Kunsa led the group to a suitable place to rest. Wutong felt immense relief at the prospect of not having to sleep on the streets. The following morning, Ash resolved to set off, with Misty deciding to accompany him in pursuit of her bicycle. Ash extended an invitation to Wutong to join their team, and after some consideration, Wutong decided to travel a short distance with Ash before parting ways in Nibby City. With me around, you need not worry. You won't get lost, Wutong declared confidently, patting his chest. Dream? The shadowy figure of Dreepy within Wutong's shadow voiced its doubts, questioning Wutong's newfound confidence. Thus, Wutong became a temporary ally to Ash and Misty, leading to the earlier events with the Caterpie. With the capture of the Caterpie, Ash joyfully dashed over to Misty, boasting about his achievement and even pulling her into a twirl. TSK, 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 if it weren't for my knowledge of Ash's character, I might genuinely suspect him of being a Casanova, thought Wutong, observing Ash casually link arms with Misty as they spun around. Pikachu, watching Ash and Misty twirl, became dizzy from their antics and fell to the ground with spiraled eyes. After a brief bout of merriment, Ash decided to release Caterpie to join them on their journey. However, Misty, terrified of the bug, quickly hid behind a tree, peeking out with trepidation at Ash. Come out, Caterpie, Ash exclaimed, releasing the creature. To his surprise, Caterpie ignored him and sped towards Misty, rubbing against her legs incessantly. How did I not notice before that this Caterpie is also a bit of a lecher? Wutong mused. With his excitement amplified by capturing Caterpie, Ash, seeing Misty's disdain for the creature, allowed it to climb onto his shoulder. After this little interlude, the trio continued their trek. Misty, still fearful of Caterpie, clung to Wutong for protection, who felt helpless in his role as a human shield. Meanwhile, the cheerful splashing fish followed closely beside Wutong, who realized that keeping it nearby minimized the chances of being bumped into. Consequently, he decided to keep it out in the open. Initially, Wutong had intended to train the splashing fish, but they encountered no other Pokemon along the way, leaving him quite disheartened. After a lengthy journey, they finally stumbled upon their second Pokemon, a Pidgey perched on the ground, seemingly searching for food. "All right, go Pokeball," Ash exclaimed, eager to replicate his earlier success with Caterpie. However, the Pokeball was effortlessly swatted away by the Pidgey. "Oh dear, what a bother," Wutong sighed in exasperation. Such foolishness. To capture a Pokemon, one must first engage in a battle. Caterpie was easily captured due to its clumsiness, Misty interjected, hands on her hips. "How dare you speak ill of Caterpie? I'll prove you wrong." "Go, Caterpie," Ash declared, tossing the creature forward. Wutong felt a surge of frustration at Ash's recklessness, even though he was already familiar with the plot. "Surprised, are you?" Ash confidently glanced back. "What on earth are you doing?" Misty shouted. "What's the matter?" Ash asked, puzzled. The Pidgey, spotting the plump Caterpie, gleamed with hunger. How fortunate to have someone offer such a meal. As Ash watched Caterpie being pursued by the Pidgey, he momentarily froze, unsure of what to do. "Quickly, recall Caterpie," Wutong commanded sharply. "Huh. Oh right." Ash finally reacted and withdrew Caterpie. "Pikachu, go." Ash swiftly swapped in his next contender. Pikachu darted forward and swiftly dispatched the Pidgey. Seizing the moment, Ash tossed a Pokeball and successfully captured the Pidgey. "Yes, I caught Pidgey," Ash cheered, striking a victorious pose. Pikachu mimicked the gesture with a playful scissor cut. "How about that? I've successfully captured my second Pokemon," Ash boasted, rushing over to Misty. However, he was met with a sharp slap across the face. Wutong felt a strange sense of satisfaction seeing Ash get smacked. The novice trainer was indeed infuriating. "What are you doing?" Ash fumed, rubbing his cheek. Misty began lecturing Ash, with Wutong chiming in occasionally. Just then, their illustrious adversaries, the Team Rocket trio, made their appearance once more. As expected, Team Rocket declared their intention to capture Pikachu and issued a challenge. Without hesitation, the brash Ash accepted. "Let me lend a hand. Consider it an experience in doubles." Wutong stepped forward. "It doesn't matter how many of you there are," Jesse declared confidently. "Indeed, we are quite formidable," James added, sniffing the rose in his hand. Yes, you're very strong," Wutong replied dismissively. "Now, let the battle commence." Wutong's pupils narrowed, his gaze sharpening like that of a beast. Jesse and James were taken aback by Wutong's intense stare, forgetting their planned ambush. The outcome was swift, with Wutong's assistance. Jesse and James were effortlessly subdued. "Forget it. Just take this flower," Jesse exclaimed, sensing defeat. "No need to pay," James declared, sticking the rose into the ground. "We'll be back," Meowth added. As Team Rocket fled, Wutong felt a twinge of disappointment. He hadn't heard that annoyingly familiar phrase. Meanwhile, the newly evolved Caterpie, now a Metapod, raised its head and began to spin silk, wrapping itself in a cocoon. A brilliant light enveloped it, and when it faded, Metapod emerged. "Fantastic! Caterpie has evolved," Ash exclaimed joyfully. Wutong offered his congratulations, while Misty remained visibly apprehensive of the bug. After driving off Team Rocket, Wutong, Ash, and Misty continued their journey. But they encountered no more wild Pokemon, which frustrated Wutong immensely. It was peculiar that in the vibrant Viridian forest, they had yet to see many Pokemon. Thus, the trio, along with Pikachu and Splashing Fish, found a clearing and settled down for the night. The following day, as they proceeded on their way, a shriek from Misty pierced the air. "Ah, there's a bug. There's a bug." Misty, having inexplicably climbed a tree, pointed at the ground in alarm. Ash and Wutong turned to see a Weedle. "Please, get rid of it," Misty pleaded. "I aspire to be the world's greatest Pokemon master. I can't simply let a Pokemon go. Of course, I must capture it," Ash declared with conviction. "Pikachu." Ash intended to call upon Pikachu, but to his surprise, he found it had made a cozy bed and was ready to rest. "What the? No matter. I have other Pokemon. Go, Pidgey." Ash rallied himself. Go. Wutong clapped his hands impassively in encouragement. Though they had encountered a Pokemon, it was merely a Weedle, posing little challenge to the experienced Splashing Fish. Thus, Wutong opted to spectate. Ash began directing Pidgey in its attack against the Weedle, which surprisingly fought back fiercely. However, Weedle ultimately proved no match for Pidgey, quickly succumbing to dizziness. All right, prepare to be captured, Weedle, Ash announced, brandishing a Pokeball. Suddenly, a shout echoed as a boy clad in samurai armor, wielding a bug-catching net, charged at Ash with a sword drawn. Ash, watch out, Misty cried. Yet the boy's attack was thwarted by Wutong, who had appeared beside him, swiftly grabbing the boy's wrist and twisting it forcefully behind his back. With a swift kick to the boy's knee, Wutong pinned him to the ground, causing his sword to clatter away. What on earth is happening? Ash turned around, startled, and quickly grabbed the Caterpie. Oh, right. Ash exclaimed as he hastily threw out a Pokeball to capture the Caterpie. Now it's your turn. Brandishing a plastic sword and indiscriminately attacking others is hardly the behavior of a rational individual, Wutong stated gravely. Ouch. I was wrong. Let me go. My arm is about to break. The samurai boy cried out in pain. Who are you exactly? Misty inquired as she approached. I am a samurai, training in the Viridian Forest, seeking a trainer from Pallet Town for a Pokemon duel, the released samurai boy replied. I nearly lost the Caterpie I painstakingly captured because of you, Ash protested. That is not my fault. Your skills are simply not refined enough. The samurai boy retorted without a hint of remorse. Upon hearing the samurai's words, Wutong expressed his skepticism, glaring at the samurai boy. I apologize. I didn't mean to. The samurai boy quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement of his mistake, feeling the weight of Wutong's piercing gaze. You wish to battle a trainer from Pallet Town, correct? I shall fight you, Wutong declared. Wutong held a rather unfavorable impression of the samurai boy, as he was the one who caused Ash to miss capturing the Caterpie in the original storyline. Consequently, the subsequent attack by a swarm of Beedrill was also due to that escaped Caterpie. At that time, this shameless samurai had the audacity to blame Ash for not capturing the Caterpie, which only fueled Wutong's disdain. Now that he had the opportunity, Wutong was not about to let it slip away. I will definitely not lose, the samurai boy confidently asserted upon hearing Wutong accept the challenge. But isn't Wutong from Pallet Town? Ash interjected awkwardly. Enough nonsense. I also received my starter Pokemon from Pallet Town, so I am a trainer from Pallet Town too. Wutong rebutted. Go, Heracross. The samurai boy called forth his first Pokemon. It's truly a waste for Heracross to be in your hands. Go, Mudkip, and show it your prowess. Wutong scoffed. Gulyalu. Mudkip leaped to Wutong's side, brimming with energy. So this is Heracross? Ash said, pulling out his Pokédex for a scan. As for Wutong's Mudkip, Ash had already scanned it earlier. Heracross. Use Tackle. The samurai boy initiated the attack. Mudkip. Use Rock Throw. Wutong commanded. Gulyalu. As Heracross charged forward, Mudkip swiftly picked up a rock that had suddenly appeared and hurled it at Heracross. With a resounding crack, the stone struck Heracross squarely in the face, leaving it momentarily dazed and halting its charge. What? The samurai boy exclaimed in shock, bewildered by the turn of events. Continue Rock Throw, Wutong urged. Gulyalu. Mudkip unleashed a flurry of stones at Heracross, which succumbed to the barrage and collapsed to the ground without the ability to counterattack. Heracross. The samurai boy cried out as he witnessed his Pokemon's defeat. Summon your next Pokemon, Wutong said coldly. Wutong is so strong, Ash remarked as he watched Wutong effortlessly dispatch Heracross. Indeed, far superior to your half-baked efforts, Misty chimed in, delivering a sharp critique. What did you say? Ash retorted, his voice rising in indignation. These two are infuriating, Wutong sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Curse it, go? Kakuna. The samurai boy sent out his second Pokemon. As expected, it was the hardened Kakuna to compete against Ash. You dare send out Kakuna? It seems you're only capable of this level, Wutong mocked mercilessly. You need to be able to break through Kakuna's defenses first, the samurai boy countered. Truly stubborn, aren't you? Mudkip, use Rock Throw and treat this Kakuna like a stone, Wutong instructed. What? The samurai boy exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a trainer could utter such cold words. Gulyalu. Mudkip eagerly approached Kakuna, effortlessly lifting it with its small frame. Kakuna panicked, its only movable eye darting to the samurai boy, as if pleading, are you trying to get me killed? Why don't you recall me? Believe in our resolve. Kakuna, keep hardening. The samurai boy insisted, refusing to concede. Hearing its trainer's command, Kakuna's expression turned desperate, hoping it could become sufficiently resilient. Gulyalu. Unfazed by Kakuna's attempts to harden, Mudkip hurled it away with a swift motion, and with a whoosh, Kakuna was embedded in a tree. Mudkip, continue, Wutong calmly instructed. Gulyalu. Mudkip obediently ran to Kakuna's side, yanking it free and tossing it to the ground. Misty. I suddenly feel that Wutong is quite terrifying, Ash stammered, swallowing hard. From now on, we must never provoke Wutong, Misty asserted firmly. Pika. Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Kakuna. Hold on. The samurai boy still refused to give in, urging Kakuna to harden once more. The scene unfolded with Mudkip tossing Kakuna around various locations, leaving a trail of Kakuna imprints on the nearby ground and tree trunks. Ultimately, Kakuna realized it could no longer heed its trainer's commands. It was not worth the punishment it was receiving. Suddenly, Kakuna illuminated with a bright glow, and then its back split open, revealing a beautiful Butterfree. Wonderful. Kakuna has evolved. It's time for my counterattack. The samurai boy exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing the transformation. However, imbued with the strength of Viridian, Wutong sensed Kakuna's sentiments and wore a knowing smile. Butterfree, begin the counterattack. The samurai boy commanded. Yet, Butterfree did not heed his words. Instead, it flew in front of the samurai boy. Butterfree? The samurai boy questioned, puzzled. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, Butterfree unleashed a gust that sent the samurai boy sprawling to the ground. Perhaps still holding on to a trace of sentiment, Butterfree did not continue its assault, instead choosing to fly away without looking back. How is this possible? Butterfree? The samurai boy was left in disbelief as he watched Butterfree abandon him. This is all a result of your immaturity, Wutong remarked, devoid of sympathy. Let us depart and allow this fellow to reflect on his actions. Wutong said as he led Ash and Misty away, leaving the samurai boy slumped on the ground. Chapter 7, Pewter City. I can't believe I can see Pewter City. Misty exclaimed as she stepped into the city, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. For Ash, who aspired to become the world's greatest Pokemon trainer, he had finally emerged from the Viridian Forest and arrived at Pewter City. Wutong, pulling out a small notebook from somewhere, commented, "You still have the audacity to say that. I will never follow your directions again." Misty turned back and shouted at Wutong. Exactly. It would have been better if you had just followed my lead. Ash grumbled in agreement. You both need to be quiet. You're both equally insufferable. Wutong retorted. Upon hearing Ash's words, Misty exclaimed, Pika, Pika-Pi. Pikachu, standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Galoo? The water-leap fish tilted its head, perplexed by Misty's excitement. Ever since they had educated the samurai boy, Wutong, along with Ash and Misty, they embarked on a journey of bewilderment through the Viridian Forest. Under the alternating guidance of Ash and Wutong, the group trudged through the forest for a grueling 2 weeks. Eventually, perhaps out of the heavens' mercy, the trio finally emerged from the Viridian Forest and arrived in Pewter City. I thought we would be wandering in the forest for a lifetime, Ash remarked as he settled cross-legged upon a stone. Pewter symbolizes gray, reminiscent of stone, and this city has been renowned for its rocks since ancient times. A voice chimed in. Who is this gentleman? Ash asked, turning around in curiosity. Though I do not know who he is. It seems you have taken a seat upon his goods. Ash. Wutong leaped down and pointed out. My apologies. Ash exclaimed, glancing around before hastily jumping off the stone. I am Wutong, a seller of stones. The man introduced himself. Would you care for a stone to press pickles? Though judging by your appearance, it seems rather unlikely. Of course. I am destined to become the world's greatest Pokemon trainer, Ash declared confidently, pointing to himself. After a few more exchanges, Wutong led the group to the Pokemon Center in Pewter City. The Quartz Conference? Excellent. I shall participate in the tournament. After healing his Pokemon with Nurse Joy, Ash noticed a poster affixed to the wall. Great. I too shall join the Quartz Conference, making us rivals. However, to qualify for the Quartz Conference, one must collect 8 gym badges. Do you think you can manage that, Ash? Wutong teased. Of course, I have no issues with that. Prepare to meet me in the competition, Wutong. Ash replied. I shall await you, but first, perhaps you should learn about Pokemon type advantages. A trainer ought to be aware of such fundamentals, Wutong advised. Isn't Pokemon battling all about sheer willpower? Ash questioned, bewildered. Sighing. Both Wutong and Misty covered their faces in exasperation. Ash's journey to becoming the world's greatest Pokemon trainer was fraught with challenges. Are you here to challenge the Pewter Gym? Wutong suddenly interjected. Indeed. Ash responded instinctively. With your skills? Not likely. Wutong shook his head and walked away. What did you say? Ash shouted in disbelief. Wutong and Misty hurriedly pulled Ash away. The trio dined at the Pokemon Center's restaurant, having retrieved their healed Pokemon. That man underestimated us. Ash mumbled through a mouthful of food. Do you genuinely believe you are guaranteed victory? Misty asked, exasperated. The gym leaders are entirely different from the trainers you encounter on the road, Wutong added. Moreover, the Pewter Gym specializes in rock-type Pokemon, many of which also possess ground-type attributes. Your Pikachu has no advantage. Wutong attempted to enlighten Ash's reckless mindset. Indeed, if you were to request my assistance, I wouldn't mind lending you my Pokemon, Misty offered. I need no such help. Ash promptly declined. Oh, is that so? Suit yourself. Misty stood up, fuming, and walked away. Wait, you haven't paid for your meal, Ash shouted after her departure. Fine, fine, I shall cover this one, Wutong sighed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Ash, a novice on his journey, was indeed a source of constant frustration. Really? You are so kind, Wutong, Ash exclaimed joyfully. After finishing their meal, the duo arrived at the pewter gym. From the front, the gym resembled a colossal stone carved out from within, truly embodying Pewter City's essence. As Wutong and Ash entered the gym, they found themselves enveloped in darkness. Who goes there? A beam of light illuminated the room, revealing Brock seated cross-legged. Since you have sincerely inquired, Wutong instinctively shouted. What are you doing, Wutong? Ash inquired, his face a mask of confusion. My apologies. I believe something unclean possessed me just now. Wutong scratched his head sheepishly. Achoo! Simultaneously, 3 sneezes echoed from within a deep pit where Team Rocket sat. Why did we suddenly sneeze? Jessie wondered. Someone must be thinking of us. James replied. It must be Boss Giovanni. Meowth chimed in with misplaced confidence. But how do we get out of here? This feeling is so annoying. The trio's thoughts quickly returned to reality as they looked up at the cave's opening, shouting into the void. Back in the pewter gym, Ash turned to Brock. Are you the gym leader of Pewter, Brock? Ash asked. I am Ash from Pallet Town. Come, let us battle, Ash declared. The gym match is quite different from a casual roadside battle. This is an official Pokemon League match, governed by rules, Brock stated slowly. Wutong observed Brock's composed demeanor and reflected on the complexity of humanity. This is somewhat unexpected, Ash muttered to himself, noting Brock's seriousness. What do you mean unexpected? Did I not inform you before? Wutong replied, exasperated. Did you? My bad, Ash laughed awkwardly. It seems you are quite the novice. The Pewter Gym's rules stipulate the use of 2 Pokemon. Are you aware of this? Brock inquired. No problem. Ash responded confidently. How long have you been with that Pokemon? Brock suddenly asked. About 2 weeks, Ash replied. And during its adorable phase? Brock nodded. Pikachu also let out a cheerful cry in agreement. No need to compare. Brock interjected abruptly. Pikachu stumbled at Brock's remark. Wutong silently observed Pikachu's adorable antics. Our affairs do not require your concern, Ash retorted, his tone oddly defensive. All right, Ash. Allow me to take the lead today, Wutong suddenly interjected. Wutong? Fine, Ash agreed, albeit puzzled by Wutong's eagerness to take charge. Do you also wish to challenge the gym? How long have you been with your Pokemon? Brock queried upon noticing Wutong's intent. Just as long as Ash. But do not worry, my situation is rather unique. No need to persuade me, Wutong preemptively stated. In that case, I have no choice. As the gym leader, I must fulfill my duties, Brock declared. With that, Brock snapped his fingers, and the gym illuminated instantly as the walls parted, revealing 2 halves of the battlefield that began to converge toward the center. Having prepared for this, Wutong swiftly led Ash to the opposite side of the arena. Now then, let the match begin. With the arena set, Brock leaped into the center, raising a Pokeball and calling out Go. Onix, a serpentine Pokemon, composed of interconnected stones and crowned with a singular horn, made its grand entrance onto the battlefield. Go. Marshomp. Without much hesitation, Wutong summoned his Marshomp. With a soft thud, the Marshomp leapt into Wutong's embrace. Marshomp, it's time to battle, Wutong urged. Suppressing the pain in his abdomen, he sensed that Marshomp had gained a bit more strength. He feared that once it evolved into Swampert, it might be too formidable for him to handle. Perhaps it's best not to battle after all. Look at how clingy your Marshomp is, during such an adorable phase. It deserves more of your companionship, Xiao Gang remarked upon witnessing Marshomp's affectionate demeanor. There's no need for your concern. My Marshomp is also eagerly anticipating this battle, Wutong replied confidently. With a determined Gulu, Marshomp returned to the arena, staring intently at the colossal Onix across from it, showing no signs of fear. It possesses quite the keen gaze, Wutong noted. Then Onix, use Tackle, Xiao Gang commanded. Roar. Onix bellowed as it charged toward Marshomp. Dodge, then use Water Pulse, Wutong instructed. His pupils narrowing, his expression shifting to that of a predator. With agility, Marshomp evaded the incoming head of Onix and unleashed a series of water rings. Roar. The water pulse struck Onix, causing it to yelp in pain. However, the attack was insufficient to quickly incapacitate such a massive foe. Onix, Rock Throw, Xiao Gang shouted. Roar. Onix let out a roar as it unleashed a barrage of stones upon Marshomp. Marshomp, use Rock Smash, Wutong commanded. With a determined Gulu, Marshomp's muscles tensed as it leaped up, smashing the falling rocks into fragments with precision. Rock Throw. Wutong continued to yell. Gulu. After shattering all the descending rocks, Marshomp seized the nearby rubble and hurled it towards Onix. With a flurry of whooshing sounds, numerous stones struck Onix's form. Onix, Curl up. Harden. Xiao Gang quickly instructed. Observing the onslaught, Onyx coiled itself, tucking its head into its body as a radiant glow enveloped it. Seeing Onyx in its curled state only fueled Marshamp's enthusiasm to hurl more stones. Yet, despite Marshamp's impressive strength, it struggled to make a significant impact against Onyx's renowned defensive capabilities. Onyx is indeed resilient. Marshamp. Water Pulse. Realizing that throwing stones had minimal effect, Wutong shifted his strategy. Marshamp opened its mouth, releasing a series of swirling water streams that struck Onyx. The trade-off for Onyx's formidable physical defense was its low HP, attack, special attack, and special defense stats, coupled with an average speed among Pokemon of its level. Onyx, counterattack, tackle, then bind. Xiao Gang commanded. Onyx swung its tail, first pushing Marshamp away, then uncoiling to its original form. Fixing its gaze on Marshamp, Onyx charged forward. Marshamp, unable to evade in time, was struck and pulled back by Onyx's tail, ensnared tightly. "UNT get your way, Marshamp." Rock smash. Wutong called out as he observed Marshamp's predicament. "Impossible. Marshamp is bound by Onyx and unable to move." Xiao Gang exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. To his astonishment, Marshamp effortlessly slipped free from Onyx's grasp, leaping high and striking down upon Onyx's head with a radiant glow. The sound of cracking stone echoed as fissures appeared upon Onyx's horn. Roar. Onyx cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. What just happened? Xiao Gang was still processing the event, unable to comprehend how Marshamp had escaped. Marshamp's skin is incredibly slick. The stone bindings of Onyx had no effect. It was akin to trying to grasp a slippery bar of soap, Wutong elucidated. It could be said that Wutong had deliberately allowed Marshamp to be ensnared by Onyx, strategically employing its slick skin to deliver a decisive blow. However, this tactic could only be executed once against a single opponent. "Ah, I see. You possess a profound understanding of your Pokemon. It appears I underestimated you," Xiao Gang conceded, recalling Onyx. The disparity in their knowledge of Pokemon had led to his defeat. "You are an exceptional adversary. Go, Geodude." Xiao Gang summoned his second Pokemon. "Marshamp, give it your all." Wutong encouraged Marshamp. Gulu, having just triumphed over Onyx, Marshamp was filled with excitement. Despite its injuries, its condition was at its zenith. "Geodude, become round and roll out." Xiao Gang initiated the attack. "Marshamp, hold your ground," Wutong instructed, opting for a defensive stance instead of evasion. Geodude enveloped itself with its arms, a glow emanating from its form as it appeared to become more rounded. Subsequently, Geodude sprang into the air, spinning rapidly, and upon landing, began rolling erratically toward Marshamp. In response, a translucent green energy shield enveloped Marshamp. As Geodude collided with the shield, Marshamp's defense shattered. "Defensive tactics are futile. You can only block once." Xiao Gang scoffed, clearly doubting Marshamp's lineage. Geodude's initial strike failed to inflict damage, prompting it to roll around and charge at Marshamp again. With time, Geodude's speed and damage had significantly increased. "That should do it, Marshamp. Double Edge," Wutong commanded. At this point, Geodude, moving at such high velocity, could no longer perfectly control its direction and could only approximate its trajectory. Not good. Xiao Gang realized Wutong's intent in an instant. However, even with Xiao Gang's commands, there was no way to redirect Geodude now. A rainbow-hued light enveloped Marshamp. As Geodude barreled toward it, Marshamp raised its front paws, firmly halting Geodude's rolling assault. The absorbed damage coalesced into the radiant light upon Marshamp's paws, which it then unleashed back at Geodude with renewed vigor. Geodude was sent flying at an even greater speed, crashing into the boulders lining the arena. Witnessing Geodude's dazed state, Xiao Gang realized he had lost. Gulu. After achieving a 2-1 victory, Marshamp gleefully sought to celebrate with Wutong. However, as it turned to Wutong, an overwhelming fatigue washed over it. The tension that had held its muscles taut during the battle dissipated, and Marshamp collapsed onto the ground. "You did wonderfully. Return, Marshamp," Wutong praised, recalling Marshamp into its Pokeball. After all, it had just endured 2 battles, having taken several direct hits from Onyx and absorbed Geodude's rollout attack. It was only natural that it would be fatigued. After all, not every instance of double retaliation is as invincible as that of the fruit god. "You are quite a remarkable trainer. This is the gym badge you earn after defeating the gym leader." Brock approached Wutong and produced a gray, regular octagonal badge. "This is the gray badge representing the pewter gym. It is now yours," Brock said as he handed the gray badge to Wutong. "Thank you. I have received the gray badge," Wutong exclaimed joyfully, lifting the badge high. Dream. The dark green dream demon floated out from Wutong's shadow, joining in the celebration with a cheerful call. Wutong had successfully triumphed over Brock of the pewter gym. What challenges awaited him next? Congratulations, Wutong. However, what are you saying? Ash and Pikachu also approached Wutong, with Ash curiously inquiring upon seeing Wutong pocketing the badge. Pikachu cheered in support. It's nothing to worry about. Now it's your turn to work hard. Ash, Wutong encouraged, patting Ash on the shoulder. Rest assured, I will definitely win. Ash declared confidently. Such confidence indeed. Since you are Wutong's companion, you must be quite formidable as well. The fire of battle ignited in Brock's eyes. Though, it's a pity he is too small to see. Wutong observed the eager Ash and the seemingly burning battle spirit in Brock's eyes, sensing that things were veering into peculiar territory. Chapter 9. Ash's Honorable Challenge. Wutong stood aside, watching Ash and Brock face each other. Ash, do you wish to battle me now? Brock broke the silence first. No, your Pokemon are injured, right? I will wait until tomorrow when your Pokemon have recovered before challenging you. Ash replied with confidence. Wutong wanted to remind Ash that, as a gym leader, Brock could not possibly have only 2 Pokemon awaiting trainers' challenges. However, upon realizing it was Brock, he thought it was of no concern. Very well. I look forward to your arrival tomorrow. Brock replied. After confirming their appointment for the gym challenge the next day, Wutong and Ash left the pewter gym. The duo first headed to the Pokemon Center to have Wartortle treated. While waiting, they reunited with Misty. Once Wartortle's treatment was complete, the 3 of them went to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Wutong, you have received the gray badge? Congratulations. Misty exclaimed upon learning of Wutong's success. But Ash, do you really have confidence in winning? Misty then asked Ash. Of course. I am destined to become a Pokemon master. Ash replied with unwavering confidence. Ash, which 2 Pokemon do you plan to use to challenge Brock? Although he already knew the outcome, Wutong still asked. What if Ash suddenly had a moment of enlightenment from watching his own battle? Of course, it will be Pikachu. Ash answered without hesitation. Pikachu looked shocked. Are you really planning to have me battle Onix? Upon hearing this resolute reply, Wutong sighed in resignation. It was indeed the same old Ash. However, at that moment, Pikachu was not as reckless. It was aware of its fears. But after traveling with Ash for a while, even a legendary Pokemon would dare to show its power. Alas, this guy is beyond help, Misty remarked helplessly. The next morning, Wutong and Misty accompanied Ash to the pewter gym. Upon entering, the previous darkness had vanished. The battle arena inside had long been prepared. Brock stood at one end of the arena, awaiting Ash's arrival. I have come to challenge the gym. Ash shouted loudly. I have been waiting for you. Let us begin. Brock responded. Pikachu, it's you. Ash called, waving his hand. Pikachu, feeling conflicted, nevertheless walked into the arena. Go Onix. Brock predictably sent out Onix immediately. Roar. Onix entered the arena with a fierce roar, clearly eager to reclaim its honor from yesterday's battle. Pikachu, witnessing the intimidating Onix, turned tail and ran back to Ash, climbing onto his waist. Pikachu, don't go switching with Pidgey on your own. Ash exclaimed as he saw Pikachu's little paw reaching for Pidgey's Pokeball. Wutong helplessly covered his forehead. If Pikachu understood the importance of type matchups, how could its trainer show such a lack of awareness? Speaking of Ash's outrageous physical prowess, could it be that the true rookie is actually Pikachu? Wutong felt as though he had stumbled upon a great secret. With no other option, Pikachu had to step up to the challenge. Observing the interactions between Ash and Pikachu, Brock felt somewhat perplexed. Why had Wutong appeared so strong yesterday, while this fellow named Ash seemed rather untrustworthy? Onix, tackle. Seeing Pikachu return to the battle arena, Brock commanded Onix to attack. Roar. Onix, impatient to strike, charged fiercely at Pikachu. Pikachu had no chance to evade and was knocked down by Onix's powerful charge. Next, it should be Bind. Wutong murmured to himself as he watched the battlefield. Indeed, Pikachu was ensnared by Onix without even being sent flying. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash called out urgently upon seeing Pikachu get tangled. Pikachu strained to release an electric current. The electricity coursed through Onix's body, yet Onix showed no signs of being affected. Roar. Onix tightened its grip, and Pikachu grimaced in pain. Pikachu, stop, please stop. Ash shouted as he saw Pikachu suffering. So, you are surrendering? Brock inquired. I forfeit, Ash said weakly. Onix released Pikachu. In fact, while Ash was shouting, Onix had already loosened its grip. Upon seeing Pikachu fall, Ash rushed over to scoop Pikachu into his arms. Seeing the battered Pikachu, Ash fell silent. Disheartened, Ash left with Pikachu in his arms, and Wutong nodded to Brock before following suit. Misty glanced around and hurried after Ash and Wutong. Not long after exiting the pewter gym, they encountered the familiar Wooning at the entrance of Pewter City. Come to my home, Wooning invited. The 3 of them accompanied Wooning to his residence. Wooning prepared hot tea for Wutong and the others, while Pikachu was placed in a blanket with an ice pack on its head. Leave Pikachu to me, Wutong said, placing his hands above Pikachu. A surge of energy enveloped Pikachu, and its injuries began to heal rapidly. What is this? Ash, Misty, and Wooning were all astonished. Just a small ability, but the side effects will leave me quite fatigued. I shall sleep now. Wutong yawned and collapsed, drifting off to sleep. Ash and the others exchanged glances. After an unknown period, Wutong awoke. The room was empty, with no sign of Ash, Misty, or Wooning. Pikachu's blanket had also been tidied away. Where have they gone? Wutong stood up, searching for them. Upon stepping outside the cabin, Wutong spotted Ash operating a water wheel. Shout on. You are awake. Ash called upon, noticing Wutong. What are you doing? Although Wutong was aware of what Ash was engaged in, he couldn't help but inquire. What are you doing? I'm enhancing Pikachu's strength. We must triumph over Brock with honor, Ash declared, pedaling with even greater vigor. Wutong glanced at Pikachu, who had electrodes affixed to its cheeks, and wondered, is this truly reliable? Chapter 10, Wutong's Training Plan. Ash, are you certain this is safe? Wutong questioned, observing the continuous flow of electricity surging into Pikachu's body. I don't know, but Pikachu and I trust that Uncle won't deceive us. Plus, I have faith in Pikachu. Ash replied, his determination evident as he pedaled harder. Wutong found himself at a loss, unsure whether to praise or admonish Ash. The notion of forcibly injecting energy into a Pokemon's body could result in catastrophic consequences for any ordinary Pokemon. Only a deity like Pikachu might withstand such treatment. Honestly, Ash is far too gullible, Misty remarked with a hint of exasperation. I say, you two youngsters, refrain from discussing such matters in front of others. Wutong finally interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. After what felt like an eternity, Ash finally exhausted himself, and Pikachu appeared to reach its limit as well. At that moment, Pikachu was enveloped in a dazzling display of electricity, clearly a sign of overcapacity. Wutong recalled something and quickly turned away, closing his eyes. Sure enough, a brilliant light erupted from Pikachu, who was overloaded with energy. It seems it has reached its capacity, Wutong remarked, relieved. Fantastic. With this, we can defeat Brock. Ash exclaimed joyfully. Pika Pika. Pikachu echoed, brimming with confidence. Pikachu can only use electric-type moves now, right? Wutong inquired. That should be the case, Ash replied, uncertain. Well then, how do you plan to counter Brock's rock-type Pokemon? Wutong probed further. Of course, with sheer willpower, Ash asserted without hesitation. Seeing Ash's unwavering confidence, Wutong momentarily questioned his own judgment. Pikachu could learn a move effective against rock-type Pokemon. I know a training method. Why not try it before challenging Brock? Wutong suggested. He remembered how, during Ash's journey in the Hoenn region, Pikachu had learned Iron Tail through specialized training. In the games, Pikachu would need a TM to learn Iron Tail. But in the anime, it was fascinating how Pokemon could acquire various skills through rigorous training. Ash excelled in this aspect, particularly in teaching moves like Seed Bomb, utilizing it more effectively than most Pokemon. Really? Ash asked, his face lighting up with excitement. Can you really do that, Wutong? Misty was equally astonished, not expecting Wutong to possess such knowledge. Wutong observed Wutong with intrigue, although his hat was pulled low enough that no one could discern his expression. Let us head outside, Wutong suggested. Mr. Wutong, may I borrow some of your items? Wutong readily agreed. Curious to see what skills Wutong could teach Pikachu to counter rock-type Pokemon, especially since knowledge of steel types was still quite limited in the Kanto region. The group arrived at the area where Wutong had displayed his rocks. The move I mentioned is called Iron Tail. It requires strengthening the tail's power. So Ash, first tie a rope to Pikachu's tail and attach a stone to the other end, ensuring it's a size Pikachu can lift comfortably, Wutong instructed. Got it. Pikachu. Let's give it our all. Ash encouraged his companion. Pika Pika. Pikachu responded enthusiastically. Under Wutong's guidance, Pikachu began training its tail strength, while Ash performed push-ups alongside it. Is that the reason for Ash's extraordinary physique? Wutong pondered, observing Ash's ease. After strength training, it was time for agility training. Wutong produced a set of balls he had prepared. Knock down all the balls. Wutong shouted, tossing the collection into the air. Pika. Pikachu, facing away from Wutong, swung its tail, knocking down ball after ball. There's more. Water gun. Wutong exclaimed. The prepared water gun collided with a nearby fruit tree, causing the fruits to tumble down. Pikachu, give it your all. Ash cheered, squatting with his hands clasped behind his head. Pikachu leaped, twisting its body, its tail whipping back and forth, sending the fallen fruits soaring into the air. After the last fruit was struck away, a glimmer of light flashed from Pikachu's tail. Truly remarkable, Pikachu, Wutong murmured to himself, captivated by the sight. He wasn't entirely sure if this method would work, as in the anime, other Pokemon had demonstrated the move before Pikachu began training. However, witnessing the flash from Pikachu's tail confirmed to Wutong that this method could indeed teach Iron Tail. Of course, it could also be attributed to Pikachu's extraordinary talent. Regardless, the outcome was promising. Did we succeed? Ash exclaimed, noticing the flash. Almost there, but for true Iron Tail, the entire tail should be enveloped in energy. With continued practice, it will undoubtedly be achievable, Wutong replied. Wutong is amazing. You really did it, Misty praised. Though it was evident she had just begun to believe in Wutong's capabilities, Wutong remained silent, his expression inscrutable, leaving others to wonder about his true thoughts. Fantastic. Pikachu, let us keep pushing forward, Ash exclaimed, elated. Now that you have learned it, I shall take my leave, Wutong announced. What? You're not traveling with me anymore, Wutong? Ash said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Indeed, traveling with you makes it far too easy to get lost, Wutong teased. Isn't that what I should say? You're the one who gets lost. Ash retorted. You two are quite similar. Misty interjected, rolling her eyes. All right, enough jesting. I wish to travel alone, so farewell for now. Wutong said with a smile. Fine, but I'll catch up to you soon, Ash confidently proclaimed. After bidding farewell to Ash and the others, Wutong embarked on his journey alone. Having learned Iron Tail, he hoped Ash would no longer rely solely on the fire sprinkler to barely defeat Onix. Wutong genuinely hoped Ash would earn badges through his own strength, for he believed Ash possessed immense potential, having created numerous unique moves. However, it seemed that each region's enforced training diminished Ash's capabilities. While Wutong lacked the ability to transform Ash into a prodigy, he could certainly facilitate his growth. After all, Ash was one of the protagonists of their childhood, and Wutong wished for him to become even stronger. Perhaps it would be prudent to devise a training plan for Ash. As he muttered to himself, he walked toward the outskirts of Pewter City, only to realize that the direction seemed rather off. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Acquaintance. Wutong wandered through an unfamiliar forest, clutching the map his grandparents had prepared. Strange, I should be able to see Mount Moon by now. Why are there only trees around? Wutong muttered to himself in confusion. He struggled to comprehend why, despite following the map diligently, he could not locate the moon-viewing mountain. Had his grandparents been deceived by unscrupulous merchants? Was the map, in fact, erroneous? Infuriated, he lamented the callousness of these merchants who would stoop to swindling the elderly. Beside him, the water-leap fish was bewildered by its trainer's sudden outburst, tilting its head curiously at Wutong. It seemed that trusting the map was no longer an option, and Wutong pondered whether he could find someone in this desolate wilderness to ask for directions. With a sigh, he folded the map away and began surveying his surroundings. Looks like I'll have to rely on my instincts, he declared. In that case, water-leap fish, we shall proceed this way. I sense a mysterious force beckoning us in this direction. He confidently pointed to the right. Gulu, the water-leap fish replied, dutifully following Wutong wherever he led. For it was merely a Pokémon, not a navigator. Unbeknownst to them, lurking in Wutong's shadow, the Dream Demon observed silently. It was acutely aware of Wutong's navigational ineptitude, a fact he himself had never grasped, having been subtly guided back on course by the Dream Demon whenever he was about to lose his way. Moreover, it had secretly perused the map and understood that Wutong had been heading in the wrong direction. Now, embarking on his journey, it was time for Wutong to hone his sense of direction. Ultimately, the Dream Demon wished only for Wutong's happiness. It was merely a Dream Demon, after all, and would never intentionally let its trainer become lost. Its affection for Wutong compelled it to think solely of his well-being. Thus, Wutong set forth, following the guidance of his sixth sense. As darkness enveloped the land, he still had not found the moon-viewing mountain. With no other choice, he resolved to camp out in the wild. After scouring the vicinity for a suitable camping spot, a flicker of light caught his attention. Wutong and the water-leap fish ventured towards the glow. As they approached, Wutong discerned the source of the light, a small clearing where a modest campfire flickered, tended by a solitary figure poking at it with a stick. However, the fire seemed to grow dimmer rather than brighter with each poke. Due to the feeble flames and the obscurity of night, Wutong could not ascertain whether the figure was male or female. Excuse me, may I camp here? Wutong inquired. Upon hearing a voice behind him, the figure turned. Wutong's eyes widened in recognition as he beheld a boy with tousled purple hair and a somber demeanor, a visage that resembled that of a born antagonist. It was none other than Shinji, Ash's rival from the Sinnoh region. You seem to know me, Shinji remarked, his perceptive gaze catching Wutong's astonishment despite the dim light. No, it's our first meeting. You simply resemble an old acquaintance of mine, Wutong fibbed. Shinji, not one to engage in idle chatter with strangers, did not press further. You may camp in that clearing over there, but please do not disturb me. If you came for the campfire, you will be disappointed. It won't last much longer, he said, tossing aside the stick and preparing to rest. Wutong glanced at Shinji, who was now laying out his sleeping bag, before picking up the discarded stick. Though Shinji's tone was chilly, his words bore a hint of kindness. Indeed, he was the kind of person who appeared cold on the outside, but was warm within. With the stick in hand, Wutong set about reviving the dwindling flames. He was quite adept at such tasks. Just as Shinji finished arranging his sleeping bag, the area brightened. Shinji turned to find that the fire, which had seemed on the verge of extinguishment, now blazed vigorously. Unbeknownst to him, Wutong had placed a small pot over the fire, and as he added the prepped ingredients, he turned to Shinji and offered, "Would you care for some? I have confidence in my culinary skills." Shinji hesitated to decline, but his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl. Having embarked on his journey with little experience and inadequate food supplies, he had neglected to replenish his provisions during his training, leaving him quite famished after a day without sustenance. Originally intending to sleep early to endure the hunger, he instinctively responded to Wutong's invitation. "You seem rather hungry. Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon," Wutong stated, not allowing Shinji the chance to refuse. Before long, a fragrant pot of vegetable stew simmered to perfection. After a quick seasoning, Wutong served Shinji a bowl. With gratitude, Shinji accepted the offering, no longer able to refuse. As Shinji began to sip the stew, Wutong fetched a bowl for the water-leap fish. The dream demon, however, preferred to remain hidden, especially during mealtime. "Does your food promote the growth of Pokemon?" Shinji inquired, observing Wutong feeding his Pokemon. "Not at all. It's merely ordinary fare. If anything, it tastes quite delightful," Wutong replied, savoring the stew. "Then why do you feed your Pokemon?" Shinji's curiosity seemed to grow, perhaps due to the adage that one who eats from another's plate becomes more talkative. "Because the water-leap fish is my partner. Is there anything strange about sharing a meal with a companion?" Wutong responded. He grasped Shinji's underlying sentiment, for Shinji was still steeped in a mentality that prioritized strength above all else. "Partners? How dull. As long as Pokemon are powerful, that's all that matters," Shinji stated bluntly. "Is that so? Then how about a Pokemon battle tomorrow during the day?" Wutong proposed, intrigued by the prospect of altering Shinji's perspective. Chapter 12, Bonds and Strength. In response to Wutong's challenge, Shinji accepted, eager to ascertain whether this individual possessed the prowess to match his words. "All right then, let us discuss something else. My name is Wutong. I suppose I can be considered a resident of Jubilife City. What is your name, and where do you hail from?" Wutong inquired with the enthusiasm of a village matron. Though he already knew the answers, some matters required adherence to procedure for clarity. "My name is Shinji, and I come from the Sinnoh region," he replied succinctly. "The Sinnoh region? I recently returned from there. Which city do you come from? By the way, how does a person from Sinnoh end up traveling in the Kanto region?" Wutong continued with a barrage of questions. Shinji, faced with Wutong's fervent inquiries, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. "My home is in Vale City. As for why I chose to travel to the Kanto region, it is because my brother's first stop was here. So I too selected Kanto as the inaugural destination for my journey," Shinji replied. "And what about you? Isn't it quite similar?" Shinji retorted. "My reason is quite akin to yours. My grandparents hail from the Kanto region, and they wish for my first travel destination to be here," Wutong stated. "Is that so?" Shinji remarked. The two fell into silence once more, and as Wutong sought to continue the conversation, he realized that Shinji had already turned over to sleep. "TCH. What a cold fellow," Wutong muttered to himself. However, the turn Shinji was not asleep. He had heard Wutong's words, but, for reasons unknown, felt that associating with this individual might lead to unfavorable outcomes. Thus, Shinji resolved to feign ignorance and simply sleep. After all, once tomorrow's duel was over, he anticipated that he would have no further interactions with him. Bright and early the next morning, Wutong rose, and it was evident that Shinji maintained commendable habits as he too awoke early. Upon waking, Shinji squinted, his already grim visage appearing even more menacing. After surveying his surroundings, he quickly became fully awake, only to be greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. "Are you awake? Wash your face and join me for breakfast," Wutong cheerfully suggested. Shinji looked at Wutong, who held a frying pan in one hand while expertly cracking eggs with the other, and felt somewhat taken aback. What exactly does this guy do? Why is he so well equipped for cooking while traveling? "Thank you," Shinji said, having washed up, as he accepted the toast and fried egg that Wutong offered. Wutong felt that the Shinji who was embarking on his journey was considerably easier to get along with than the one who had returned to the Sinnoh region. Although his demeanor was somewhat aloof, he had yet to exhibit the sharp tongue he was known for. Perhaps he had not yet endured the trials of time. As for Ash, the thought of his reverse growth made Wutong feel a headache coming on, especially when the time came for the return of the new series Shinji. Wutong felt that Shinji and Ash no longer shared the same aesthetic. One could hardly perceive them as peers of the same age. Shinji quickly finished his breakfast and proactively began to tidy up the dishes, for his character did not permit him to feel indebted to anyone. Gulu, the water-leap fish, having finished its meal, let out an energetic call. As for the dream demon lurking in Wutong's shadow, he certainly did not forget it prior to Shinji waking. He had already provided a portion of food for the dream demon. After cleaning up, Shinji summoned his Pokemon to commence training. He had a Beedrill and a Nidoran, which comprised Shinji's current team. Beedrill, today you must master Mega Drain, and let's work on speeding up Leaf Blade. Your current speed is still inadequate. Shinji instructed Beedrill. Nai. Beedrill responded, beginning to practice Leaf Blade on a nearby tree. Nidoran, today we are intensifying your double kick training and aim to learn Poison Sting. If you can't even land a hit with double kick, what use is it? After observing Beedrill start its training, Shinji turned to Nidoran once more. Nidoran lowered its head in slight embarrassment before seeking out a tree to practice its kicks. What a strict instructor you are, Wutong remarked from the side. I am merely striving to make them stronger. Without strength, there is no purpose to existence, Shinji coldly stated as he entered his training mode. Is that so? Then I shall train a bit as well. Waterleap fish, let us go to another area, Wutong decided without further comment, leading the waterleap fish to a different spot for training. Waterleap fish, your strength is your forte, and you must convert this strength into an advantage. The best way to showcase your power now is through Rock Smash and Rock Slide. First, let us see if you can concentrate your strength into a single point while using Rock Smash, Wutong instructed. Gulu? The waterleap fish tilted its head in confusion, not comprehending Wutong's intent. Observing the waterleap fish's expression, Wutong pondered how to convey his instructions more clearly. Glancing at a sturdy tree nearby, Wutong had an idea. He retrieved a marker from his backpack and drew a circle on the tree, slightly larger than the waterleap fish's front foot. Your task is to use Rock Smash with full force aimed at this circle. But remember, you must only damage within the circle and avoid harming the area outside. Wutong explained. Gulu. The waterleap fish understood Wutong's meaning this time, nodding in affirmation. Now, the next task is for the dream demon to emerge. Wutong called to his shadow. As Wutong's words fell, a dark green figure emerged from the shadow. The dream demon flew out, joyfully spiraling around Wutong. All right, dream demon. Since we have commenced our journey, you too must train, Wutong instructed. Dream? The dream demon looked surprised, as if questioning whether this was truly the case. Seeing the dream demon's reaction, Wutong felt a tinge of helplessness. Although the dream demon was willing to follow his commands, its inclination toward battle was rather low. It preferred to curl up in Wutong's shadow, playing when there were no outsiders around. However, there was no choice, after all. Acquiring a shiny Pokemon was no simple feat, at least for now. It was uncertain whether he could even assemble a team. Thus, even if the dream demon was averse to battling, Wutong had to make it endure for the time being. Dream demon. Humph. A man, ultimately bearing the burden alone. Alright, dream demon. I promise you that once I have enough Pokemon to form a team, you will no longer need to battle, Wutong assured. The dream demon twirled in midair, indicating agreement. There was no choice. After all, it was his own Pokemon trainer. What else could be done? Speaking of which, I have yet to discover what skills you possess, Wutong remarked as he took out his Pokédex to scan the dream demon. Dream demon, the night cry Pokemon. A prankster Pokemon that frightens people by tugging at their hair. It is capable of using a sobbing cry to terrify its opponents. It seems to absorb the fear of others with a red bead, using it as nourishment. Skills mastered: cry, telekinesis, confusion, curse, fright, odd light, black glare, curse, sealing, linking, hypnosis. Upon learning of the dream demon's complete skill set for the first time, Wutong's expression grew complex. It was entirely a tormenting flow of skills. Among these numerous abilities, only 3 could directly inflict damage. Of those 3, 2 also inflicted negative status effects. If Wutong were to encounter such an opponent himself, he would undoubtedly feel quite distressed. However, when employed to annoy others, it was an entirely different matter, sheer delight. A sinister smile suddenly crept across Wutong's face. My apologies. Young Shinji, it seems you shall be my target, Wutong murmured ominously to himself. Meanwhile, while training his Pokemon, Shinji shivered, sensing an ominous chill. Dream demon. There is no need to practice anything else for now. Focus solely on practicing hypnosis, ensuring both accuracy and speed of execution, Wutong instructed. Dream. The dream demon shook its body, responding eagerly. After all, as a dream demon, it particularly relished hypnosis. Wutong casually fashioned a target from nearby materials and hung it on a tree. Let us practice with this target, Wutong declared. The dream demon began to circle the target. Continuously using hypnosis and witnessing the Dream Demon's enthusiasm eased Wutong's mind. Willingness to train is indeed a commendable beginning, especially considering that one might have to face overwhelming odds at the court's conference. Thus, Wutong and Shinji diligently trained their Pokemon, each absorbed in their own endeavors, refraining from intruding upon one another's sessions. In a remarkable display of mutual respect, neither ventured to observe the other's techniques, as both had agreed to a Pokemon battle. Their pride rendered them disdainful of the notion of spying on each other's strategies. As noon approached, Wutong prepared lunch. Shinji, having previously shared meals with Wutong, no longer hesitated and joined him at the table. The Swablu continued to enjoy the same sustenance as the two trainers, while the Mismagius stealthily retrieved food to return to the shadows of Wutong. Initially, Shinji intended to recall his Turtwig and Nidoran into their Pokeballs, planning to feed them some Pokemon food later. However, Wutong, wishing to battle him at full strength, insisted that both Pokemon dine together, lest he win due to Shinji's Pokemon being underfed. Clearly relishing their first meal together, Turtwig and Nidoran appeared quite pleased, while Shinji maintained his usual stoic demeanor, which Wutong recognized as merely his inability to express emotions. Deep down, he likely felt content as well. Once satiated, Wutong suggested they engage in some post-lunch exercise for digestion. After tidying up the dishes together, he stretched lazily and remarked to Shinji, "Come on, I'll show you the folly of your beliefs." Shinji, coldly, responded, "Is that so? Yet, simply battling is rather mundane. Why not add a little flair to it?" Wutong proposed, "Fear not, it shall not be anything excessive. The loser must agree to fulfill a request from the victor, provided it is neither morally nor legally objectionable and is feasible." "Are you finished? Can we commence?" Shinji interjected, eager to begin. "Then I shall take your silence as consent. You currently have 2 Pokemon, correct? Let us engage in a 2v2 battle. Go, Swablu," Wutong declared with a flourish. "Swablu." The Pokemon chirped energetically as it leaped forward. "Go, Turtwig." Although Wutong had deployed a Pokemon at a type disadvantage, Shinji felt no sense of being underestimated. After all, both trainers possessed only 2 Pokemon, and type weaknesses were simply a part of the game. "Turtwig," the Pokemon called out, signaling its readiness. As the battle commenced, Wutong's intense focus rendered his expression somewhat grim, leading Shinji to momentarily perceive a kindred spirit in him, for his demeanor was as fierce as Shinji's own. "Swablu, charge with tackle," Wutong commanded, initiating the assault as Swablu propelled itself forward like a cannonball. "Use Leaf Blade, Turtwig," Shinji ordered, somewhat irked by the uncoordinated advance of Swablu. It was evident that despite its type disadvantage, it lacked even the slightest strategy in its approach. Such trainers, adhering to ineffective emotional theories, were the ones he detested most, squandering the potential of their Pokemon. At that moment, Wutong had etched himself in Shinji's mind as an indulgent trainer, devoid of intellect. "Swablu, defend yourself," Wutong continued, as the charge was merely a means to close the distance to Turtwig. Though Swablu could not alter its trajectory mid-flight, it could employ skills that required little movement. A translucent green energy enveloped Swablu as it successfully approached Turtwig, despite the incoming Leaf Blade. "Is that all?" "Turtwig, continue with Leaf Blade," Shinji commanded. "Turtwig," came the response as a flurry of Leaf Blades shot forth, targeting the oncoming Swablu. "This is close enough." "Swablu, return the favor with Double Edge," Wutong shouted, aware of the overwhelming odds against Swablu due to Turtwig's advantageous long-range skills. He was willing to expend 2 moves to close the gap. Swablu, now cloaked in a rainbow-hued aura, absorbed the entirety of Turtwig's Leaf Blade before colliding forcefully with it, returning double the damage. Turtwig's condition deteriorated significantly in an instant. "Have I been naive?" "Turtwig, use Mega Drain." Shinji realized the error and swiftly adjusted his strategy. "Turtwig," it responded, lunging toward Swablu and biting down on its head fin, drawing a surge of energy into itself. "Swablu, Rock Smash," Wutong commanded, and Swablu, angered by the bite, retaliated with an uppercut that struck Turtwig in the abdomen. "Swablu, Rock Slide," Wutong continued. "Turtwig, regain your composure." "Leaf Blade," Shinji urged. A barrage of rocks materialized around Swablu, which hurled them at Turtwig suspended in midair. Turtwig struggled to maneuver, then unleashed its Leaf Blade toward Swablu. The rocks struck Turtwig, sending it crashing to the ground, rendered unable to continue. Swablu, fortunately, suffered minimal damage due to Turtwig's hasty adjustment. "Nidoran," Shinji recalled Turtwig, his expression grave as he summoned Nidoran. "Return, Swablu. Mismagius, it's your turn." Wutong exchanged Pokemon. Recognizing Swablu's diminished state was not conducive to further battle. "Nidoran, Poison Sting." Shinji initiated the attack. Now, The tables had turned with Shinji's Pokemon facing a type disadvantage. Mismagius. Hypnosis. Wutong proclaimed with a sinister smile. Mismagius deftly dodged Nidorann's poison sting and unleashed a wave of hypnotic energy. Despite Nidorann's efforts to evade, it succumbed to sleep. What followed was a relentless onslaught, and halfway through, Shinji could no longer endure the torment and conceded defeat. Now, you should believe in the bond between me and my Pokemon, correct? Wutong inquired with a smile. I perceive no such bond. I only witness the formidable power of your Swablu and the flawless technique of your Mismagius. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of your Pokemon possessing superior strength. Shinji replied coldly. Upon hearing Shinji's words, Wutong paused, realizing the truth in them. His so-called bond seemed irrelevant throughout the encounter. Could it be that he was the one being swayed? Chapter 13, Flames. Within the forest, Wutong and Shinji made their way toward Hualan City. No, it should be said they were en route to Nibi City. Why are you heading straight to Hualan City? As far as I know, Nibi City also has a gym. Shinji queried. Because I just challenged the Nibi gym, Wutong replied. In response to Wutong's revelation, Shinji found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had just departed from the city of Hoban, preparing to journey towards Nibi City, which meant they were still within the confines of the Hoban forest. Meanwhile, Wutong mentioned that he had just completed a challenge at the Nibi gym and was headed towards the city of Kurikum, indicating that not only had Wutong taken a wrong turn, but his misdirection was rather ludicrous. Shinji was beginning to grasp why Wutong's condition for companionship on the road to Kurikum had been so insistent. Why are you looking at me like that? Wutong said defensively. Just to clarify, it's not that I'm lost. It's rather that I encountered a deceitful merchant who sold me an erroneous map. He added, displaying the map to Shinji, who took it calmly and scrutinized it before making a swift decision. Under no circumstances could he allow Wutong to lead the way, even if he possessed a map. Perhaps wishing to avoid a futile argument with Wutong, Shinji returned the map and said nothing, quickening his pace to pull ahead by half a step. It seemed he intended to dictate their direction of travel, fearing that Wutong might insist on guiding them. Shinji initiated a conversation. Your dream demon has a coloration that differs from the ordinary. Being a native of the Sinnoh region, Shinji was certainly familiar with dream demons. And thus he inquired about Wutong's dream demon, which was a deep green hue. My dream demon is a shiny Pokemon, as is my Mudkip. Speaking of which, you probably aren't acquainted with Mudkip, as it isn't a Pokemon from the Kanto region, but rather one of the starter Pokemon from the Hoenn region, Wutong explained. A shiny Pokemon, you say? Shinji had indeed heard of shiny Pokemon, especially since his older brother was quite the seasoned trainer. The mention of his brother stirred a complex array of emotions within Shinji. Hey, isn't that Nibi City up ahead? Wutong exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the familiar city. Seeing Wutong's surprise, Shinji reaffirmed his resolve to ensure that Wutong would not lead the way. He couldn't fathom that the map was so utterly incorrect. Is that so? However, I must first challenge the Nibi gym. If you're in a hurry, feel free to go ahead, Shinji remarked with his signature cold smirk. Fully aware of Wutong's navigational ineptitude, Shinji felt an urge to distance himself from this ticking time bomb of a companion. Honestly, we share meals and rest together. How could I possibly abandon you here? Don't worry, I'll come to watch you challenge the gym, Wutong said, patting Shinji on the shoulder. Shinji, momentarily taken aback by Wutong's gesture while still wearing his cold smile, quickly brushed off Wutong's hand and strode towards Nibi City. Come on, don't overreact like that. Are you perhaps feeling shy? Wutong called out, hastily catching up with him. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Shinji quickened his pace even further. Shinji made a beeline for the Nibi gym, and unsurprisingly, it had been taken over by Wutong. It appeared that Brock had indeed been lured away by Ash to play the role of a full-time caretaker. Faced with Wutong, Shinji effortlessly claimed victory and secured the Nibi gym badge, so straightforward that he began to question whether he had truly faced a legitimate gym challenge. Wutong was at a loss for how to respond to Shinji's thoughts. In truth, Wutong's strength should not be underestimated. It was merely his disheartening demeanor that posed a challenge. After finishing at the gym, night had already fallen, and the two decided to rest in Nibi City for the night before continuing their journey. The following morning, they resumed their travels, and under Shinji's deliberate guidance, they arrived near Tsukimine in just half a day. I need to train, Shinji declared upon reaching the vicinity of Tsukimine. Turning back to Wutong, without waiting for a response, he summoned his Turtwig and Nidoran to commence training. Wutong, understanding the importance of daily training, searched for a suitable spot to begin his own regimen. Their training methods remained unchanged, as both Mudkip and Dream Demon were still developing their abilities. So it was best to focus on one aspect at a time. Just as Shinji and Wutong immersed themselves in training their Pokemon, A commotion drew their attention. Woof! Yubi! Wutong and Shinji exchanged glances, instinctively directing their Pokémon towards the source of the noise. After a brief walk, they stumbled upon two battling Pokémon. One was predominantly orange-yellow, with a pale yellow snout, belly, and tail, black stripes adorning its back and limbs, and a mane of pale yellow fur around its neck, resembling a small dog. The other was orange with a yellowish belly and mouth, sporting a round mouth and numerous bulbous protrusions on its head, with a small spine on its back and a ring of dark brown markings around its neck. Simultaneously, Wutong and Shinji produced their Pokédex, albeit scanning entirely different targets. Buizel, the sea weasel Pokémon, the pre-evolution of the fiery-type Pokémon, capable of unleashing high-temperature flames despite its diminutive size. One must not underestimate it. Electrike, the puppy Pokémon, known for its earnest nature and affection towards humans. When confronted by foes, it barks fiercely and clings tightly, driving them away. Wutong recognized the Buizel but couldn't resist checking the Pokédex again due to its unusual coloration. He soon confirmed that the Buizel before him was indeed a shiny Pokémon. At this moment, Wutong's eyes sparkled with fervor. For him, talent was insignificant compared to the allure of a shiny Pokémon. After all, capturing a shiny Pokémon represented his hopes as a Pokémon trainer. Thus, acquiring this particular shiny Buizel was a necessity. Conversely, Shinji remained composed, needing to assess the abilities of both Pokémon before proceeding. Between the Electrike and Buizel lay two fresh berries, and both Pokémon appeared quite disheveled, indicating they had been battling over the food. Observing the current situation, it seemed that Electrike had the upper hand. Woof! Electrike growled menacingly at Buizel, hoping to intimidate it into retreat. However, its appearance was more endearing than threatening, and Buizel showed no signs of fear. Yubi! Clearly, Buizel had been hungry for quite some time and was unwilling to relinquish the two berries. The two Pokémon locked eyes, neither willing to concede an inch. Yubi! At last, Buizel could no longer contain itself and unleashed a burst of flames. Electrike, undeterred by the oncoming flames, charged forward with determination. What is this? Is it a charge beam? No, it's a flare blitz. Wutong marveled at Electrike's prowess. Shinji, too, regarded Electrike with newfound interest. With flames enveloping its body, Electrike barreled towards Buizel. The duck-billed baby, having been knocked away, struggled to rise once more, unwilling to give in as it continued to unleash sparks. Yet, the sparks that flew forth not only inflicted no harm upon the canine Pokémon, Cutty Dog, but rather aided in its recovery of stamina. However, to everyone's astonishment, flames suddenly erupted from the duck-billed baby's body. Just as Wutong believed the duck-billed baby had inherited the ability of flame charge, he soon realized his error. The duck-billed baby seemed to have grown accustomed to the flames, immediately rolling on the ground and swiftly uprooting the grass around it to prevent the fire from spreading. It then began digging a pit with great haste, intending to bury itself and extinguish the flames. The series of actions performed by the duck-billed baby was executed with a skill that tugged at one's heartstrings. As for Shinji, he merely glanced at the duck-billed baby's antics before losing interest. It was evident that Cutty Dog possessed remarkable talent, in stark contrast to the comparatively feeble duck-billed baby, which held no allure for Shinji. Upon witnessing Cutty Dog finish its berry, Shinji approached decisively, unperturbed by the intimidating demeanor of Cutty Dog, even feeling a hint of fondness. He called forth Nidoran to engage in battle with Cutty Dog. Although Cutty Dog's talent was impressive, it found itself somewhat challenged against the trained Nidoran, ultimately falling under Shinji's command. The moment Shinji successfully captured Cutty Dog, he immediately retrieved his Pokédex to examine the skills currently mastered by Cutty Dog. After reviewing Cutty Dog's abilities, a satisfied smile graced Shinji's lips. Meanwhile, Wutong, determined to secure the duck-billed baby, approached it and said, "Waterleap Fish, please assist with a water pulse." Obediently, Waterleap Fish unleashed a water pulse upon the duck-billed baby. As the water pulse was aimed at extinguishing the flames, it traveled slowly, lacking any force. Once drenched in the water pulse, the flames enveloping the duck-billed baby were snuffed out. Due to the biological characteristics of the duck-billed baby, the flames had caused it no harm. Its actions were solely to prevent the fire from spreading. In response to Wutong and Waterleap Fish's assistance, the duck-billed baby bowed graciously. However, after the bow, a gurgling sound emanated from its stomach. Witnessing such a considerate demeanor from the duck-billed baby, Wutong felt a twinge of sympathy. The duck-billed baby was evidently small and appeared malnourished. "Duck-billed baby, become my Pokémon. I cannot promise much, but I vow you shall never go hungry again," Wutong proclaimed. Upon hearing Wutong's words, the duck-billed baby paused, its face reflecting uncertainty. as if questioning whether Wutong truly wanted it as a Pokemon. "My name is Wutong, and I shall be your trainer from now on," he added, producing a pink Pokeball adorned with pale yellow patterns, the healing ball prepared for him by Aquin and Xingzi. Wutong squatted before the duck-billed baby and extended the healing ball. The duck-billed baby regarded the healing ball with hesitation yet eagerness, eventually reaching out with its claw to cautiously press the button. In an instant, it was drawn into the healing ball. "Rest well. You shall never go hungry again. This is my promise as your trainer," Wutong assured the healing ball. After a brief flash, the healing ball fell silent. "Marvelous. I have captured the duck-billed baby," Wutong exclaimed joyfully, raising the healing ball in triumph. Waterleap Fish cheered alongside him with a joyful chirp, while Meng, hiding in Wutong's shadow, emerged for a moment. "What made you decide to capture this duck-billed baby?" "I fail to see its strength, and as a fire-type Pokemon, it cannot even control its flames," Xingji questioned, perplexed by Wutong's choice. "Firstly, while power is significant, it does not dictate everything. Secondly, due to personal reasons, I can only command shiny Pokemon in battle, making the duck-billed baby essential to me," Wutong replied. "Ultimately, I believe the duck-billed baby is wonderful. It is a good creature, and that alone is enough for me," he continued. Hearing Wutong's words, Xingji dismissed the first and last points. He believed Wutong had only captured the duck-billed baby due to special circumstances. If given a choice, Wutong would undoubtedly opt for a more powerful Pokemon. As for the specifics of Wutong's special reasons, Xingji found no inclination to inquire further. After all, everyone harbors their secrets. "Does they not? I'm hungry. Let us have lunch," Xingji declared, turning away to resume training his Pokemon. Wutong, feeling a bit exasperated at Xingji's transformation from initially appearing reluctant to now taking for granted the shared meals, began to prepare lunch. After all, he had promised the duck-billed baby it would never go hungry again. With renewed determination, Wutong rolled up his sleeves, ready to put forth his utmost effort for the first time in a long while. After a brief training session, Xingji caught a whiff of delicious aromas wafting through the air, intensifying his hunger. He had to admit that, despite Wutong's navigational incompetence, his culinary skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Feeling that lunch was nearing completion, Xingji returned to the earlier spot with grass, seedling tortoise, and Nidoran, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Wutong had set up a small folding table, adorned with a bounty of various dishes. Around the table were several feeding bowls, accommodating Waterleap Fish, grass seedling tortoise, and Nidoran, all of whom walked on 4 limbs. Additionally, Xingji noticed several small cubes of different colors in the bowls. Being from the Sinnoh region, Xingji immediately recognized these as energy cubes. Judging by their appearance alone, their quality was undoubtedly high. "Come and eat. Today, I have truly gone all out," Wutong announced confidently. With that, he called forth the duck-billed baby from the healing ball. Instantly captivated by the delectable aroma of the food, the duck-billed baby's mouth watered at the sight of the sumptuous feast. Yet, it refrained from rushing forward, instead casting an expectant gaze at Wutong. "Go ahead and eat. This is prepared by your trainer," Wutong encouraged, gently patting the duck-billed baby on the head. With permission granted, the duck-billed baby could no longer contain itself and eagerly dove into the feast. Waterleap Fish had already positioned itself in front of its feeding bowl, awaiting Wutong's offerings. After providing Waterleap Fish with a bit of each dish, Wutong set a portion upon his shadow. As the food gradually sank into the shadow, he remembered to add a few dark purple energy cubes atop the meal. Startled, Xingji then released Cuddy Dog, which immediately raced toward the lavish spread, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Observing Cuddy Dog's behavior, Xingji resolved to provide it with specialized training after lunch, as such impulsive actions could prove fatal in battle. "Wutong, what does your family do? Such quality energy cubes are not easily procured," Xingji inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he enjoyed his meal. "And I? My family operates a breeding house, so naturally, such energy cubes are unattainable, as I craft them myself," Wutong remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Xingji was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wutong was also a Pokemon breeder, and of no insignificant caliber at that. Woof! Bubi! As Wutong and Xingji conversed, their Pokemon, the Herdier and the Psyduck, began to quarrel once more. Wutong and Xingji turned to see the 2 Pokemon vying for the last piece of meat that resembled barbecued food. The 2 Pokemon, unable to restrain themselves, unleashed their flames, incinerating the morsel they were fighting over in an instant. Woof! Bubi! The Herdier and Psyduck gazed mournfully at the charred remains of their food, suddenly sensing an ominous chill. Both Pokemon stiffly turned their heads and found Wutong regarding them with an amiable expression. "Wasting food is truly shameful," Wutong chided the Psyduck and Herdier with a smile. Shinji, uncertain whether he was hallucinating, thought he discerned black flames flickering behind Wutong. The overwhelming pressure compelled Shinji to swallow hard, and he discreetly returned the half-eaten green pepper to his plate. Woof! Yubi! Under Wutong's watchful gaze. The Herdier and Psyduck immediately bowed their heads in apology and began to voraciously consume food, as if to proclaim their commitment to avoiding waste. Chapter 14, Moonlit Mountain. After finishing their lunch alongside their Pokémon, Wutong and Shinji resumed their journey towards Hualan City. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Moonlit Mountain. This is Moonlit Mountain. Traversing through it will lead us to Hualan City, Shinji stated, gazing at the cave entrance before them. Then let us proceed, if memory serves. Moonlit Mountain is said to harbor moonstones, Wutong exclaimed enthusiastically. Shinji remained silent, yet he too had a vested interest in the moonstone, as it was essential for his Nidorann's evolution into Nidoqueen. As they entered Moonlit Mountain, Wutong pondered whether Ash and his companions had already departed with the moonstone. Although he had squandered several days, Ash's ability to lose his way was no less formidable than his own. Wait, why had he thought it was no less? As Wutong meandered through the cavern, he found himself lost in thought. Moonlit Mountain was unexpectedly vast, Wutong muttered to himself as he walked. Upon encountering yet another fork in the path, Shinji seemed unable to contain himself any longer and firmly grasped Wutong's arm. You, follow me, Shinji nearly roared. Taken aback by Shinji's sudden outburst, Wutong inquired, what's wrong? Are you afraid of the dark? My apologies for not considering your feelings. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Shinji's eye twitched, his already fierce expression growing even more menacing. This individual's knack for getting lost was utterly absurd. He had seen this fork in the path at least 5 times already. What infuriated him further was Wutong's complete oblivion to his own disorientation. No, it was more accurate to say he had never contemplated the possibility of being lost, especially with his inexplicable confidence. First-time encounters might even lead others to regard him as a navigational deity. With a complete misunderstanding of the situation, Wutong obediently followed behind Shinji, allowing him to take the lead. Once Shinji was at the helm, they finally navigated past the vexatious fork in the road. Continuing deeper into Moonlit Mountain, Wutong searched for signs of Clefairy, knowing that finding it would also lead to the Moonstone. Noticing Wutong's scanning of the surroundings, Shinji felt a twinge of curiosity. However, as long as this fellow was not leading, he was indifferent to Wutong's pursuits. After some time, Wutong finally caught sight of Clefairy's trail. However, it was no longer Clefairy, but rather a Clefable. The presence of Clefable indicated that Ash and his group had indeed passed through and departed. It seemed that in the realm of getting lost, Wutong reigned supreme. Found it! It's Clefable! Wutong exclaimed joyfully. Shinji turned to see the pink Pokémon as well. Habitually, he retrieved his Pokédex to scan Clefable. Clefable, the fairy-type Pokémon, is the evolved form of Clefairy, and sightings are even rarer than those of Clefairy. It can hop about as if flying using its wings. It can traverse the water's surface effortlessly and strolls across lakes on tranquil moonlit nights. When its ears are perked up, it can hear the sound of a needle falling from a kilometer away. Clefable, is it? Shinji displayed evident interest in Clefable. Turtwig. Without hesitation, Shinji called out Turtwig, readying for a capture battle. Observing Shinji's intent to capture, Wutong refrained from intervening, as he had no particular need for non-shiny Pokémon. Turtwig, Leaf Storm. Shinji commanded. Turtwig. The Pokémon responded, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp leaves. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Clefable's pudgy form struggled to evade the attack, ultimately failing. Noticing Clefable's reaction, Shinji furrowed his brow, yet he resolved to capture it first and assess later. Turtwig, Mega Drain. Shinji directed. Turtwig charged towards Clefable upon receiving the order. In response, Clefable extended its paw, enveloped in a palm-shaped energy, swatting at Turtwig. Turtwig adeptly dodged the incoming blow and lunged at Clefable, siphoning energy into its own body. Clefable's eyes spiraled, and it collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to battle. Shinji casually tossed a Pokeball, capturing Clefable within. The Pokeball shook twice before settling. Shinji picked up the Pokeball with an expression of calm indifference, as if capturing Pokémon was not his doing. He then retrieved his Pokédex to scan the ball in his hand, only to frown. What a useless specimen, Shinji muttered discontentedly, pressing the button on the Pokeball to release Clefable back into the wild. Wutong was not particularly affected by Shinji's actions, while he regarded Pokémon as companions. It was only those capable of fighting alongside him that he considered true partners. After all, Shinji had not deliberately harmed the Pokémon. He merely captured it in a routine manner and subsequently released it upon finding it unsatisfactory. Wutong would not confront Shinji as Ash might. lecturing him on the morality of his actions. In truth, Shinji's approach might represent the norm for trainers in the Pokemon world whose primary objective was to grow stronger. What? Is Clefable's power unsatisfactory to you? Wutong teased. Shinji glanced at Wutong but said nothing. However, his actions had already validated Wutong's assertion. Then, would you mind if I captured this Clefable? Wutong inquired. That trash? Feel free to capture it if you wish, Shinji retorted with his characteristic sharp tongue. Honestly, could you not be so cantankerous? Be careful, or you might end up without a girlfriend, Wutong remarked helplessly. Umph, Shinji responded with a cold snort at Wutong's jest. Wutong produced an ordinary Pokeball and captured Clefable once more. This time, Pikachu was swiftly and effortlessly captured once again, prompting Wutong to wonder if this Pikachu had begun to slack. Come out, Pikachu, Wutong called. However, Pikachu remained sprawled, unresponsive. At this moment, Wutong was thoroughly convinced that this Pikachu was indeed being lazy. After all, since Shinji had not exerted any significant force, there was no reason for Pikachu to still be unresponsive. All right, Pikachu, stop pretending and get up, Wutong urged, employing the power of Tokiwa to heal Pikachu. Given Pikachu's injuries were minor, Wutong merely yawned, and all was well. Pi. The healed Pikachu had no choice but to rise, gazing at Wutong with confusion. You see, my friend and I seek the Moonstone to facilitate the evolution of our companions. Might you guide us in our search? Wutong inquired. Although Shinji wished to counter Wutong's claim of friendship, for reasons unknown, he refrained from speaking. Pi. Pikachu immediately began to shake its head. For the matter at hand pertained to the evolution of its kin, and it did not wish to lead the two in search of the Moonstone. I am aware that on the night of the full moon, you partake in an evolution ceremony and possess a truly massive Moonstone, but rest assured, we only desire the scattered Moonstones found in the Moonview Mountain, Wutong continued to entice. Pikachu hesitated, and then its gaze fell upon Shinji's villainous visage. Pikachu found itself in a state of profound indecision. Chapter 15, Huahuan City. Ultimately, Pikachu chose to trust Wutong, for he was a wielder of Tokiwa's power. It was certainly not because Shinji's countenance was too fearsome. Under Pikachu's guidance, Wutong successfully acquired 2 Moonstones. Moreover, Pikachu escorted the duo to the exit on the opposite side of Moonview Mountain. The implication was clear. 2 Moonstones were already the limit, and thus, it hoped Wutong and Shinji would take their leave. Wutong was not a greedy individual. After all, he merely wished to secure a single Moonstone for future use. Here, this one is for you. Once your Nidoran evolves into Nidoqueen, find a suitable opportunity to use it, Wutong remarked, tossing a Moonstone to Shinji. Do not hesitate. After all, this Pikachu was initially captured by you, Wutong added, noticing Shinji's reluctance. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Shinji paused his actions, contemplated, and ultimately decided to accept the Moonstone. You previously mentioned that due to personal circumstances, you were compelled to capture shiny Pokemon. So why did you capture this Pikachu? Was it merely for the Moonstone? Shinji inquired, feeling it was inappropriate to remain silent now that he had acquired the Moonstone. That. I am unsure why, but only shiny Pokemon seem to heed my commands during battles, Wutong said with a helpless shrug. How can that be? Shinji expressed his disbelief. Let us step outside, and I shall demonstrate for you, Wutong proposed. The two exited Moonview Mountain and arrived at the outskirts of Huahuan City. This Pikachu was just captured, and we have not communicated much, so there is no possibility of staging a performance, Wutong asserted. Now witness. Pikachu, use double slap. Wutong commanded. Pika, Pika. Pikachu appeared a bit bewildered at first, but then began to resist earnestly. Do not resist so fiercely. Use double slap on that tree. Wutong continued to coax. Pika, Pika. Pikachu remained obstinate. Subsequently, to Wutong's exasperation and Shinji's astonishment, Pikachu produced a Moonstone from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Wutong. Its demeanor and expression suggested it was saying, Here, take another Moonstone, but do not command me. See, just like that, Wutong stated, accepting the Moonstone, and then turned to Shinji with a blank expression. How peculiar, Shinji remarked, equally astonished. You might as well try to command it, Wutong suggested. Pikachu, use double slap. Shinji nodded in agreement. Pika, Pikachu. Obediently, Pikachu's hands glowed, delivering a series of slaps against the tree. This defies logic. Grass-type Turtwig, heed Wutong's commands and engage in battle. Shinji instructed Turtwig. Nai. Turtwig nodded and approached Wutong, standing at attention like a soldier. Very well, Turtwig, use Leaf Tornado, Wutong directed. Nai. Upon hearing Wutong's command, Turtwig attempted to unleash Leaf Tornado, but an inexplicable sensation enveloped it, hindering its ability to execute the move. Nai. Soon, Turtwig emitted a cry, indicating its inability to comply, and scampered back to Shinji's side. Such an odd occurrence left Shinji utterly befuddled by Turtwig's reaction. Thus, it is essential that every shiny Pokemon holds immense significance for me, as they embody my hope of becoming a Pokemon trainer, Wutong stated with resignation. Alright, Pikachu, thank you for your efforts. Wutong returned Pikachu to its Pokeball, preparing to send it to Professor Oak once they reached Huahuan City. After all, he had a task to assist Professor Oak in completing the Pokemon Encyclopedia. Although ordinary Pokemon could not heed his commands in battle, sending them to Professor Oak for research was still feasible. Understanding Wutong's unique abilities, Shinji posed no further inquiries and began to head towards Huahuan City, with Wutong following closely behind. After a brief walk, they entered the city. Upon arrival in Huahuan City, Wutong and Shinji first made their way to the Pokemon Center, where they entrusted their Pokemon to Nurse Joy for treatment. Wutong, holding Pikachu's Pokeball, approached the Pokemon transfer device. After a few simple operations, he successfully transmitted Pikachu to Professor Oak's research facility. Subsequently, Wutong initiated a video call to contact Professor Oak. Oh, Wutong, how delightful to see you. How has your journey been? Professor Oak greeted upon the connection. Professor Oak, it's been a while. I trust your travels have been pleasant as well. I have just transmitted Pikachu to you, Wutong replied. Pikachu, you say? I've received it. You are quite fortunate to have captured such a rare Pokemon, Professor Oak remarked. And who is this accompanying you? He inquired, noticing Shinji. Greetings, Professor Oak. I am Shinji from Veilstone City in the Sinnoh region, currently traveling through the Johto region. Shinji introduced himself politely. Hello. It appears you are Wutong's traveling companion, Professor Oak said with a smile. Shinji remained silent, uncertain whether to refute or simply uninterested in doing so. Professor Oak, it's not just Pikachu who is fortunate. Look. Come forth, Piplup. Wutong called forth his Piplup. Oh, a shiny Piplup. Professor Oak exclaimed upon seeing the Piplup. Indeed, Professor Oak. However, Piplup has encountered a slight issue. Occasionally, flames ignite upon its body. While it poses no harm to itself, it does present a significant risk to the environment, Wutong explained. Do you suspect this is a result of its shiny powers? Professor Oak seized upon the crux of the matter. Indeed, I believe it must be related to its radiant power. However, it has yet to master this ability, resulting in occasional engulfment by flames, Wutong remarked with a nod. On the other hand, Shinji, who was listening to their conversation, found himself unable to interject, as he had never even heard of such a thing as radiant power. If possible, return it to me, and I shall assist you in examining it, Professor Oak offered. Certainly, Professor Oak, but that may not be feasible at the moment. I need to learn more about it first, Wutong replied as he withdrew the ducklet into its healing ball. No worries, return it whenever you deem it necessary. My noodles are burning, so I must conclude this call, Professor Oak said before disconnecting the video call. Noodles? Isn't Professor Oak in the laboratory? Shinji questioned in bewilderment. Oh, it's one of his hobbies. He enjoys cooking instant noodles in the lab, Wutong replied nonchalantly. Perhaps this is the eccentricity of a genius, Shinji remarked. Wutong cast a curious glance at Shinji, noting the stark contrast in his demeanor towards those he respected. At that moment, both of their Pokemon had also been healed. The two decided to visit the Cerulean Gym. Chapter 16, The Cerulean Sisters. In pursuit of becoming the foremost Pokemon trainer in the universe, Wutong traversed the Kanto region, capturing not only Ducklet near MT Moon but also Shinji, who aspired to be the second-best Pokemon trainer in the universe. What awaited them at the Cerulean Gym? Wutong scribbled in a small notebook as he spoke. What on earth are you doing? Shinji couldn't help but ask. He could overlook the earlier comment about Ducklet, but the notion of having captured Shinji was perplexing, not to mention the claim of being the second best in the universe. I'm writing a travel diary. How could you eavesdrop on someone else's private matters? Wutong retorted, eyeing Shinji warily. Seeing Wutong's reaction, Shinji stifled his impulse to retaliate, deciding that after challenging the Cerulean Gym, he would part ways with Wutong as soon as possible. Traveling with this individual was a severe test for his heart. As the two strolled through Cerulean City, their attention was soon drawn to a building adorned with a large white sea lion motif, resembling a circus tent. This must be the place. It truly lives up to its reputation as a gym centered around aquatic ballet, Wutong remarked, observing the structure that bore little resemblance to a traditional gym. Centered around aquatic ballet. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Shinji's expression turned grave. Clearly, he could not fathom that the primary occupation of a gym leader would be aquatic ballet. No, it should be said that a gym leader is neglecting their duties to focus on aquatic ballet performances, Shinji stated bluntly. Is it typical for gym leaders in the Kanto region to be so lackadaisical? Wutong was at a loss for words in response. It was understandable. If one were to start from Pallet Town, the first gym would indeed be the Pewter Gym. The Pewter Gym was run by Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. Hence it frequently remained closed. Strictly speaking, he could not be considered derelict in his duties, as his primary occupation lay with Team Rocket. However, the subsequent gyms, including the Nibby and Cerulean gyms, left much to be desired. It was no wonder that Shinji harbored doubts about the overall caliber of gym leaders in the Kanto region. Moreover, it seemed that a significant proportion of gym leaders in Kanto were problematic individuals. While Wutong had not felt this way during his anime watching days, Shinji's remarks now made him somewhat apprehensive about the future of the Pokemon League. However, Wutong soon dismissed these concerns, pondering how much worse things could possibly get. After all, despite half of the gym leaders in the Kanto region being affiliated with Team Rocket, the Pokemon League was still functioning well. Observing the myriad expressions on Wutong's face, Shinji realized that this individual had once again succumbed to wild thoughts. He resolved to ignore Wutong and focus on challenging the Cerulean Gym. Upon seeing Shinji walk away, Wutong snapped back to reality and hurried after him. Upon entering the gym, they were greeted by opulent decor, with a corridor reminiscent of an aquarium leading to the battle arena. Although it was termed a battle arena, its primary purpose was to serve as a stage for the Cerulean Sisters' aquatic ballet performances. As they stepped into the arena, they found the audience seats filled to capacity. Gazing into the center of the arena, Wutong and Shinji beheld a cascade of sparkling water. Emerging from the water was a small, white sea lion, surrounded by several long, white legs. So very white, Wutong exclaimed. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Shinji regarded him with astonishment. What are you staring at? I was referring to the sea lion. Do not misconstrue my words, as I am quite innocent, Wutong quickly clarified, noting the look in Shinji's eyes. After the Cerulean Sisters concluded their aquatic ballet performance and exited the stage, Wutong and Shinji approached them. Today was a tremendous success. Indeed, a resounding success. You looked lovely today as well, they heard the eldest sister, Sakura, express joyfully. Pardon the interruption, Wutong spoke up. Oh, is there something you need? Sakura, the blonde-haired eldest sister, inquired. If you wish to conduct an interview, you must contact our agent first, chimed in the blue-haired second sister, Iris. And we cannot give autographs either, the youngest sister, Peony, added, shaking her finger. Feeling somewhat disheartened by the trio's rapid-fire responses, Wutong stood there momentarily until Shinji stepped forward. Apologies, but we are here to challenge the Cerulean Gym. You three are the gym leaders, correct? We request a battle, Shinji said politely, albeit with a notably cold tone. Evidently, the Cerulean Sisters' beauty had little effect on him. Upon hearing Shinji's words, the sisters exchanged glances before leading Wutong and Shinji to the battle arena. As Wutong followed the trio, he couldn't help but ponder their hair colors and reminisce about the youngest sister, Misty, marveling at the wonders of this world. It was remarkable that the sisters, despite being biological siblings, had no matching hair colors. It seemed the genes of the Kunsa and Joy families were quite dominant. However, it was worth noting that the Cerulean Sisters were named Sakura, Iris, and Peony, all names of flowers, while Misty's name seemed rather incongruous with theirs. It was akin to having four brothers named Wang Tian, Wang Di, and Wang Hai, while the youngest was inexplicably named Wang Ergo, which struck one as peculiar. Could it be that Misty was adopted? As Wutong's mind wandered, they arrived at the battle arena. Ugh, why have there been so many challengers lately? The eldest sister Sakura lamented as they entered the arena. Indeed, and just yesterday, a group called Team Rocket caused damage to the walls, the second sister Iris added. Echoing her sister's complaints. It was quite a feat to have them repaired, the youngest sister Peony chimed in. And our Pokemon have yet to recover, she concluded. As expected, when three women engaged in conversation, there was little room for anyone else to interject. So, as gym leaders, you currently have no Pokemon prepared to face challengers? Shinji inquired, his expression darkening. There's little we can do, Sakura replied with a resigned shrug. Who made us look so pathetic after being repaired by those three trainers from Shinx Town? Asta remarked. Indeed, quite miserable. We usually dedicate our time to maintaining our beauty, leaving no opportunity to train our other Pokemon, Peony added nonchalantly. Upon hearing their words, Shinji felt an inexplicable rage igniting within him. After enduring countless hardships to arrive in Hualan City, they now claimed they lacked the ability to accept challenges? When can your Pokemon recover? Wutong inquired calmly, having long been mentally prepared. I understand your intent, little sea lion. Sakura clapped her hands. The little sea lion that had just performed with them emerged from the water and swam ashore, opening its mouth to reveal two blue, droplet-shaped badges. Here, these are the badges you require. Sakura handed the badges directly to Wutong and Shinji. Staring at the badges before him, Shinji was taken aback. Was it truly permissible to receive badges without engaging in battle? Could the Pokemon League truly be so lenient? Wutong, also bemused by the situation, found himself curious about how the Hualan sisters became gym leaders. Honestly, acquiring badges this way seemed rather tedious. After glancing at the badges and then at the silent Shinji, a thought struck Wutong. Shinji, I have a proposal, he said. Shinji shot a glance at Wutong but remained silent, waiting for him to elaborate. Let us have another battle. Whoever loses must stay an extra day in Hualan City as punishment. After all, simply receiving badges is quite dull, Wutong suggested. Upon hearing Wutong's proposal, Shinji fell into contemplation. It did seem like a splendid idea. All right, let's do it, Shinji agreed. Then it shall be a 3v3 singles match. Wutong confirmed the rules. Would the three of you mind providing us with a venue? Wutong asked the Hualan sisters. No problem, Sakura readily replied, as long as it did not involve battling them. I will officiate the match. The duel between Wutong and Shinji now commences. Sakura announced. Go Arcanine. Go Marshtomp. Both Shinji and Wutong called forth their first Pokemon simultaneously. Upon seeing the opposing Pokemon, Shinji furrowed his brow. It seemed his speculation had been misguided. You must have thought I would lead with my Psyduck, but alas. I anticipated your anticipation. Marshtomp, use Water Pulse. Wutong commanded, his pupils narrowing and exuding a fierce aura. Gur. Marshtomp unleashed a series of circular water streams directed at Arcanine. Arcanine. Block it with Flame Wheel. Shinji retorted sharply. Woof. Arcanine barked and was instantly engulfed in flames, transforming into a fiery wheel. Water Pulse collided with the flames, which diminished gradually before extinguishing. However, due to the flames obstruction, the damage from Water Pulse was significantly reduced. Return, Arcanine. Go Turtwig. Shinji decisively switched Pokemon. Engaging a water-type Pokemon with a fire-type in this aquatic environment was far from wise. Shinji initially assumed Wutong would lead with his advantageous Turtwig, followed by Psyduck to counter. This would have allowed him to target Wutong's Psyduck with Arcanine, but it seemed Wutong had seen through his strategy. Instead of gaining an advantage, Shinji found himself at a disadvantage. This is the domain of water-type Pokemon. Marshtomp, dive into the water. Wutong commanded without a hint of concern at Shinji's choice of Turtwig. Marshtomp swiftly submerged itself. After all, Turtwig had no effective means to counter a Pokemon swimming in the water. Thus, despite the type disadvantage, Wutong held a significant advantage in the arena. Shinji felt as if he had been led into a trap by Wutong, who had evidently anticipated this scenario. Turtwig, keep an eye on its approach. Leaf Tornado. Shinji ordered, determined not to sit idly by. Turtwig focused on the water's surface and unleashed Leaf Tornado. However, the attack failed to hit Marshtomp, veering off course instead. It seems your aim leaves much to be desired. Marshtomp. Rock Smash. Wutong commanded. Hearing the order, Marshtomp's claws glowed as it leaped from the water towards Turtwig. Turtwig, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent tumbling into the water. The Hualan Gym's battle arena was predominantly water, with only a few floating platforms available for standing. Thus, Shinji found himself in an overwhelmingly unfavorable position. At that moment, Shinji felt as though he had been cornered by Wutong, who clearly had prior knowledge of this situation. Turtwig, use Leaf Tornado directed at the bottom of the water. Shinji commanded. Turtwig obediently executed Leaf Tornado towards the depths of the water. Utilizing the recoil from the attack, Turtwig successfully returned to the floating platform. Is that even possible? What kind of principle is at play here? Wutong was slightly astonished. If it were flamethrower or water gun, he wouldn't have been surprised. But how could Leaf Tornado generate sufficient thrust to serve as a propeller? Turtwig, continue with Leaf Tornado. Broaden the coverage. Shinji instructed. Nai. Turtwig executed Leaf Tornado once more, this time with a larger area of effect, successfully striking Marshtomp beneath the water. TCH, Marshtomp, use Rock Smash again, followed by Rock Slide. Wutong commanded. The previous miss from Turtwig was due to the water's refraction, causing Marshtomp's actual position to differ from what Turtwig perceived. Turtwig should aim slightly lower. Although Shinji had not completely grasped the reason, he had nonetheless succeeded in dealing damage to Marshtomp by increasing the area of Leaf Tornado. Turtwig, withdraw into your shell. Shinji ordered. As Marshtomp charged up from the water once more, Turtwig retracted its limbs and head into its shell. Due to Turtwig's biological characteristics, its shell hardened upon absorbing water. Having just fallen into the water, Turtwig had certainly ingested a fair amount, rendering its shell quite robust now. Marshtomp's claw struck Turtwig's shell, but the hardness of the shell limited the damage significantly. Moreover, Turtwig was prepared this time and did not get sent back into the water. Marshtomp Rock Slide. Use Turtwig as a projectile. Wutong calmly commanded. Gur. Marshtomp's muscles bulged as it lifted Turtwig effortlessly before hurling it into the water. What? Shinji was astonished. Could it really be used this way? Marshtomp, don't give it a chance. Pursue it. Rock smash. Wutong continued. Marshtomp dove into the water, relentlessly striking Turtwig. Soon, Turtwig surfaced with dizzy eyes. Turtwig has fainted. Sakura announced as the referee. Return, Turtwig, I concede. Shinji recalled Turtwig, stating decisively. There was no point in continuing a battle that was destined for defeat, as none of his remaining Pokémon had the capacity to alter the outcome. Shinji believed his next Pokémon should be one capable of battling underwater. Otherwise, encountering a brazen opponent like Wutong would be quite disheartening. Aren't you going to continue? Wutong lamented. The opportunities to brazenly bully Shinji are few and far between. I shall linger in Hualan City for an additional night. After Shinji spoke, he departed. Really, he is quite aloof. Wutong shook his head in resignation before following suit. Chapter 17. The Beast Tamer Xiaoming and the Rogue Trader Wutong after leaving the Hualan Dojo. Shinji and Wutong exchanged their farewells. It was evident that Shinji was eager to part ways with Wutong. Wutong took his water leap fish to the Pokemon Center for a brief recovery. Subsequently, he ventured into the shopping mall of Hualan City to procure various items, primarily berries and provisions. Of course, he also purchased a brand new map. Once his shopping was complete, Wutong retrieved his rejuvenated water leap fish and set forth on his journey once more. On the outskirts of Hualan City, Wutong consulted the map to navigate to the next city. Accompanying him were his water leap fish and his duckbill Pokemon, both of whom obediently trailed behind him. However, the duckbill Pokemon would occasionally ignite spontaneously, necessitating water leap fish's assistance to extinguish the flames. Wutong began to understand why the duckbill Pokemon was shunned by other Pokemon and had failed to attract a trainer. Its propensity for inexplicable self-ignition, though harmless to itself, posed a danger to those nearby. Poor little duckbill Pokemon. It's no wonder it has become so sensible, having been shaped by the harshness of life. Yet, as Wutong pondered the plight of the duckbill Pokemon, he realized he had strayed far from his intended path. Sandshrew, it's time for some intense training. Just as Wutong fretted over the discrepancy between his surroundings and the map, a voice called out from nearby. Is anyone there? I should ask for directions. Wutong murmured as he approached the source of the voice. Upon getting closer, he beheld a boy with dark green hair, wielding a whip. With such attire and the equipped Sandshrew, could it be the Beast Tamer Xiaoming? Wutong mused to himself. Upon hearing Xiaoming's command, the Sandshrew curled into a ball, playfully nudged by 3 Rattatas. Who are you? What do you want? Xiaoming asked, eyeing Wutong warily. Apologies, I am Wutong from Shijian City. I was hoping to inquire about directions, Wutong replied. Oh, I see. Xiaoming relaxed upon hearing Wutong's words, having previously encountered Team Rocket attempting to forcibly seize his Sandshrew. I'm trying to reach Kuurei City to challenge the Kuurei Gym, but for some reason, I still can't seem to find the right way despite following the map. Wutong lamented as he tossed the newly acquired map onto the ground. Goyulu? Waterleap Fish looked at Wutong's actions with a hint of confusion, as if it had seen this scenario before. Beauty? The sensible duckbill Pokemon picked up the discarded map, recognizing that littering is an undesirable behavior. As it examined the map, duckbill Pokemon pondered, is that so? It appears you are also a traveling trainer. By the way, my name is Xiaoming, known as the Beast Tamer Xiaoming. I too have just begun my journey as a trainer. Xiaoming nodded sympathetically towards Wutong's predicament. The direction to Kuurei City is that way. If you continue on your current path, you should reach Hualan City, Xiaoming kindly indicated. Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, Wutong's expression turned complex. Why oh why? Was it in the completely opposite direction? The duckbill Pokemon, while examining the map, also wore a perplexed expression, sensing no fault in the map. However, being as considerate as it was, it felt hesitant to directly inform its trainer of this. Meanwhile, Waterleap Fish gazed impassively at Wutong and duckbill Pokemon, as if it had already discerned the truth of the matter. Thank you so much. By the way, what is that contraption on your Sandshrew? Wutong inquired, intrigued. Though Beast Tamer Xiaoming and Shinji shared similar methods of training their Pokemon, their personalities greatly diverged. Shinji was the type who was serious and stoic, exuding a cold exterior with a warm heart within. In contrast, Xiaoming possessed a somewhat confident and flamboyant demeanor. Yet, both were equally self-assured about their training methods. You have a keen eye. This is a Pokemon enhancement training device I crafted myself, Xiaoming exclaimed, clearly excited by Wutong's interest. Oh, how impressive. You made this yourself? Wutong replied, his expression exaggerated in awe. Goyulu? Beauty? Waterleap Fish and duckbill Pokemon tilted their heads in confusion regarding their trainer. Despite their trainer's typically cheerful disposition, He had never been this exaggerated before. Of course, I have made ample preparations to strengthen my Sandshrew, Xiaoming declared with confidence. Truly, that is quite professional. Wutong continued to praise. Might I have the honor of battling your Sandshrew? Wutong asked with anticipation. To be honest, he was uncertain if he could even defeat the Sandshrew at this moment. Although he had previously battled Ash with ease, it had been largely due to the overall prowess of Waterleap Fish and Ash's less-than-stellar skills. Now, Xiaoming's Sandshrew, known for its formidable power, had the potential to dominate. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiaoming had not made an appearance in later stages. Wutong had initially believed Xiaoming would emerge as a formidable adversary in the future and had eagerly anticipated it. Yet, he had since vanished without a trace. Could it be that Xiaoming's Sandshrew, with its ability to utilize Earthquake, was simply too costly to maintain? Do you wish to challenge me? Not a problem, Xiaoming responded, as if indulging a fan's small wish. Sandshrew, prepare for battle. He commanded. Waterleap Fish, I leave it to you. Wutong stated without hesitation, deploying Waterleap Fish. From a strategic standpoint, it would have been wiser to send out Dream Demon. However, doing so would have rendered the encounter somewhat meaningless, as Dream Demon's current skill set was, well, unsuitable for training. An unfamiliar Pokemon. Sandshrew, attack, Xiaoming urged, snapping his whip. Waterleap Fish, let us test its strength. Wutong entered battle mode, his pupils narrowing like a ferocious beast, a subtle smile gracing his face. Wait a moment. With Wutong embodying the ferocity of a beast and Xiaoming as the beast tamer, were they not at a natural disadvantage? Gulyalu. Waterleap Fish pressed its forepaws against Sandshrew's, muscles bulging as it gradually forced Sandshrew down to the ground. What strength? You've trained your Pokemon well, Xiaoming shouted. Sandshrew, break free. Dig. Sandshrew suddenly released its grip and jumped backward. Waterleap Fish, having lost its support, teetered and fell forward. Wutong gazed at Waterleap Fish's clumsy posture with a hint of exasperation. It still lacked sufficient battle experience, although exerting full power could yield greater damage. Consistently doing so would not only exhaust its stamina, but also leave it vulnerable to counterattacks due to the resultant stiffness from its attacks. Rather than attacking Waterleap Fish while it was down, Sandshrew obediently began to dig into the ground. Such compliance. Truly, Xiaoming deserves his title as Beast Tamer. Wutong couldn't help but marvel. Waterleap Fish, quickly recover, Wutong called out. Gulyalu. The water-jumping fish leaped into the air, immediately surveying its surroundings with a wary eye. Crack. Xiaoming cracked his whip down upon the ground, and with each resounding thud, the earth behind the water-jumping fish stirred, revealing a burrowing mouse that dashed forth. This was the moment they had been waiting for. Water-jumping fish, double payback. Wutong exclaimed as he witnessed Xiaoming's whip flourish. Gurgle. The water-jumping fish was enveloped in a radiant cascade of colors. What? Xiaoming was taken aback, realizing that his attack had been anticipated. The burrowing mouse, already in motion, could not halt its assault and struck the water-jumping fish, now shrouded in a prismatic glow. After being hit on its back, the water-jumping fish swiftly turned around, delivering a powerful swipe to the burrowing mouse's head. The mouse was sent tumbling back toward Xiaoming. You are quite the trainer. Wutong, Xiaoming acknowledged, a newfound respect for his opponent dawning upon him. Wutong remained silent, acutely aware that his advantage stemmed merely from superior information. After all, compared to the fierce Xiaoming, his time training Pokemon was still relatively brief. Xiaoming, having achieved 100 consecutive victories before embarking on his journey, had undoubtedly spent at least 2 to 3 months honing his skills. Wutong believed that, given the same amount of time, he would not fall short of Xiaoming. Their disparity was simply a matter of experience. Burrowing mouse, attack, Xiaoming commanded, cracking his whip once more to initiate another offensive. Responding to the order, the burrowing mouse darted towards the water-jumping fish. Water-jumping fish, use water pulse. Wutong directed. Gurgle. The water-jumping fish unleashed a series of circular water waves aimed at the burrowing mouse. Dodge through it, Xiaoming shouted, snapping his whip. The burrowing mouse curled into a tight ball and leaped through the center of the water waves. Water-jumping fish, rock slide, Wutong proclaimed, a knowing smile gracing his face. When brute strength was insufficient, strategy would suffice. Anticipating that Xiaoming would command the burrowing mouse to leap through the water circles, Wutong had deliberately employed water pulse. The burrowing mouse in midair became an easy target. However, seizing the opportunity was no simple feat, yet it posed no challenge for the power-specialized water-jumping fish. Gurgle. Rocks materialized beside the water-jumping fish, and before they could fall, it swiped at them, sending the stones hurtling toward the airborne burrowing mouse. The forceful impact sent the burrowing mouse crashing to the ground. Charge ahead. Rock smash. Wutong continued. The water-jumping fish propelled itself off the ground, positioning itself beneath the descending burrowing mouse. Its forepaw glowed with energy as it executed a perfect uppercut aimed at the mouse. Burrowing mouse. Roll. Xiaoming cried out, unwilling to remain passive. Just as it was about to be struck, the burrowing mouse forced itself into a spin. The water-jumping fish's rock smash collided with the spinning mouse, and both Pokemon staggered backward. This exchange undoubtedly favored the water-jumping fish. Burrowing mouse. Give it your all. Use earthquake. Xiaoming rallied, whipping his whip with fervor. The burrowing mouse leapt upward, its head down, extending one claw as it began to spin like a drill. Finally coming for me. Wutong shouted fearlessly. Gurgle. The water-jumping fish propelled itself towards the burrowing mouse's position. Xiaoming was uncertain of Wutong's intentions, yet he sensed that Wutong must have a purpose. He would not recklessly charge to his demise. However, the earthquake could not be halted now. All Xiaoming could do was trust in the burrowing mouse. Hold steady, then water pulse. Wutong commanded. The water-jumping fish, having reached the burrowing mouse's exact position, was enveloped in a layer of translucent green energy. The spinning burrowing mouse was firmly held in place by the water-jumping fish. To prevent the mouse from escaping again, the water-jumping fish pinned it to the ground with both claws. Streams of circular water surged forth, delivering a cleansing barrage to the burrowing mouse, which then succumbed to dizzying circles, losing its fighting capability. This is the victory of strategy, Wutong declared with a smile. TSK, employing tactics, how underhanded. Xiaoming remarked upon seeing Wutong's grin. You have won. Indeed, encountering more formidable trainers during my journey is a delight, Xiaoming admitted candidly. Fortune, mere fortune. Wutong replied with modesty. I hope we can have another battle in the future. Next time, I shall not be defeated, Xiaoming proclaimed. Wait. As Xiaoming began to recall the burrowing mouse, Wutong hurriedly interjected. What is it? Xiaoming inquired amicably, still friendly towards Wutong despite his defeat. Recognizing the strength of his opponent. I am quite intrigued by your Pokemon enhancement training device, Wutong expressed. Oh, you possess a discerning eye. However, I only have one of these myself, Xiaoming replied. Thus, I would like to request your assistance in crafting a tailored version for my Pokemon, with a focus on specific training directions, as the water-jumping fish and Psyduck do not require rounding off, Wutong proposed. That could be rather troublesome, Xiaoming frowned, recognizing the time and effort such tasks would entail. Though he respected Wutong, this was a considerable endeavor. Of course, I shall not ask this of you without compensation. I will cover all material costs, and as for labor, Wutong stated assuredly. How about this for the labor fee? I believe, as an esteemed trainer, you can appreciate the value of this, Wutong said, producing a ground-type energy cube. What is this? Xiaoming asked, taking the energy cube and promptly tossing it into his mouth. He could sense that it was a type of Pokemon food. This is perfectly suited for ground-type Pokemon, and judging by its exterior, it seems to possess inherent ground-type energy, Xiaoming remarked. Indeed, this is a top-tier energy cube. Regular consumption greatly enhances a Pokemon's growth. Wutong elaborated. Energy cube? In comparison, my Pokemon enhancement training device seems rather insignificant, Xiaoming acknowledged with a keen sense of self-awareness. No matter. We can establish a long-term collaboration. Your Pokemon enhancement training device will surely undergo upgrades, correct? I can provide you with unwavering support for your research, Wutong enticed, wearing a slime merchant's smile. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Xiaoming was tempted. Wutong's proposal felt akin to a siren's call, impossible to resist. After all, for a trainer, high-quality energy cubes were undeniably alluring, and for someone passionate about creating training devices for Pokemon yet lacking financial backing, Wutong's offer was simply too enticing to decline. Chapter 18. The Ultimate Guide to Pokemon Victory by the Navigation Duck. Wutong walked away contentedly, following Xiaoming's direction. Ultimately, Xiaoming succumbed to Wutong's temptation, agreeing to his terms. Wutong would provide Xiaoming with a monthly supply of energy cubes and regular financial support in exchange for the customization of training devices for all of Xiaoming's Pokemon. This encompassed not only Wutong's current Pokemon, but also any he would capture in the future. Furthermore, should Xiaoming develop new training devices, Wutong would also have limited access to experience them. In truth, there were others capable of creating such devices. Numerous trainers surpassed Xiaoming in skill. For instance, Ash's ardent fans, the trio of Team Rocket, possessed manufacturing skills that could only be described as monstrous. The reason why Wutong is inclined to support Xiaoming is that he hopes Xiaoming can leave a mark in this world, not as a character who merely appeared in one episode of an anime, only to be mistaken for a formidable adversary, ultimately relegated to the status of an inconsequential passerby. Lost in his musings, Wutong soon realized he had once again strayed off course. Wait, why use the word again? Hiss, why is this happening? Am I ensnared in an illusion? Wutong muttered to himself. Beside him, the Psyduck regarded its trainer with a complex expression, suddenly feeling a twinge of concern for its own future. Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil, Psyduck was suddenly enveloped in flames. Gyarados swiftly doused the flames with a jet of water, then patted Psyduck's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, indicating that it would soon grow accustomed to such occurrences. Bubi. Psyduck's gaze hardened with determination. It realized it was imperative to rescue its trainer. Bubi. Psyduck tugged at Wutong's pant leg. What is it, Psyduck? Are you hungry? Wutong inquired gently. He held a fondness for this remarkably sensible little creature. Bubi. Bubi. Psyduck insisted, pulling on Wutong's trousers while pointing in a particular direction, urging him to follow. Are you saying you know the way around here? Wutong, endowed with the power of Eternatus, began to grasp Psyduck's intent. Bubi Bubi. Psyduck nodded vigorously. Indeed, after living in the wild for so long, you must know the paths well. How splendid. From now on, you shall be known as Navigator Duck. Wutong exclaimed, affectionately ruffling Psyduck's head. Psyduck, enjoying the pat on the head, quickly regained its composure. Navigator Duck? Trainer, are you serious? All right, let us set forth, Navigator Duck. Wutong declared with a wave of his hand. Psyduck pondered for a moment, adopting a resigned expression. Navigator Duck it would be. But it was certainly preferable to perpetually being lost. Resigned, Psyduck dutifully took on the role of Navigator Duck and began leading Wutong. Indeed, tranquility is but an illusion. It is merely the burdens borne by others that allow you to walk in peace. Gyarados, trailing behind, shook its head, realizing Psyduck was still too young. After all, it was merely a baby. Under Psyduck's guidance, Wutong finally found his way back onto the correct path, advancing toward the direction of Koreha City. As they continued onward, the sky began to drizzle. The further they progressed, the heavier the rain became, eventually transforming into a torrential downpour. Wutong had already retrieved an umbrella, holding it aloft with one hand while cradling Psyduck in his other arm. Gyarados, reveling in the rain, frolicked around Wutong. How peculiar. How can there be such a downpour in this location? Wutong remarked, bewildered by the rain that was now obstructing his view. After traversing a bit further, several European-style buildings came into view. Where's this? Wutong vaguely surmised the significance of this place. The practical lesson on torrential rain has concluded. Tomorrow will be the practical lesson on fog. A voice echoed. So this is indeed where we are. Wutong declared as the rain abruptly ceased, allowing him to stow away his umbrella. But tomorrow's practical lesson is on fog, which means I've outpaced Ash and the others. It seems Ash has truly maxed out his skill in getting lost, Wutong remarked. Psyduck and Gyarados exchanged sidelong glances, thinking, your skill in getting lost is also maxed out. Perhaps even surpassed. All right, let us call it a day. A voice, somewhat theatrical, rang out. Wutong turned toward the sound, spotting a captivating young woman addressing those around her. Before her stood a group of boys clad in formal uniforms, all gazing at her in adoration. Behind her were two other boys in formal attire. One held an umbrella to shield her from the rain, while the other stood by with a towel in hand. What a crowd of sycophants. This is hardly a Pokemon research academy. It resembles a fish pond. Wutong couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the scene. Oh my, someone is peeking. Apologies. But we are a private institution and do not offer public classes, the girl said upon noticing Wutong. I am Wutong, from Tokiwa City, a traveler. As for your claim of peeking, I was merely passing by, Wutong replied calmly. The girl before him was none other than the top student of the Pokemon Research Academy's Junior Division, Sayaka Yu. Wutong distinctly remembered Sayaka's veneer of politeness, laced with a hint of sarcasm. She was akin to a pot of the purest Biluakun tea, albeit her tea ceremony skills were rather mediocre, bordering on pretentious. While I was merely passing through, your school's weather system is rather impressive. Any passerby ends up drenched. I wonder if you compensate for damaged clothing? As students of a private school, surely you possess a modicum of courtesy? Wutong initiated the exchange. Taken aback by Wutong's words, Sayaka was momentarily speechless, astonished that she had encountered a boy who offered no reaction whatsoever. Did he intend to engage her in a battle of wits? I am the illustrious star of the renowned preparatory school, the Pokemon Research Academy's junior class, the shining gem of the Andromeda Galaxy, radiating brilliance from afar. This is how I am known, but my true identity is Sayaka Yu, Sayaka declared, launching into an elaborate performance. Wutong observed her antics with a twitch at the corner of his eye. How ostentatious. Why did Ash and Brock appear so enamored with such a person in the anime? It was perplexing, Given that Ash, that dense fellow, displayed no reaction even to Serena. Garuru? Beauty? Gyarados and Psyduck exchanged puzzled glances, watching Sayaka engrossed in her self-indulgent display. Dream. Perhaps sensing the presence of a schemer, Mismagius emerged from Wutong's shadow, positioning itself protectively in front of him, while keeping a wary eye on Sayaka. Oh my Wutong! You must not have been a trainer for long, have you? Sayaka remarked, glancing at Wutong's 3 Pokemon. Indeed, I have been traveling for less than 2 months. What is it you wish to convey, Sayaka? Wutong responded. No way. After 2 months of travel, you still cannot capture your own Pokemon? Allowing them to roam freely outside is common sense. You should place them in Pokeballs. Sayaka feigned shock, dramatically covering her mouth with her hands. Surely, no one believes that confining Pokemon to Pokeballs automatically makes them stronger? That cannot be the case. Wutong feigned astonishment, prompting Sayaka's entourage to begin questioning their own knowledge. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities, Wutong. How about we engage in a battle? The appearance of Wutong incited the fiery spirit of Yudo Masaki, prompting her to challenge him to a battle. No problem at all. I wouldn't mind offering some guidance to the esteemed heiress of the Pokemon Research Academy, Wutong replied amiably. Xiaochun, take him to get organized, then proceed to the battle arena. Yudo instructed Xiaochun before turning to leave. Wutong, let's go, Xiaochun said to Wutong, leading him to the academy's reception area. Despite holding an umbrella, Wutong was not excessively wet, and he would dry off shortly. However, feeling uncomfortable from the dampness, he opted for a change of attire. Are you ready? Why haven't you changed your clothes? Xiaochun inquired as Wutong emerged. No, I've changed already, Wutong responded, noting that he possessed 7 identical outfits. He had little desire to engage in conversation with Xiaochun, who seemed oblivious to his own plight, his mind occupied solely with theoretical knowledge, while his practical skills appeared rather lacking. Accompanying Xiaochun, Wutong arrived at the battle arena of the Pokemon Research Academy, where Yudo Masaki awaited his arrival. I have been waiting for quite a while, Yudo remarked. Oh, it seems you are eager to experience defeat, aren't you? Wutong retorted. Humph, for now, you can only boast with your words, Yudo scoffed. So, shall you establish the rules? Just to clarify, I currently possess only 3 Pokemon, Wutong stated. Only 3 Pokemon. A standard trainer typically has 6. You cannot possibly be lacking that many. Yudo exclaimed in surprise. Surely, no one believes that merely bringing 6 Pokemon is sufficient? Is there no requirement for a well-rounded team? Just capture whatever you encounter? That hardly qualifies as being a trainer. Perhaps Hunter would be more fitting, Wutong replied, equally astonished. You truly lack grace, Yudo remarked, furrowing her brow upon hearing Wutong's words. Grace is contingent upon the audience. My apologies, but you fall outside my purview, Wutong retorted without hesitation. The onlookers, a group of boys behind Yudo, began to murmur indignantly. What is wrong with this guy? How dare he speak to Lady Masaki in such a manner? Let's catch him off guard and bag him. Indeed. We must defend our Lady Masaki, they whispered fervently. You sycophants. Enough chatter. If you dare, come and battle me, Wutong bellowed, causing the boys to scowl in anger. Enough. I shall be your opponent. The rules are set for a 3v3 singles match. During the battle, Pokemon exchanges are prohibited. Is that clear? Yudo declared. I have no objections. Wutong shrugged nonchalantly. Then, let the battle commence. Go. Waterleap Fish. Go. Rolling Stone. Both Wutong and Yudo called forth their Pokemon simultaneously. Oh no. Rolling Stone is at a type disadvantage. One boy exclaimed. Let me give you all a lesson today. Type advantages are not everything. If the levels are high enough, even a type disadvantage can be overcome. His Waterleap Fish hasn't even evolved. Its level must be quite low, so defeat is inevitable. Yudo proclaimed confidently. Waterleap Fish. Use Water Pulse. Wutong commanded, initiating the attack. Gurgle. The Waterleap Fish unleashed a series of circular water streams directed at Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone. Roll out. Yudo ordered boldly. The Rolling Stone curled into a ball, its 4 arms clasped tightly, rolling towards the Waterleap Fish. With great confidence in her Pokemon's level, Yudo commanded Rolling Stone to withstand Water Pulse head-on. Waterleap Fish, Rock Smash. Wutong called out, amused by the oncoming Rolling Stone. The Waterleap Fish's forepaws glowed with energy as it struck Rolling Stone. The spinning Rolling Stone was abruptly halted by the impact. How is this possible? Yudo exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that her Rolling Stone's attack had been so easily disrupted. You do realize there exists a concept known as suppression evolution, don't you? Moreover, I doubt your Rolling Stone possesses the power to overcome a type disadvantage adequately. Your school's teaching quality is now in question, Wutong taunted. What did you say? Rolling Stone. Rock Slide. Yudo shouted. Water leap fish, rock slide. Wutong countered, choosing to retaliate. Rolling Stone extended its hands toward the water leap fish, summoning a few massive boulders that floated above and then descended. Gurgle. Water leap fish, undeterred, retaliated by hurling stones in its vicinity towards Rolling Stone. As the falling boulders descended, Water leap fish utilized rock smash, shattering the incoming projectiles. The nearby debris was then hurled again at Rolling Stone, which was overwhelmed by a barrage of rocky projectiles and lost its combat capability. Chapter 19. The Three Champions of Kanto. Witnessing Rolling Stone's defeat, Yudo appeared incredulous. Your water leap fish must be at a remarkably high level, she remarked, unable to contain her astonishment. When did I ever claim my water leap fish had a low level? Wutong replied with a puzzled expression. According to the Pokédex, the water leap fish was already at level 23. After all, it was not unusual for a Pokémon to attain a higher level after training with numerous trainers. However, the reason for water leap fish's lack of evolution remained a mystery. Perhaps this exemplified the disparity between reality and games. In reality, levels did not always equate to absolute performance. I never anticipated you would be so cunning. In that case, go, Yudo declared. Upon hearing her words, Wutong wore a puzzled expression, questioning what she meant by cunning. Leaf Blade. Yudo initiated her attack first this time. Water leap fish, charge. Wutong commanded. The water leap fish propelled itself forward like a cannonball. At that moment, a brilliant white light enveloped water leap fish. What is this? Takedown. Wutong wondered aloud, surprised that water leap fish had learned a new skill mid-battle. Originally, Wutong had intended for water leap fish to focus on wearing down the opponent. But with the sudden acquisition of Takedown, it could now mitigate most of the damage from Leaf Blade and close in on Budu. Budge Budu. Bind it with Vine Whip. Yudo commanded. Budu extended two green tendrils from its sides, aiming to ensnare the water leap fish. Water leap fish, bite. Wutong ordered, opting not to evade. The two tendrils wrapped around water leap fish, which bit down hard on one of them, causing Budu to flinch in pain and loosen its grip. Rock slide. Wutong continued to command as water leap fish fell back to the ground. Gurgle. Water leap fish raised its claws, summoning a massive boulder from thin air and, with muscular exertion, threw it directly at Budu. Vine Whip. Yudo exclaimed, hoping the tendrils would deflect the descending boulder. However, the strength of the water lure flower appeared feeble in the face of the colossal boulder hurtling towards it. No, this is not merely a falling rock. It must be a landslide, Wutong muttered to himself. It seems that the water leap fish has transcended some limit. Surely, it shall evolve after this battle. Wutong contemplated silently. Do not grant it an opportunity. Water leap fish. Shatter the rocks. Wutong cried out. Gulu. The water leap fish let out a cry, leaping high into the air before pivoting to dive downward, executing a descending palm strike. The enormous boulder suppressing the water lure flower was shattered into fragments, and the water leap fish continued its relentless assault upon the water lure flower. After enduring a barrage of attacks, the water lure flower could no longer withstand the onslaught, its eyes morphing into the shape of incense coils as it lost its combat capabilities. Gulu. The water leap fish exclaimed with excitement, a glimmer of light flickering across its form. Is it still not enough? Wutong mused upon catching sight of the glimmer. Summon your final Pokemon. Then, he instructed. How could that be? Step forth, Marowak. We cannot afford to lose. Yuding Side-Eye declared. Kare. A Pokemon adorned with a skull of a beast upon its head and wielding a bone stick materialized on the battlefield. Is this your trump card? Wutong remarked, producing his Pokédex. Marowak, the solitary Pokemon, is of ground type. It wears the bones of its deceased mother upon its head, often feeling sorrowful at the memory of her, crying aloud in its loneliness, and always carries a hefty bone. The voice of the Pokédex resonated, yet regrettably, it did not reveal the skills possessed by Marowak. Marowak. Bone Boomerang. Yuding Side-Eye commanded. Marowak hurled its bone with great force, sending it spiraling towards the water leap fish. Water leap fish. Wutong merely called its name. The water leap fish instantly understood, dashing towards the incoming bone with outstretched claws. The spinning bone was embraced by the water leap fish. Kare. Marowak was taken aback by the scene. Water leap fish. Return it. Wutong continued to command. The muscles in the water leap fish's arms bulged as it utilized rock throw. The bone was hurled back at an even greater velocity, catching Marowak off guard and striking it upon the head. The skull atop Marowak was knocked askew, plunging it into darkness. Kare. Marowak became frantic, flailing its claws in an attempt to reposition the skull atop its head. Water leap fish. Shatter the rocks. Wutong persisted in his directives. The water-leap fish charged towards Marowak. Marowak, calm yourself, Wutong Side-Eye urged anxiously. However, Marowak was in no state to heed Wutong Side-Eye's words, remaining in a state of disarray. The water-leap fish reached Marowak's side, its claws glowing as it struck repeatedly. The water-leap fish, being considerate, even helped Marowak realign its skull. Additionally, it picked up the nearby bone and struck Marowak with it. Wutong could almost hear the sound of bone cracking. Surely, I haven't broken its bone, he thought, feeling a twinge of guilt. Marowak was knocked back next to Wutong Side-Eye. It seemed the water-leap fish was also wary of breaking the bone, tossing it back beside Marowak. Lying next to Wutong Side-Eye, Marowak glanced at the bone beside it. A wave of grievance surged within, and it promptly laid down on the ground, weeping. Marowak, well then, you've had a hard time. Return and rest. Wutong Side-Eye said helplessly, observing the sobbing Marowak. It appears I have emerged victorious. Wutong stated flatly. Gulu. The water-leap fish jubilantly exclaimed. Immediately enveloped in radiant light. Has it finally evolved? Wutong remarked with relief. As the brilliance faded, a Pokemon stood before him, bipedal with pale yellow gills, eyes, and belly, while its body and head were a delicate lavender, and its fins a deep pink. The water-leap fish had successfully evolved into a Swampert. Wutong gazed into the Swampert's wise eyes, which seemed to pierce through all, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Indeed, the Swampert sensed Wutong's gaze, their eyes locking in the air. Suddenly, the Swampert lunged ferociously towards Wutong. My ribs. Wutong grunted as he was knocked to the ground. Indeed, after evolving, its strength had increased significantly. Lying on the ground, Wutong teared up, gazing at the sky. I must find a way to alter Swampert's habit. Return, Swampert. Wutong, suppressing the pain in his chest, recalled Swampert into its Pokeball and rose to his feet. Since I have one, would you be so kind as to grant me a condition? Wutong approached Wutong Side-Eye. Have you been coveting my beauty all along? Did a Pokemon defeating all my Pokemon serve to capture my attention? Wutong Side-Eye blushed, wrapping her arms around herself. Please restore my Swampert, and if possible, find a doctor to examine me. Ignoring Wutong Side-Eye's outburst, Wutong continued. What are you saying? Wait, you're bleeding from your mouth. Are you alright? Wutong Side-Eye exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, Wutong's expression was calm, yet a trickle of blood slid from the corner of his mouth, before he collapsed to the ground under the horrified gazes of those around him. Hours later, in the infirmary of the Pokemon Research School, Wutong awoke in a hospital bed, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling. I've never seen this ceiling before, he mused. His chest ached faintly, but it did not hinder his movements. Sitting up, Wutong noticed a Pokeball resting by his pillow. He recognized it as the Pokeball of his Swampert. You, my friend, cannot be allowed to charge at me again, he sighed, picking up the Pokeball. In truth, the impact from Swampert had not fractured Wutong's ribs. Rather, the force had merely disoriented him, causing him to faint. The blood at the corner of his mouth was due to an unguarded moment, resulting in a bite to the inner lining of his mouth. You're awake? The voice of Wutong Side-Eye emerged. Wutong turned to see Wutong Side-Eye entering the room. You're quite frightening, just collapsing like that, she said. My apologies, Wutong replied, somewhat sheepishly. I'm fine now. I'll take my leave. Wutong glanced outside, noting that the daylight was still bright, and resolved to continue his journey. You're just leaving like that? Wutong Side-Eye couldn't help but remark. What else would I do? Wutong retorted. Taken aback by Wutong's response, Wutong Side-Eye found herself at a loss for words. If you seek vengeance, then embark on a journey. While the school imparts a wealth of knowledge, the experience of battle is something it cannot provide, Wutong suggested thoughtfully. As for what would happen if Ash and his companions arrived and did not encounter Wutong Side-Eye, Wutong was unconcerned. After all, this was merely an inconsequential subplot, akin to the earlier appearance of the Beastmaster Xiaoming. After finishing his words, Wutong departed, leaving Wutong Side-Eye in a pensive state. Psyduck, come forth. Once outside the Pokemon Research School, Wutong called upon Psyduck. With Psyduck as his guiding companion, Wutong felt no need to navigate on his own. Yubi. Psyduck patted its chest, expressing confidence in itself. Under Psyduck's guidance, Wutong proceeded towards Leaf Green City. Swampert, emerge. As Wutong walked, he pondered deeply before finally summoning his evolved Zwangyu. After its transformation, Zwangyu had become markedly quieter, now fixating on Wutong with its lifeless, fish-like eyes. Suddenly, it lunged at Wutong, who was prepared and deftly sidestepped the attack. Zwangyu, while I understand this is your way of expressing friendliness, you have evolved now, and I would rather not meet an untimely demise at the hands of my own Pokemon, Wutong remarked sternly. feeling somewhat dejected after missing its target. Zhuangyu glanced at its evolved form after hearing Wutong's words, then randomly struck a nearby rock, shattering it effortlessly. It seemed to comprehend that its current strength was not suitable for such playful assaults on Wutong. With a grunt of acknowledgement, Zhuangyu nodded. That's better. Let us continue our training on the road. You must quickly acclimate to your new physique, Wutong said with satisfaction. After all, during its time as Shuyu, it had been quite agile, and now that it had evolved into Zhuangyu, it was still manageable. However, once it evolved again into Jujin, its battle approach would need to undergo a significant transformation. Zhuangyu, with its vacant stare, nodded once more. Wutong looked at Zhuangyu with a hint of concern. It must be said that the evolved Zhuangyu was nowhere near as charming as Shuyu, its eyes now betraying a glimmer of intellect. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wutong shook his head, reassuring himself that this was merely temporary. Once Zhuangyu evolved into Jujin, it would embody a formidable presence. Led by Duck-billed Baby, Wutong pressed onward, engaging in battles as they approached with determination toward the withered leaf city. Duck-billed Baby, use Spark, Wutong commanded, directing Duck-billed Baby to attack a walking grass. Yubi. Duck-billed Baby unleashed a burst of flames that engulfed the walking grass, rendering it incapable of further combat. That was rather weak, Wutong remarked, observing the incapacitated Pokemon. Daniai. A voice called out, followed by a whip-like vine striking towards Wutong. Zhuangyu intervened just in time, catching the vine. With a powerful tug, it pulled a Pokemon toward them. Is that the lonesome traveler? Wutong exclaimed, recognizing the figure that had been dragged forth. Indeed, it was the Bulbasaur who referred to itself as the lonesome traveler. After regaining its balance in midair, Bulbasaur landed in front of the incapacitated walking grass, glaring menacingly at Wutong, Duck-billed Baby, and Zhuangyu. Its demeanor akin to that of a frightened puppy attempting to intimidate its adversaries. Zhuangyu, let it go, Wutong instructed, patting Zhuangyu gently. Obediently, Zhuangyu released the vine. Daniai. Bulbasaur cautiously surveyed Wutong before hastily retreating with the walking grass. Ah, the starter Pokemon, the lonesome traveler, Bulbasaur. Alas, capturing it would serve no purpose for me, Wutong lamented. There was no choice. Although the lonesome traveler Bulbasaur was enticing, it held no utility for Wutong, as his unique constitution prevented him from commanding any Pokemon outside of the shiny variants in battle. Rather than forcibly capturing Bulbasaur to store it away, it would be better to let it follow Ash as per the original storyline. Zhuangyu sensed its trainer's regret and called out softly. Indeed, I have my own starters. There is no need to envy others, Wutong chuckled, affectionately patting Zhuangyu's head. Yubi, Duck-billed Baby chimed in. Yes, and there SU, as well as Dream Demon. I haven't forgotten you, Wutong added, ruffling Duck-billed Baby's head before addressing his own shadow. Indeed, what do I have to envy? I am no longer the person who could only drool in front of a computer, longing for adventure. I now have my own Pokemon by my side. With that thought, Wutong declared, let us proceed. There should be a village ahead where we can rest for the night. Yubi, Duck-billed Baby darted ahead, eager to lead the way. For even a short distance could lead Wutong astray if he were to navigate alone. Chapter 20, the second of the Kanto starters. Duck-billed Baby guided Wutong and Zhuangyu onward until they reached a cliff, connected by a suspension bridge on either side. Upon seeing the bridge, Wutong fell into deep contemplation. After all, he recalled that this very bridge had a tendency to collapse. Though he hoped for good fortune, he had no desire to gamble on this occasion. Since the bridge appears perilous, Duck-billed Baby, return, Wutong said, recalling Duck-billed Baby into its Pokeball. Zhuangyu questioned, puzzled by the sudden change. Let us take a shortcut. Wutong replied, and without hesitation, he leaped off the cliff, startling Zhuangyu into a loud cry. However, as they fell, their heads collided with protruding sharp rocks, and both met their demise. Of course, that was not the case. After plunging into the water, Wutong and Zhuangyu were swept downstream. Being a water-type Pokemon, Zhuangyu quickly calmed down and began to navigate gracefully through the water. Wutong held on to Zhuangyu, who assisted him in maintaining stability as they moved along the current. Grab the rope. A voice called out urgently after drifting for some time. Wutong instinctively reached for the rope that appeared before him. As soon as he grasped it, he felt an unseen force pulling him up, and he was swiftly hurled onto the shore. Are you all right? A gentle voice inquired. Wutong looked up to see a girl with blue hair dressed in red overalls. I'm fine. Thank you for your help, Wutong replied, rising to his feet, feeling the sting of the fall and marveling at the girl's impressive strength. Truly, she was a woman who had secluded herself in the mountains, caring for and healing numerous Pokemon. My name is Xiaotsue, and I am the caretaker of this Pokemon sanctuary. How did you end up drifting down the river? She asked. I was attempting to teach my Pokemon how to surf, but it didn't go very well. Wutong concocted a lie, for he could not confess that he had leaped off the cliff to reach this place. I see. Perhaps due to my long absence from contact with others. I choose to believe your story, Xiaozue smiled, clearly content in her role. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Wutong, hailing from Shizong City. What exactly is this Pokemon sanctuary? He inquired. This place is akin to a rehabilitation center for Pokemon. I take in those who have been injured in battle or abandoned, nurturing their bodies and spirits, Xiaozue explained, her fondness for the sanctuary evident. Oh, so you are like an angel of mercy, Wutong remarked. I am not worthy of such a title. Here, Pokemon can rest without the need to battle, heal their wounds, and motivate one another to live together, Xiaozue said, gently stroking a Pokemon that had come to her side. Daniai. Just as Wutong was about to respond, a vigilant cry came from behind. Turning, he saw none other than Bulbasaur, the lonesome traveler, standing there, accompanied by a slightly injured Walking Grass. Bulbasaur, you're back. Walking Grass, what happened? How did you get hurt? Xiaozue first welcomed the Bulbasaur, only to discover the injured and famished Oddish nearby. My apologies, Miss Xiaozue. The injury to Oddish was caused by me, Wutong admitted candidly. I mistook it for a wild Pokemon, he explained. I see, it's all right. You don't seem like a malicious person, Xiaozue replied. However, do refrain from bullying the Pokemon here. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaozue continued, no problem. But may I camp here for a night? Wutong inquired. Of course, Xiaozue responded. Dare. Bulbasaur protested upon overhearing their conversation. After all, this individual had harmed one of its companions. How could he be allowed to stay? Rest assured, Bulbasaur, I promise not to capture any Pokemon here, Wutong reassured, understanding Bulbasaur's concerns. Dare. After a moment's hesitation, Bulbasaur gave in, but still called out a couple of times to indicate it would keep a watchful eye on Wutong. Then, as a gesture of goodwill, Wutong said, approaching the injured Oddish and kneeling down, extending a hand towards it. Dare. Just as Bulbasaur attempted to intervene, it noticed a soft green glow emanating from Wutong's hand, and soon Oddish's wounds began to heal. What is this? Xiaozue exclaimed, taken aback by Wutong's abilities. Oh. Every time I use this power, I feel so fatigued, Wutong yawned. I must apologize, Miss Xiaozue. I need to set up my tent and rest. Without waiting for her response, Wutong found a flat patch of ground to pitch his tent, while the previously hidden Swampert emerged to assist. Before long, the tent was ready, and Wutong slipped inside to sleep. What a remarkable person, Xiaozue remarked, glancing at Bulbasaur. Dare. Bulbasaur nodded in agreement. Morning came swiftly, and the early rising Wutong discovered Xiaozue preparing food for the Pokemon, with Bulbasaur helping to manage them. Good morning, Miss Xiaozue, Wutong greeted. Good morning, Wutong, Xiaozue replied. Dare. Bulbasaur called out to Wutong, signaling him to leave promptly. Don't worry, I'll be on my way soon. But before I go, how about a battle? You're the guardian of this Pokemon village, right? Do you think your strength is sufficient? Wutong asked with a smile. Dare. Bulbasaur retorted defiantly. How could I, the proud wanderer, fear you? Rest assured, Miss Xiaozue, I merely wish to test Bulbasaur's strength. I've promised not to capture any Pokemon here, Wutong reassured her, understanding her worries. After all, capturing them would serve no purpose in battle. It would be better not to capture them at all. Very well, but do be cautious. Bulbasaur is quite strong, Xiaozue cautioned, concerned not for Bulbasaur but for Wutong. Upon hearing this, Wutong felt a twinge of helplessness. Did he appear so weak? Come forth, Swampert. Wutong called, unleashing his main Pokemon. While the Ducklet had a type advantage, Swampert would deliver a more overwhelming performance. After some time, Wutong appeared on the road leading to Leaf Green City, with Swampert easily securing victory against Bulbasaur. Despite Bulbasaur's considerable strength, it paled in comparison to Swampert, who had undergone extensive training. Though Bulbasaur was 4 times weak to water-type moves, it still fell effortlessly to Swampert. The defeated Bulbasaur found itself engulfed in self-doubt. However, Wutong kindly provided it with a simple training method, allowing it to train independently and grow stronger. As for whether it could surpass Bulbasaur when Ash arrived, Wutong could not predict. Yet, with the presence of Pikachu and Ash's protagonist aura, he believed it would not be a significant issue. On the road, Wutong resumed his practice of training while walking. He began to understand why his Ducklet often spontaneously combusted. It appeared that its shiny ability was akin to a fire affinity. Wutong's Ducklet was naturally attracted to fire-type energy and had yet to master control over this power. leading it to unconsciously absorb nearby fire-type energy. This uncontrolled accumulation culminated in the formation of flames. Of course, this ability was not without its advantages. Unlike other Pokemon that required extensive training to control moves like Flamethrower, Ducklet could effortlessly maneuver its flames. Wutong sensed that with further practice, Ducklet could even master a swirling flame technique. He also discovered that training to control Flamethrower enhanced Ducklet's command over its shiny ability. As it stood, Ducklet had managed to reduce its spontaneous combustion incidents to fewer than 3 times a day, a remarkable improvement. Continuing on his journey, Wutong reached a quaint little town. Guided by Ducklet, the diligent Ducklet not only focused on training to eliminate its spontaneous combustions, but also navigated their path. Upon entering the nameless town, Wutong spotted a carefree boy who seemed vaguely familiar, though he could not place where he had seen him before. "Hey, you there, newcomer. Let us have a Pokemon battle. The loser pays the winner 500. How about it?" The laid-back boy called out. "What a petty little punk," Wutong muttered to himself, somewhat exasperated. "All right, I accept. But I have little time. Let us make it a 1v1, Wutong replied. "Fine, I'll gladly take your 500. Go, Charmander," the boy exclaimed, summoning his Pokemon. "Charmander? Ducklet." "It's your turn," Wutong said, his brow furrowing upon recognizing the boy as Dio, the unwise trainer who had abandoned his old Charizard. "Charmander. Ember," Dio commanded. "Ducklet, use Flamethrower." Wutong countered decisively. "Ducklet." With a powerful stream of flames, Ducklet's Flamethrower engulfed Charmander's Ember, and the latter was swiftly struck. "Thunder Punch." Wutong continued, directing Ducklet. "Ducklet." Ducklet charged at Charmander, its claws crackling with electricity, landing a solid blow. Charmander cried out in pain before losing consciousness. "What? This useless creature lost so easily?" Dio exclaimed furiously. Wutong frowned at his words, feeling a strong urge to introduce Dio to the ground. "No need for the 500. Take it and buy something nice for your Charmander instead," he said dismissively. Wutong coldly waved his hand and departed. If all goes as expected, Dio will soon discard the little fire dragon. To be frank, he found it incomprehensible, despite being one of the rare starter Pokemon. Why were there so many abandoned figures of them scattered about? Especially the fire type, which seemed to be abandoned in nearly every generation, only to be rescued by Ash. How infuriating. If only I were capable of commanding them myself, I would undoubtedly gather all these starters. Wutong lamented as he walked away. After defeating Dio and the future Charizard, Wutong arrived at the Pokemon Center to heal his Pokemon. After handing over his Psyduck and Swampert to Nurse Joy, he took the opportunity to replenish some supplies. Once he had restocked, Wutong discovered that his Pokemon were still not fully healed. So he decided to wait in the Pokemon Center's lounge. With some idle time, he pulled out his Pokédex to review his Pokemon skills and contemplate his future training plans. Swampert had mastered the following moves: Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Rock Smash, Rock Slide, Protect, Bite, Revenge, Water Pulse, and Hammer Arm. Although Swampert had acquired 2 additional moves, they were merely advanced versions of its original skills, resulting in minimal overall change. Therefore, the training would primarily focus on controlling the range of its power release, aiming to concentrate its strength into a singular point. As for Psyduck, it possessed a notably fire-oriented skill set: Ember, Smokescreen, Leer, Flamethrower, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Flame Wheel, Confuse Ray, and Fire Punch. Psyduck's skill pool was evidently skewed towards pure fire-type moves. Were it not for Psyduck inheriting Thunder Punch and Fire Punch, it would solely wield fire-type attack skills. Nevertheless, even with those 2 moves, Psyduck instinctively favored fire-type skills, much like in its earlier battle with Houndour, where it failed to utilize either of the inherited moves. Wutong's intention was to cultivate Psyduck into a fire-type battle mage. After all, Psyduck's special attack stat reached a remarkable 125, with an attack stat of 95, making it an ideal close combat mage. Coupled with Psyduck's affinity for flames, Wutong envisioned a future where Psyduck would excel in both ranged and melee combat. Chapter 21. The 3 Starters of Kanto. After a while longer in the Pokemon Center, Wutong's Pokemon were finally healed. Without hesitation, he took back his Pokemon and continued onward. He had no desire to linger in a place where starters were present, fearing he might impulsively rescue a little fire dragon upon witnessing its abandonment. After all, that could potentially become a future Charizard. Unfortunately, he could not utilize it in battle. Taking it would merely squander the little fire dragon's potential. Summoning Psyduck and Swampert, Wutong pressed forward. As he journeyed, he engaged in training while making progress, and by evening, he had traversed Route 24, drawing closer to Leaf Green City. If all went well, he would arrive there by the next morning. "Psyduck, wait a moment." Wutong suddenly called out to Psyduck. Bye-bye? Psyduck halted, turning its head in confusion. Swampert, use rock slide on the ground ahead, Wutong instructed. Numa. Swampert replied, executing the move. Several stones crashed onto the ground, and the ostensibly solid surface was shattered, revealing a deep pit. Wow, this pit is quite deep, Wutong remarked as he approached the edge and observed its depth. Jenny. A chorus of calls arose from behind Wutong, and he suddenly felt a force pushing him toward the pit. However, in that split second of losing his balance, he leaped forward over the pit. The force was trivial compared to Swampert's impact, insufficient to overwhelm Wutong's resistance. Jenny, Jenny? An astonished cry rang out, landing deftly on the other side of the pit. Wutong turned to see what had pushed him. In truth, he had already guessed upon hearing the calls. He looked over, and indeed, 5 blue sunglasses-wearing Squirtless appeared before him, the Squirtle Squad. Swampert, meanwhile, stared blankly at the unfolding scene, while Psyduck displayed its admiration for Wutong's performance, clapping its little paws enthusiastically. Wutong gazed at his 2 Pokémon in exasperation. Swampert seemed to have become somewhat daft after its evolution, even showing visible mucus dripping from its nostrils. As for Psyduck, although its supportive demeanor was heartwarming, there was no need for such understanding at this moment. Swampert, Psyduck, come here, Wutong commanded. Numa. Bye-bye? Swampert and Psyduck obediently approached, standing before Wutong. This pit was dug by you 5, wasn't it? Wutong addressed the 5 Squirtless. Jenny, Jenny. Jenny. The lead Squirtle, sporting pointed sunglasses, shouted defiantly. Huh. You 5 think you can mug me? Are you looking down on me? Wutong retorted, tilting his head back at a dramatic angle. Nostrils flared at the Squirtless. Jenny. Jenny, Jenny. The Squirtle leader, who would later follow Ash, angrily proclaimed, clearly displeased by Wutong's words, feeling insulted as a proud squad leader. The Squirtle expressed its dissatisfaction and seemed ready to retaliate. You look quite unsatisfied. Come on, let us have a fight. Wutong continued to taunt. Jenny, the Squirtle leader, unable to contain itself any longer, commanded its companions to attack. Jenny. All 5 Squirtless unleashed a simultaneous torrent of water, merging into a thick jet aimed directly at Wutong. You dishonorable turtles. Resorting to sneak attacks, Wutong exclaimed while evading. Swampert. Rock slide. Psyduck. Thunder punch. Numa. Swampert shouted, a massive boulder materializing above its head. Grasping it with both hands, Swampert hurled it toward the Squirtle Squad. The boulder barreled down, pressing against the 5 Squirtle's water jet. Meanwhile, Psyduck circled around to the side, its claws crackling with electricity as it struck one of the Squirtless. The Squirtle Squad, focused on the boulder Swampert had thrown, failed to notice Psyduck's approach, resulting in a direct hit. Although Psyduck was often well-behaved, its strikes during battle were remarkably fierce. This was not only due to its past as a stray, but also to prove its worth. After all, it did not wish to be abandoned again and return to a life of wandering. While Wutong would undoubtedly never forsake it, this remained Psyduck's obsession, and Wutong could only hope to change that sentiment over time. Psyduck's electrified claws struck the Squirtle with the roundest head, causing the unexpected impact to redirect its attention towards the other 4 Squirtless. Meanwhile, its water gun had to be unleashed with all its might to withstand the boulder hurled by Swampert. Even though the head of the Squirtle was knocked askew, its water gun continued unabated, striking the heads of the other 4 Squirtless directly. Faced with this sudden onslaught, the 4 Squirtless were momentarily taken aback, their own water guns faltering. The massive boulder, now devoid of resistance, successfully pinned all 5 Squirtless beneath it, rendering them incapable of further combat. What should be done with them now? Wutong mused aloud. What on earth has transpired? A voice brimming with vigor interjected. A wild Miss Junsha appeared, riding her motorcycle to Wutong's side. Miss Junsha, it's nothing serious. I merely encountered a few wild Pokémon that launched an attack, Wutong replied with calm composure. Wild Pokémon attacks? Miss Junsha cast a suspicious glance at the deep pit on the ground and the 5 unidentified forms trapped beneath the boulder. I suspect you might be an illegal Pokémon hunter. Please accompany me, she stated with a serious demeanor. Do I truly resemble a villain so much? This should suffice to prove my identity, Wutong said with a hint of resignation as he presented his Pokédex. What is this? The Pokédex. Ah, I see. You are a novice traveler. My apologies for the misunderstanding, Miss Junsha remarked upon glimpsing the device. Not at all. However, Miss Junsha, do you have any insight into the situation of these 5 Squirtless? Wutong deliberately inquired. Squirtless? Are you saying that the wild Pokémon that attacked you were 5 Squirtless sporting sunglasses? Miss Junsha retorted. Indeed, it appears these 5 rascals are quite notorious, Wutong replied, instructing his Swampert to remove the boulder. Swampert obediently shifted the stone, revealing the 5 Squirtless in various poses, some sprawled, others lying flat. These 5 Squirtless are abandoned Pokemon. Having been forsaken, they harbor great disappointment towards humanity. Thus, they formed this Squirtle Brigade to cause havoc in the vicinity, Miss Junsha explained with a complex expression. Such despicable individuals, Wutong exclaimed through gritted teeth. Yes, they are all unfortunate souls, Miss Junsha empathized. To abandon even one of the starter Pokemon, the rare Blastoise. If you no longer desire such a unique Pokemon, why not pass it on to someone else? It is a disgraceful waste to disregard them. Wutong lamented incessantly. Miss Junsha was taken aback. Your lamentations seem somewhat misplaced. And what is this Blastoise you mention? Surely, you mean Squirtle? Miss Junsha, these 5 Squirtless must pose a dilemma for you as well. Why not leave their handling to me? Wutong suggested. Well, Miss Junsha found herself tempted by Wutong's proposal, considering that these 5 Squirtless have been causing trouble, adversely affecting local safety, and severely impacting her performance. Moreover, Wutong, as a trainer possessing a Pokédex, was trustworthy. Additionally, since these 5 Squirtless had become wild after being abandoned, she had no authority to intervene unless they were being hunted for illegal profit. Very well, if you can resolve this issue, it would be a tremendous help. Miss Junsha agreed after a brief contemplation. Leave it to me, though my methods may be somewhat unorthodox. I hope you won't mind, Miss Junsha, Wutong cautioned in advance. Not at all. As long as you refrain from wrongdoing, I will not interfere. Do you require any assistance? Miss Junsha inquired. Please help me bind these Squirtless first. Wutong requested. All right, binding them. Huh. Miss Junsha responded, her voice trailing off in confusion as she looked at Wutong. Wutong merely smiled. However, Miss Junsha felt a chill run down her spine at that smile. The individual before her undoubtedly harbored a cunning nature. After Miss Junsha assisted in binding the Squirtless, Wutong instructed Swampert to drag the 5 Squirtless to search for their lair. In his recollection, their base should be nearby. Knowing his cue had arrived, Psyduck stepped forward, volunteering to lead the search. Wutong, pleased by Psyduck's enthusiasm, did not decline. Thus, Wutong and Swampert, dragging the 5 Squirtless, followed Psyduck as they commenced their quest. Thoughtfully, Wutong turned the Squirtless onto their backs, allowing their shells to rest on the ground. This would prevent injury, while anywhere on their shells could be managed later. Thanks to Psyduck's efforts, Wutong successfully located the Squirtle Brigade's lair, a modest cave housing a well-shaped rock that appeared suitable for binding, alongside 2 relatively flat stone platforms. One had to admit, they had an eye for location. Wutong secured the 5 Squirtless to the rock and allowed Swampert and Psyduck the freedom to roam. Fortuitously, the Squirtless remained oblivious to their binding until Wutong had finished. Deciding to camp out for the night, Wutong retrieved various tools to prepare dinner. Swampert and Psyduck ventured off to train, eager not to disappoint Wutong, who had welcomed them. After some time, the leader Squirtle was roused by an enticing aroma. Gradually awakening, initially confused, it soon realized the peculiar state of itself and its companions. Squirtle, Squirtle. The 5 Squirtless found themselves bound. A role reversal from their usual practice of binding others. This was a staggering humiliation. Squirtle, 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 Squirtle. The other 4 Squirtless awoke, swiftly transitioning from confusion to shock, commencing a futile struggle against their restraints. Hey, don't bother struggling. Even if you break free, I will simply tie you up again. Wutong remarked nonchalantly while stirring his ingredients. Despite being in a cave, the ventilation was adequate. Wutong had initially worried about filling the space with smoke. Squirtle, Squirtle. The leader Squirtle threatened Wutong with shouts. Disillusioned with humanity, it suspected Wutong harbored some nefarious scheme. My intentions? Now that has something to ponder. Wutong feigned contemplation. Squirtle, Squirtle. The leader Squirtle cried out again, observing Wutong's demeanor. Squirtle, Squirtle. The other 4 Squirtless joined in response to their leader's calls. All right, enough with the brotherly displays. I have no intention of harming you, but I cannot simply capture one and let the others go, Wutong said resignedly. Upon hearing Wutong's words, the 5 Squirtless felt a twinge of despair. Were they to be captured and abandoned once more? Rest assured, I have no plans to capture you, Wutong reassured them, noticing their forlorn expressions. However, the 5 Squirtless were evidently skeptical. Believe what you will, but I have decided what I shall do. From this day forth, I am your leader. No longer will you be the Squirtle Brigade. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Wutong Brigade, Wutong declared, brandishing his spatula with flair. Squirtle. The 5 Squirtless exclaimed in astonishment at Wutong's proclamation. This individual undoubtedly possesses some peculiarities. Not only does he intend to avoid capturing himself, But he also seeks to usurp the position of his legion's leader? From now on, remember to call me leader. Oh, by the way, just in case you think otherwise, do not presume that I am oblivious to your words. It would be quite unacceptable for you to secretly insult me, Wutong warned. Squirtle. The 5 Squirtless were taken aback by Wutong's remarks. You actually care about whether Pokemon insult you? Oh, and by the way, our legion must have its own distinctive flair. Your sunglasses are rather impressive, quite unique, Wutong suddenly remarked. Therefore, leader, I propose a small arrangement. Lend me your sunglasses. For as the chief, I cannot be seen wearing the same as you all, Wutong declared. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle. The head Squirtle immediately rejected this proposition wholeheartedly. Oh, you are far too polite. There is no need to repeat your offer so many times. I can't hear you. Thanks, Wutong said, snatching the head Squirtle's sharp sunglasses and donning them upon his own visage. Squirtle, the head Squirtle was left speechless. Was this not sheer bullying of a turtle? Chapter 22, the final chapter of the Kanto starters. While the head Squirtle was disillusioned with humanity, it had not anticipated encountering such unabashed audacity. It can only be said that Wutong had once again reshaped its perception of humankind. As your leader, I shall ensure you are well fed. However, let me make this clear in advance. When I set you down for your meal, you must not seize the opportunity to escape or attack. Do you understand? Wutong inquired. The 5 Squirtless remained silent, their gazes fixed intently upon Wutong. Being scrutinized by 5 water-type turtles was indeed a rather oppressive experience. Your silence shall be taken as agreement. Numel, release them, Wutong commanded. Numel, Numel replied, proceeding to the stone where the Squirtless were bound. Numel, 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 it called out while untying the ropes. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle. The head Squirtle called out incessantly to Numel. Of course, Wutong was utterly unable to comprehend the dialogue between the two Pokemon. After all, the ability of the power of eternity only allowed him to sense the emotions and feelings of Pokemon, while understanding their language or communicating effortlessly was the domain of true psychics. Wutong's claim that he could understand the Squirtless was merely a ruse. He was simply deducing their thoughts through their emotional cues and his familiarity with the narrative. Nonetheless, Wutong could not afford to display his ignorance. He chose instead to feign oblivion, focusing intently on preparing his meal. Perhaps moved by Numel's words, the freed Squirtless refrained from attacking or fleeing. However, the 6 Pokemon continued their incessant chatter of Squirtle, Squirtle, and Numel, Numel. Before long, Psyduck also joined in, quacking and conversing. Was the bond between Pokemon capable of strengthening so rapidly? Wutong mused, stirring the pot while observing the lively exchange among the Pokemon. All right, come over for dinner. Soon. Wutong completed the evening meal and called out to Numel, Psyduck, and the Squirtless. Responding to Wutong's summons, Numel and Psyduck hurried over with great enthusiasm. The 5 Squirtless, however, approached with caution, their trust in humanity still tenuous. Numel called out to signal that all was well. Quack. Psyduck chimed in, encouragingly. With Numel's and Psyduck's coaxing, coupled with the enticing aroma of Wutong's exquisite dinner, the 5 Squirtless ultimately relented. They approached the dining area, their mouths watering at the sight of the bountiful spread. Squirtle, the head Squirtle exclaimed, and the 5 Squirtless began to voraciously devour the food. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle. Tears streamed down their faces as they ate. Although they prided themselves on being the Squirtle Brigade causing mischief nearby, the food they gathered merely sufficed to keep them satiated each day. The prospect of a more delectable feast was a rare luxury, especially considering Wutong's well-honed culinary skills, which produced extraordinarily delicious dishes. You lot, don't behave in such a disgraceful manner. Eat slowly. There's no one here to compete with you, Wutong remarked, observing the Squirtless' gluttonous display. Numel, too, was shoveling food into its mouth with both paws. Psyduck, with its earnest demeanor, was also calling out, though its swift hands betrayed its intentions. Indeed, there was no one competing for the food, but there were Pokemon vying for it. Wutong, witnessing the comical antics of his Pokemon, found himself at a loss for words. Squirtle, Numel, the head Squirtle and Numel, both water-type Pokemon, shared similar tastes. Coincidentally, the food they adored most was a delicacy made from the fragrant fruit known as the 1,000 fragrant fruit. Initially, when there was still an abundance of food, everything proceeded smoothly. However, once only the final piece of the 1,000 fragrant fruit cake remained, conflict inevitably ensued. The head Squirtle and Numel both lunged for the last piece simultaneously, neither willing to concede. Their rivalry over the morsel was fierce, as they butted heads, each attempting to assert dominance over the other. You two, there is plenty of food left. Cease your quarrel. Wutong attempted to mediate. Squirtle, Numel, The head Squirtle and Numel disregarded Wutong's entreaties, continuing to clash. Psyduck, possessing experience, began to intervene, sensing that the situation could escalate into something dire. Squirtle, Squirtle. The remaining 4 Squirtless rallied in support of their leader. Squirtle, Numel. The head Squirtle and Numel, realizing the other would not yield, decided to settle the matter through force. The 2 Pokemon instantly engaged in a tussle. Albeit Numel was careful to restrain its strength, recognizing its significant advantage over the Squirtle. However, it soon became clear that mere physical confrontation was insufficient. Water began to spray in all directions, dousing the food in the process and rendering much of it inedible. "Hey, stop fighting," Wutong shouted. But a stream of water struck him squarely in the face. Quack! Psyduck panicked, sensing the emergence of the dreaded Wutong once more. "Ha ha ha, disobedient children require discipline," Wutong said with a smile that sent shivers down Psyduck's spine. Indeed, the malevolent side of Wutong emerged, prompting Psyduck to hastily gather some food and retreat to a safe distance to eat. Though it fled, the spectacle was too captivating to ignore. "Dream Eater, ensure these rascals behave," Wutong commanded. Dream Eater emerged from Wutong's shadow, employing hypnosis. The battling Squirtle and Numel fell into a deep slumber. Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle. The other 4 Squirtless were bewildered, perplexed by the sudden slumber of their leader. "You 4, bind them," Wutong ordered the remaining Squirtless. Squirtle. The 4 Squirtless unhesitatingly refused. "It seems you wish to join them, do you?" Psyduck, Dream Eater. Wutong called upon his Pokemon. Without their leader's guidance, the 4 remaining Squirtle's combat efficacy plummeted, and they were easily subdued by Psyduck and Dream Eater. Recently liberated from their bindings, the Squirtle squad found themselves once again ensnared, this time alongside a pink Psyduck. Squirtle. Psyduck. Under the influence of a certain ability, both Pokemon soon regained consciousness. Realizing their predicament, they began to struggle against their restraints. "Behave yourselves," admonished Wutong. Observing the 2 awakened Pokemon. "Those who waste food shall face consequences," he declared slowly. Despite his calm demeanor, an unsettling aura radiated from Wutong, causing both Squirtle and Psyduck, who had just been in a fierce altercation, to instinctively huddle together. The 4 other Squirtless, having been defeated by Wutong for challenging him, also trembled in their binds. Yet, Wutong refrained from any harsh actions. While punishment was indeed warranted, he did not indulge in the cruelty of tormenting Pokemon. "You 2 have your fill of the Qianxiang fruitcake, right? Psyduck, eat this," he said, presenting the last piece of cake to Psyduck. "Since you chose to brawl, none shall partake," Wutong declared. Psyduck, with a conflicted expression, faced the aromatic Qianxiang fruit cake, a delicacy that smelled delightful and tasted sweet with a hint of bitterness. The flavor of the Qianxiang fruit leaned heavily towards the astringent and bitter, a taste favored by many water-type Pokemon. However, being a fire-type, Psyduck preferred spicy and sweet foods, rendering the Qianxiang fruit cake quite unpalatable. This was not a punishment for Squirtle and Psyduck, but rather a trial for itself. Nevertheless, understanding the importance of not wasting food, Psyduck closed its eyes and swallowed the cake in one go. As Squirtle and Psyduck watched their favorite treat being devoured by another Pokemon, and with Psyduck clearly in distress, their mood soured instantly. The farcical scene soon passed, and Wutong did not keep the Pokemon bound for long. After being released, the 5 Squirtless exhibited noticeably better behavior, as they were aware that they could not best Wutong and found him somewhat intimidating. That night, Wutong spent in the base of the Squirtle squad, preparing for a special training session the following day. Awakening early the next morning, Wutong discovered the 5 Squirtless nestled together in slumber, while Psyduck kept its distance. This was not due to Psyduck being ostracized, but rather because its elevated body temperature could dry out the skin of the water-type Pokemon, who needed to maintain moisture for survival. Even though Psyduck had learned to somewhat control its fire-type energy under Wutong's guidance, the risk of spontaneous combustion during sleep remained, prompting Psyduck to find a corner to rest. Noticing that the Pokemon were still asleep, Wutong stretched and began to prepare breakfast. Years spent in a breeding facility, combined with his upbringing, had instilled in him the virtue of rising early. Once he had prepared breakfast, the enticing aroma roused several Pokemon from their slumber. "Squirtle, Squirtle," exclaimed the lead Squirtle, suddenly perceiving Wutong as a benevolent figure. Whether it was the allure of the food or the inherent simplicity of Pokemon, it was hard to tell. During breakfast, the Pokemon behaved well, refraining from quarrels, as they understood the importance of maintaining their dignity. After all, they could not be tied up forever. "Now, let's discuss today's mission." After their meal, Wutong donned the sunglasses borrowed from the lead Squirtle and proclaimed loudly, "Squirtle, Squirtle." The lead Squirtle expressed its discontent and its desire to reclaim the sunglasses. You wish to lend me your sunglasses for a few more days? How generous of you, Squirtle. Wutong replied. This only incited further ire from the lead Squirtle, who threatened, Do you dare provoke me? Why are you so worked up? By the way, all 5 of you are Squirtless, so calling you just Squirtle seems rather ambiguous. Let me assign you some names. Wutong ignored the lead Squirtle's outburst. Squirtle. The 5 Squirtless were taken aback, surprised that Wutong intended to name them. You shall be named Zilong. You shall be Yihui. You shall be Bingha. And you shall be Shun, he said, pointing to the 4 subordinate Squirtless. The lead Squirtle, hearing the names of its companions, felt a flicker of anticipation. And as for you, the former leader, you shall be known as Baron Bald Knight. Wutong declared solemnly to the lead Squirtle, the one who had once accompanied Ash in the anime. Squirtle, Squirtle. The lead Squirtle was outraged. What is this ridiculous name? It does not even fit with the others. Not fond of it. Very well, you shall be called Case, and your companions will be named Zhengnan, Adeo, and Nini. Wutong proceeded to assign new names to the other 4 Squirtless. Squirtle, Squirtle. Although these names were peculiar, they were a welcome change. As for you, you shall be called Baron Bald Day. Wutong pointed at the lead Squirtle, having taken a second jab. The lead Squirtle, without hesitation, blasted a water gun at Wutong. Really now? No need for such aggression. Wutong deftly dodged the attack. Squirtle, Squirtle. The lead Squirtle shouted angrily. You think you can just turn night into day? How much do you love the title of Baron? All right. If you detest that, then you shall be called Xiao Yi, and your friends will be Xiao Air. Xiao San, Xiao Si, and Xiao Wu. Wutong replied with a hint of resignation. This time, the Squirtless did not protest, as these names were certainly preferable to Baron Bald Knight. Now let me share with you the objectives of the Wutong squad. I know that you all are abandoned Pokemon, but that does not mean that all humans are malevolent. Wutong declared. The 5 Squirtless, surprisingly, did not immediately refute his words. They had learned from their conversations with Psyduck and the other Pokemon the night before that Psyduck and the others had also faced abandonment, yet found acceptance and kindness from Wutong. This revelation engendered a modicum of goodwill towards him among the 5 Squirtless, making them more amenable to listening to Wutong. Excellent, no objections. I will not demand that you wholeheartedly accept humanity again, but you must cease your destructive ways. If you are hungry, earn your sustenance through your own efforts. I will train you to acquire the skills to sustain yourselves. Wutong proclaimed loudly. The Squirtless looked at one another in confusion, unsure of Wutong's true intentions. Chapter 23, Jingwei's Lighthouse. Understanding the unfolding narrative, Wutong devised a specialized training regimen for the Squirtle squad, focusing on enhancing their water gun accuracy, a preparatory step for establishing a future Squirtle firefighting brigade. Although Wutong was unable to command non-shiny Pokemon in battle or even instruct them to unleash their abilities, he could strategize the training method and have Psyduck demonstrate, allowing the Squirtless to learn by observation. This was a workaround for a significant limitation. Initially, the Squirtless resisted, believing such training to be futile, yearning instead for their previous way of life. However, upon hearing that training well could lead to an extra meal and the opportunity to order food, the Squirtle squad instantly entered a state of rigorous training. The power of gastronomy is indeed formidable. This also indicates that they have, perhaps unconsciously, accepted Wutong's presence. After all, Wutong can be considered the kindest human they have encountered. Although he had previously defeated them and bound them, upon awakening, they bore no injuries. Even the most dim-witted could discern that it was Wutong who had healed them. Furthermore, he prepared meals for them, and even took the liberty of naming them, albeit with peculiar names like Swampert and Rock Smash. Meanwhile, Wutong was not idle. He began directing his Pokemon in their training. Swampert. With a powerful punch, Swampert struck a boulder, causing numerous cracks to appear. No, Swampert, your strength is considerable, but it is too dispersed. You must learn to concentrate your power into a single point. Once more, Wutong adopted a stern instructor's demeanor. Swampert. Nodding, Swampert resumed his attempts, repeatedly striking the massive stone marked with a circle drawn by Wutong. The task was straightforward. Only the rocks within the circle were to be destroyed, leaving those outside unscathed. This would require Swampert's sustained practice, for mastering one's own strength is not an endeavor accomplished in a day. Ducklet, continue your meditation. Your talent is impressive, yet you must learn to control it. You wouldn't want to spontaneously combust and cause trouble for others, would you? Wutong observed Ducklet's training. Here, meditation did not refer to a skill, but rather to a form of sitting quietly to attune to the energy of fire, thus gaining mastery over it. Seeing his 2 Pokemon training in an orderly fashion, Wutong took a moment to check on the Squirtle squad. He arrived at their section, where Xiaoyi, the future Ash's Squirtle, was commanding his little brethren to aim. It was undeniable that Xiaoi's leadership skills were exceptional. The Squirtle squad transformed completely with his presence. Wutong grew increasingly curious about the trainer who had abandoned such a talented Squirtle, as it seemed utterly illogical. Squirtle. Xiaoi pointed at a target crafted by Wutong. The other 4 Squirtless simultaneously unleashed their water guns, with the powerful streams striking the bullseye with precision. It seems we are almost there, Wutong nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Wutong noticed a flash of blue near the water's edge where the Squirtless were training. Roar! A Gyarados with blood-red eyes erupted from the water, unleashing a blue and white energy beam directly towards the Squirtless. Xiaoi, spotting the Gyarados first, instinctively knocked the other Squirtless out of harm's way. After all, as the leader, it was his responsibility to protect his subordinates. However, this left Xiaoi with no time to escape. Danger! Wutong reacted instinctively, leaping forward to roll Xiaoi out of harm's way. Sadly, his speed was slightly lacking, and he was struck by the Gyarados' beam on his left arm, tearing his shirt and causing blood to flow from the wound. Squirtle. Xiaoi was taken aback, witnessing Wutong injuring himself to save him. This Gyarados was not acting normally. Swampert. Rock slide. Ignoring his bleeding arm, Wutong called for Swampert. Swampert. Swampert promptly responded, conjuring a massive rock that he hurled at the Gyarados. Ducklet. From a distance, Ducklet rushed over, enraged upon seeing Wutong injured. Electric sparks crackled around Ducklet's hands as it leaped towards the Gyarados. Ducklet. Wutong shouted in concern at Ducklet's reckless action. Seizing the opportunity while the Gyarados was distracted by the incoming boulder, Ducklet executed a thunder punch, striking the Gyarados on the head before bouncing back to the shore due to the force of the impact. Roar! The Gyarados, now even more enraged by the blow, became increasingly feral. Squirtle. At this moment, Xiaoi regained his composure, tears welling in his eyes. Wutong had successfully touched his heart. Xiaoi had come to acknowledge Wutong as his new leader. Squirtle. Xiaoi left Wutong's embrace and shouted, prompting the other 4 Squirtless to respond in unison. The 5 Squirtless leapt into the water, and under Xiaoi's command, they relentlessly attacked the Gyarados. They managed to ensnare the Gyarados with ropes that seemed to appear from nowhere. With the Gyarados securely bound, it was heaved onto the shore, and Wutong exhaled in relief. Squirtle. Xiaoi approached Wutong, concern etched on his face as he examined his arm. Oh, I'm fine, merely a scratch. However, it seems the Gyarados went berserk due to an injury, Wutong reassured, quickly dressing his wound. Before long, he located a shard of metal lodged in the Gyarados, indicating it had been wounded by accident, its pain driving it into a frenzy. Wutong carefully removed the shard and treated the Gyarados. Swampert, take it back to the water, Wutong commanded. Swampert. Following orders, Swampert tossed the Gyarados back into the water. Due to this unforeseen incident, the training session had to be cut short. Upon returning to the secret base of the Squirtle squad, the 5 Squirtless appeared markedly more obedient, aware that Wutong had sustained an injury to save Xiaoi. Another night passed, and the following morning, Wutong awoke early as usual, his arm already healed. The physical resilience of humans in this world is truly remarkable. After preparing breakfast, Wutong addressed the contentedly munching Squirtle squad. You have all grown rapidly, which means it is time for me to continue my journey, Wutong stated calmly. Squirtle? The Squirtless were taken aback. They had only just become accustomed to Wutong's presence. And now he was saying he would leave? Don't wear that forlorn expression, as if abandoned. I have told you, I am your leader. A leader would never forsake you. Wutong continued. Squirtle. Xiaoi exclaimed excitedly. Why were they always the ones feeling abandoned? Listen, I have said it before. I am your leader, not merely your trainer. I am not abandoning you. I am giving you a job. From now on, you will be able to fend for yourselves, Wutong reassured Xiaoi. Wutong decided to expedite their transition into the Squirtle Fire Brigade phase. As for the matter of Ash and Xiaoi, Wutong would not forget. He resolved to instill a new mindset in Xiaoi. Xiaoi, you should no longer harbor such disdain for humans. If you encounter a suitable trainer, do not hesitate to follow him. The same goes for Xiaoer, Xiaosan, Xiaoxi, and Xiaowu, Wutong elaborated. Squirtle. The Squirtless shook their heads in unison, wishing fervently for Wutong to stay. Your leader aspires to become the greatest Pokemon trainer in the universe. I must continue my journey. Beasts roam alone, Wutong declared. Upon hearing Wutong's words, the Squirtless understood that they could not dissuade him. Although he had only been their leader for 2 days, Wutong had already left a profound impression on their hearts. After breakfast, Wutong took them to meet Miss Junsha, proposing the formation of the Squirtle Fire Brigade. Upon witnessing the Squirtle squad's capabilities, Miss Junsha readily agreed. In due time, I shall return to see you all. Farewell, Xiaoyi. Remember, should you encounter a suitable trainer, do not hesitate to accompany him. I look forward to meeting you at the court's conference. Wutong bid farewell to the Squirtle Brigade. Squirt, squirt, exclaimed Squirtle, joyfully waving goodbye to Wutong, having regained his sunglasses. Wutong, departing, felt a tinge of sentimentality, reflecting on the fact that he truly lacked the fate of a protagonist, as Xiao-Yi had not stealthily trailed behind him. Initially, he pondered what he would do if Xiao-Yi did follow, but it seemed he had merely overthought the matter. After parting from the Squirtle Brigade, Wutong continued his journey towards Leaf Green City. Along the way, he trained vigorously, soon arriving at a coastal area. On the cliffside by the sea, a lighthouse shimmered with light. Ah, it seems I have reached Jinghui's lighthouse, Wutong mused to himself, eyeing the beacon in the distance. Zhuyu, fish, ducklet. Let us rest there for the night. He gestured towards the lighthouse. Numa, Bubi. The two Pokemon expressed their agreement without hesitation. Thus, Wutong, accompanied by his two Pokemon, made his way toward the lighthouse. With a clear objective in mind, even Wutong would not lose his way, and so Ducklet felt assured in following him. After all, Wutong was merely directionally challenged, not foolish. Upon reaching the lighthouse's entrance, Wutong knocked on the door, but received no response. Is there no one here? He wondered aloud. Subsequently, he pushed the door, which creaked open effortlessly. Is anyone here? Excuse me, Wutong called as he stepped into the dark interior of the lighthouse, his voice echoing without a reply. The darkness enveloped the space, rendering it somewhat eerie. How strange, why is there no one? Wutong pondered, beginning to wander through the lighthouse. Huff, puff, honestly, a human could lift such a large wooden structure in an instant. As he ventured deeper into the lighthouse, a voice suddenly emerged. Wutong spotted a small Rattata standing with its paws on its hips, poised before a wooden structure. A Rattata? Wutong approached with curiosity. Finally, someone has arrived? The Rattata turned, its half-human, half-mouse visage beaming with joy. A human? A hybrid? Wutong was taken aback. Oh, I must have startled you with my appearance. My apologies, the Rattata said, somewhat embarrassed. What exactly are you? Wutong, harboring suspicions, inquired. I am Jinghui, a Pokemon researcher. Currently refining the Pokemon transmission system, the creature replied. Jinghui, how did you end up like this? Wutong could not help but ask. Recalling the plots in games and comics, where Jinghui transformed into a Rattata, yet it felt surreal to witness it in animation. I had an accident while repairing the Pokemon teleportation device, which led to this predicament, Jinghui explained, scratching his head in embarrassment. I was struggling to revert back to my original form, and your arrival is most fortuitous. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Jinghui implored. I am Wutong. Although I am unaware of the principles involved, I will certainly help you. Wutong readily agreed. Splendid. Follow me. I am eager to revert to my former self, Jinghui said, leading Wutong to the laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of capsules reminiscent of life support chambers. One door stood ajar, while the other contained a person who was moving about curiously, though their actions seemed rather unusual for a typical human. I leave this to you. Jinghui explained the tasks Wutong needed to undertake before stepping into the open capsule. Wutong followed Jinghui's instructions, activating the device. A plume of white smoke billowed forth, followed by a brilliant flash of light. The door to the human chamber then swung open. Ah, thank you so much. You have been a tremendous help. A young man with green hair and dressed in dark red emerged, expressing his gratitude. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jinghui, a Pokemon researcher and developer of the Pokemon transmission system. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. The rejuvenated Jinghui appeared much more composed. I am Wutong, a novice traveler from Tokyo City, he said, brandishing his Pokédex. This is the Pokédex crafted by Professor Oak, Jinghui exclaimed upon spotting the device in Wutong's hand, excitement coursing through him. In that case, I hope you will assist me. Jinghui grasped Wutong's hand fervently. I am merely a novice trainer. What could I possibly do to help you? Wutong discreetly withdrew his hand, feeling the disparity in the gesture between a burly man and a lovely lady. I have been awaiting a unique Pokemon, Jinghui stated. A unique Pokemon? Wutong inquired, aware that the singular Pokemon in question was likely a colossal Dragonite. He felt a stirring of excitement. Perhaps this Dragonite was a regal figure among its kind, and if it found Wutong appealing, he might even acquire a shiny dragon-type Pokemon. Wutong envisioned the shimmering creature beckoning to him. But wait, weren't shiny Dragonites a sickly greenish hue? How utterly unappealing. Wutong's enthusiasm waned, contemplating whether he should procure a Everstone for his Dratini instead. The adorable Dratini was certainly preferable to the grotesque, greenish Dragonite. Seeing Wutong's expression shift, Zhang Hui mistakenly believed he was in a state of indecision. If you are willing to assist me, I shall offer you one of my latest research inventions, Zhang Hui proposed. What invention? Wutong's daydream was shattered by Zhang Hui's words. It is a portable Pokemon transmission device. As one might encounter situations in the wild where they are unprepared for Pokemon encounters. However, it is still in the experimental phase, so we only have one prototype at present. Rest assured, it poses no danger. At worst, it might simply fail to transmit due to poor signal, Zhang Hui clarified. No problem. It's a deal, Wutong replied without hesitation. Chapter 24, The Colossal Dragonite. Seeing Wutong's enthusiastic agreement, Zhang Hui beamed and began rummaging through the laboratory. Soon, he returned with a device the size of a kettle. The entire contraption was cylindrical, topped with a screen and several buttons. The central section was semi-transparent, revealing a modestly sized space within. Upon opening the semi-transparent hatch, Wutong discerned a circular recess, presumably designed for a Pokeball. Zhang Hui proceeded to explain the operation of the portable Pokemon transmission device to Wutong. The instructions were straightforward, but according to Zhang Hui, the device required a strong signal. Hence it was still undergoing improvements. However, there was no risk involved in the transmission of Pokemon. May I test it? Wutong asked with curiosity. Of course. By the way, there is a video phone inside the lighthouse. You can contact the person responsible for safeguarding your Pokemon, Zhang Hui replied. All right, thank you. Wutong expressed his gratitude before locating the video phone within the lighthouse. Without hesitation, he initiated a call to Professor Oak. Is that you, Xiaotong? Where are you? It appears rather ominous there, Professor Oak inquired, observing the eerie surroundings behind Wutong. In the lighthouse near the desolate Leaf City. A gentleman named Zhang Hui bestowed upon me a portable Pokemon transmission device, and I am eager to test its capabilities. Thus, I reached out to Professor Oak. Zhang Hui? Oh. He is the brilliant mind behind the Pokemon storage system, a researcher of remarkable potential indeed. How may I assist you? Professor Oak replied eagerly, demonstrating his unwavering enthusiasm for research. After conveying the instructions taught to him by Zhang Hui, it became evident to Professor Oak what was required of him. Then, I kindly ask you to transmit Pikachu, I requested. Of course, just a moment. Oh dear, my instant noodles, exclaimed Professor Oak, turning to find his meal had overcooked. Moments later, the portable Pokemon transmission device, arranged by me, emitted a brilliant flash. A Pokeball materialized within the apparatus. How truly marvelous, I remarked, retrieving the Pokeball. Come forth, Pikachu, I summoned, and Pikachu appeared, looking around in confusion before recognizing me and greeting me joyfully. Long time no see, Pikachu. Come back now, I said, recalling Pikachu into the Pokeball with ease, then placing it back into the device, seamlessly transmitting it once more. I have received Pikachu. Emerge, Pikachu, Professor Oak announced, releasing the Pokemon. Pika. Pikachu responded, bewildered. What has transpired? Who am I? Where am I? Thank you for your efforts, Pikachu. You may rest now, Professor Oak said kindly. Pika. Pika. Pikachu protested in indignation. Feeling slighted. Ignoring Pikachu's ire, I exchanged pleasantries with Professor Oak before concluding our communication. This truly is an extraordinary device, I mused. Thoroughly satisfied with the portable Pokemon transmission apparatus. Carefully stowing it in my backpack, I returned to Zhang Hui's laboratory, as I had acquired the device and now needed to contribute to the research. Upon my arrival, however, Zhang Hui was nowhere in sight. Instead, I encountered a life-sized Omanite standing in the room. Oh, you're back, Wutong. The Omanite turned to reveal Zhang Hui's face. Fear not, I have come to rescue you, I shouted, delivering a flying kick to the Omanite's abdomen. Ugh. Zhang Hui grimaced in pain as he crumpled to the floor. Bubby. A bewildered Psyduck observed the unfolding events. Just enjoy the show, Numel nudged Psyduck, suggesting it was best to remain an observer. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Zhang Hui groaned, rubbing his still aching abdomen while glaring at me. How could I? I thought a giant Omanite was about to devour you, I retorted hastily. We then made our way outside the lighthouse to a beach near the cliff's edge. Stop lying. You didn't even flinch, Zhang Hui shouted. By the way, what are we doing here? I quickly redirected the conversation. Your topic diversion skills are quite poor. We are here to investigate that unique Pokemon, Zhang Hui replied, exasperated. Guided by Zhang Hui, we approached a depression in the sand. Is this the pit you're referring to? I asked, puzzled by its modest size. Take a closer look. Zhang Hui encouraged patiently. Upon closer inspection, I soon discerned something unusual. This pit appears to be a Pokemon footprint, but the size, I remarked. If I am not mistaken, this must belong to a gigantic Dragonite. Indeed, this is the footprint of the rare Pokemon I have been eagerly anticipating, Zhang Hui declared proudly. From this footprint, can you not deduce what Pokemon it belongs to? Is it possible that an existing Pokemon has simply grown in size for some reason? I inquired, contemplating the implications. After all, different Pokemon have distinct footprints. You raise a valid point, Jinghui conceded, momentarily taken aback. His preconceived notions had prevented him from associating the footprint with known Pokemon. Now, with my words, he began to ponder anew. Perhaps this is the folly of the involved party. You are correct. I shall return and conduct a comparative analysis immediately, Jinghui proclaimed, rushing back to the lighthouse to continue his research. Such is the fervor of a researcher, I remarked, bemused by Jinghui's swift departure. Observing the sky, I too retreated into the lighthouse. Shortly thereafter, Jinghui returned, having deduced the identity of the Pokemon that left the footprints. His expression was a complex mixture of joy and disappointment. He was elated to uncover the true nature of the enigmatic Pokemon, but disheartened that it was not a new discovery. From your demeanor, I gather the findings pertain to a known Pokemon, I stated. Indeed, disregarding the size, this footprint bears a 96% resemblance to that of a Dragonite, Jinghui confirmed. A gigantic Dragonite. Judging by the footprint's dimensions, this creature must be larger than the lighthouse itself, I exclaimed. Indeed, while I have seen it on a few occasions, it always appears at night, preventing me from witnessing its true form, Jinghui explained. However, its appearances are quite regular, roughly every 7 days. If all goes well, it should reappear in 3 or 4 days, he continued. Ah, I see. I realized I was approximately 3 or 4 days ahead of Ash and his companions. Truly, it is Ash who tends to lose his way. If that is the case, will we be able to see the gigantic Dragonite in 3 or 4 days? Such a creature would indeed be unique, I remarked. Correct. While it may not be an entirely new Pokemon, it is still a singular entity. This time, I will surely witness its true identity, Jinghui exclaimed, filled with excitement. Naturally, I too wished to witness this colossal Dragonite, so I decided to stay at the lighthouse. After all, 3 to 4 days would pass swiftly, and I was in no hurry to continue my journey. During these few days, I took the opportunity to carefully contemplate the training direction for Numel and Psyduck. The power advantage of Numel could not be overlooked, and Swampert is known for its excellent physical attack capabilities. Although Swampert possesses a special attack stat of 85, it pales in comparison to its physical attack prowess. Thus, I resolved to focus on enhancing Swampert's physical attack skills while supplementing its special attack training to fully exploit its strengths. My training regimen for it would involve battling against the waves. Despite Numel being a water-type Pokemon, I had no intention of allowing it to enter the water completely. Rather, I envisioned it half-submerged while using its lower half to shatter the encroaching waves. Certainly, it is not in a stationary location, but rather in incessant movement. The full utilization of water's resistance serves to exercise the marsh leap fish. This mode of locomotion, partially submerged in water, is entirely distinct from swimming in its entirety. The once familiar water now poses a challenge for the marsh leap fish, as the resistance renders its previously buoyant movements arduous. In contrast, the duck-billed baby is on a divergent path. Wutong intends to cultivate it as a melee mage, focusing primarily on honing its fire-type special attack skills. The goal is to transform it into an exceptional artillery unit, capable of defending itself against close-range foes. The training method closely resembles that of the marsh leap fish, albeit without the necessity of entering the water. It involves utilizing various fire-type skills to counter the waves crashing upon them. For the duck-billed baby, this presents a considerable challenge. Wutong, of course, remains industrious, crafting specialized feed tailored to the circumstances of both the marsh leap fish and the duck-billed baby. After all, training is an energy-intensive endeavor, and a lack of appropriate energy replenishment can hinder strength development and even harm the Pokemon. Wutong, with a decade of experience in the breeding industry, would never commit such an oversight. Moreover, after the daily training sessions of the marsh leap fish and the duck-billed baby, Wutong also provides them with massages to relax and stretch their muscles, ensuring they can rest more effectively. Additionally, he employs the power of the Everstone to stimulate the growth of both Pokemon. If Wutong is wholeheartedly immersed in the profession of Pokemon breeding, he has certainly ascended to the ranks of the elite. At long last, on the evening of the 4th day, Wutong encountered Ash and his companions once more. This also signified the opportunity to witness the colossal Dragonite. I will surely capture a Pokemon with my own strength. A familiar voice echoed from a distance. Wutong glanced over to see Ash engaged in battle with a large pincered crab, wielding a branch. Truly, Ash, the rising star among humanoid Pokemon trainers, is living up to his reputation. Before long, the large pincered crab revealed an opening, and Ash successfully subdued it with a Pokeball. Did you see that? I captured the large pincered crab, Ash exclaimed joyfully. However, before he could revel in his triumph for more than a moment, the Pokeball vanished. Had it been transported back to Professor Oak? Yet, Ash displayed no sign of panic at the sudden disappearance of the Pokeball. Ash, long time no see. Wutong approached to greet him. Calm. It's been a while. Ash responded with equal enthusiasm. Pikachu scampered over to greet Ash as well. It's been ages. Kong, Misty chimed in. What a coincidence, Kong. I never expected to run into you here, Brock added as he approached. Brock, have you given up your position as a gym leader? How is it that you are with Ash? Wutong feigned curiosity. I want to pursue my dreams, so I've entrusted the gym's management to my father, Brock replied candidly. After chatting for a while, Wutong led them to Jinghui's lighthouse. Along the way, Wutong learned why Ash was unfazed by the sudden disappearance of the Pokeball. It turned out that, influenced by Wutong, Ash's Caterpie had not fled, and had successfully evolved into a Beedrill. This had resulted in Ash obtaining 6 Pokemon ahead of schedule. And when he captured a Squirtle, it had been transported away. However, upon understanding the situation, Ash quickly swapped back for Squirtle, receiving Beedrill in return. Wutong felt a sense of nostalgia. It appeared that history was not easily altered. Thus, Ash's Pokemon lineup mirrored that of the anime. As the group engaged in casual conversation, they entered Jinghui's lighthouse, only to find it eerily silent. Jinghui was nowhere to be found. Could it be that Jinghui? Wutong suddenly thought of something and ventured deeper into the lighthouse. Although Ash and his companions were puzzled, they followed suit. Upon entering a room, they discovered a giant Kabuto standing atop a staircase adorned with a red carpet. Just as I suspected, you've managed to get yourself trapped again, haven't you? Wutong remarked with exasperation. He approached and pressed a button on Kabuto's body. With a clank, Kabuto split in two, revealing Jinghui. Kabuto's arms are too short. I couldn't reach the button, Jinghui sheepishly explained, scratching his head. Please be more careful next time. By the way, let me introduce you. These are Ash, Misty, and Brock. Wutong gestured to his companions. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Jinghui stepped forward to introduce himself to Ash and the others. After a round of pleasantries, they became somewhat acquainted. So, the colossal Dragonite is expected to appear tonight, correct? Wutong inquired. Indeed, it should be tonight, Jinghui replied eagerly. What colossal Dragonite? Ash asked, perplexed. Misty shared his curiosity, while Brock appeared to contemplate deeply. It is a Pokemon that Jinghui and I have long awaited, Wutong teased. Chapter 25, A Friendly Testament. Observing Wutong's playful suspense, Ash, Misty, and Brock turned their attention to Jinghui. I have been pondering that every Pokemon must possess its own purpose for existence, and that unique colossal Dragonite has undoubtedly been searching for its kin, Jinghui began, adopting a philosophical tone. One day, I heard a voice from across the sea. As Jinghui spoke, he emitted a resonant, ethereal sound. I want to meet you. I want to meet you. This is the feeling I encountered. Jinghui continued slowly. Does it not have family or friends? Misty could not help but ask. Because it does not. It wanders, Jinghui responded. Upon hearing that voice, I released a similar sound towards the sea using the lighthouse, and on a foggy night over the ocean, I received a response. Therefore, I firmly believe that the colossal Dragonite will come to meet me tonight. It longs to reunite with its companions, Jinghui asserted confidently. Are you planning to capture that Pokemon? Ash inquired. What purpose would capturing it serve? For me, encountering that Pokemon is tantamount to understanding this world, Jinghui elaborated. Time is of the essence. The fog over the sea has begun to rise. Ash, you and Jinghui should wait here while I attend to a little trouble. Wutong recalled the trio from Team Rocket and stated. Kong, aren't you going to wait for that unique Pokemon? Ash asked, puzzled. Of course, I will wait. However, I promised Jinghui that I would assist him in meeting the colossal Dragonite, so I must handle a few matters. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. Wutong waved his hand and departed with his Pokemon. I recall those 3 were clinging to the cliff. They must be nearby, Wutong thought as he arrived at the coast below the lighthouse. He searched for a while but, due to the night and the fog, he was momentarily unable to locate Team Rocket. At that moment, a melodious roar akin to a dragon's song resonated. A massive silhouette gradually emerged from the sea. Has it arrived? Wutong mused, gazing at the form of the colossal Dragonite, yet he still had not spotted Team Rocket. Just then, a somewhat raucous noise rang out. A familiar sound. Wutong turned to see. Indeed, it was Team Rocket. Marshleap Fish, Rock Slide, Duck-billed Baby, Flamethrower, bring them down, Wutong shouted urgently. However, it was a tad too late. Kojiro unexpectedly produced a rocket launcher from seemingly nowhere, and a missile struck the colossal Dragonite. Just as Team Rocket's trio was about to revel in their fleeting triumph, A barrage of stones accompanied by flames hurtled towards them. Such an irksome sensation. Team Rocket's members transformed into the brightest star in the sky. Roar. The suddenly provoked Dragonite became enraged. It had come in search of companions, yet found none and was now under attack. The flames of wrath ignited within the mighty Dragonite, which slammed its paw against the cliffside. Though completely unaware of the predicament faced by Jinghui and Ash inside the lighthouse, it was evident that their situation was dire. It appeared that this portable Pokemon transfer device was not as easily operable as one might hope. Wutong sighed in resignation. Swampert, remember to carry me back to the lighthouse later, he instructed his Pokemon. Swampert. Swampert tilted its head in confusion, unable to fathom why its trainer wished to be carried back. Wutong observed the rampaging Dragonite, gritting his teeth. Everyone, calm down. This is all a misunderstanding, Wutong shouted, emanating a soft green glow. The verdant light enveloped Dragonite, soothing its troubled spirit and injuries. Feeling the goodwill radiating from Wutong, Dragonite merely paused for a moment. Roar. Still feeling deceived, the colossal Dragonite continued to bellow. Hey, you big guy, can you not be so petty? Wutong couldn't help but retort at the incessant roars of Dragonite. Upon hearing Wutong's voice, Dragonite was momentarily taken aback. Roar. Then, it let out an even louder roar. Sensing the fury and humiliation emanating from Dragonite, Wutong too was stunned. Could it be? Are you female? Wutong ventured cautiously. In the anime, Dragonite only appeared as a shadow, leaving its gender ambiguous. Roar. Dragonite issued a resounding roar. Although Wutong could not comprehend the specifics of Dragonite's words, he could sense its emotions, leading him to deduce its sentiment. Do I look that much like a male? Oh, that must surely be the case. I apologize. My vision is rather poor. I am truly sorry. Wutong hastily offered his apologies, not wishing to become the target of Dragonite's wrath. All right, calm down. Listen to me. It's all a misunderstanding. The ones who attacked you were villains, and I've already chased them off. Wutong's green luminescence intensified. Finally, Dragonite settled down, refraining from further destruction. However, what replaced its rage was an endless, sorrowful wail. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Dragonite had been wandering, searching for its kin. This latest deception and unwarranted aggression felt like the last straw for the beleaguered creature. Dragonite could not contain its whimpers. At that moment, the sound it emitted was no longer melodious, but rather filled with despair. Perhaps influenced by Dragonite's sorrow, Wutong's spirits also began to wane. Still, he mustered the strength to revive his resolve, unleashing the power of harmony once more to heal Dragonite, even though its minor injuries had long since healed. Do not be so melancholic. I know where your companions are, Wutong called out to Dragonite. Roar? Upon hearing Wutong's words, Dragonite ceased its mournful cries and gazed expectantly at him. However, I seem to be reaching my limit. Good night, Wutong said, promptly falling into a deep slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, he resolved to diligently train the power of harmony. It would be rather embarrassing to fall asleep every time. Roar. Dragonite was left bewildered at the sight of Wutong suddenly dozing off. What manner of human is this? How can he speak mid-sentence and then fall asleep? Swampert, witnessing Wutong's unconscious state, finally understood why his trainer had asked him to carry him back to the lighthouse. Thus, Swampert lifted Wutong effortlessly and began the journey back. Roar. Realizing what had transpired, Dragonite let out a sharp cry. Swampert. Swampert halted, turning its head in confusion. Boobay. Nearby, Psyduck couldn't help but exclaim. Could you please be more careful when you turn around? You just bumped your head on a rock. Nonetheless, neither Dragonite nor Swampert paid any heed to Psyduck. The two creatures exchanged glances, ultimately conceding. After all, Swampert's gaze was imbued with wisdom. Roar. After a moment of contemplation, Dragonite used its claws to pluck a scale from its body, placing the shimmering scale before Swampert and gesturing towards Wutong. Swampert gazed at the scale, which was larger than itself, and fell into deep thought. After all, it had only 2 hands, making it rather inconvenient to hold both the scale and Wutong at the same time. Boobay. Psyduck, seeing Swampert lost in contemplation, hurried over, calling out to Dragonite before hoisting the scale. Although the scale appeared massive, it was not as heavy as one might imagine. After all, Dragonite was renowned for its speed, so it would not possess overly cumbersome scales. Dragonite let out another roar and gradually vanished beneath the waves. Thus, Swampert carried Wutong while Psyduck hoisted the scale. Returning to the lighthouse. Inside the lighthouse, Jinghui and Ash's group, oblivious to the unfolding events, witnessed Swampert bringing back Wutong, alongside Psyduck holding a scale that resembled a dragon's. What on earth happened? Why did Wutong faint? Jinghui asked, his expression one of confusion. Xiaodong, are you alright? Ash's group rushed to Wutong's side, concern etched on their faces. Xiaodong, didn't he try to capture that Dragonite and ended up getting attacked, did he? Misty suggested. That seems unlikely. Xiaodong doesn't seem the type, Brock rationally analyzed. At that moment, Wutong began to snore softly. This guy actually fell asleep? Ash and the others exclaimed in disbelief. Pika! Pika Pika! Pikachu rushed over to communicate with Psyduck. As for why they didn't seek out Swampert, it was because Swampert, after evolving, appeared somewhat daft. After an indeterminate period of slumber, Wutong finally awoke. Gazing around in bewilderment to find Jinghui and Ash's group encircling him, along with the heads of several Pokemon interspersed among them. What are you all doing? Staring at me like that is quite frightening. Wutong exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Did you converse with that Dragonite? Jinghui inquired first. Did you heal its injuries? Ash followed up. That Dragonite gave you a scale and asked you to find it? Misty asked. That Dragonite is female? Brock concluded. Huh. Jinghui and the others turned to Brock in confusion. What are you all talking about? I could understand the earlier parts, but when did that Dragonite give me a scale? I have no recollection of it asking me to find it. Wutong replied, his face a mask of bewilderment. Bube, Psyduck called out, producing a scale that was even larger than Swampert. What is this? Wutong exclaimed, equally astonished, for he had already fallen asleep when Dragonite bestowed the scale upon him. This is what your Ducklet informed us, said Ash. You can understand what Ducklet is saying. Wutong exclaimed in astonishment. Pikachu, striking a pose, let out a cheerful Pika. In that instant, Wutong comprehended that the esteemed Pikachu was serving as the chief translator. So, this scale was indeed given to me by that colossal Dragonite, correct? The real question is, where am I to find it? Wutong pondered aloud. Ducklet claims to know the way, but it refuses to divulge the information, Jinghui lamented. Bubi. Ducklet nodded and chirped twice. Wutong could sense Ducklet's unwavering determination. That makes sense. After all, that gigantic Dragonite may not trust any humans other than myself. Especially after being deceived and attacked not long ago, Wutong replied. However, Jinghui truly wishes to meet that colossal Dragonite. In that case, we should not delay any longer. Ducklet. Swampert, let us depart, Wutong declared. Bubi. Numa. Ducklet and Swampert agreed and prepared to set off with Wutong. Wait. Although it's a pity I cannot see it with my own eyes, could you please take a few photographs of the colossal Dragonite? Jinghui called out to Wutong, pulling out a camera. No problem, leave it to me. Wutong readily agreed with a nod. How wonderful. I too wish to see the colossal Dragonite. By the way, what kind of Pokemon is Dragonite? Ash said enviously. Honestly, Ash, how could you not know about Dragonite? Misty said with a hint of exasperation. Dragonite is a dragon and flying type Pokemon, an exceptionally powerful creature, often regarded as the embodiment of strength, Brock explained. Is it truly that formidable? Ash exclaimed in astonishment. Ignoring Ash's incredulous exclamation, Wutong was eager to seek out the colossal Dragonite. Perhaps he might even have the chance to obtain a shiny Dratini. With this thought, Wutong quickened his pace, prompting Ducklet's short legs to hasten as well. Under Ducklet's guidance, Wutong arrived at a concealed corner beneath a cliff. However, there seemed to be no path forward, leaving Wutong perplexed. Am I supposed to swim out to sea? I lack such abilities. At that moment, Ducklet pointed at a large boulder and called out to Swampert. Numa. Upon hearing Ducklet's call, Swampert nodded. Approaching the boulder, Swampert gripped it tightly, his muscular arms bulging as he exerted himself to lift the massive stone. Oh, Swampert, you truly live up to your reputation. All your skill points must have gone into strength, Wutong applauded. As Swampert moved the boulder aside, an opening was revealed. Ducklet tugged at Wutong's clothing, indicating for him to enter. Wutong cautiously led Ducklet inside, while Swampert pulled the boulder back to seal the entrance. Inside the cave, though tightly enclosed, a faint bioluminescence illuminated the surroundings, allowing Wutong to make out the path. Fortunately, there were no diverging routes within the cave. Ducklet, could you ignite a flame? Wutong requested. Bubi, Ducklet complied obediently, and flames erupted from its body. Well, that will suffice, Wutong remarked upon witnessing Ducklet's self-ignition. The trio ventured for over an hour before finally reaching a spacious area. With a resounding roar, the colossal Dragonite appeared before Wutong. Dragonite, I've arrived. By the way, that scale of yours is far too large for me to carry, Wutong greeted. The colossal Dragonite shook its head to indicate it was of no concern, then pointed at Wutong and then at itself. Wutong understood that the scale represented their bond of friendship. Chapter 26, The Legend of the Ancient Pokemon. After confirming that the scale symbolized friendship, Wutong and the colossal Dragonite began to gaze into each other's eyes, each waiting for the other to speak first. Roar. At last, the colossal Dragonite could no longer contain itself and let out a cry. Seeing the Dragonite anxiously thumping its chest, Wutong recalled that before he had fallen unconscious, he had mentioned knowing the whereabouts of its kin. Coupled with his possession of the Tokiwa power and the innate fondness Pokemon held for him, it was no wonder the colossal Dragonite chose to trust him. I apologize, Dragonite. Is there a way you could illuminate this place a bit more? I need to see your form to ascertain certain matters, Wutong inquired. Although the area was spacious, it was still an unknown cavern. Even with Ducklet providing light, Wutong could only make out a vague outline of the colossal Dragonite. Roar! The colossal Dragonite nodded and called out, summoning countless glowing orbs that gathered like fireflies at the cave's ceiling. The entire cavern brightened, allowing Wutong to finally behold the full form of the colossal Dragonite. It resembled a standard Dragonite magnified several times over, with the sole distinction of unique striped patterns adorning its body. Indeed, you are also an ancient Pokemon, Wutong mused aloud. Roar? The colossal Dragonite responded with confusion, not grasping Wutong's words. In ancient times, there existed a civilization known as the Pokmonia civilization, which revered Pokemon as manifestations of supernatural power. However, it is said that this civilization succumbed to a cataclysm, vanishing overnight, Wutong recounted. This narrative was something he remembered from the anime, and ordinarily, such details would be difficult to retain. Yet, after being reborn, Wutong found that his memories concerning Pokemon had become increasingly vivid, albeit only those related to Pokemon. Perhaps this was a perk of being a reincarnated individual. Now, the legend left by the Pokmonia civilization spoke of a force capable of annihilating worlds, a black darkness that stained the skies, golden eyes that disrupted the natural order, causing a division of the world, with a portal to another realm opening in the heavens. At that moment, a power capable of quelling all emerged, transforming into a sphere and returning underground. Wutong narrated the information left behind by the Pokmonia civilization. This information could seamlessly align with the events surrounding the Hoenn region's trio of legendary Pokemon. Moreover, those three legendary beings were also ancient Pokemon. However, it remained uncertain whether the two sets of ancient beings existed in different eras or perhaps were contemporaneous Pokemon. Your kin are currently sealed within a relic on Mount Padoro. Of course, whether they are your companions remains to be seen. Wutong concluded his recounting of the Pokmonia civilization's legend. Roar! Upon hearing Wutong's words, the colossal Dragonite let out a joyful cry. After what seemed like an eternity of searching, it had finally received news of its kind. After all, being a solitary Pokemon was exceedingly lonely, especially given its size, which set it apart from ordinary Pokemon. Mount Padoro is located near Pallet Town and Mount Miacha. However, I doubt you would know where that is, even if I told you, Wutong remarked. Upon hearing Wutong's words, the colossal Dragonite nodded, indicating that it indeed had no knowledge of the location. In that case, there is a reason your companions are sealed there. I suggest you refrain from attempting to release them for now. Wutong pondered for a moment before addressing the ancient Gung-Gui and ancient Hudi, who were prone to fighting upon release. Roar? The colossal Dragonite cast a puzzled glance at Wutong, unable to comprehend why he was preventing it from seeking out its companions. Because two of those creatures will immediately engage in combat, and another one possesses a rather hypnotic singing voice. If you fall asleep, it will even doodle on your face. Wutong elucidated. Roar! Roar! Upon hearing Wutong's explanation, the giant Dragonite seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. Clearly, it had suffered the consequences of an ancient Jigglypuff before. Thus, it was prudent to wait until they were adequately prepared. Now that you are aware of your kind's whereabouts, we can afford to take our time. Once I complete my journey, I shall return to lead you to your brethren. What do you think? Wutong proposed. The massive Dragonite fell into contemplation after considering Wutong's words. After a brief pause, it nodded in agreement, clearly not wishing to be the canvas for an ancient Jigglypuff's artistic endeavors. Those inks were notoriously difficult to wash off. In that case, it's settled. I shall return here after my travels, Wutong affirmed. Roar! The Dragonite vocalized, nodding in affirmation. It then gestured towards an open space nearby, indicating it would patiently wait for Wutong's return. Observing the obedient demeanor of the giant Dragonite, Wutong suddenly felt as though he resembled a cat. By the way, if you don't mind, could I take a few photographs? Wutong inquired, retrieving his camera. The colossal Dragonite tilted its head in confusion, not understanding the concept of photography. Never mind, just stand still or strike a pose you find comfortable, Wutong instructed. The Dragonite, appearing somewhat perplexed, nodded and then lay lazily before Wutong. Well, as long as you're happy, Wutong said, momentarily taken aback by the Dragonite's posture. Wutong adjusted his angle and aimed the camera at the giant Dragonite. With a click, a flash illuminated the scene, and a photograph slid out from the camera. Splendid. My skills are quite commendable. Wutong remarked with satisfaction as he examined the image in his hand. Curious, the giant Dragonite leaned closer to inspect the photograph. There it was, a Dragonite adorned with peculiar patterns, lazily sprawled out, its claws seemingly scratching its belly in a bid to alleviate an itch. Its round face rested on a stone, visibly spilling over with layers of flesh. The giant Dragonite gazed at the creature in the photograph. Isn't that me? It bellowed furiously. Roar. The Dragonite directed an accusatory glare at Wutong, demanding to know why the image portrayed it in such an unflattering light. Hey, don't suddenly shout in someone's ear. It's quite startling. Wutong exclaimed, taken aback. The Dragonite pointed at the photograph in Wutong's hand and then at itself. Do you think it resembles me? Of course. It looks just like you. So adorably rotund. Wutong retorted nonchalantly. The giant Dragonite, upon hearing this, fell silent, standing tall as energy began to coalesce in its mouth. Wait, if you're not satisfied, we can take another. Wutong quickly conceded. After all, a single attack from the colossal Dragonite would be a formidable challenge even for the novice Ash. Roar. The Dragonite then struck a pose it deemed impressive, gesturing for Wutong to commence photographing. With no alternative, Wutong began anew. With another click, a fresh photograph emerged. The Dragonite peered over to examine it, finding it far superior to the first. Just as Wutong believed he could conclude the session, the giant Dragonite seemed to discover the joy of photography and gestured for Wutong to take more shots. Wutong hesitated to decline. The Dragonite, noticing Wutong's reluctance, began to gather energy once more. Let us discuss this calmly. No need to prepare for an attack. Wutong pleaded. Thus, Wutong transformed into the giant Dragonite's personal photographer, capturing its essence from every conceivable angle. It wasn't until the camera ran out of film that Wutong was finally able to cease his efforts. He surveyed the scattered photographs, feeling as though his hands were no longer his own. He must have taken at least 200 to 300 shots. Who knew where Zhenghui procured a camera capable of holding so many films? Could it be that this fellow harbored some peculiar hobby? Meanwhile, the side characters, Swampert and Psyduck, had already dozed off, the cave's dimness lulling them into slumber as they had little to occupy their time. Once the giant Dragonite expressed its satisfaction, Wutong organized the remaining photographs and stored them away. After all, he had promised Zhenghui that bringing back a substantial number of photographs would surely delight him. After both had tucked away their photographs, Wutong and the giant Dragonite exchanged gazes. However, it was Wutong who first succumbed to the urge to speak. Rubbing his hands together, he hesitantly regarded the giant Dragonite. I wonder if you have any younglings or something similar, preferably those with distinct colors, looking to venture out and gain experience? Wutong inquired, giving the Dragonite a knowing look. Roar? The Dragonite tilted its head in confusion, baffled by Wutong's peculiar behavior. Oh, any mini drakes, dragonairs, or other dragon-type Pokemon. Even those that are flying-type would do, Wutong clarified directly. Upon hearing Wutong's request, the giant Dragonite fell deep in thought. After a moment, it tapped its right claw against its left, realization dawning upon it. This fellow was seeking to assist in raising its offspring. Although the giant Dragonite itself had no progeny, it did oversee the survival of several Pokemon under its protection. Among them was a particularly mischievous little creature that had unexpectedly arrived from a neighboring region. This young one was known for its antics, often bullying other Pokemon. Moreover, it was remarkably swift. Aside from itself, few could catch it. Thus, the little creature was quite accustomed to its troublesome behavior. The giant Dragonite had been preoccupied with searching for its kin and had little time to monitor it. Yet, despite its mischief, the little one had always maintained a sense of propriety, never becoming as intolerable as one might envision. This was why it had been allowed to reside with them. After all, no community would wish to harbor a perpetual troublemaker. Pokemon, unlike humans, did not concern themselves with social niceties. They simply expelled unruly individuals. The giant Dragonite did not wish to banish the little one, but recognized its yearning for battle. That was the reason behind its constant bullying of other Pokemon. It thrived on combat and sought out battles with others. However, those willing to engage in battle cannot best it, while those capable of defeating it lack the desire to fight. This predicament causes it considerable distress. Presently, someone has offered to assist in raising its offspring, a seemingly reliable individual, albeit lacking in photographic prowess. Nevertheless, observing the state of the marsh leaping fish and the duckbill baby suggests that Wutong is quite the proficient trainer under such circumstances. Entrusting that little creature to him seems prudent. Roar. The colossal Dragonite let out a mighty bellow, gesturing towards Wutong and then to the ground, indicating that he should remain still while it sought out a cough. No, rather, while it fetched a small companion for him. Wutong's anticipation surged. The offspring of a massive Dragonite. Even if it were not a biological offspring, it would undoubtedly be a rare Pokemon. Perhaps it might even be a mini dragon or a Haxorus, though he wondered if it comprehended his desire for a Pokemon of a different hue. Gazing at his two slumbering Pokemon, Wutong pondered the dietary regimen while patiently awaiting their return. After a brief interval, the colossal Dragonite reappeared. It roared at Wutong, who immediately turned his hopeful gaze towards the creature, yet found no other Pokemon accompanying it. It seemed the newcomer was a shy little one, likely hiding somewhere nearby. At that moment, a pink Pokemon emerged from beneath the Dragonite's wing, curiously assessing Wutong. Upon witnessing its delicate hue, Wutong was first filled with delight, followed by astonishment. How could this Pokemon be here? Wutong couldn't help but inquire. Despite sharing the same pink coloration, the creature before him was neither a mini dragon nor a Haxorus, but rather a Honchkrow, typically found in the Chengdu or Sinnoh regions. Wutong regarded the gleaming Honchkrow with a complex expression. While it was not a mini dragon, it was still quite splendid. Although it lacked the allure of a mini dragon, it was nonetheless a shiny Pokemon, and for Wutong, every shiny Pokemon held immense significance. Moreover, he was currently in need of a Pokemon adept in aerial combat, and the arrival of this Honchkrow conveniently filled that gap. "Greetings, Honchkrow, I am Wutong," he said, offering a warm smile to the Honchkrow. "Ka." The Honchkrow sensed a kindred spirit in Wutong and promptly flew to perch upon his shoulder, calling out in delight. It seemed the Honchkrow possessed a lively disposition. The colossal Dragonite roared again, waving a claw at the Honchkrow, implying that it had already conveyed something during the journey. "Ka-ka." The Honchkrow responded enthusiastically, pecking Wutong gently with its beak, clearly pleased with him. "Fear not, Dragonite. I shall care for it well," Wutong vowed earnestly. The Dragonite nodded, calling out to the Honchkrow one last time before taking its leave. Wutong observed the Dragonite's hasty exit, suspecting it was concerned he might become too attached, thus hastening its departure. "It appears Dragonite has quite the affection for you," Wutong remarked to the Honchkrow perched upon his shoulder. "Ka." The Honchkrow tilted its head in confusion, questioning the truth of his statement. Meanwhile, the departing Dragonite bore a human-like grin, relieved to have sent off this little troublemaker, ensuring a peaceful night's rest. Chapter 27, Arrival at Leafless City. Once the colossal Dragonite had departed, Wutong exchanged glances with the Honchkrow. "Ka." The Honchkrow called out first, then gently pecked Wutong's head. "Let me see what kind of Pokeball would make a suitable nest for you," Wutong mused, retrieving a green and white Pokeball adorned with 5 droplet-shaped patterns. "This is a friend ball, designed to quickly enhance the bond with captured Pokemon. So, welcome to the team, Honchkrow," Wutong declared, extending the Pokeball towards the Honchkrow. However, upon seeing the offered Pokeball, the Honchkrow flapped its wings and dodged away. "Huh, what is going on? Why did you evade it?" Wutong questioned, perplexed by the Honchkrow's actions. Was this little one wanting to engage in play? "Ka." The Honchkrow beckoned with its wings towards Wutong. With the power of the Tahoku, Wutong sensed the Honchkrow's playful challenge. The meaning was clear. While it found him appealing, if he wished to be its trainer, he must first catch it. "How intriguing. It seems you have your own principles," Wutong acknowledged. "In that case, marsh leaping fish," he called out. A series of snoring sounds responded to Wutong's summons. "You're still napping, huh?" Wutong sighed in exasperation. He glanced at the duckbill baby, who, unsurprisingly, was still fast asleep. It appeared this cave was indeed an ideal sleeping spot. Alas, there is no helping it. "Dream Eater, I entrust this task to you," he said resignedly to his shadow. The Dream Eater floated out from Wutong's shadow, circling him curiously while eyeing the Honchkrow. "Ka." The Honchkrow squawked in response, recognizing its rival. "Dream Eater, use hypnosis," Wutong commanded without hesitation. The Dream Eater's eyes shimmered, releasing waves of hypnotic energy towards the Honchkrow. The Honchkrow glanced at the approaching waves of sleep-inducing energy, feigning a yawn before deftly dodging just before being struck. "This Honchkrow seems to enjoy putting on a show," Wutong remarked, observing its antics. Dream Eater, use Curse," Wutong decided, opting for a move that could not be evaded. The Dream Eater focused on the Honchkrow, uttering a peculiar incantation, and a strange light flickered in its eyes. The Honchkrow was suddenly enveloped in an uncomfortable sensation. "Ka." The Honchkrow looked around, bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. "Dream Eater, compel it to move. Use Confuse Ray," Wutong continued to direct. The Dream Eater unleashed a flurry of colorful, twisted beams towards the Honchkrow. "Ka." Despite feeling unwell from the curse, The Honchkrow attempted to evade the incoming attack, barely managing to escape at the last moment. Yet, due to the curse, it sustained continuous damage, causing it to grow increasingly agitated. Seeing the Honchkrow's rising frustration, Wutong knew the time was ripe. He had observed the Honchkrow thoroughly by now. He recalled the friend ball and replaced it with an orange Pokeball adorned with yellow circular patterns. This was the Speed Ball, which enhanced capture speed for Pokemon. Go! Speed Ball! Wutong exclaimed dramatically, tossing the Speed Ball with a flourish. Although Wutong's throw was not weak, the Speed Ball's speed still appeared slow in the eyes of the Honchkrow. It confidently waited until the Speed Ball was nearly upon it before attempting to evade. However, just as it believed it had easily dodged, the Honchkrow felt a sharp pain in its chest, followed by being drawn into the Speed Ball. Though you are swift, you still have much to learn, Wutong remarked as he picked up the Speed Ball. The Speed Ball wobbled twice in Wutong's hand before settling into stillness. Although the Honchkrow could still struggle, it had already been hit, rendering further resistance unnecessary, leading it to submit to capture. Although the speed of the Dark Raven is quite remarkable, it possesses an excessive penchant for theatrics, consistently evading in the same direction. As someone who frequently engages in various throwing games with an array of Pokemon, such as Frisbee and Skimming Stones, Wutong found the spinning ball to be a trivial challenge. Rest well inside, Wutong remarked to the Speed Ball before retrieving the Pokédex, as the skills of the Dark Raven warranted examination. Placing the Speed Ball at the scanning port, the Pokédex emitted a sound. Dark Raven, a Dark-type Pokemon, resembling a crow, its body is entirely black with a yellow beak and claws. The feathers atop its head form a shape reminiscent of a wizard's hat, while its tail resembles a broom. Upon sensing a pursuer, it lures them into dark paths, causing them to become lost. This has led to a widespread belief that sightings of it at night heralds misfortune. Skills mastered: Brave Bird, Tailwind, Peck, Scare, Gust, Dark Mist. Wing Attack. Upon observing the skills possessed by the Dark Raven, Wutong was taken aback. Not only had it inherited Brave Bird, but it had also learned Tailwind. Such talent is indeed worthy of admiration, even making the colossal Dragonite reluctant to part with it. I didn't Don't spread rumors, protested the gigantic Dragonite. Wutong felt that this venture was immensely rewarding, having not only gained the friendship of the colossal Dragonite, but also acquired a splendidly gifted shiny Dark Raven. Glancing at the still slumbering Marshstomp and Psyduck, Wutong reluctantly recalled the two Pokemon into their Pokeballs and set off on the return journey. Fortunately, the path back was straightforward, devoid of any forks, allowing Wutong to reach the cave entrance smoothly. However, upon seeing the entrance blocked by stones, Wutong could only call upon Marshstomp. Marshstomp. The awakened Marshstomp gazed around in confusion. How do we end up back here? Was I dreaming? Stop daydreaming, Marshstomp. Move the stones aside. We're heading back, Wutong instructed. Marshstomp nodded, then pushed the boulder aside. At last, Wutong emerged into the light. As he could see the lighthouse directly, there was no need for guidance from Psyduck, and he successfully returned to the tower. Wutong, you finally returned, Jinghui exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Wutong. Xiaodong, how did it go? What did the colossal Dragonite say? Ash inquired curiously. Xiaodong, unable to comprehend the words of the colossal Dragonite, was questioned by Misty. Was the colossal Dragonite fierce? All right, don't crowd around Xiaodong. He just got back and needs to rest, Brock interjected. It must be said, without the presence of any beautiful women, Brock is quite reliable. Jinghui, Ash, and Misty quickly allowed Wutong some respite. Wutong, however, didn't feel particularly fatigued. Instead, he presented a stack of photographs to Jinghui. The colossal Dragonite was quite cooperative and allowed me to take numerous pictures. Take a look, Wutong said. Wonderful. Is this the true appearance of the colossal Dragonite? Jinghui exclaimed, eagerly examining the photographs. Wow, I would love to meet the colossal Dragonite too, Ash remarked enviously. Don't get your hopes up. When would you ever have that opportunity? Misty retorted. Yet, she remained unaware that Ash would eventually encounter countless legendary and mythical Pokemon, forming friendships with many of them. Seeing Jinghui joyfully studying the photographs of the colossal Dragonite, Wutong shook his head. The best shots had already been chosen by the colossal Dragonite itself, leaving only the ones it deemed less desirable. Nevertheless, Wutong did not wish to dampen Jinghui's spirits and instead sought an unoccupied room to rest. By the afternoon of the following day, Wutong decided to spend another night here. Ash and his companions did the same, and since they were all heading to Leaf Village, they agreed to set out together the next day. After confirming Wutong's temporary addition to the team, Misty immediately pulled Brock aside. Listen carefully. We must ensure that neither Wutong nor Ash leads the way. especially when they begin to compare notes and alternate leading. That could be exceedingly perilous. Brock, somewhat understanding yet skeptical, nodded, though he found it hard to believe that one could be so directionally challenged. Misty's serious demeanor prompted him to err on the side of caution. In the room, Wutong summoned all his Pokemon for a simple introduction. Marsh Stomp, Psyduck. This is our new companion, Dark Raven, he said to them. Marsh. Psy. Marsh Stomp and Psyduck greeted Dark Raven in unison. Dark Raven also flapped its wings in response. Mismagius, you should greet as well, Wutong prompted. After calling out, Mismagius dove into Wutong's shadow, seemingly still upset about being teased by Dark Raven earlier. Indeed, one should never provoke girls easily. This holds true even for female Pokemon. Wutong noted that, apart from Mismagius, all his Pokemon were male. Yet, considering their colors, Marsh Stomp was a soft pink adorned with hints of light yellow, while Dark Raven boasted feathers of a striking pinkish-purple hue, with a complete absence of any other color except for yellow beak and claws. Even its pupils shimmered pink, exhibiting a truly flamboyant essence. Psyduck, though currently a deeper orange, would evolve into pink-hued forms as well. It seemed that despite their future evolutions showcasing robust physiques, they all retained a rather delicate color scheme. Wutong mused, is pink truly the color of masculinity? If I were to compete with a team half-clad in pink, would people label me as effeminate? Meanwhile, Marsh Stomp, Psyduck, and Dark Raven had already begun to bond. Dark Raven, allow me to treat you, Wutong said. Although Dark Raven had only sustained minor curses from Mismagius, the lingering damage necessitated some healing. After treating Dark Raven, Wutong utilized the power of the Everstone to sweep over it, while also checking on Psyduck and Marsh Stomp, ensuring no hidden ailments would affect their futures. After completing this series of tasks, fatigue overcame him, and after advising his Pokemon not to wander off, Wutong collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The night passed, and early the next morning, Wutong awoke refreshed. Stretching, he noticed he was surrounded by his Pokemon. Marsh Stomp lay sprawled beside him, while Dark Raven rested on his pillow. As for Psyduck, fearing it might spontaneously combust in its sleep, it opted to sleep on the floor, yet still positioned itself close to Wutong. Viewing the scene of his Pokemon, Wutong recalled them into their Pokeballs and stepped out of the room. He discovered that Brock was already awake, preparing breakfast. Truly, he was a man aspiring to be the finest Pokemon breeder. As Xiaojing busied himself with cooking, Wutong, feeling rather lethargic, decided to join Xiaoji and the others for a ready-made breakfast. After bidding farewell to Jinghui, Wutong and Xiaoji embarked on their journey to Kuei City. Although Xiaoxia had taken precautions in advance, and Xiaojing was there to assist, Wutong and Xiaoji, eager to demonstrate their navigation skills, began to compete for the position of lead guide. Consequently, their rivalry led them into a state of disarray, resulting in them becoming hopelessly lost. The combined navigational prowess of Wutong and Xiaoji was akin to an exponential increase, transforming their individual shortcomings into a formidable confusion, much like the number 11 rather than the mere sum of 2. While Xiaoxia and Xiaojing were slightly more adept at finding their way, had their skills been truly exceptional, they would not have frequently found themselves lost during their travels with Xiaoji. Just as the four of them were becoming increasingly flustered due to their misdirection, a savior appeared. Yubi. Wutong called forth his Psyduck, and upon its arrival, Psyduck immediately beheld the disheveled quartet and the pitiful Pikachu. Psyduck, we are in dire need of your guidance. Wutong crouched down and patted Psyduck on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Thanks to that guy Xiaoji, we've become lost. And now we require your navigational abilities to lead us back on the right path. What are you talking about? This is all your fault. Xiaoji retorted vehemently from the side. Are you sure Psyduck can handle this? Xiaoxia expressed her concern. Indeed, we must not resort to desperate measures, Xiaojing added, his worry evident, considering the owner's notorious lack of direction. Yubi. Psyduck, having understood the situation, confidently thumped its chest, signaling its readiness, immediately activating its navigational mode. Psyduck swiftly guided the group to the vicinity of Kuei City. Chapter 28, The Kuei Gym. After a series of misadventures, the divine navigator Wutong could no longer tolerate the chaos and dispatched his steadfast Psyduck, successfully leading the blessedly lost Xiaoji and his companions to Kuei City. Wutong, pen in hand, muttered to himself as he jotted down notes. What on earth are you babbling about? We got lost because of you, Xiaoji exclaimed without hesitation. Humph. Are you too proud to admit your mistakes? It was clearly your fault we lost our way, Wutong retorted, putting away his notebook. It's obviously both of you. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing chimed in unison, having heard the argument. Thank goodness for Psyduck, Xiaoxia said, affectionately stroking Psyduck's head. Indeed, without Psyduck, we might never have reached Kure City. Xiaojing concurred, nodding in agreement, now understanding why Xiaoxia had cautioned against allowing either Wutong or Xiaoji to take the lead. All right, let us hurry and challenge the Kure gym, Xiaoji declared excitedly. Wait a moment. Xiaojing intervened, grabbing Xiaoji, who was eager to rush to the gym. You should check on Pikachu first, he pointed out, indicating the exhausted Pikachu lying on the ground. Upon realizing the state of Pikachu, Xiaoji lowered his gaze, noting that despite having Psyduck to guide them, their severe misdirection had resulted in a grueling 2-day trek to Kure City. Coincidentally, both Wutong and Xiaojing had exhausted their food supplies, and with no nearby sources for replenishment, they had all gone without proper meals. Let us find something to eat first. It's impossible to challenge the gym on an empty stomach, Wutong suggested. You're also useless. Challenging a gym requires a strong spirit, even if it means enduring hunger, Xiaoji exclaimed loudly. However, no sooner had he spoken than his stomach growled, betraying his own hunger. Let us head to the Pokemon Center, Xiaoji conceded, surrendering to his appetite. Thus, the group made their way to the Pokemon Center in Kure City. Wutong and Xiaoji entrusted their Pokemon to Nurse Joy. While waiting, a small Rattata was pushed through the door. What happened to that little Rattata? It's all blackened, Xiaojing wondered aloud. That's the 15th one this month. Nurse Joy sighed. Was it the work of the Kure gym leader? Wutong inquired. What? Why would the gym leader do such a thing? Xiaoji shouted in surprise upon hearing Wutong's words. Keep your voice down, Xiaoji. You'll disturb the patients, Xiaoxiao admonished. I'm sorry, Xiaoji quickly apologized. These Pokemon were sent here after challenging the Kure gym and being defeated by the gym leader, Ma Zhisher, Nurse Joy explained. Is Ma Zhisher really that formidable? Xiaoji asked, gazing at the rows of injured Pokemon. Of course, he is a former soldier. His Pokemon have fought alongside him on the battlefield, Wutong replied. However, the Raichu he uses for challenges is likely not the same one that fought with him. If it were, hardly any trainer could claim a badge from him. Your Pokemon are all healed, Nurse Joy announced as she received a notification. Wutong's 4 uniquely shaped Pokeballs, along with Xiaoji's Pokeballs and Pikachu, were returned to them. Pikachu happily clutched a berry, munching away. Pikachu, you're feeling better. Let us go challenge the gym, Xiaoji exclaimed to Pikachu. At that moment, another battered Pokemon was pushed into the room. That Pidgey looks absolutely battered, Xiaoxia remarked, observing the injured creature. Indeed, the Kure gym leader is rather ruthless, Xiaojing noted. Hearing their comments, Wutong was at a loss for words. Why did these two, who could be considered gym leaders themselves, harbor such naive notions? It was rather odd that they would expect badges to be awarded out of sympathy. What about those trainers who legitimately earned their badges through hard-fought battles? Pika! Pika! Pikachu cried out in fear upon seeing Pidgey's sorry state, shaking its head in distress. What's wrong, Pikachu? Xiaoji asked, concerned. Pika, Pikachu. Pikachu replied, as if questioning whether it would be all right to be beaten to such an extent. What are you worried about? As long as we win. It doesn't matter how we get there, Xiaoji asserted, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Wutong observed the interaction between Pikachu and Xiaoji. Lost in thought, how did they manage to communicate so effortlessly? Even with his own powers, he struggled to achieve such a connection. Was it possible that Xiaoji's aura had already awakened? Or was it merely the unique rapport between the protagonists? You have a point, Xiaoji, as long as we win. That's what matters. But before that, I hope we can grab a bite to eat, Wutong said, giving Xiaoji a reassuring pat on the shoulder, while casting a glance at Pikachu that conveyed his limited support. Thus, the group proceeded to enjoy a meal, though poor Pikachu could not escape the fate of being electrocuted. After their meal, they arrived at the Kure gym. All right, let us go in, Xiaoji exclaimed, gazing at the door adorned with lightning motifs. With that, he pushed the door open, leading Pikachu inside. What an energetic atmosphere, Wutong remarked as he followed suit. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing exchanged glances before deciding to join in as well. As they entered the dojo, a familiar darkness enveloped the space, and a man and a woman materialized before Wutong and his companions. I have come to challenge the dojo. I seek to obtain the orange badge, Ash declared to the two figures. Another sacrificial lamb has arrived, the man called back over his shoulder. Let me have a look. A towering figure, easily standing at 2 meters tall, stepped forward. Goodness, he is enormous, Brock exclaimed, taken aback. This man is the dojo master? Misty echoed, equally astonished. I wonder if Ash can withstand a collision from that Marshomp, Wutong remarked, his attention fixated on the robust Ash. The others turned to Wutong, puzzled expressions adorning their faces. Welcome to Leaf City. You must be the challenger, the master said, his gaze piercing through the layers of Ash's exterior. I can sense the immense power concealed beneath your jacket. Though I am indeed the challenger, I would appreciate it if you refrained from speaking in such a philosophically charged manner. Moreover, this individual beside me is also here to challenge the dojo. Wutong gestured towards Ash. Wutong chose not to dispute the Master's observation regarding hidden strength. After all, Ash was but an 11-year-old boy with a well-defined six-pack. It was hardly realistic to expect him to have an 8-pack at such a tender age. Oh, this little baby is also here to challenge the dojo? The master remarked, turning his attention to Ash while playfully ruffling his hair. I am not a baby. I am Ash from Pallet Town. Ash protested, pushing the master's hand away. Anyone who loses to me shall be called baby. And that creature beside you is a Pikachu? Indeed, a baby Pokemon. Even your choice of companion is juvenile, the master chuckled, eyeing the Pikachu that clung to Ash's side. What are you laughing at? What is wrong with Pikachu? Ash retorted, irritation evident in his voice. Pika Pika. Pikachu also protested, releasing its grip on Ash's leg and letting out a call. Then allow me to show you. Go Pokeball, the master declared. Producing a Pokeball, with a swift motion, he threw the Pokeball, and a flash of light revealed a Raichu on the battlefield. Raichu stood before Pikachu, its size imposing enough to instill a sense of dread. That's Raichu, Wutong exclaimed, pulling out his Pokédex. Raichu, an electric-type mouse Pokemon, is the evolved form of Pikachu. Its electric shocks can exceed 100,000 volts, enough to incapacitate even an Indian elephant. Its long tail serves as a grounding wire, protecting it from high-voltage shocks. Pikachu and Raichu locked eyes, neither willing to back down. If you wish to flee, now would be the time, the master taunted. Do not underestimate my Pikachu, Ash retorted defiantly. A debate regarding their Pokemon training methods ensued between the master and Ash. Looks like the first combatants have been determined. Good luck, Ash, Wutong encouraged. Is Ash going to be all right? Misty asked, concern etched on her face. Brock remained silent, his gaze fixed on Raichu, seemingly deep in thought. Of course, he has issues. To be frank, if Ash fails to recognize his strengths, defeat is inevitable, Wutong stated without hesitation. However, this was also Pikachu's first time actively desiring to battle. In previous dojo encounters or other battles, Pikachu had often shown reluctance. Hearing Wutong's words, Misty's expression mirrored her concern. The group followed the master to the arena. As the lights illuminated the rather ordinary battlefield, the master and Ash took their positions. Raichu and Pikachu stood resolutely in the center, their expressions charged with electricity. Both Pokemon prepared for the impending clash. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash commanded, initiating the assault. Raichu did not flinch. It absorbed the full brunt of the Thunderbolt. However, it remained unfazed, even exhibiting a slight grin. Raichu, show it what true electric power is. Use Thunder, the master shouted. Raichu erupted with blinding lightning, striking Pikachu directly. Pika. Pikachu cried out in agony as it was hit by the thunder, collapsing to the ground, its eyes glazed over. Quick, recall Pikachu. That Raichu's level is terrifying. The gap in electric-type skills is too vast. Brock shouted. Come back, Pikachu. Ash called urgently, but Pikachu stood defiantly, expressing its desire to continue fighting. Does Pikachu still wish to battle? Misty exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Pika. Pikachu called, glaring at Raichu resolutely. Your little creature certainly has spirit, the master mocked. Pikachu. Charge at Raichu. Ash shouted, his voice filled with determination. Pikachu no? Ash called out in alarm. Pets are merely pets. A simple skill will suffice to subdue it. Raichu. Heavy slam. The master commanded. Raichu's paws glowed as it prepared to strike Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu roared, its tail gleaming with a metallic sheen. It executed a 360-degree spin in midair, colliding with Raichu's heavy slam. Indeed, Pikachu is the true trainer, Wutong mused to himself, observing Pikachu's valiant stance. Ash's intermittent forgetfulness regarding his Pokemon's skills was puzzling. He had previously instructed Ash to teach Pikachu Iron Tail in Pewter City. Yet, in his battle against the master, Ash began with Thunderbolt, seemingly fearful of inflicting damage on the opponent. What? The master, taken aback, observed Pikachu managing to counter Raichu's heavy slam. In the Kanto region, understanding of Steel-type Pokemon was still evolving. It was not surprising that someone like the master, even as a dojo leader, was unfamiliar with Iron Tail. Pikachu, wonderful. Again with Iron Tail, Ash exclaimed, elated to see Pikachu successfully block Raichu's attack. Pika. Pikachu's tail shimmered once more with a metallic hue as it swung at Raichu. Baby, you are still too naive. Raichu. Thunderbolt. The master commanded. Raichu unleashed a dazzling surge of electricity, ignoring Pikachu's oncoming attack and releasing its full power. Before Pikachu could land its blow, it was struck by Thunderbolt, enveloped in smoke as it fell once more to the ground. What a pity. Had Ash utilized Iron Tail from the start, victory might have been within his grasp. Wutong remarked, shaking his head. Pikachu! Ash cried out, rushing to pick up the fallen Pikachu and fleeing without a backward glance. Misty and Brock hurried after him. This scene felt eerily familiar to Wutong as he watched Ash and his companions depart. It reminded him of the time Ash had dashed out of the Pewter City gym. One could only wonder how many times Ash would need to flee before he matured. However, one couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Pikachu. Though it was Ash who ran, it was always Pikachu that bore the brunt of the injuries. Are you not going to check on that baby? The master inquired. Noticing Wutong's reluctance to leave, with Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang by his side, Ash would surely be safe, and please refrain from calling him baby again. He is merely inexperienced due to his youth, Wutong replied. Oh, so it seems you are directly challenging me? I don't even know your name yet, new baby. Ma Zhisher taunted. I am Wutong, hailing from Masera town. Don't worry, after our battle, you will no longer refer to me as baby. Wutong retorted calmly in the face of Ma Zhisher's provocation. Then, summon your Pokemon. My Raichu is still full of energy, Ma Zhisher beckoned to Wutong. I shall not hold back. Go Swampert. Wutong called forth his Swampert. If Swampert had not evolved, Wutong might have hesitated, but now, as an evolved Pokemon, it possessed ground attributes. When it comes to type advantages, one must utilize them whenever possible. Chapter 29 Military Training? Upon seeing Wutong summon a pink Pokemon, Ma Zhisher could not help but burst into laughter. Oh, baby, your Pokemon exudes a distinctly feminine aura. Do you perhaps enjoy playing with Barbie dolls? Ma Zhisher chortled. Hearing his words, Wutong's eye twitched. What could he do? The color of a Pokemon after evolution was beyond his control. Pink is a color for real men. Swampert. Rock slide. Wutong commanded. Swampert. A massive boulder materialized above Swampert, which raised its arms to catch it. Then, with bulging muscles, it hurled the boulder toward Raichu. Raichu. Mega Punch. Ma Zhisher directed. Raichu. A dazzling light erupted from Raichu's hands as it struck the boulder. The boulder, several times larger than Raichu, shattered into numerous smaller pieces under Raichu's blow. Impressive technique. It seems you are quite formidable among the babies. Ma Zhisher remarked to Wutong. Your taste is rather peculiar, isn't it? Swampert. Water Pulse. Wutong commanded. Swampert. Swampert unleashed a series of ring-shaped water jets targeting Raichu. Indeed, a water-type Pokemon. Raichu Thunderbolt. Let it witness your lightning. Ma Zhisher shouted. Raichu. Raichu was enveloped in electric light, its brilliance clashing with Swampert's water pulse. Raichu's Thunderbolt pierced through the water pulse, striking Swampert directly. You fell for it, Swampert now. Tackle. Wutong called out. Upon hearing Wutong's command, Swampert charged headlong into Raichu's Thunderbolt, using all its strength. As Swampert barreled forward, Raichu increased its electrical output, but Swampert remained unaffected, crashing into Raichu with tremendous force. What? My Raichu's Thunderbolt had no effect? Ma Zhisher exclaimed in disbelief. Swampert. Rock Smash. Wutong continued to press the attack without explanation. Swampert. Swampert lunged at Raichu, its claws clenched into a fist, striking Raichu directly. Raichu, get up. Use Mega Punch. Ma Zhisher urgently shouted as Raichu was sent reeling once more. Raichu. After hitting the ground, Raichu struggled to rise, its tiny fists glowing as it charged at Swampert. Swampert. Double the damage. Wutong commanded calmly. Swampert glowed with a rainbow sheen, standing its ground to await Raichu's assault. Raichu rushed forward and landed a punch on Swampert. Swampert. The struck Swampert displayed a goofy grin before retaliating with a punch of its own. Raichu was sent flying back towards Ma Zhisher, its eyes spiraling as it lost its fighting capability. It appears I am the victor, Wutong declared, recalling Swampert. Incredible, Ma Zhisher exclaimed, covering his face with his hands. However, he quickly regained his composure and approached Wutong. Congratulations, victorious Wutong. This is your proof of triumph over me. The orange badge representing the Koreha Gym, Ma Zhisher said, handing Wutong a badge reminiscent of a sunflower. Thank you, Mr. Ma Zhisher, Wutong replied, accepting the badge. Your Swampert must possess not only water type, but also ground type abilities, correct? Ma Zhisher suddenly inquired. Indeed. Mr. Ma Zhisher, this must be your first encounter with Swampert, Wutong candidly replied. Ha ha ha, you cunning little rascal. But I do not dislike such cunningness. Just be sure not to neglect the training of your strength. Your Swampert is quite gifted in that regard, Ma Zhisher chuckled heartily. I shall bear that in mind, Mr. Ma Zhisher, Wutong nodded. I look forward to seeing you overpower me with strength in the future. Farewell. Ma Zhisher said before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Mr. Majishur. Wutong called out. What is it? Majishur turned back to ask. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Mr. Majishur, Wutong confessed. Oh, what is it? Majishur inquired with interest. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Ash, who, as in the anime, witnessed Pikachu refusing to evolve, determined to defeat Majishur's Raichu as a Pikachu to prove itself. The Team Rocket trio, eavesdropping outside, were also moved by Pikachu's resolve. As Ash and his companions prepared to challenge Majishur once more, a comical display of encouragement ensued. Although Xiaoxia saw through their antics, Ash and his friends joyfully accepted the gesture. With renewed spirit, they returned to the Koreha gym, opening the familiar doors where a man and woman awaited them. Baby, have you come back so soon to be defeated? The man teased. This time, I will definitely win, Ash proclaimed with determination. Is that so? Unfortunately, the gym leader is not here at the moment, the woman shrugged. What? Not here? Ash exclaimed. Pika? Pikachu echoed. Their spirits had been high upon arrival, and the absence of the leader was disheartening. Indeed, your companion Wutong defeated the gym leader, and after speaking with him, they both left, the man informed. By the way, I haven't seen Wutong for a while, Ash murmured. Wutong won. As expected, he is quite strong, Xiaojing nodded. Aren't you two missing the point? Shouldn't we first find out where Wutong and Majishur went? Xiaoxia sighed in exasperation. Pikachu nodded in agreement. The gym leader and the others went to the beach in the Koreha City Harbor area. If you're looking for them, that's where you should go. The man directly revealed Wutong and Majishur's whereabouts. Thanks, Ash shouted, sprinting out. What a hasty fellow, Xiaoxia remarked before chasing after him. Xiaojing nodded to the man and woman before following suit. At the beach in Koreha City Harbor, Majishur, although still clad in his usual attire, had neatly fastened his shirt, which previously displayed his chest and abs. Wearing sunglasses, Majishur stood with his hands clasped behind his back, staring solemnly at Wutong and his Pokemon. Are these your Pokemon? Majishur exclaimed, taken aback upon seeing Wutong's Pokemon. Although this was his first encounter with Swampert, he was well acquainted with the other two Pokemon. After all, Murkrow was prevalent in the neighboring Chengdu region, and his unfamiliarity with Swampert stemmed from the considerable distance separating it from the Hoenn region. However, when it came to the Pokemon from Chengdu, which borders the Kanto region, Majishur recognized them at a glance. Nevertheless, the colors of Murkrow and Psyduck were distinctly unusual. Could it be that your Swampert is a shiny Pokemon as well? Majishur could not help but inquire. Indeed, Mr. Majishur, all my Pokemon are shiny Pokemon, Wutong replied candidly, for such a fact was too remarkable to conceal. Truly an extraordinary creature. However, even if they are shiny Pokemon, they will be of no assistance to you in the impending challenges. I shall ask you once more, are you certain you wish to proceed? Majishur exclaimed loudly. I am certain. Wutong echoed with equal fervor. Splendid. Such enthusiasm. Remember, from this moment forth, you shall address me as instructor. Understood? Majishur nodded emphatically. Understood. Instructor Majishur. Wutong responded. What of your Pokemon's responses? Are they all mute? Majishur was not satisfied and continued to shout. Numa, Bubi, Ga. Upon hearing Majishur's authoritative voice, Swampert, Psyduck, and Murkrow trembled and immediately responded with vigor. Chio, Raichu, standing beside Majishur, also chimed in, indicating its acknowledgement, though it seemed accustomed to such commands. After concluding the battle with Majishur, Wutong requested him to train both himself and his Pokemon, for he felt his physique was still lacking in strength. After all, Swampert was currently obedient and not crashing into him. However, should Swampert, in a moment of exuberance, forget this understanding and deliver a deadly embrace, it would spell disaster. Thus, to avert such a calamity, Wutong resolved to fortify his body. Moreover, the tall and muscular Majishur was an ideal mentor. Another reason was Wutong's desire to learn Majishur's methods of training Pokemon. Do not assume that Majishur's Raichu is weak simply because it was defeated by Ash's Pikachu. It is imperative to note that Majishur evolved Raichu on the very day he captured it, mastering all electric-type techniques in the process. While this may sound commonplace, it is essential to recognize that this is not within the realm of games, but rather the real world. In games, one can simply acquire skills upon evolution or reaching sufficient levels. However, in reality, skill acquisition is far more elusive. Aside from the option of purchasing expensive TM discs, one must rely on rigorous training or instruction to learn new abilities. Of course, there are instances where a Pokemon may suddenly grasp a technique if its inherent strength is sufficient, yet such skills require training to unleash their full potential. For instance, Swampert had only recently learned the techniques of tackle and rock slide due to its high proficiency in impact and rock-related skills, coupled with its adequate strength. Upon reflecting on this, Wutong regarded Majishur with newfound admiration. To enable a newly evolved Raichu to learn all electric-type techniques was nothing short of mastery in skill training. Hence, Wutong yearned to discern the secrets behind Majishur's training methods, even if Majishur himself might be oblivious to how he achieved such feats. Excellent. Remember to maintain this momentum. Now, Wutong, remove your shoes and run 20 laps around the beach with your Pokemon to warm up. Bear in mind, you must not let both feet leave the sand simultaneously. Majishur commanded. Report, Instructor Majishur. What about Murkrow? Wutong inquired instead of immediately starting to run. For it would be quite a challenge to make Murkrow participate. Murkrow halved. 10 laps. Off you go. Majishur stated without mercy. Understood. Instructor Majishur. Wutong replied before commencing his run with his Pokemon along the beach. Ga? Murkrow, bewildered, thought to itself, is this a form of harassment? Yet, seeing that its trainer had no intention of providing assistance, it had no choice but to press on. Proud of its speed, Murkrow found itself left far behind by Wutong, Swampert, and Psyduck. Gaga. Watching its trainer grow increasingly distant, Murkrow could only run with tears streaming down its face. What choice did it have but to endure its own decision? Majishur stood observing Wutong and his Pokemon as they ran. Raichu, you two should run alongside them. If any lag behind, let them experience what a thunderbolt feels like. As for that Murkrow, it can manage 10 laps. Majishur directed Raichu. Chio. Raichu pointed at Swampert, questioning what to do about that electric-resistant creature. For those unafraid of electricity, employ heavy slam or body slam. In any case, they must not slow down, Majishur instructed. Chio. Raichu nodded and sped off after them. Ga? The diligent Murkrow witnessed Raichu effortlessly surpassing it and catch up to Wutong, exclaiming in disbelief. However, it soon saw Raichu unleash a thunderbolt at the lagging Psyduck. And in that moment, Murkrow realized that perhaps being last wasn't so dreadful after all. Wutong ran along the beach with Swampert and Psyduck. Initially, he thought the task would be manageable, but as he began to run, he discovered it was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Running on sand was exceedingly uncomfortable, lacking the firm footing of solid ground. Moreover, Majishur's stipulation of never allowing both feet to leave the sand simultaneously was utterly absurd. Psyduck struggled to keep up, its short legs flailing behind Wutong and Swampert. However, the sandy terrain coupled with its short stature caused Psyduck to lag further behind. Just as Psyduck considered giving up and slowing down, a bolt of lightning struck the sand beside it, sending grains flying and drenching Psyduck. In terror, Psyduck turned to see Raichu trailing behind. Noticing Raichu's mischievous grin, Psyduck quickly comprehended what was about to occur. With a renewed burst of determination, it began to sprint with all its might to catch up. Chio. Raichu seemed to revel in the game, incessantly using Thunderbolt to urge Psyduck onward. Beauty! Psyduck cried out, tapping into its latent potential, and surged forward to catch up with Wutong and Swampert. Psyduck, how did you suddenly catch up? Wutong questioned, somewhat perplexed. But before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning struck the sand nearby. What is happening? Wutong exclaimed, glancing back to see Raichu sporting a mischievous grin. Damn it, that Majishur is only increasing the difficulty. Wutong had no choice but to accelerate his pace. Meanwhile, Swampert remained unfazed as a ground-type Pokemon. It was utterly indifferent to electric attacks. Swampert leisurely increased its speed, beginning to jog. However, once Raichu caught up to it, Swampert regretted its decision. Observing Swampert deliberately slow down, Raichu was elated. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge. Without hesitation, Raichu unleashed a heavy kick. And when questioned why it didn't use a punch, it was simply because striking with a fist lacked the thrill of a kick. Boss, are you calling for me? A hoarse female voice whispered into Majishur's ear. Oh, Xiaokuei, you arrived quite swiftly. I have encountered an intriguing little fellow. After greeting her, Majishur resumed watching the spirited chase between Wutong and his Pokemon, who was being pursued by a Raichu. I've told you not to call me Xiaokuei, the woman, with short white hair, dark skin, and a muscular physique, replied with a hint of exasperation. Nevertheless, she was undeniably intrigued by the interesting little fellow Majishur mentioned. Chapter 30, Pokemon Massage. Wutong was sprinting with all his might along the sandy beach. It was a fleeting glimpse of his youth, though. He couldn't afford to dwell on that as he was being relentlessly pursued by Raichu's Volt Tackle. At this moment, he was oblivious to trivialities such as keeping both feet on the sand. His sole desire was to evade the electric shocks. Nearby, a Psyduck was also making an earnest effort to run. Its short legs were aflame with urgency due to its frantic mood. In contrast, the Swampert appeared to be the most at ease. While its speed was not remarkable, its endurance was commendable. "Boss, is that little fellow the one you mentioned?" Beedrill inquired, observing Wutong as he fled from Raichu. "Indeed, an exceedingly interesting little chap, somewhat cunning yet remarkably bold," Majisha replied. "Oh, what has he done to warrant such training from you?" Beedrill probed curiously. "It was he who expressed the desire for me to train him. And have you not noticed? All of this little fellow's Pokemon are shiny. While that may not prove much, it is certainly intriguing, is it not?" Majisha continued. "He actively sought your training. One must admit, this little chap possesses considerable audacity," Beedrill remarked, reflecting on her own experiences. As Majisha's aide, she was well acquainted with the outlandish methods he employed. This little fellow stated he wishes to withstand the whims of his Pokemon's collisions, hence his desire for a more robust physique. "So, I am entrusting him to you. I believe you would appreciate this free training bag," Majisha declared. "Boss, that is quite an unconventional gift. He looks barely into his teens. Using him as a training bag seems rather inappropriate," Beedrill responded earnestly. "Xiaokuei, such a lack of humor will make finding a boyfriend quite challenging. I was merely jesting. Wutong shall be your charge for training." "While I am more interested in nurturing his Pokemon," Majisha replied, casting a curious glance at Beedrill. "Boss, please do not meddle in my personal life. If a boyfriend is meant to be, he will come." Beedrill's sun-kissed cheeks flushed with a vivid hue. Wutong's stamina is commendable indeed. Though he couldn't keep both feet firmly planted on the sand, completing 20 laps under Raichu's relentless pursuit is no small feat, Majisha remarked as he observed Wutong collapse onto the ground after the exertion. "Boss, you've proposed that absurd requirement again. It's utterly impossible to run without both feet leaving the ground." Beedrill could not help but exclaim. "Very well, take Wutong away. I wish to assess the resolve of his Pokemon," Majisha declared, striding towards Wutong. "Stand up. You cannot simply drop to the ground after a warm-up." Majisha called out to Wutong, who was sprawled on the sand. "Yes, Instructor Majisha." Wutong sprang to his feet upon hearing Majisha's voice. He could proudly assert that his willpower was his most commendable asset. After all, he was the man who had gone 7 consecutive days without sleep, tirelessly hunting for shiny Pokemon until he nearly collapsed. "Next, I shall have you trained separately from your Pokemon. Of course, if you have reservations, you may terminate this now," Majisha stated. After a moment of contemplation, Wutong nodded in agreement. After all, this was a world steeped in anime lore. And Majisha was no member of Team Rocket's trio. As a legitimate gym leader, he might possess an eccentric personality, but he was certainly not a villain. He would never forcibly take his Pokemon away. "Excellent. Henceforth, another will serve as your instructor. Xiaokuei, please introduce yourself to your student." Majisha beckoned to Beedrill. "Hello. My name is Beedrill." She introduced herself as she approached. "Greetings, I am Wutong from Hone City," Wutong replied. "Very well, Wutong is now in your care. As for your Pokemon, I hope their resolve is sufficient," Majisha said, flashing a radiant smile. "You all must be obedient and train diligently," Wutong instructed his Pokemon. "Ga." Having just completed 10 laps, Darkrai expressed its confusion upon hearing Wutong's command. "What is going on? I just finished running. Are you picking on me?" "Ga. Ga. Darkrai squawked at Psyduck. Darkrai lamented. "How can you, a fellow avian, not assist me? Buby? Buby. Psyduck shook its head vigorously. "We are not the same kind of duck. I am a Psyduck, not a true duck. I am at best a platypus. All right, you lot, follow me. Raichu, it's time for training," Majisha announced as he led Wutong's Pokemon away. "So, you desire to withstand the whims of your Pokemon's collisions?" Beedrill inquired. "Precisely. Instructor Beedrill." Wutong responded enthusiastically. "Then you must enhance your ability to absorb impacts. In that case, follow me," Beedrill beckoned to Wutong, leading him in the opposite direction of Majisha. Without hesitation, Wutong trailed closely behind her. Following Beedrill, Wutong arrived at a cleared area on the outskirts of Korea City. The area had evidently been modified, equipped with various rudimentary training apparatuses. In the center, a square training ground had been outlined with white powder. "Come now," Beedrill stated succinctly, stepping into the marked area and gesturing for Wutong to join. Wutong swallowed hard, as he seemed to grasp the challenge that lay ahead. As the esteemed guardian of the Kun Forest, today I shall either lie on the ground, or she shall carry me back. Gritting his teeth, Wutong steeled himself and approached. Thus began Wutong's journey as a training bag. Meanwhile, Ash and his friends arrived at the Korea City harbor, only to find nothing. At that moment, Wutong and his Pokemon had been whisked away for training. Consequently, Ash and his companions, arriving a step late, found no one but noticed the numerous craters left on the beach. Surely, we aren't being deceived. There's absolutely nothing here. Ash exclaimed. It's evident that Wutong and Ma Zhisher have departed. Look at the marks left on the ground. It appears there was quite a fierce battle, Brock analyzed. What? Could it be that after defeating Ma Zhisher, Wutong was taken here to be silenced? Misty speculated, unable to restrain her thoughts. Pika! Pikachu cried out, pointing in a direction before darting away. Pikachu! Ash called as he hurried after Pikachu. Misty and Brock exchanged glances before following suit. You are truly pathetic, at this rate. You lack the qualifications even to serve as a training bag, Kisi remarked, observing Wutong, who lay exhausted on the ground. Wutong, sprawled on the ground, lacked the energy to respond. A person who had likely seen countless battles could not contend with an 11-year-old child. There was no mercy shown. Even if Wutong possessed the invincible constitution akin to Ash's, it was of no avail. Pika! A Pikachu suddenly dashed out from a nearby thicket. Upon spotting Wutong, the Pikachu joyfully exclaimed. Hot on Pikachu's heels were the protagonist trio, Ash and his companions. Is that Ma Zhisher transformed into a woman? Ash exclaimed upon seeing the standing Biscuits and the collapsed Wutong. You fool. Clearly, it's not just one person. Misty could not resist delivering a light punch to Ash's head. I apologize, but could you enlighten us on what transpired? Why is Wutong lying there in such a sorry state? Inquired Brock, the eldest among the group. Are you friends of Wutong? I am the aide to Ma Zhisher, and he tasked me with helping this little one train. However, he is far weaker than I anticipated, Biscuits remarked, easing her posture. With no strength left to speak, Wutong lay silently on the ground, tears streaming inwardly as he lamented his decision to seek training from Ma Zhisher. So that is how it is. But where is Ma Zhisher? I wish to challenge him. Ash promptly disregarded Wutong's plight and inquired. Ma Zhisher has gone to train Wutong's Pokemon. He should return to the gym in the evening. You can challenge him then. Now stop pretending to be dead on the ground with your physical condition. You should be able to move by now, Biscuits said, giving a gentle kick to the prone Wutong. It seems prudent to avoid disturbing them any further. Ash, let us take our leave, Brock suggested to Ash. Is that so? Wutong, hang in there. Ash called out to Wutong. Do your best. Misty waved goodbye as she followed Ash and Brock away. Wutong could only watch tearfully as they departed, wishing they could linger a few moments longer to allow him to recover. Pika? Pika? Pikachu looked at the disheveled Wutong, seemingly inquiring if he was all right. Oh, little one. Do you wish to train as well? Biscuits asked upon noticing that Pikachu had not left. Pika, Pika Pika. Pikachu vigorously shook its head and hastily dashed after Ash. Left with no option, Wutong could only rise and continue playing the part of an inept punching bag. This continued until nightfall, when Biscuits finally relented and allowed Wutong a reprieve. After informing him that training would resume the following morning, Wutong, weary and swaying, followed Biscuits back to the leafy gym. Inside the gym, Ma Zhisher's two lackeys noticed the disheveled Wutong and immediately understood the situation, regarding him with the eyes of a warrior. For the sake of narrative convenience, let us refer to these two lackeys as Asian and Achong. Achong kindly led Wutong to the gym's lounge to let him rest, while Asian went to inform Ma Zhisher of Wutong's return, as Wutong's Pokemon were still with Ma Zhisher. Wutong collapsed onto the bed in the room, and shortly after, Asian brought Wutong's Pokemon to him. Numel, Buizel, Murkrow. The three Pokemon were instantly overcome with emotion upon seeing Wutong and rushed towards him. Hey, what's wrong with you all? So cold. Hey, so hot. Buizel, calm down a bit. Ouch. Murkrow, don't peck me so hard. Wutong exclaimed as he was enveloped by the three Pokemon. It seemed the little ones had also endured the rigors of Ma Zhisher's training. After considerable effort, Wutong managed to calm down the Buizel, Numel, and Murkrow. You must have had an intense training session today, so you should be fine now. Come on, Buizel, you lie down on the bed first. Wutong beckoned to Buizel. Numel? Buizel queried, then obediently laid down on the bed. It's been a while since I've done this. I hope I haven't lost my touch. Buizel, hold on. Wutong said, placing his hands on Buizel. Buizel initially expressed confusion, followed by a surge of pain, then a tingling sensation. Soon, the pain took precedence, but whenever it subsided, the ensuing relief left Buizel entranced. Buizel, Murkrow. Buizel's companions looked on in astonishment at the juxtaposition of Buizel's cries and the blissful expression on its face. After a rigorous 15 minutes, Wutong released Buizel, casually pushing the now limp Pokemon aside. Next up, Murkrow, Wutong decided after a moment's thought. After all, he was wary of Buizel accidentally overheating. As for what Wutong was actually doing, It was one of the secret skills passed down from his grandparents, the Pokemon massage technique, a method honed since the inception of the breeding house. Utilizing a proprietary technique, he performed a comprehensive massage tailored to various Pokemon physiques. However, this massage often came with excruciating pain, followed by an irresistible sense of relief. Moreover, with Wutong possessing the power of Tokiwa, he infused this energy into his massage techniques, making his prowess in this field truly regal. Of course, if the Pokemon had undergone high-intensity training or battles prior, the pain would be somewhat mitigated. This was also the first time Wutong had massaged his own Pokemon, as he feared they would not withstand the discomfort. After 40 minutes of wailing from the Pokemon, Buizel, Numel, and Murkrow lay in unison, their faces displaying an expression of sheer bliss. It seems my technique hasn't dulled, Wutong mused to himself while stretching his body. Dream Eater, would you care for a long-awaited full-body massage? Wutong addressed his shadow. However, the elusive Dream Eater, hiding within the shadows, showed no reaction. Observing this, Wutong shook his head in disappointment. He couldn't help but feel that Dream Eater did not particularly enjoy Pokemon massages, despite always appearing blissfully melted into him afterward. Time seemed to be drawing near. Ash should be challenging Majishur by now, which meant those three fools were likely nearby. Wutong glanced outside, lost in thought. After contemplating for a moment, he left the three exhausted Pokemon behind and exited the room, eager to try something new. Chapter 31, The S.S.N. Stepping out of the room, Wutong heard sounds emanating from the battle arena. Have they already begun? He wondered aloud, making his way toward the leafy gym's exterior. Circling the gym, Wutong spotted the Team Rocket trio crouched by the wall, peering in. Go for it, Pikachu. Jessie cheered. Indeed. If you lose, our position will be quite precarious. James nodded in agreement. You two are too loud, Meow. Meowth scolded from atop a wooden crate. Go for it, Pikachu. Little brat. Direct well, Meow. Perhaps Ash and Pikachu were at a disadvantage, as Team Rocket shouted in unison. You three truly have no fear of being discovered, do you? Should I send you flying, or should I send you flying? Wutong approached the trio from behind. What? Who dares to be so audacious? Who dares to threaten Team Rocket? The three members of Team Rocket exclaimed in unison upon hearing Wutong's words. As the three individuals observed the slowly approaching Wutong, the trio from Team Rocket felt a shiver run down their spines, recalling the numerous occasions they had been sent flying by him. Instantly, their demeanor shifted to one of vulnerability. Stay away from us. We haven't done anything wrong today, Musashi declared, attempting to sound resolute while uttering rather cowardly words. Indeed, we are merely here to cheer for the little brat and Pikachu. Kojiro chimed in. You two are utterly disgraceful, Meowth remarked, observing the duo's sudden timidity. It is precisely because I am aware that none of you have engaged in nefarious deeds that I have refrained from launching you three into the air, Wutong stated. Gazing at the raucous trio. What the heck? You've made us so frightened. Musashi sighed with relief upon realizing Wutong had no intention of attacking them. Right. I'm sweating profusely. Kojiro nodded in agreement. Are you both truly that naive? Meowth couldn't help but interject, observing the relaxed Musashi and Kojiro. Are you three putting on a comedic act for me? If you don't start behaving seriously, I might just send you flying, Wutong warned, unable to contain his irritation at their incessant chatter. Upon hearing Wutong's words, the Team Rocket trio immediately fell silent, their gazes fixed on him, eager to discern his intentions. Strangely enough, whenever they faced Wutong, they felt akin to mice in the presence of a cat or sheep encountering a wolf, a sensation of being suppressed within the food chain. My purpose in seeking you is rather simple. Would you be interested in changing employers? Departing from Team Rocket to work for me, perhaps? Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am quite affluent. Wutong extended an olive branch. After all, the Team Rocket trio, as long as they refrained from wrongdoing, were truly exceptional talents, capable of achieving the impossible. Wutong even speculated that if Ash and Pikachu were to unexpectedly venture into outer space, they might contrive a rocket to reach the stars, thereby becoming the genuine Team Rocket. I see great potential in you. Life in Team Rocket has not been particularly rewarding for you, has it? Should you choose to work for me, I can offer you an extraordinarily generous salary and benefits. What do you think? Are you interested? Regardless of the outcome, Wutong felt compelled to make the attempt. Upon hearing his proposition, the Team Rocket trio was momentarily stunned. It was the first time anyone had approached them in such a manner. However, after a few seconds of silence, they exchanged glances, each recognizing an unexpected determination in the other's eyes. Although I am unsure of what you see in us, Musashi began, we must express our gratitude. As it is the first time anyone has sought to recruit us, Kojiro continued, we will not betray Boss Giovanni. So please, refrain from suggesting such things. Meowth resolutely rejected Wutong's offer. Observing their unwavering stance, Wutong felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, Giovanni's charisma was quite formidable. Despite their frequent blunders, these three proved unexpectedly steadfast in critical moments. The Team Rocket trio braced themselves for being sent flying, having unequivocally declined Wutong's overture. It was entirely plausible that Wutong might unleash his wrath upon them. Very well then, remember not to engage in any mischief. Otherwise, I shall indeed send you flying. Yet, contrary to their expectations of an imminent attack, Wutong merely waved his hand and departed. He has left? Musashi exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Wutong's exit. He truly did not attack us, Kojiro remarked in astonishment. Perhaps he merely intended to deceive us. However, I do not believe he possesses that kind of character, Meowth mused. Observing Wutong as he walked away, Wutong felt no dismay at having failed to recruit the Team Rocket trio. After all, he had merely been making an attempt, harboring little hope of success. Upon returning to the Leaf Green Gym, the battle between Masashiki and Ash was approaching its conclusion. Perhaps due to the extensive use of electricity during the day while pursuing Wutong, Masashiki found himself unable to utilize electric-type moves early on in the evening battle against Ash. Under Brock's guidance, Ash began employing Pikachu's speed to engage in guerrilla tactics against Raichu, ultimately seizing an opportunity to secure victory. Oh my god, I lost twice in one day, Masashiki exclaimed upon witnessing Raichu collapse in its familiar pose, clutching its forehead. Fantastic, Pikachu. We did it, Ash exclaimed joyfully, scooping Pikachu into his arms. Pika, Pikachu. The little creature responded with equal enthusiasm. Congratulations, Ash from Pallet Town. This is your proof of victory over me. The orange badge representing Leaf Green City, Masashiki proclaimed, presenting a badge to Ash. Raichu, having regained consciousness, clapped its paws in congratulations for Ash and Pikachu. Congratulations, Ash. And you too, Pikachu. Wutong joined in the accolades. Wutong, you made it back alive, Ash exclaimed upon spotting Wutong. What do you mean by made it back alive? I've been perfectly fine, thank you very much, Wutong retorted. But you were lying on the ground, immobile, just this afternoon, Ash persisted. The memory of serving as a punching bag for Beezy and Chi-Si caused Wutong to wince. Enough of that dreadful topic. Now that you've completed your challenge, let us continue our journey, Wutong declared. It is already dark outside, and I would like to rest in a bed, Misty interjected. Indeed, traveling at night can be perilous. We might encounter something truly bizarre, Brock remarked, lowering his head with a somber expression. I too feel quite fatigued. It would be wise to rest here overnight and set off in the morning, Ash concurred. Pikachu also desires to rest well, Pikachu added. Wutong, are you attempting to flee? The evening training is about to commence, and Koi will be arriving shortly, Masashiki patted Wutong on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, Instructor Masashiki, are you jesting? Why would I flee? Wutong replied, feeling the pressure. Ha ha ha, that's good to hear. However, replenishing energy before training is crucial. Come, I shall introduce you to the nutritious meals we serve at the Leaf Green Gym, Masashiki said with a smile. With that, Masashiki casually draped his arm around Wutong's shoulder and led him toward the gym's dining hall. Wutong couldn't help but glance back, silently pleading for Ash, Misty, and Brock to come to his aid. However, the three of them unhesitatingly engaged in a rather conspicuous act of betrayal, turning their heads away to feign ignorance of Wutong's plight. Wutong's gaze then shifted to Pikachu, yet upon locking eyes with Wutong, Pikachu seemed momentarily startled before theatrically collapsing to the ground, feigning exhaustion. These ungrateful rascals. Wutong could not help but exclaim. What's wrong, Wutong? What are you saying? Masashiki inquired upon hearing Wutong's outburst. Nothing, nothing. Wutong quickly shook his head, indicating he had said nothing at all. Upon arriving at the Leaf Green Gym's cafeteria, Wutong noticed that his Pokemon had already made their way there. It seemed that either Ajing or Aqiang had gone to his room only to discover that his Pokemon was alone, prompting them to bring them along. However, at that moment, Wutong's Pokemon bore expressions of utter confusion as they gazed at the food before them. Wutong approached his Pokemon, observing that each of them had a plate in front of them. On the dining table lay an array of diverse dishes, each appearing quite appetizing. However, Wutong's keen perception discerned that matters were not quite as straightforward, for the Swampert, Psyduck, and Honchkrow gazed at the food with expressions of complexity. Moreover, each of their portions was slightly diminished, indicating they had each taken a bite, yet it remained a mystery why they did not continue to eat. While Wutong could somewhat comprehend the hesitations of Swampert and Psyduck, after all, they were accustomed to the flavors of their own culinary creations, making them disinclined to embrace the offerings of the Leafy Forest Gym. The identical expressions of Honchkrow were particularly intriguing, especially since Wutong had yet to prepare any meals for it. How do you find our culinary offerings? Quite delightful, wouldn't you agree? Ma Zhishe remarked, giving Wutong a friendly pat on the shoulder. Indeed, they appear quite appealing. Wutong affirmed with a nod, acknowledging the evident balance and flavor of the dishes. Well then, do partake in a serving, and be sure to finish it all. Ma Zhishe instructed before proceeding to enjoy his meal. Wutong regarded Ma Zhishe, then glanced at his Pokemon. Ultimately, curiosity prevailed, and he returned with a portion of food for himself. Settling beside his Pokemon, he tentatively took a bite. Upon tasting it, Wutong's expression mirrored that of Swampert and the others, an amalgamation of confusion and dismay. The food could hardly be described as inedible, yet it bore no resemblance to anything truly enjoyable. More astonishingly, the texture was uniformly identical, a somewhat powdery, glutinous consistency. Steeling himself, Wutong compelled himself to finish the meal, simultaneously urging Swampert and the others to do the same. Seeing their trainer complete his portion, Swampert, Psyduck, and Honchkrow had no choice but to follow suit, grimacing as they each consumed the entirety of their meals. After the meal, Wutong was taken away by Beedrill, while Swampert, Psyduck, and Honchkrow followed Ma Zhishe with an air reminiscent of warriors heading to their doom. The following day, after enduring a night as a punching bag, Ash and his companions, along with Pikachu, sought Wutong to embark on their journey. Wutong felt a glimmer of hope at the prospect of liberation from his ordeal. However, just as he began to feel the weight of freedom, both Ma Zhishe and Beedrill appeared behind him, each placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Hey Wutong, where do you think you're off to? Beedrill inquired first. Wutong, your training session is far from over. Isn't that Ash? Ready for some training together? Ma Zhishe kindly added. Aye. Wutong stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, casting an imploring glance towards Ash and his friends. However, witnessing the current situation, Ash's group tacitly signaled their support for Wutong's continued training and promptly departed, leaving Wutong feeling as though his last shred of hope had evaporated. Thus began Wutong's week of intense training, transforming him from a mere punching bag into one capable of enduring punishment. From being rendered immobile after mere hours, he evolved to withstand an entire day's worth of training while still on his feet. Notably, Swampert, Psyduck, and Honchkrow visibly grew stronger. Wutong realized that although the food from the leafy forest gym was peculiar in flavor and texture, it indeed contributed to the fortification of his Pokemon. He even considered sneaking a peek into the kitchen to learn their culinary secrets. However, he felt indebted to Ma Zhishe for the training he had received, and thus refrained from further intrusions. Instead, Wutong focused on ensuring Swampert, Psyduck, and Honchkrow consumed as much as possible in the days to come. He himself indulged, feeling a marked increase in muscle density, albeit not as pronounced as with his Pokemon. It was no wonder that both Ma Zhishe and Beedrill boasted such robust physiques. Clearly, the food played a significant role in their fitness. Of course, these benefits were merely ancillary results of the rigorous training over the past week. By the end of the 7th day, Ma Zhishe finally prepared to release Wutong to continue his journey. Perhaps in recognition of Wutong and his Pokemon's diligent efforts, Ma Zhishe presented him with a ticket, a pass to a luxurious cruise liner. Neither Ma Zhishe nor Beedrill exhibited any interest in such frivolities. After all, as a former Air Force major, Ma Zhishe had little use for opulent sea vessels. He decided to gift it to Wutong instead, contemplating the unexpected windfall. Wutong accepted the ticket and bid farewell to Ma Zhishe and Beedrill as he made his way to the harbor district of Leafy City. Along the way, he consulted his Pokédex to check the skills learned by Swampert, Psyduck, and Honchkrow. To his delight, all 3 Pokemon had mastered a new move. Swampert learned Muddy Water, Psyduck acquired Smokescreen, and most impressively, Honchkrow had learned Brave Bird. Wutong couldn't help but admire Ma Zhishe's prowess as a trainer. With a clear destination in mind, Wutong navigated the harbor district without faltering and soon spotted a magnificent cruise ship docked at the pier. Using his ticket, he boarded the vessel. Welcome aboard the SS. St. Anu. We wish you a delightful journey. A well-dressed attendant greeted Wutong before attending to other guests. What? The SS St. Anu? Wutong exclaimed, taken aback. It was impossible. Ash and his group had departed a week prior. Could they have been lost nearby all this time? Chapter 32. The Battle on the St. Anu. It was Wutong's first time on such a lavish cruise ship, and he found himself wandering curiously throughout the ship. He arrived just as the vessel was preparing to set sail, and the decks were already teeming with passengers. Amidst the cacophony of voices and the bustling atmosphere, Wutong's instincts sensed an undercurrent of danger. Psyduck, come forth. Wutong called upon his trusty water-type Pokemon. Thanks to Ma Zhisher's training, Psyduck had learned to control the fire energy drawn towards him. As long as he wasn't rendered unconscious or emotionally unstable, spontaneous combustion was no longer a concern. Thus, even in the throngs of people, Wutong felt secure summoning Psyduck. Psyduck, I sense a threat here. Stay close to me. Wutong instructed with a serious tone, genuinely feeling the weight of impending peril, not merely the fear of losing his way on the ship. Superbly perceptive, Psyduck observed Wutong's demeanor and the surrounding environment, quickly grasping his trainer's intent. With a firm grip on Wutong's pant leg, Psyduck assured him that he would not let go. Reassured by Psyduck's steadfastness, Wutong ventured deeper into the ship. The interior resembled a grand gathering, filled with snacks, clothing, decorations, and an abundance of trinkets. Trainers exchanged insights about their Pokemon training, though most were merely boasting about their own accomplishments. Amidst the crowd, Wutong also noticed several trainers engaged in battles, stirring a desire within him to find a challenger to hone his practical skills. Just as he was scanning for a worthy opponent, a voice called out to him. Hey, young man over there, wait a moment. Upon hearing a sound, Wutong turned her gaze and noticed a man with a white cloth tied in a topknot, waving at her. Are you calling me? Wutong asked, glancing around. Yes, young man, I have something marvelous here, the man pretended to say with great enthusiasm. Intrigued by his words, Wutong approached him, eager to discover what he deemed extraordinary. As she reached his side, she spotted a large fish tank beside him, within which a vibrant Kingler was swimming energetically. Is this Kingler the good thing you mentioned? Wutong recalled that this man was the same one who had deceived Xiaoxiling out of 30,000 with his Kingler. It appeared he had yet to swindle Xiaoxiling, but had encountered her first. It seems you have an eye for quality, young sir. If this were an ordinary Kingler, I wouldn't dare to call it a treasure. My Kingler is exceptional. It can produce gold. The conman glanced around furtively before whispering to Wutong. Are you jesting with me? Producing gold, you say? Why not diamonds while you're at it? If you wish to deceive someone, at least invest a bit. A golden Kingler would suffice. Farewell. Wutong had no intention of becoming a victim, promptly turning to leave. Were the man to actually procure a golden Kingler, she might have been willing to wager her luck and play the fool, for a golden Kingler would indeed be a shiny Kingler. However, if she were to discover she had been tricked, she would not let this man off easily. Seeing Wutong depart, the conman made no effort to retain her. After all, her intentions were abundantly clear, and his business was one of swift profit. A failed attempt could easily be replaced by another. Shortly after Wutong left, a boy with violet hair and a sullen expression approached the conman's stall. It was Zhinsher. Observing the lively Kingler in the tank, Zhinsher took out a dark-colored Pokédex to scan it, falling into contemplation. Ah, young man, it seems you too have discerned the uniqueness of my Kingler. We are fated to meet. Allow me to reveal to you its special ability. The conman eagerly began his pitch. 500. Zhinsher interrupted him, stating a figure without granting the conman a chance to continue. Alas, dear young sir, that simply will not do. The conman rejected. 450. Zhinsher retorted, casting a sharp gaze at the swindler. The conman, momentarily taken aback by Zhinsher's intensity, found himself at a loss for words. 400. Zhinsher pressed on. All right. You truly know how to bargain. The conman conceded, exasperated. He then produced a flamboyant golden Pokeball, captured the Kingler, and handed it over to Zhinsher. Without further ado, Zhinsher paid the conman 400 and departed. Too young, too naive. This round nets me a profit of 350. The conman exclaimed joyfully after Zhinsher left, then retrieved another golden Pokeball, releasing yet another Kingler into the tank. At that moment, he spotted a person in a waiter's uniform, seemingly easy to deceive, walking by. The conman immediately intercepted him, continuing his schemes, oblivious to the events that transpired post-departure. Wutong began searching for a suitable opponent for battle, for engaging with someone too weak held no thrill, while facing someone far stronger seemed unnecessary. Your Psyduck appears quite unique. Would you care to engage in a Pokemon battle with me? A somewhat pretentious voice called out from behind Wutong. Turning around, she found a man dressed in a gentleman's attire, complete with a monocle and a cane, accompanied by a lady in a red evening gown. Upon seeing this gentleman, Wutong raised an eyebrow, recalling the earlier conman. Though her memory of him was vague, she distinctly remembered this gentleman, for he had not only lost, but had also tricked Ash out of his Butterfree. Although it was eventually returned, Wutong held a rather unfavorable impression of this man. Certainly, I am also in search of a worthy adversary, Wutong replied with a radiant smile. Hearing that a battle was about to commence, bystanders instinctively cleared a space for Wutong and the gentleman to face off. Above their heads, a small LED screen descended. Then allow me to introduce my Pokemon. Go, Rattata. As expected, the gentleman summoned a Rattata. However, Wutong could tell from its fur, size, and prominent front teeth that this Rattata had been well cared for. Go, Psyduck. Show him your prowess. Wutong commanded. Psyduck. The Pokemon nodded earnestly, stepping forward to face the Rattata. Rattata, use tackle. The gentleman commanded first. Rattata charged forward, aiming to collide with Wutong's Psyduck. Psyduck, use Flame Punch. Wutong instructed, allowing Psyduck to meet the attack head-on. With flames erupting from its fist, Psyduck struck Rattata as they collided. And while both Pokemon were strong, Psyduck clearly had the upper hand, sending Rattata skidding back to the gentleman's side, singed and dazed. Rattata, use your rage. The gentleman, unfazed by his Pokemon's setback, commanded with determination. Rattata quickly regained its composure and lunged at Psyduck with its mouth agape. Psyduck, keep your distance. Use Smokescreen. Wutong ordered. Psyduck. It responded, unleashing a cloud of scalding black smoke that enveloped Rattata, obscuring its vision while inflicting damage. Rattata, come out. The gentleman called, realizing the tide of battle had turned against him. Psyduck, don't let up. Use Flame Wheel. Wutong was not about to allow the gentleman to reclaim Rattata, lest he claim a draw. In an instant, Psyduck was engulfed in flames, rolling through the smoke towards Rattata. The smoke billowed, and Rattata was sent flying. The gentleman, sensing a chance for a draw, attempted to retrieve Rattata, but a fiery column erupted from the smoke, striking Rattata midair. Charred and defeated, Rattata fell to the ground. Its combat ability extinguished. The LED screen above Wutong flashed red letters proclaiming her victory. This was merely a small mock battle. It seems the goddess of victory favored me this time. However, I hope you can bolster your strength, as such encounters are rather dull, Wutong quipped, mirroring the gentleman's earlier tone. The gentleman's composure faltered as he trembled, unable to maintain his dignified facade. Are there any valiant souls willing to challenge me? Wutong asked, disregarding the gentleman as she surveyed the crowd. Shout on, come battle me. Ash exclaimed excitedly, jumping into view. Oh, isn't this my good teammate Ash? Where are my other two companions, Misty and Brock? Upon seeing Ash, Wutong gritted her teeth. Wutong remained haunted by the incident where she had unhesitatingly abandoned her companions. Haha, don't say that. Come on, Xiaotong, let us engage in a Pokemon battle. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Xiaoji chuckled and deftly changed the subject. Humph. Let us see what you're capable of, Wutong replied, her irritation dissipating as she accepted the challenge. Meanwhile, the gentleman, who had been ignored, could only leave in defeat with his female companion. It seemed he had missed his chance to trade Pokemon with Xiaoji. Contemplating this, Wutong felt a surge of anger, perplexed by Xiaoji's willingness to heed the gentleman's suggestion and trade Pokemon. To make matters worse, he had exchanged for a Butterfree, which had already been discarded once as a Metapod. After evolving and winning a battle, it faced the prospect of abandonment once more. No wonder it had left Xiaoji without hesitation after finding its true love. The relentless battles it had endured were commendable in themselves. I'll stick with my Psyduck. You can bring out your Pokemon, Wutong declared, firmly stating her refusal to trade Pokemon. Fire type, then it's settled. Go, Squirtle. To Wutong's surprise, Xiaoji chose Squirtle, a Pokemon that countered her fire type. Squirtle. Squirtle made a lively entrance with a spirited cry. Seeing the familiar turtle face, Psyduck greeted it warmly. Squirtle? Squirtle paused in surprise before joyfully looking back at Wutong. Oh, isn't the Xiaotong? Is this the trainer you chose? Wutong felt a surge of happiness at seeing Squirtle. What? Squirtle knows Xiaotong? Xiaoji replied, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Squirtle. Squirtle called out twice in response to Xiaoji. You mean Xiaotong was your former master? Xiaoji exclaimed in astonishment. Squirtle. Squirtle nodded eagerly. What? Is he your role model? Xiaoji continued, his surprise growing. Wutong found herself speechless, wondering how they managed such seamless communication. All right, enough reminiscing. Let us see how much you've improved, Wutong announced. Squirtle. Squirtle nodded seriously. Psyduck, unleash Flamethrower. Wutong commanded, launching the first attack. Psyduck expelled a stream of flames towards Squirtle. Squirtle, dodge it, Xiaoji urged, activating a strategy to evade. Squirtle leaped aside and narrowly avoided the fiery blast. Not so easy, Wutong called out. Psyduck's Flamethrower executed a U-turn, striking Squirtle from behind. What? Squirtle, retreat into your shell, Xiaoji shouted in alarm. Squirtle complied, retreating into its shell. Psyduck, charge in. Dynamic punch, Wutong commanded. Psyduck halted its flamethrower and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch against Squirtle's shell. Squirtle, hold on, use water gun. Xiaoji hastily instructed. Squirtle. Squirtle cried out in pain as a jet of water erupted from its shell, indicating its determination to fight from within. Psyduck quickly dodged. Psyduck, don't stop. Fire spin. Force it out. Wutong shouted. With flames igniting around it, Psyduck barreled towards Squirtle, launching it into the air before unleashing a fiery torrent that began to scorch Squirtle's shell. Before long, Squirtle could no longer withstand the heat and poked its head out. Final blow. Thunder Punch. Wutong declared. Psyduck emulated the move of a marsh stomp, executing an uppercut thunder punch against Squirtle. Squirtle succumbed, unable to continue battling. The LED screen above Wutong's head once again displayed the word victory. Chapter 33. Stranded on a deserted island? Defeated, Squirtle quickly regained its composure. Having been worn down by Psyduck's relentless barrage of attacks, it could only be said that Xiaoji's lack of battle experience led him to rely solely on sheer determination to win. For Wutong, the most anticipated battle was against Xiaoji from the Kalos region, although he later became a champion in the Alola region. To Wutong, the Xiaoji from XY was the pinnacle of his prowess. As for the new series, Wutong had little interest, disliking the portrayal of dogs and finding the overall aesthetic rather unappealing. After all, the XY Xiaoji was undeniably handsome, whereas Sun and Moon transformed him into a childish version. The new series was even less worth mentioning. It seems you still need more training, Xiaoji. Don't squander Xiaotong's talent, Wutong said, placing a reassuring hand on Xiaoji's shoulder. Squirtle, having lost, scratched its head and called out to Psyduck. Psyduck comforted Squirtle affectionately. You truly are strong, Xiaotong. I'll catch up to you soon, Xiaoji proclaimed with confidence. Wutong contemplated how long it would take Xiaoji to achieve that, realizing that despite being an ageless wonder in the anime, he had spent at least 4 or 5 years reaching the XY era in real time. Keep it up. There's a long road ahead, she encouraged, patting Xiaoji's shoulder. What? Are you underestimating me? Xiaoji retorted, noticing Wutong's expression. All right, let us go eat. I'm starving, Xiaoxia interjected, breaking their conversation. Indeed, neglecting to eat properly will hinder growth, Xiaojing agreed, nodding in affirmation. Pika Pika. Pikachu chimed in, expressing its hunger. The group made their way to the buffet area of the Saint and, gathering an abundance of food before finding an empty table to feast upon. However, despite having a table, there were no chairs, likely to ensure ample space. Wutong wondered if the upper crust of society never got tired of standing. Though there were no chairs, it did not impede their appetites, as they stood beside the table, devouring their meals. Wutong did not forget her Pokémon, summoning both Honchkrow and Marshstomp. Due to its lack of hands, Honchkrow perched atop Wutong's head, while she skillfully fed herself with one hand and Honchkrow with the other. As for the Mismagius lurking in Wutong's shadow, she discreetly placed food into her shadow, allowing it to help itself when no one was watching. Xiaoji, having not summoned any other Pokémon, allowed Squirtle and Pikachu to eat together, while the rest remained uncalled. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Oh, the trainer of Psyduck. Are you enjoying yourselves here? Wutong turned to see the gentleman from earlier, now linked arm in arm with his female companion. Excuse me, who might you be? Wutong feigned ignorance, putting on an act. Haha, you're quite the jokester. I'm the trainer you battled earlier, the gentleman replied, attempting to sound cheerful. Oh, so you're the one I defeated earlier? Apologies, but I tend to forget the names of those I find rather weak. Like that foolish boy I encountered in the Viridian Forest wearing a samurai helmet. His Pokémon were truly underwhelming, Wutong remarked, mimicking Squirtle as she scratched her head. As Jenny observed the demeanor of Wutong, he could not help but nod in approval. Truly, he was their leader. The gentle motion of his hand stroking the head of the turtle was executed with such fluid grace that it was a sight to behold. Upon hearing Wutong's words, the gentleman's expression twitched, and the lenses of his glasses nearly shattered. It was not a matter of forgetfulness. Rather, he was keenly aware of the situation, displaying a rather humorous demeanor. Your Pokémon is quite formidable, young man, the gentleman remarked, attempting to steer the conversation anew. Indeed, your Psyduck is truly impressive, interjected the gentleman's female companion, perhaps sensing her partner's embarrassment. Upon seeing her, Xiaojang's entire countenance relaxed, transforming into that of an infatuated fool. That Moshi? Oh no, here we go again, Xiaoxia said, waving a hand in front of Xiaojang's face, but he was utterly captivated by the gentleman's companion. Of course, my Pokémon have undergone rigorous training, Wutong said, his heart moved by the determination of the two individuals. He was curious to see what excuse they would concoct to convince him to trade his Rattata. Your Psyduck is indeed strong, but my Rattata is no slouch either. I have a fondness for your Psyduck, Since our Pokemon are both strong, why not consider a trade? The gentleman boldly proposed. Wutong was left speechless by the gentleman's audacity. Goodness, this isn't mere deception. This is outright robbery. He thought. Do I appear so youthful to you? Wutong suddenly inquired. You seem to be in your teens. What of it? The gentleman replied, perplexed. Then why do you presume to deceive me as though I were a mere 3-year-old? Even a child of that age would understand that a toy car one can drive is far superior to a broken toy pushed by hand. Wutong feigned curiosity, his expression exaggeratedly innocent. The gentleman was utterly taken aback by Wutong's audacity. He had not anticipated such bluntness from one who appeared so young. The lady beside him shifted uncomfortably, her expression faltering, as Wutong's words left little room for misunderstanding. There would be no trade unless he were foolish. Let us depart, she said, maintaining her composure as she pulled the gentleman away. He followed without protest, leaving without a backward glance. What was up with that guy? Ash asked, munching on his food. That gentleman? He feigns a gentlemanly facade while engaging in the antics of a rogue. Best to ignore him, Wutong replied, turning his focus back to the meal before him. Ash nodded, albeit his attention remained on the food. Just as Wutong and his companions were enjoying the sea breeze by the window, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air. They turned to see the servers aboard the St. Anu suddenly burst from their uniforms, revealing the garb of Team Rocket beneath, along with peculiar devices on their backs. Wait, you there? Why are you naked after bursting out of your clothes? Wutong exclaimed, cursing himself for having forgotten about Team Rocket amidst the revelry. What is happening? Ash asked, bewildered. No sooner had Ash spoken than the lights extinguished entirely, and a spotlight illuminated the vibrant Musashi and the listless Kojiro, starkly contrasting atop a high platform. Since you have sincerely inquired, Musashi declared, then I shall graciously enlighten you, Kojiro added, lacking vigor. Psyduck, flame burst. Wutong whispered to his Psyduck, mindful of Sakaki monitoring the operation. It would be ill-fated to attract unwanted attention. Obediently, Psyduck unleashed a jet of flame, interrupting Musashi and Kojiro's dialogue. How dare someone be so rude? Musashi shouted, narrowly evading the flame. Indeed, such a lack of decorum, Kojiro echoed, still lacking energy. Judging by Kojiro's demeanor, it seemed he had indeed been outsmarted by the gentleman. How long will you persist in this way? Show some spirit. Musashi could no longer contain her frustration, shouting at Kojiro. Ha ha ha, could this be a surprise performance? A passenger chuckled. Yes, it appears to be quite the comedic act, another passenger chimed in, seated before several monitors. Sakaki stroked Meowth while observing the unfolding chaos. Upon witnessing Musashi and Kojiro's antics, he could not help but cover his face, pondering how to expeditiously rid Team Rocket of these two. His Team Rocket spanned the Kanto and Johto regions as a formidable dark force, undoubtedly the world's foremost organization of its kind. While other organizations sought to conquer the world through the control of legendary Pokemon, Team Rocket produced them outright. Yet, such a high caliber, prestigious dark organization had devolved into a farcical troupe. Do I, Sakaki, possess no dignity? Be silent. We are Team Rocket. We shall seize every Pokemon in this vicinity, Musashi proclaimed. The members of Team Rocket sprang into action, the peculiar devices on their backs activating, generating a powerful suction that began to draw in the trainer's Pokeballs. Hand over your Pokemon. A Team Rocket grunt demanded of Xiaoxia. And you, produce your Pokemon. Another grunt instructed Ash. Pikachu. Ash called out, and Pikachu, understanding the cue, unleashed a thunderbolt that sent both grunts crashing to the ground. Wutong watched in disbelief. You're already robbing us. Why not just take action? What else with the theatrics? He felt a twinge of sympathy for Sakaki. What kind of subordinates were these? Rather than allow you to seize our Pokemon, we shall fight to the end, Ash declared. Upon hearing Ash's words, nearby trainers voiced their agreement, calling forth their Pokemon to retaliate. I cannot remain idle either. Psyduck, Flame Burst. Swampert, Water Pulse. Honchkrow, Aerial Ace. Wutong commanded his Pokemon into battle. However, in his attempt to keep a low profile, the pace of defeating the grunts was not particularly swift. In a nearby spot, Shinji was also engaged in combat with Team Rocket. However, he fought with far more ruthlessness, leaving no mercy as the area around him quickly cleared. At this moment, he noticed Wutong battling against the Team Rocket grunts. What is this guy doing here? He shouldn't be this weak, Shinji pondered, confused by Wutong's performance against the grunts. Tree Turtle, Leaf Blade, assist him. After a brief hesitation, Shinji resolved to aid Wutong. With the collective efforts of all, Team Rocket was soon sent flying. Strange. It felt as though someone was assisting me, Wutong mused, recalling his Psyduck and Honchkrow. Given that the ship was on the verge of sinking, He had wisely recalled his water-averse Psyduck and the temporarily ineffective Honchkrow. Sure enough, just after Team Rocket was defeated, the Saint Anu began to tremble violently. Captain of the Saint Anu, akin to a character from Wutong's memory, attempted to reassure the crowd while making his escape. The sight of their fleeing captain instilled a sense of urgency among the people, who hurried towards the lifeboats. At that moment, Wutong found himself separated from Xiao Ji and his companions, but reassured by the knowledge that they would be safe. He paid it little mind and began to follow the throng. However, the panicked crowd soon rendered the passageway nearly impassable, creating a crush of bodies. Observing the chaos, Wutong pondered for a moment before clapping his hands. If this route was obstructed, he would take an alternate path. Thus, he led the shallow jump fish along a route he recalled, intending to circumvent the congestion towards the lifeboats. What does he intend to do? Shinji wondered. Spotting Wutong departing with the shallow jump fish, perplexed. He can't possibly be thinking of taking a detour, can he? Shinji thought. Disbelief washing over him as he glanced at the throng of people ahead and then back at Wutong's retreating figure. Gritting his teeth, he decided to pursue Wutong. Strange. This direction seems familiar, Wutong mused, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. What the? The shallow jump fish echoed his confusion, sensing that its trainer lacked a clear understanding of their situation. Wutong, where are you going? A voice called from behind. Shinji? What a coincidence, you're escaping too. Wutong remarked upon seeing Shinji rush back. You're aware of the current predicament, yet you continue deeper into the Saint Anu? Shinji exclaimed incredulously at Wutong's demeanor. What? Deeper? Wutong gasped in shock. Before Shinji could respond, the Saint Anu began to shake violently once more. Both Wutong and Shinji had to brace themselves against the walls to maintain their balance. Damn it, is it too late? Encountering you has proven to be nothing but trouble. Shinji cried, eyeing the incessantly shaking vessel. In that case, shallow jump fish, rock smash, ducklet, flame burst, dark raven, brave bird. Wutong commanded, releasing his Pokemon to assault the wall. Tree turtle, leaf blade, Nidoran, flamethrower. Shinji, grasping Wutong's intentions, summoned his own Pokemon to join the fray. Thanks to the efforts of their 5 Pokemon, the wall was soon breached, revealing the outside world. Wutong and Shinji quickly recalled their Pokemon and leaped from the Saint Anu, landing upon the ocean's surface. Perhaps it was due to the fickle nature of fate, for as Wutong and Shinji plunged into the water, they were caught in a swirling vortex. Shortly thereafter, the Saint Anu sank beneath the waves. Where am I? Wutong opened his eyes to find himself sprawled upon a sandy beach, with Shinji lying nearby. With great effort, Wutong sat up and surveyed his surroundings. Have I washed ashore on a deserted island? He exclaimed. Chapter 34, Daughter Island? Wutong glanced at the still unconscious Shinji before checking his Pokeballs to ensure his Pokemon were safe. Relieved to find all present, he sighed. Awake quickly, my dear friend. The sun is truly blazing down upon us. Wutong approached Shinji and gave him a gentle nudge. What nonsense are you spouting? Shinji groaned, lifting his head with a scowl as he regarded Wutong. Although Shinji possessed commendable physical resilience, the ordeal of the vortex left him feeling sore and slightly disoriented. Let us not dwell on the details. It appears we've become stranded on an uninhabited island, Wutong remarked, taking in the vast ocean before them and the forest behind. The surroundings bore no signs of human presence, though the occasional bird call hinted at life on the island. Upon hearing Wutong's words, Shinji's mind began to clear, and he quickly scanned their surroundings. We should explore the island. Perhaps we merely landed in a remote area, he suggested, standing upright. After all, in the world of Pokemon, being marooned on an island wasn't as dire as it seemed. So long as there were Pokemon, water, and food, survival was feasible. With a bit of time, training a flying or water-type Pokemon could certainly allow them to return to civilization. You make a valid point. Let us proceed. I believe that direction looks promising, Wutong declared, preparing to lead the way. You, stay behind me and do not wander off. Shinji snapped, his frustration flaring at Wutong's eagerness. You startled me. What else with the temper? My friend, are you hungry? I still have plenty of food in my pack, Wutong replied, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Shinji, exasperated by Wutong's obliviousness, felt a headache coming on. I'm quite overwhelmed right now, so please refrain from further nonsense, he said, striding towards the forest. What a peculiar fellow, Wutong remarked, calling forth his Pokemon, Shallow Jump Fish, Ducklet, and Dark Raven. After all, it was prudent to be prepared for any aggressive or territorial Pokemon they might encounter. Shinji also summoned his Pokemon, Tree Turtle, Nidoran, and Karkle. Indeed, Shinji was known for his strictness in capturing Pokemon, as evidenced by the few he had with him. What about your Mismagius? Wutong inquired, noticing the absence of Shinji's notable Pokemon. That one. It's rather lazy and prefers to remain hidden unless absolutely necessary, Shinji explained. Recalling how his Mismagius shunned strangers and often stayed cloistered in his shadow, even refusing to emerge during mealtime. At that moment, Wutong fell into a contemplative silence, prompting Shinji to think it best to refrain from conversation, lest they delve into troublesome topics. Thus, the two of them, accompanied by their 6 Pokemon, embarked on their exploration of the forest. The dense foliage enveloped them, devoid of any signs of human habitation. Unlike the vibrant woods near cities, which bore the marks of human passage, the forest they traversed revealed no such traces. This situation appears more dire than anticipated, Wutong remarked, surveying the surroundings with unease. Shinji remained silent, brow furrowed as he scrutinized the area. He found it peculiar that in such a lively forest, not a single Pokemon was visible. Something felt amiss. It's too quiet, Shinji suddenly observed. Wutong paused, realizing the absence of even the occasional bird call they had encountered earlier. Aside from their own voices and the rustling of leaves in the wind, an eerie silence enveloped them. Wutong's vigilance heightened as he began to scan the environment. Suddenly, the nearby thicket began to tremble violently, accompanied by a faint vibration, as if some colossal beast were on the move. 6 Pokemon positioned themselves protectively around Wutong and Shinji, bracing for what was to come. Just as the tremors reached their zenith, a multitude of Pokemon emerged from the underbrush surrounding Wutong and Shinji. A glance revealed that most were common Pokemon from the Kanto region, with the occasional rare or Johto Pokemon interspersed among them. Shinji, how confident are you about making a run for it? Wutong inquired, turning his back to Shinji. Your chances of escaping are directly correlated to mine, Shinji replied calmly, though his slightly trembling hand betrayed his current state of anxiety. Swampert, Psyduck, Murkrow, Wutong called out to his Pokemon. Torterra, Nidorino, Houndoom, Shinji shouted in response. The 6 Pokemon tensed their muscles, entering a state of readiness for battle. However, the anticipated assault never materialized. Instead, the Pokemon encircling Wutong and Shinji chirped excitedly. Both Wutong and Shinji's Pokemon were left bewildered, surrounded by Pokemon of the same egg group, forming layers upon layers around them. I recall that aside from my Dream Eater, all our Pokemon are male, right? Wutong posed to Shinji, noting the lack of the fierce battle he had envisioned. Or rather, it appeared that the struggle was not to be between Wutong and Shinji, but rather their Pokemon. Indeed, that seems to be the case. What do you mean by that? Shinji queried. It appears that all these Pokemon are female, Wutong replied uncertainly. Absolutely, they are all female, Wutong confirmed after surveying his surroundings once more. All female? Shinji expressed disbelief. After all, the number of Pokemon surrounding them was considerable. How could a species survive if all were female? Indeed, I can assure you. Just look at the Nidorino encircled by your Pokemon. They are all Nidorina. And take a closer look at the Pikachu mixed in. The tips of their tails are heart-shaped. Wutong pointed out, indicating the Nidorino. Moreover, observe the other Pokemon. Any with discernible gender differences exhibit distinctly female characteristics, he continued, gesturing to several others. Shinji listened quietly, as his knowledge in this area was rather limited. However, upon examining Wutong's observations, he found them to be accurate. So what? Even if they are all female Pokemon. What does that prove? Shinji pressed. I suspect that this island may harbor no male Pokemon, which is why they gathered to observe us after we entered the forest. Wutong theorized. It seems there is more to it than mere observation. Those Nidorina have begun courting. Wutong indicated the Nidorina near the Nidorino. Come on, Nidorino, be assertive. Shinji exclaimed as he noticed his Nidorino looking rather soft and pliable in the face of such alluring temptation. It's all right. Just let it choose the one it fancies the most. Nidorino and Nidorina are monogamous. Once a partner is selected, it remains unchanged. After it chooses, you can capture that Nidorina and the others will disperse. Wutong advised Shinji to remain calm. And what about the other Pokemon? For instance, your Psyduck? Shinji pointed at his Psyduck. Psyduck, come back. Wutong gasped at the sight of Psyduck, quickly retrieving it into its Pokeball. Due to Psyduck's nature, it was not adept at rejecting advances from others or other Pokemon, leading the surrounding female Pokemon to mistakenly believe Psyduck had consented, nearly resulting in an unwelcome advance. Thankfully, the situation was averted just in time. Otherwise, Psyduck would have matured prematurely into such matters. Upon seeing Psyduck safely returned, the Pokemon that had encircled it exhibited no anger, only expressions of disappointment. Meanwhile, Wutong and Shinji's primary Pokemon, Swampert and Torterra, remained vigilant, one perceiving all and the other exhibiting a calm demeanor, thus uninterested in the allure around them. By the way, Your Houndoom seems to be in a rather precarious situation as well, Wutong remarked, pointing at Jinzi's Houndoom. Jinzi looked over, puzzled, and discovered that his Houndoom had become utterly oblivious, standing with its front paws wrapped around two female Pokemon, wearing an expression of blissful days. I know a skilled veterinarian who specializes in neutering cats and dogs. Would you like an introduction? Wutong said, patting Jinzi on the shoulder. Upon hearing Wutong, Jinzi, exasperated, brushed Wutong's hand away and glared at his Houndoom with a somber expression. In truth, he was merely conflicted as he gazed at it. But Jinzi's naturally cold demeanor made it difficult to convey his feelings. Houndoom. 1, 2, 3. Jinzi called to his Houndoom, counting to 3. Woof. Upon hearing Jinzi's call, Houndoom turned around in a daze. But as soon as Jinzi began counting, its expression shifted immediately. It broke free from the surrounding Pokemon and rushed to Jinzi's side. Sitting upright with a serious demeanor, as if vowing to defend its trainer at all costs. Oh dear friend, do you happen to have a nickname, Pavlov? Wutong remarked, observing Houndoom's instantaneous transformation. What, Pavlov? Have you bumped your head while being washed ashore? Why do you keep saying such peculiar things? No. You seem to have always been this way, Jinzi shot back, casting a sideways glance at Wutong. How can your words be so frigid? How can someone with a body temperature of 37 degrees utter such chilling remarks? Wutong feigned drama. If you have the time for theatrics, perhaps you should check on your Murkrow, Jinzi retorted coolly. Is it my turn now? Wutong sighed, turning to search for Murkrow. Upon spotting it, Wutong was taken aback. Murkrow did not appear to be lost in bliss. Rather, it was engaged in conversation with a group of avian Pokemon. Then, to Wutong's bewilderment, Murkrow began racing against the flying Pokemon in a speed contest. Given the multitude of Pokemon surrounding it, Murkrow was competing in groups. However, as it appeared that Murkrow's prowess lay in speed, none of the flying Pokemon could match its swiftness. But Murkrow, if you've won, why must you taunt them? How will you find a partner after leaving here? Wutong suddenly found himself fretting over Murkrow's romantic prospects. Who are you two? A voice, brimming with authority, called out. Wutong and Jinzi turned towards the sound, as if seeing a beacon of hope, clad in familiar deep blue uniforms with deep pink ringed hairstyles. A wild Nurse Joy and a wild Officer Ginny appeared before them. How did you two get here? If you don't provide satisfactory answers, I have the authority to arrest you. Officer Ginny declared sternly. Wait, we're good people. This is my Pokédex, which can prove our identities, Wutong said, producing his Pokédex. Subsequently, Wutong recounted his and Shinji's ordeal to Miss Joy and Miss Kunsa. After Miss Kunsa verified the situation with Kureha City's Kunsa, both ladies were persuaded that the two were not malevolent beings, having aided them in dispersing the Pokemon that surrounded them. Kunsa and Joy escorted the pair to the opposite side of the island. You two are indeed fortunate. To be engulfed by a whirlpool and still manage to return to land safely is quite a feat, Miss Joy remarked. Wutong could only manage a wry smile, while Shinji remained silent. Who would willingly wish to experience the sensation of being consumed by a whirlpool? Miss Kunsa, what is the nature of this island? If I am not mistaken, it seems that only female Pokemon inhabit this place, Wutong inquired with curiosity. This is not a secret, for reasons unknown. All Pokemon eggs that hatch on this island invariably produce female Pokemon, Miss Kunsa explained candidly. Indeed, however, Pokemon eggs brought from outside the island are unaffected. And those Pokemon that venture beyond the island can produce male Pokemon eggs, Miss Joy added. Thus, researchers speculate that the island's magnetic field or some such anomaly is responsible for this phenomenon. However, since such studies hold little significance, we merely come periodically to observe the situation here, Miss Kunsa continued. After hearing the joint explanation from Miss Kunsa and Miss Joy, Wutong nodded. It seemed indeed that research on this island lacked any substantial purpose. After all, it merely resulted in Pokemon eggs consistently hatching into females. The variety of Pokemon hatched remained uncontrollable, and even if two Pokemon of the same species were to lay eggs here, it would only increase the number of females in that species. The only potential benefit might be to augment the population of rarer female Pokemon. May I ask when we can depart? Shinji inquired politely. Our tasks for today remain unfinished, hence we can only take you two away tomorrow. Do you have any pressing matters? Miss Kunsa queried. Shinji shook his head, merely wishing to avoid being stranded on this island. Chapter 35, Time for Fishing. The following morning, in a bid to leave the island as swiftly as possible, Wutong and Shinji actively assisted Joy and Kunsa with their tasks. The four ventured into the island's forest to document the current survival status and population of the Pokemon residing there. Everyone come forth, Wutong called out to his Pokemon. Shinji too released his Pokeballs, summoning his Pokemon. However, this time, not all the island-S Pokemon appeared. As Miss Joy and Miss Kunsa had already explained to them the previous day that Wutong and Shinji-S Pokemon were not brought for matchmaking. Thus, the Pokemon maintained their usual behaviors. Nevertheless, upon encountering Pokemon such as the Marsh Stomp and the Turtwig, they could not resist approaching to showcase their charms. While Wutong and Shinji diligently worked, Wutong's Honchkrow encountered a predicament. Boo! A Pidgey, which had lost a race to Honchkrow the previous day, approached once more. The two Pokemon began their competition anew, but in terms of speed, Pidgey was clearly outclassed by Honchkrow. However, this Pidgey seemed determined, resting briefly before challenging Honchkrow again. The two Pokemon engaged in countless rounds of competition, leaving Honchkrow somewhat intimidated. This Pidgey possesses remarkable tenacity, Wutong mused, admiring the bird's perseverance. Shinji remained silent, yet his gaze fixated on Pidgey indicated his growing interest. After all, Shinji's team lacked a Pokemon capable of aerial combat. Setting aside the skills possessed, Pidgey's exhibited determination was enough to pique Shinji's curiosity, for Pokemon lacking resilience could not endure his training. As for Honchkrow, it had brought this upon itself by taunting Pidgey after their race. When Pidgey sought to impress, Honchkrow had insisted on a speed contest, and after emerging victorious, it had mocked Pidgey. Now, it found itself the target of Pidgey's relentless pursuit, and Wutong seized this opportunity to temper Honchkrow's character. How could it hope to lead if it lacked composure? After all, Honchkrow would evolve into a formidable leader, the Corviknight. Eventually, after countless rounds of competition, Honchkrow could no longer withstand the onslaught, and swiftly flew to hide behind Wutong. Caw! Peeking from behind Wutong, Honchkrow let out a call. Wutong understood that Honchkrow's intention was clear. Stay back, my master is here. Wutong sighed, bemused at how the creature had resorted to hiding behind him. Shinji, you must be quite intrigued by this Pidgey, am I correct? Wutong inquired. And what of it? This Pidgey has fixated on your Honchkrow, Shinji replied coolly. You are aware of my situation. Even if I were to capture this Pidgey, it would merely be returned home to watch over things. Wutong continued to entice. Handle your own matters first. Shinji saw through Wutong's reluctance to intervene and attempt to shift the responsibility onto him. Honestly, then I shall assess this Pidgey's capabilities on your behalf. Wutong conceded with a hint of resignation upon realizing his ruse had been uncovered. Honchkrow, stop hiding. You must confront the trouble you've provoked, Wutong insisted, retrieving Honchkrow and placing it in front of him. Caw! Honchkrow questioned, then returned to perch atop Wutong's head, gently pecking at it twice. The meaning was unmistakable. If you want me to handle this, you must provide me a means to do so. Pidgey, do you wish to defeat Honchkrow? Wutong addressed the bird. I do not intend to underestimate you, but Honchkrow is quite exceptional. In a mere speed contest, you stand no chance of winning. Pidgey. Hearing Wutong's words, Pidgey squawked in indignation. Do not be hasty. Let us engage in a different form of competition. How about a battle against my Honchkrow? Regardless of the outcome, let this settle the matter, shall we? Wutong proposed. Pidgey nodded in agreement. Then let us commence. Honchkrow, use Tailwind. Wutong commanded without hesitation. A whirlwind enveloped Honchkrow, significantly increasing its speed. Pidgey, the bird called out, flapping its wings to unleash a gust towards Honchkrow. Honchkrow, we shall employ wind as well. Wutong directed. Caw! Honchkrow flapped its wings, sending forth a counter gale towards Pidgey. The two powerful winds converged in the air, colliding and ultimately dissipating. Pidgey. Undeterred, Pidgey pressed the attack, clearly possessing a determined nature. Suddenly, Pidgey accelerated, trailing a streak of white light as it charged at Honchkrow like lightning. Honchkrow, wing attack! Wutong shouted urgently. After all, no matter how swift the Dark Raven may be, it is impossible for it to evade the flicker of lightning, at least not at this moment, as the Dark Raven lacks such capabilities. Its wings illuminated with a radiant glow, the Dark Raven barely managed to withstand Bobo's lightning attack by relying on its own speed. Dark Raven, hit it hard. Use Brave Bird. Wutong commanded. Given the nature of the battle focused on speed, the move Aerial Ace, which requires charging, was deemed unsuitable, prompting Wutong to directly choose the Brave Bird attack that the Dark Raven had recently learned. A blue and white energy enveloped the Dark Raven, transforming it into a colossal energy bird as it surged toward Bobo. In response to the oncoming energy avian, Bobo, undeterred, similarly enveloped itself in blue and white energy, morphing into an energy giant bird. Bobo can also learn Brave Bird. Wutong was taken aback, truly impressed by Bobo's extraordinary talent. The two energy giants collided, unleashing a violent burst of cold energy. Both the Dark Raven and Bobo were sent flying backwards. Dark Raven, generate a gust. Wutong opted for a skill with a broader range to strike first. However, Bobo, unexpectedly resilient, charged forward in a blaze of white light toward the Dark Raven. GA. The Dark Raven retaliated fiercely, flapping its wings determinedly, intent on sweeping Bobo away. Yet, Bobo bravely pressed on, confronting the Dark Raven head-on. Albeit the gust had diminished the potency of its lightning strike significantly. Nevertheless, the tenacious Bobo, under the astonished gazes of Wutong and Shinji, mustered its remaining strength and delivered a powerful blow to the Dark Raven. This Bobo possesses quite the character, Wutong remarked, observing the fallen Bobo, who had lost the ability to battle. This Bobo is quite impressive, Shinji commented. What are you two doing? Miss Junsha and Miss Joy, who had completed their tasks on the other side, returned and inquired upon seeing Wutong and Shinji standing idle. We encountered a bit of trouble. By the way, Miss Junsha, can we capture the Pokemon here? Wutong asked. No problem. The only peculiarity here is the magnetic field of this island. Most of the Pokemon on the island are quite common, so you can capture with ease, Miss Junsha assured. That's wonderful, isn't it, Shinji? Wutong nudged Shinji lightly. Mind your own business, Shinji replied tersely as he approached Bobo. TCH, what an unlikable fellow, Wutong sighed helplessly. After healing Bobo's injuries, Shinji initiated a capture battle. Initially reluctant, Bobo eventually agreed after an unknown exchange with Shinji. Despite Bobo's commendable talent, it fell short against Shinji's well-trained Pokemon, leading to a successful capture of Bobo. Following this minor interlude, Wutong and Shinji returned to their work, joined shortly thereafter by Miss Joy and Miss Junsha, who had completed their respective tasks. Ultimately, with the collective efforts of the four, they successfully accomplished their mission before noon. Miss Junsha and Miss Joy did not disappoint Wutong and Shinji, promptly escorting them off the island after their work was completed. With other tasks awaiting them, Miss Junsha and Miss Joy dropped the two at the nearest city before departing. Wutong and Shinji gazed contemplatively at the sunlit beach and bay before them, having grown weary of the view after spending an entire day and night on the island. Naturally, the island was not graced with numerous beauties. Where are we? Wutong pondered, feeling a flicker of recognition, yet unable to recall the specifics. Why not ask someone? Shinji suggested. Good idea, Wutong exclaimed, clapping her hands in agreement. The two then exchanged glances. All right, I'll go, Wutong said resignedly after a moment of silent contemplation. Excuse me, young man, could you kindly tell me where we are? Wutong approached a boy fishing by the shore. This is Blue Plucky City, a resort. Hard to believe someone wouldn't know this place. The boy replied incredulously, turning to face her. You are Green? Wutong recognized the boy fishing. You know me? Are you a fan? Sorry, but I only give autographs to beautiful girls. Green tossed his hair dramatically. No, you're mistaken. I'm Wutong. My grandparents are good friends with Professor Oak, Wutong countered immediately, taken aback by Green's self-importance. Oh, you're Wutong, the grandson of Grandpa's friend. Nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Green, he said, straightening up and extending his hand. By the way, I recall Professor Oak and Ash mentioning that you were traveling with your girlfriend. Where is she? Wutong recalled the group of girls that had followed Green earlier. My girlfriends? They lost to Aunt Hanako in yesterday's beauty pageant, so they're shopping together today to lift their spirits. I'm not particularly fond of such activities. Hence I'm here fishing, Green explained nonchalantly. Indeed, Aunt Hanako is formidable. Green's entourage of girlfriends stood no chance. So, Ash and the others have already departed? Wutong realized. Ah, fishing, you say? I just remembered I have a decent fishing rod in my backpack. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well join Green for some fishing. Want to fish with me? It's rather dull fishing alone, Green invited. Absolutely, but I have a friend with me. Let me go get him, Wutong replied before heading back to find Shinji. Upon locating Shinji, Wutong saw him engrossed in examining his Pokédex, presumably contemplating strategies. What a strict fellow. Not only is he rigorous with his Pokémon, but also with himself. Hey, my dear friend. We're in the resort city of Blue Plucky. How about joining me for some fishing to ease the fatigue? Wutong proposed. Initially, Shinji cast a glance at Wutong, seemingly inclined to refuse, but then appeared to recollect something and nodded in agreement. Leading Shinji to Green, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. You gloomy guy? Green suddenly exclaimed upon seeing Shinji. You, the playboy? Shinji frowned at Green. Do you two know each other? Wutong sensed the brewing tension and curiously scrutinized the two. Not really, Green replied. We've just met once, Shinji responded coldly. Come on, spill the beans. What is the story between you two? Wutong pulled out a microphone seemingly from nowhere and thrust it in Shinji's face. What strange items did you bring along for this trip? Shinji stared at the microphone, speechless. Oh, don't mind the details. Come on, share your story. Wutong persisted. It's nothing much. We both happen to set our sights on the same Pokemon. Shinji replied with a cool demeanor. Ultimately, it is I who has successfully tamed the creature, proclaimed Shigeru with a sense of pride. A dandy such as yourself is merely squandering a magnificent Pokemon, scoffed Satoshi disdainfully. Why do I detect a hint of sourness? Is someone indulging in Sandscale's fruit? Shigeru retorted, unwilling to back down. Are you perhaps eyeing a specific Pokemon? Could it be Nidoran? Wutong inquired, perplexed. How did you know? Satoshi and Shigeru chorused in unison. Just a guess, Wutong chuckled. Should he confess that he had watched the anime, thus knowing the Pokemon each of them possessed, and could deduce it from there? You don't mimic my speech. Satoshi and Shigeru reiterated simultaneously. You two seem to have a rather amicable relationship, don't you? Wutong remarked, puzzled. Who would have a good relationship with such a person? Satoshi and Shigeru shouted in tandem. The two glared at each other, neither willing to concede. Well then, since you both find each other so distasteful, how about we settle this with a fishing contest? Wutong suggested, brandishing a fishing rod. Victory shall undoubtedly be mine. Satoshi and Shigeru declared, each letting out a derisive huff before positioning themselves on either side of Wutong, rods in hand, ready to fish. Am I superfluous here? Wutong wondered aloud, feeling somewhat troubled as he observed the two. Chapter 36, The Clash of Rivals. Wutong sat between Satoshi and Shigeru, both of whom were intensely focused on their fishing rods, as the stakes were high. Aren't you too tired? There's no need to fixate so intently on the rods. Wutong attempted to persuade them. Silence. You'll scare the fish away. Satoshi and Shigeru snapped in unison. Humph, I told you not to imitate my speech. They shot daggers at one another once more. You two, your bond must be rather strong, right? Wutong said, caught in the middle of their bickering. Humph, who would form a bond with someone like him? Both shouted at Wutong simultaneously. Startled by the dual outburst, Wutong felt a slight ringing in his ears, questioning why he found himself in such a predicament. Moments later, one of the fishing rods suddenly began to tremble. Wutong tightened his grip on the rod, and with a swift tug, a lively kingler was pulled from the water. As expected, kingler can indeed be found in various aquatic locales. Wutong remarked with a hint of exasperation, having hoped to catch something more exotic with his high-quality rod. He withdrew a standard pokeball from his waist, capturing the kingler and setting it aside, intending to send it to Professor Oak later, having promised to collect more Pokemon. Since Ash had already sent Professor Oak 30 Tauros, Wutong resolved to send him 30 kinglers instead. Surely, Professor Oak would be delighted. He set a modest goal for himself, to catch 30 kinglers. As Wutong successfully reeled in his first Pokemon, Satoshi and Shigeru merely cast a fleeting glance, offering no further reaction, as Wutong was not part of their contest. All that mattered was outpacing the other. Wutong cast his line once more, and soon, his rod began to tremble again. So soon? Wutong felt a spark of surprise as he hadn't even settled back down when he felt another tug. With another decisive pull, yet another kingler surfaced. Noticing Wutong's success, Satoshi and Shigeru focused even more intently on their own rods. Realizing that if Wutong could catch two in such a short span, they too might soon have a Pokemon on their lines. After capturing and setting aside the second kingler, Wutong cast his line again, this time even faster, and almost immediately, the rod began to shake. Wait already? Wutong was astonished, having barely settled in when the fish bit again. After capturing yet another kingler, this one was sent directly to Professor Oak's lab. Soon, it became Wutong's solo performance. And by the time he had caught his 10th fish, Satoshi and Shigeru could no longer contain themselves. You, go fish elsewhere. They both exclaimed simultaneously. Huh? What's going on? Am I being ostracized? Wutong exclaimed in shock, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, seeing the fierce looks on their faces, he obediently moved to a different spot to fish. Though Wutong changed locations, the kinglers continued to bite, indicating that his modest goal would soon be realized. However, he wondered why only kinglers were being caught. Just then, after Wutong had distanced himself from Satoshi and Shigeru, Shigeru's rod finally exhibited its first tremor. Excitedly, he leapt to his feet and began to tug at the line, quickly reeling in a kingler. Looks like victory is mine. It appears your skills in capturing Pokemon are lacking, as are your fishing abilities, Shigeru taunted, noticing Satoshi's lack of success. Humph, this is merely the beginning. Only a fool would laugh prematurely, Satoshi coolly replied, casting a sidelong glance at Shigeru. TCH, you're quite stubborn, Shigeru remarked, finding the situation dull as he settled back down to fish, determined to catch at least 10 fish. No, 5 would suffice. Come forth, Torterra? Satoshi called forth his Pokemon. Wutong felt that Satoshi must have had a reason for summoning Torterra, and curiously watched to see what he would do. Satoshi remained motionless, his serious demeanor fixed on the fishing rod. However, to Wutong's astonishment, Torterra stealthily extended a vine, cautiously probing Satoshi's waist. Then, it procured a pokeball that Wutong recognized all too well. It was an ordinary pokeball slathered in shoddy gold paint. That wouldn't be the Kingler sold by that shady uncle, would it? Wutong mused, momentarily forgetting about his trembling fishing rod, captivated by the antics of Satoshi's Torterra. After retrieving the Kingler's pokeball, Torterra delicately lowered it into the water, and soon enough, Satoshi's rod began to tremble vigorously. It seems my luck is also holding, Satoshi remarked, casting a calm glance at Shigeru. Humph. Shigeru merely huffed, withholding further comment. With a swift motion, Satoshi raised his rod, pulling up a robust and lively Kingler. Torterra, Satoshi called, and Torterra, understanding the cue, ensnared the Kingler with its vine. Satoshi then tossed a pokeball towards the captured Kingler. Those two can't possibly be in cahoots, can they? Wutong pondered as he observed Torterra seizing the opportunity to capture the Kingler with the inferior golden pokeball while deftly retrieving the ball Satoshi had thrown. The entire sequence was executed with such fluidity that even Shigeru, who stood beside Satoshi, failed to notice anything amiss. However, Wutong, watching from a distance, caught sight of the entire exchange. Satoshi, noticing Wutong's gaze, gestured for him to remain silent. Wutong was left to wonder who had corrupted Satoshi to employ such underhanded tactics. If Shinji were to comprehend Wutong's intentions, he would undoubtedly suggest that Wutong take a long, hard look in the mirror. For Wutong's method of battling dream demons is anything but ordinary. After achieving a stalemate with Shigeru, Shinji resumed his peaceful fishing endeavor. However, as time elapsed, both Shinji and Shigeru remained utterly unperturbed. I say, you two, are you planning to fish here for the entire day? It's already noon, and I'm quite famished. Wutong lamented as he approached the duo from behind. Yet, Shinji and Shigeru paid no heed to Wutong's words, their eyes fixated intently on their fishing rods. How about this? You two are currently tied at one apiece, correct? Whoever catches the second fish first shall be deemed the victor. If neither of you succeeds within the hour, it shall be a draw, Wutong proposed, emphasizing the score of 1-1. Shinji cast a sidelong glance at Wutong, but remained silent. All right, I shall win for certain. Shigeru eagerly accepted the challenge. A grumble emanated from Wutong's stomach, a reminder of his hunger, prompting him to sigh resignedly. He adhered to a strict eating regimen, and missing a meal would leave him ravenous. Contemplating for a moment, Wutong approached his Trevenant and whispered a few words. Trevenant regarded Wutong, then glanced at his trainer before nodding in agreement. Once more, Trevenant discreetly extended its vine whip, executing a masterful maneuver. However, this time Shigeru noticed the anomaly. Wait a moment. Are you cheating? Shigeru exclaimed suddenly, addressing Shinji. That Magikarp is the same as the one from earlier. The color of its whiskers, the sheen of its scales, even its size, it's identical. Shigeru pointed out the evidence with conviction. Oh dear, I had forgotten that Shigeru is Professor Oak's grandson. While others might overlook it, Shigeru's knowledge certainly would not let such a thing slip by, Wutong remarked with a clap of his hands. Shinji looked at Wutong, baffled by this teammate's blunder. Wait, did you just say this playboy is Professor Oak's grandson? Shinji caught onto the crucial detail. You didn't know? His name is Shigeru. Full name Shigeru Okido, Wutong replied. Hey, don't ignore me. You think you can win against me through cheating? Keep dreaming. It's still 1-1. Shigeru declared confidently. Upon hearing Shigeru's words, both Wutong and Shinji were momentarily taken aback. A complex expression crossed Shinji's naturally somber face. Was it truly appropriate to employ such underhanded tactics against a child so innocent? Youth is certainly a gift, Wutong mused, observing Shigeru's naivety. However, he knew that after the Indigo Conference, Shigeru would undergo rapid growth and maturity. Why are you both looking at me with such expressions? Clearly, you are awed by my brilliance, but it's futile. Our contest is far from over. Since we are both trainers, let us proceed in the manner befitting trainers. Shigeru declared, brandishing a pokeball at Shinji. As expected, Shigeru only adopted a tone of mockery when facing Satoshi. That suits me just fine. I am quite curious to gauge the prowess of Professor Oak's grandson, Shinji replied defiantly. In that case, I shall assume the role of referee. All right, Swampert, come forth. Wutong called as he summoned his Swampert. He rummaged through his bag, retrieving several cardboard signs, which he handed to Swampert after issuing a few instructions. Then positioned himself centrally between the two competitors. Now then, both sides ready? The rules of the match are 3v3, with no switching Pokemon allowed. The first side to have all their Pokemon unable to battle will be declared the loser. Let the battle commence between Shinji of Pewter City and Shigeru of Pallet Town. Wutong announced, microphone in hand. Come forth, Wartortle. Shigeru called without hesitation, summoning his formidable Wartortle. Go, Trico. Shinji countered, sending out his initial Pokemon, Trico. TCH, did I misjudge? Shigeru lamented, feeling somewhat regretful, as he had anticipated that Shinji would not lead with a Pokemon already revealed. After all, exposing a type early makes it susceptible to counter strategies. He hadn't expected to misjudge the situation. Just as both sides prepared for battle, Wutong's Swampert raised its arms, brandishing a sign adorned with a large numeral 1. Strutting back and forth theatrically, both Shinji and Shigeru froze in unison, then simultaneously turned their gazes toward Wutong. What on earth do you have in that bag of yours? Even the typically composed Shinji could not refrain from shouting at Wutong. Is this the kind of company you keep? Shigeru regarded Shinji with a hint of sympathy. No. I hardly know this guy, Shinji quickly denied. Hey, what are you two doing? Continue this chatter, and the referee might just call a penalty for inactivity. Wutong exclaimed, producing a red and yellow card from seemingly nowhere. Whose fault is that? Shinji and Shigeru retorted in unison upon hearing Wutong's words. Trico. Leaf Blade. After calming himself, Shinji initiated the attack. Trico trembled, sending a flurry of leaf blades slicing toward Wartortle. Wartortle, withdraw into your shell, then spin rapidly, Shigeru commanded without panic, swiftly organizing a counterattack. Wartortle. As the blades approached, Wartortle retracted its head and limbs into its shell, and then the shell leapt into the air, spinning to collide with Trico. The rapidly rotating shell effortlessly deflected the leaf blades. Trico, withdraw into your shell as well, Shinji directed as he witnessed Wartortle's attack falter. Upon receiving the command, Trico also withdrew into its shell. Wartortle's high-speed spin could not be halted, and it slammed into Trico's shell. The impact left both Pokemon inside their shells slightly dazed. Trico. Mega Drain. Shinji seized the moment as Wartortle's assault ceased. Wartortle, hold your ground. Shigeru recognized that there was no evading Mega Drain and instructed his Pokemon to brace itself. Trico lunged to bite Wartortle, but a translucent green energy shield enveloped Wartortle, rendering Trico's attack ineffective. Meanwhile, not far from the trio, beneath a beach umbrella, a strikingly attractive woman stirred. Honestly, who conducts Pokemon battles on a vacation resort's beach? She grumbled. This woman possessed long, chestnut red hair and wore oversized sunglasses. Her figure was alluring, yet her swimsuit bore an endearing style. She glanced at the ongoing battle between Shinji and Shigeru. That little boy seems to be Professor Oak's grandson. The boy in the middle also looks somewhat familiar. Stretching and muttering to herself, she approached Wutong and the others, determined to deliver a fitting punishment to those who had interrupted her rest. Chapter 37, Kona. Trico and Wartortle separated once more. Although both Shinji and Shigeru were novice trainers, they commanded their respective turtles in a spirited back-and-forth exchange. Wutong took on the role of commentator, microphone in hand. Trico. Leaf Blade. Wartortle. Water Pulse. Shinji and Shigeru called out in unison. Yet the attacks were not directed at each other, but rather aimed at Wutong with uncanny synchronization. Attacking the referee is against the rules. Swampert. Water Pulse. Psyduck. Flamethrower. Wutong, upon witnessing the attack directed at him, hastily commanded his Pokemon to defend against it. However, the attacks from the Turtwig and the Squirtle were merely intended to intimidate Wutong, prompted by his earlier taunt of calling himself a turtle. Thus, their offensive maneuvers were effortlessly thwarted. I must say, you villain possess quite a formidable countenance, remarked Shigeru toward Shinji. And you, the dandy, surpass my expectations as well, Shinji retorted. But victory shall undoubtedly be mine. Squirtle, use Ice Punch, Shigeru exclaimed. Clearly, this Ice Punch was a tactic he had concealed for a showdown against Satoshi, and do not inquire as to why. It is simply due to true love. Nevertheless, Shinji's performance warranted his full attention, prompting him to unleash a counterattack. Squirt, called the Squirtle, its claws clenched into a fist, swathed in icy tendrils as it lunged towards Turtwig. Turtwig, brace yourself, Shinji calmly instructed. Just as Squirtle charged halfway, it inadvertently stepped upon something, causing numerous vines to erupt and ensnare it completely. When did this happen? Shigeru exclaimed in disbelief. Turtwig approached the trapped Squirtle and bit down hard. Streams of green luminescence erupted from Squirtle, absorbed by Turtwig. It appeared to be the first time utilizing the move Mega Drain. What a mischievous little rascal, Wutong mused, observing the energy being steadily siphoned from Squirtle. Squirtle was rendered powerless to resist. The victor of this round was Shinji. Wutong timely asserted his role as referee. Return, Squirtle. Acknowledging the inevitability of Squirtle's defeat, Shigeru reluctantly withdrew his Pokémon. You truly are insidious, Shigeru remarked to Shinji after retrieving Squirtle. It's merely strategy, Shinji replied, casting a glance at Wutong, reminiscent of how a certain individual had once justified their own underhanded tactics during battle. Ah, indeed. Those who play with strategy often harbor deceitful hearts, Shigeru replied with a click of his tongue. Do not waste time. Summon your next Pokémon, Shinji urged. No need for your prompting. Come forth. Nidorino. Shigeru summoned his second Pokémon. So it's this one. Shinji scoffed upon seeing Nidorino. This particular Nidorino was the Pokémon Shigeru had opted for instead of the one Shinji had chosen, although at that time, it was merely a Nidoran. Nido? Upon entering the fray, Nidorino was startled to see Shinji, retreating to hide behind Shigeru. Hey, Nidorino, what are you doing? Shigeru exclaimed at the sight of Nidorino's behavior. Nido, 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 Nidorino, it cried, expressing that it had chosen Shigeru precisely because Shinji's intimidating visage had frightened it, questioning why it must now battle him. Fearing it might be devoured, Wutong interjected, acting as a translator. Heh, too frightening am I? Shinji, upon hearing Wutong's translation, was incensed, his expression growing even more fearsome. Are you certain? You wouldn't be distorting my words to sow discord, would you? Shigeru, taken aback by Shinji's appearance, queried Wutong. Nidorino chirped twice in agreement, affirming Wutong's words and suggesting that it was still time to flee. By the way, please do not question my professionalism, Wutong added to Shigeru. What nonsense. The illustrious Shigeru, would never retreat. Nidorino, do not disgrace us. Show him your strength. Shigeru urged, pushing Nidorino forward. Then let the second round commence. Wutong declared with a flourish of his hand. As Shinji and Shigeru braced themselves for battle, a familiar cardboard sign caught their attention. This time, the sign was held aloft by a Psyduck, who approached with a placard displaying the number 2. Both Shinji and Shigeru glared at the Psyduck, while Turtwig and Nidorino also fixed their gaze upon it. Under the scrutiny of 2 trainers and 2 Pokémon, the Psyduck, feeling the pressure, spontaneously combusted in flames. No. My sign. Wutong lamented at the sight of the Psyduck and its sign engulfed in flames. Within a mere moment, the cardboard was reduced to ashes. The Psyduck, feeling somewhat embarrassed, awkwardly returned to Wutong's side with its paws raised. So this little creature possesses such a temperament? Mused a woman with chestnut hair, observing Wutong's distressed state. Clearly, upon approaching, she recognized Wutong, yet she refrained from intervening in Shinji and Shigeru's battle. After all, the spectacle of 2 novice trainers engaging in combat piqued her interest. She found it unsurprising that Professor Oak's grandson exhibited such prowess, yet it was indeed intriguing that the surly-faced Shinji could suppress Shigeru. She too was curious about the ultimate outcome of this clash. Nidorino, this time, we shall take the initiative. Use Poison Sting. Shigeru commanded loudly. However, as the referee, Wutong noticed Shigeru whispering something to Nidorino. Turtwig, Leaf Tornado. Intercept it. As Turtwig lacked the agility to evade Poison Sting, Shinji opted for a direct confrontation. Nidorino unleashed a flurry of purple energy needles toward Turtwig. Turtwig, it replied, launching a multitude of spinning leaf blades to counter the Poison Sting. Nidorino, circle around it. Shigeru began to exploit Nidorino's speed advantage. Nidorino darted around Turtwig while continuing to pelt it with Poison Sting. Turtwig, Seed Bomb, then withdraw into your shell. Lacking suitable skills to contend with the current situation, Shinji could only attempt to disrupt Nidorino's rhythm. Turtwig trembled as it endured Nidorino's Poison Sting, scattering several seeds around. Immediately afterward, Turtwig retracted its head and limbs into its shell. Nidorino, stop and unleash Poison Sting. Shigeru commanded. Aware that Shinji's Seed Bomb would be ineffective if he remained stationary, Nidorino commenced shooting Poison Sting from its position. This highlighted the limitation of Turtwig's current skill set. Had it evolved into Grotle and learned Earthquake or Frenzy Plant, it would not be so easily outmaneuvered. Turtwig, do not allow it to remain still. Release Leaf Tornado randomly in all directions. Force it to move. Shinji instructed, unwilling to remain passive. Turtwig, sheltered within its shell, began to unleash Leaf Tornado indiscriminately, not necessarily aiming to hit Nidorino, but rather to prevent it from comfortably executing Poison Sting. As long as Nidorino was compelled to move, there was a chance for error, and with error came the opportunity for Turtwig to retaliate. Nidorino, Shigeru called out, a subtle smile creeping across his face. Nidorino continued to evade the Leaf Tornado while firing Poison Sting at Turtwig. However, it inadvertently stepped upon the seed bombs scattered by Turtwig. The seeds detonated instantly, ensnaring Nidorino in a tangle of vines. Nevertheless, Nidorino seemed to deliberately twist its head. Now's our chance. Turtwig, Mega Drain. Shinji commanded. Turtwig emerged from its shell, extending its head and limbs to bite down on Nidorino. However, the speed at which the forest tortoise charged towards Nidoking was surprisingly sluggish, and it seemed to exhibit signs of distress. What could be the matter? Shinji discerned something amiss with the forest tortoise. Nidoking. Poison Sting. Shigeru ceased his act and began directing Nidoking. Nidoking. Miraculously, Nidoking's head broke free from the entangling vines and opened its mouth to unleash a barrage of poison spikes. The poison spikes proved to be the final straw for the forest tortoise, which collapsed in its attempt to reach Nidoking. The forest tortoise is unable to continue the battle. Now the score is tied. Wutong announced the results of the second round. Shinji recalled the forest tortoise, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the battlefield. Certain that there was something he had overlooked. It must be the poisonous spikes, right? While you had Nidoking circle around the forest tortoise to use Poison Sting, you secretly laid down the spikes, Wutong remarked, noting Shinji's expression. Indeed, I learned this from you. This is strategy, Shigeru replied, a smug expression adorning his face. Truly, Shigeru. The grandson of Professor Okido, though he currently displayed a somewhat frivolous demeanor, was not lacking in combat talent. Humph, those who play with strategy have dirty minds, Shinji retorted. Shigeru took no offense, as he suddenly found the thrill of deceit rather enjoyable, especially when witnessing the incredulous expressions of his opponents, who were bewildered by the unfolding events. A peculiar inclination seemed to sprout within Shigeru's heart. Wutong, observing the pair, fell into contemplation. It appeared that matters were not progressing as they should. How had these two begun to resort to underhanded tactics? Who had set them on this path? You three. Are you not aware that engaging in battles in such a leisurely vacation spot disturbs others? A woman with auburn hair approached, addressing Wutong and his companions. Initially, she had intended to see who would emerge victorious, but upon noticing that the battle style was straying from decorum, she felt compelled to intervene. We apologize. The three exclaimed in unison upon hearing the woman's words. Despite their differing personalities, they were all well-mannered children who understood civility, and thus promptly offered their apologies for the disturbance they had caused. After they apologized, they turned their attention to the speaker. She had long, auburn hair and wore a charmingly styled swimsuit, though even its cut could not conceal her enviable figure. Particularly striking were her long legs, which would undoubtedly look splendid in certain types of stockings. As they observed her face, they realized that she wore large sunglasses, obscuring half of her features, making it impossible to discern her appearance. Wutong regarded the woman before him with a sense of familiarity. Your apologies are rather swift, but you have disturbed my rest. How do you intend to compensate me? The auburn-haired woman, seeing the trio's compliance, decided to tease them lightly. Please accept this, and may you forgive our rudeness. Wutong stepped forward, presenting an item to the auburn-haired woman, having already deduced her identity. If he was not mistaken, she was none other than Kanna, the Ice-type Elite Four of the Kanto region, a towering figure that even the Flying-type Elite Four, Adu, could not surpass. You intend to bribe me? Do you think I would find humor in your actions? Kanna chuckled softly, but her mirth faded when she beheld the item in Wutong's hand. It was not a precious object or monetary gift, but rather a simple doll, exquisitely crafted yet composed of unremarkable materials. However, the doll was exceedingly adorable and presented a design Kanna had never encountered before. This is a doll I made myself, a small gift to express my apologies, Wutong declared with confidence. After all, he had prepared numerous small tokens to foster good relations with the champions of various regions, including charming dolls, uniquely styled capes, and an assortment of peculiar stones. Kanna gazed at the doll before her, torn by inner conflict. As one of the four Elite Four of the Kanto region, she had always projected an image of maturity and wisdom, with few aware of her fondness for cute dolls. The doll Wutong presented struck a chord within her, and she genuinely desired it. It should be fine to accept it, right? After all, these little ones likely do not recognize me, so it shouldn't tarnish my image. As Kanna reasoned with herself, preparing to accept the delightful doll, Wutong interjected. Kanna, it's merely a doll I made. It shouldn't be considered a bribe, right? Noticing Kanna's hesitation, Wutong inquired curiously. Kanna? Shigeru was taken aback. The Ice-type Elite Four of the Kanto region? Shinji too was surprised to encounter one of the Elite Four here. You recognized me? Kanna's outstretched hand halted, her voice quivering with disbelief. Indeed. Did I make a mistake in recognizing you? Wutong countered, though he sensed an undercurrent of reluctance and regret in Kanna's tone. Since you have identified me, there is no helping it. I am Kanna, the Ice-type Elite Four of the Kanto region, but please do not spread the word, as I am on vacation. Kanna retracted her hand and addressed the trio. Wutong and the others nodded in agreement, though Wutong couldn't shake the feeling that Kanna's gaze held a prickly quality. Chapter 38. Some encounters, once missed, may never return. Although it was somewhat delayed, the narrative had reached completion. Upon realizing that the auburn-haired woman before them was Kanna, the Ice-type Elite Four of the Kanto region, both Shinji and Shigeru relinquished their thoughts of continuing the battle. After all, the allure of the Elite Four far outweighed that of their opponent. Kanna, please engage in a guiding battle with me, Shigeru boldly proposed to Kanna. The opportunity to battle an Elite Four member for guidance was exceedingly rare, and even if Kanna might decline, Shigeru felt compelled to try. You must be the grandson of Professor Okido, Shigeru, right? I witnessed your battle earlier. Your learning ability is exceptional. But I hope you do not become overly enamored with such tactics. The strength of Pokemon is what truly matters. As one of the Elite Four, Kanna felt it was her duty to steer novice trainers in the right direction. I understand, Shigeru nodded in response. Kanna, please allow me to engage in a guiding battle as well. Shinji, of course, would not let such an opportunity to strengthen himself pass by and made a similar request. Though I do not know who you are also a talented trainer. The advice I gave to Shigeru applies to you as well, Kanna replied to Shinji. Thank you, Kanna, Shinji responded. As for your requests for guiding battles, I agree, but they cannot take place here. This is a leisure vacation spot, and trainers must adhere to the rules as well. Kanna acquiesced to their requests for guidance battles. Although she was on vacation, encountering talented trainers did not deter her from offering guidance. Kanna, please allow me to participate in the guiding battle as well, Wutong interjected, eager not to miss this splendid opportunity. Oh, is that so? You must be Wutong, the grandson of a Quan and a Xing. Shouldn't you be aspiring to become a Pokemon breeder? Why do you wish to join the guiding battle? Kanna remarked, eyeing the doll in Wutong's hand with a teasing glint in her eye. Do you know my grandparents, Champion Kanna? Wutong inquired. Oh, and please accept this doll as a token of my appreciation. Although it may not align with your refined demeanor, it is a small gesture from me. Wutong once again extended the doll as he spoke. Since you've put it that way, it would be rather impolite of me to refuse. Thank you. I shall bring you a return gift during my next visit to your breeding house, Kanna replied briskly, accepting the doll from Wutong. Observing Kanna's reaction, Wutong confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, Kanna was concerned about maintaining his image, which was why he had refrained from openly expressing his fondness for the doll. Initially, Wutong had felt a twinge of irritation upon seeing Kanna hesitate to take the doll, thinking that the world might differ from his memories. Wutong's family runs a breeding house, Shensi remarked, his expression shifting slightly at the mention of the breeding house, as it reminded him of his brother, who had abandoned his identity as a trainer. Are you not aware? Wutong's grandparents, Grandpa Aquin and Grandma Xingzi, are among the foremost Pokemon breeders across all regions, holding a status in the breeding community comparable to my grandfather's in the realm of research, Xiaomao remarked with intrigue. Shensi was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wutong, who often displayed erratic behavior, would possess such a distinguished background. It made sense, however, as despite his eccentricities, Wutong was exceptionally skilled in nurturing Pokemon and possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding them. But why does Wutong appear so astonished that Champion Kanna knows his grandparents? Shensi continued to ponder. My grandfather mentioned that both Grandpa Aquin and Grandma Xingzi prefer a modest lifestyle, thus their home and attire are quite ordinary. Moreover, breeders of their caliber are not easily encountered by the average person, leading to limited interactions with outsiders, Xiaomao explained. Strangely enough, since Kanna's arrival, the dynamic between Shensi and Xiaomao had noticeably softened, allowing them to indulge in light-hearted gossip. What does this have to do with Wutong? Shensi queried, perplexed. Patience. Let me finish. Wutong has adored Pokemon since childhood, spending every day in the company of these creatures due to his family's breeding house. Meanwhile, champions are often preoccupied, resulting in Wutong never having encountered any prominent figures like Champion Kanna in his breeding house, Xiaomao elaborated. Here comes the crux of the matter. Wutong, for reasons unbeknownst to him, had always perceived his family as impoverished, never realizing that his grandparents were remarkable individuals. He believed they could never have contact with champions, unaware that he had cared for nearly all the champions' Pokemon, simply oblivious to this fact. Xiaomao cast a curious glance at Wutong, pondering this revelation. Listening to you, it seems Wutong appears a bit dazed, doesn't he? Shensi remarked, his expression complex, trailing off mid-sentence. After hearing this, it struck Shensi that Wutong seemed somewhat daft, hadn't he? When I first heard it, I felt the same way, Xiaomao interjected. Shensi nodded, turning his gaze towards Wutong. Was this a peculiar quirk of genius? Despite Wutong's odd demeanor, Shinzi could not help but acknowledge that he truly was a prodigy in various aspects, be it breeding, battling, getting lost, or even courting danger. Albeit the latter seemed somewhat out of place. You surely must be unaware that your Grandpa Aquan and Grandma Shinzi are world-class breeders, right? Champions across various regions entrust their Pokemon to them for care, Kana remarked, now finding the situation rather curious. By the way, you should be familiar with this fellow, Kana said, summoning his mainstay, a Diting. With a conch shell atop its head, clad in soft pink skin, and with its claws folded behind its back. The Pokemon exuded an air of serene wisdom as it appeared before Wutong. Instantly, Wutong recognized the Diting, despite its seemingly innocuous and amiable demeanor. This creature was notorious for instigating conflicts among other Pokemon in the breeding house, seizing the opportunity to pilfer their food during the chaos. This mischief had caused Wutong considerable distress until he managed to capture the moment Diting was caught red-handed, revealing its true nature to the other Pokemon. After that, none were fooled into brawling under its influence. It was no small feat for Wutong to document Diting's thievery. The creature would only steal a bite or two before teleporting away, evading any potential danger. Nevertheless, once its antics were exposed, Diting faced relentless pursuit from the other Pokemon in the breeding house. I was completely oblivious, Wutong exclaimed, astonished by the realization that he had missed countless opportunities. Reflecting on past encounters, he recalled rare Pokemon such as Dragonite, Diting, Gyarados, Milotic, and Gardevoir. While he had not encountered a shiny Metagross, a formidable Boscodora stood out prominently. Thus, it became clear how an ostensibly ordinary, even somewhat humble breeding house could host such a plethora of precious Pokemon for care. So that's how it is. What have I truly missed? Wutong lamented, bowing in defeat. Are you all right? Kana asked, concern etched on his face as he observed Wutong suddenly kneel to the ground. After all, he was the grandson of an acquaintance, and it warranted some concern. Hey Wutong, are you okay? My grandfather told me to look out for you when we met, Xiao Mao inquired, equally worried. It's nothing. Champion Kana. He merely having one of his episodes. Let's find a suitable place to commence our training battles, Shinzi remarked, displaying nonchalance as he addressed Kana. There's an open area nearby that's quite suitable. Let us head there, Shinzi suggested, seizing Wutong by the collar and dragging him away. Is this acceptable? Kana pondered, momentarily at a loss for words. Grandfather, you have certainly given me a daunting task, Xiao Mao sighed, observing Wutong being whisked away by Shinzi. Mama, the Swampert, Wutong's primary Pokemon, sensed the urgency of the moment. How could it stand by while its trainer was being taken away? Swiftly, Swampert dashed forward, wrapping its arms around Wutong's legs and hoisting him up. In that moment, Wutong resembled a piglet being led to slaughter. Yet he remained lost in sorrow over the missed opportunities to meet numerous champions, utterly unresponsive. Bubi? The Psyduck gazed worriedly at its trainer being carried off. Was this truly acceptable? Ga. The Murkrow flapped its wings, nudging Psyduck, indicating that they should remain cheerful during this peculiar moment. Chapter 39. The Might of Champions. Shinzi dragged Wutong along, accompanied by Xiao Mao and Kanna, until they reached a spacious clearing. This location was indeed ideal, a wide area surrounded by trees, devoid of onlookers, perfect for training battles. Upon arrival, Shinzi casually tossed Wutong aside, confident in the sturdiness of his physique, unperturbed by the potential fall. Xiao Mao gasped at Shinzi's indifferent demeanor, realizing there was something intimidating about this brooding figure. Are you sure this treatment of Wutong is appropriate? Kanna voiced his concerns. He'll be fine, Champion Kanna. His physical constitution is far more resilient than you might imagine. He can withstand the impact of a Swampert, Shinzi reassured calmly. After all, although Wutong had advised Zhou to be cautious and avoid colliding with himself, there were times when Zhou, in a fit of excitement, would forget this important instruction. Shinji had witnessed numerous occasions where Wutong was knocked to the ground by Zhou, only to bounce back up moments later, full of energy. Yes, is that so? Even the mature and knowledgeable Kona was at a loss for how to handle such situations, and could only trust Shinji's words for the time being. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shinji, hailing from the city of Veilstone in the Sinnoh region. He stated. Shinji, is it? Since the three of you are to engage in a guidance battle, let me think for a moment, Kona mused, glancing at the two individuals standing before him, with the realization that there were indeed only two. Shinji and Shigeru awaited Kona's thoughts with earnest expressions. Meanwhile, Wutong, carelessly tossed aside, was surrounded by his Pokemon, who hovered curiously around his head. Bubi? Is our master alright like this? The Psyduck voiced its concern. Gaga. Boys will have a few days like this each month. We just need to wait it out. The Murkrow gently pecked at Wutong's head, reassuringly. Numa? Numa, Murkrow. Are you certain your words hold any merit? And why not ask our esteemed leader? Zhou expressed skepticism towards Murkrow's assertions. The three Pokemon turned their attention to Wutong's shadow, where their leader typically resided. Meng? What transpired while I was asleep? The Mismagius emerged from Wutong's shadow, gazing upon the despondent Wutong sprawled on the ground. The trio animatedly recounted the recent events to Mismagius, who looked at Wutong with a hint of exasperation, recognizing that he was simply having another episode. Meng, wake up already, Mismagius commanded, her eyes radiating a spark of energy. A wave of violet energy surged forth, directly targeting Wutong's head. Wow, Mismagius, did we not agree to refrain from using psychic waves on my head? Wutong exclaimed, springing upright and addressing Mismagius with a weary tone. Meng, who told you to be so unresponsive? Mismagius retorted, turning away in frustration. Really, must you resort to psychic waves? Ah, forget it. There will be ample opportunities to encounter those Elite Four and champions as we continue our journey. Wutong sighed, shaking his head as he stood up. Gah? Is our Master's lack of direction due to our leader's influence? Murkrow whispered to Psyduck and Zhou. Bubi? That seems unlikely, right? Psyduck replied uncertainly. Numa, impossible. Such a level of directionlessness must be inherent. Zhou asserted with conviction. What are you three discussing over there? Wutong inquired, eyeing the trio of Pokemon. Numa, Bubi, Gaga. The three Pokemon hastily shook their heads, denying they had spoken of anything. To be honest, while your talents are commendable, you are still rather weak. Considering you have only just begun your journey, this is simply the way of things, Kona stated with a hint of difficulty. After all, guidance battles must yield results to truly be called guidance battles. Although Shinji and Shigeru demonstrated commendable performance, it was only relative to novice trainers just embarking on their journeys. In Kona's eyes, these two still bore little distinction from infants. Shinji and Shigeru did not refute Kona's words, recognizing the truth in his observations. Having only begun their journey a few months ago, and still lacking a full roster of 6 Pokemon, it would be absurd to insist they were formidable, given the circumstances. Perhaps you, Elite Four Kona, should battle all 3 of us simultaneously. It would help us understand the gap between us and top trainers, Wutong proposed. That is indeed a possibility. Wait, when did you get up, Wutong? Kona responded, impressed by the suggestion, only to realize that Wutong had somehow positioned himself beside Shinji and Shigeru without him noticing. You recover quite quickly, Wutong, Shigeru remarked in surprise. Shinji merely cast a glance at Wutong, but remained silent. Let us not dwell on such trivialities, Elite Four Kona. What are your thoughts on my proposal? Wutong pressed. I have no objections, Shinji replied. I concur as well, Shigeru added. Since all 3 of you find it agreeable, then it shall be so. Upon receiving unanimous consent from both Shigeru and Shinji, Kona decided to proceed accordingly. Very well then, the 3 of you may engage me together. You may use as many Pokemon as you wish. I shall entrust my Slowking to you, Kona said, gesturing to the Slowking by his side. Yano, the Slowking nodded gravely. Go, Zhou, Wutong called, selecting his primary partner. Torterra, I entrust you with this battle, Shinji declared without hesitation, sending forth his Torterra. Squirtle, it's your time to shine. Shigeru also chose his Squirtle, as expected. While Wutong hesitated momentarily, both Shinji and Shigeru took the opportunity to heal their Pokemon. Although it was a simple healing, it was sufficient to prepare for a guidance battle. The 3 trainers simultaneously dispatched their initial Pokemon. Meng, shall I make my exit? Mismagius inquired. They did not send forth many Pokemon, for it was understood that quantity alone did not guarantee strength. Unless one amassed a sufficient number of Pokemon to overwhelm an opponent with sheer variety of skills, it would merely serve to provide experience to a champion-level trainer. You may begin, Kona instructed. Torterra, Leaf Blade, Squirtle, Water Pulse. Shinji and Shigeru commanded simultaneously, as Torterra and Squirtle launched their attacks in unison. Kona remained unfazed in the face of their onslaught. Yano? Slowking tilted its head in confusion, emitting a questioning sound. Indeed, the Leaf Blade and Water Pulse converged in the center, yet the anticipated fusion of their powers failed to materialize. The Leaf Blade, drenched, fell limp to the ground, while the circular wave of Water Pulse was disrupted and lay in disarray. Don't mess this up. Both Shinji and Shigeru glared at each other in frustration. That's what I was about to say, they exclaimed in unison. Stop mimicking my speech. You two seem to have quite the camaraderie, don't you? Kona inquired, unable to suppress a smile. Who would be friends with this guy? They retorted in unison. Yano? Slowking looked on, equally perplexed. Zhou rock throw. Wutong seized the opportunity to give his command. Numa. Zhou hurled a rock with might, sending it hurtling towards Slowking's head. Yano? Just as the stone was about to strike Slowking, it executed a sudden teleportation, narrowly avoiding the impact, and turned to Wutong with an expression of irritation. It seemed to convey a message. You little rascal, resorting to sneak attacks instead of confronting me head-on. TCH, so it's no good after all? Wutong lamented upon witnessing the failure of his ambush. Little Wutong, that's not how you battle, Kono admonished. Slowking, use psychic. With a smile, Kona commanded Slowking to retaliate. As one of the Elite Four of the Kanto region, she felt compelled to correct Wutong's distorted approach to battling. Yano. Slowking's eyes glowed blue, and Zaoyu was lifted into the air. In the next moment, Zaoyu found itself unceremoniously meeting the ground once again. Squirtle, withdraw into your shell and spin rapidly. Torterra. Seed Bomb. Xiao Mao and Shinji were well aware that this was not the moment for quarrels, and thus began to support Wutong with their respective Pokemon. Kame. The Kame turtle withdrew into its shell, spinning rapidly as it collided with the Diding King. The Shulin turtle, mindful of not disturbing the Kame turtle, commenced scattering seeds near the Diding King, hoping to hinder its movements. Yano, do you two wish to join the dance as well? The Diding King called out, extending its two claws from behind its back. The blue glow in the Diding King's eyes intensified. The Kame turtle, which was mid-flight, abruptly halted, and the seeds scattered by the Shulin turtle were flung back towards it. In quick succession, the Kame turtle careened into the Shulin turtle. The Diding King slowly rotated its claws, and the three Pokemon soared into the air, colliding with one another. Numa. Name. Kame. After plummeting to the ground, all three Pokemon were left with dazed expressions. Summon forth your other Pokemon, Kona suggested. It's sufficient now, Xiao Mao remarked as he recalled the Kame turtle. Indeed. Thank you, Champion Kona, Shinji added, recalling the Shulin turtle and indicating no desire to continue the battle. After all, the Ice-type champion had not even utilized any Ice-type moves, effortlessly dispatching their primary forces with mere telekinesis. The disparity in strength was already glaringly evident. Wutong, with a sense of resignation, recalled his Zhuangyue fish and mused. Is this what it means to be a champion? In their presence, we are utterly powerless. If the champions possess such strength, what monsters must they be? Chapter 39, The Curse of the Maiden. Wutong, Shinji, and Xiao Mao traversed the path back to Lampuluki City, observing the oddly shaped ice block in his hand. Emanating a faint chill, Wutong wore a conflicted expression. Kona had departed after the guidance battle, as she was on vacation. Had it not been for Wutong and his companions' notable talents and their familiarity, she would not have engaged in the guidance battle. Before leaving, Kona gifted each of them an ice block, claiming it was her attempt at replicating the non-melting ice, although it only bore half the effectiveness of the original. Wutong's dilemma lay in the fact that he had no use for it. While Shinji and Xiao Mao could expand their roster with a gifted Ice-type Pokemon, Wutong's circumstances were different. He could only encounter whatever Pokemon fate threw his way. Thus, the pseudo-non-melting ice would have to be stored for now, given its collectible value as Kona's original creation. As the trio approached Lampuluki City, they spotted 6 girls of varying styles calling out to Xiao Mao. My girlfriends have come to find me. Farewell, lonely souls. Xiao Mao exclaimed, striding towards the 6 girls and bidding Wutong and Shinji goodbye. Humph, playboy, Shinji scoffed. Hey, Xiao Mao, where are you headed next? Wutong inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, Ash's next destination should be Golden City to challenge Naji. If Xiao Mao intended to go as well, Wutong was intrigued to see how Xiao Mao would fare as a mere puppet in her presence. Me? My next stop is Yuhong City. I've heard their perfumes are quite famous, and my girlfriends are very interested, Xiao Mao replied, waving as he departed with his companions. That guy, Wutong thought, feeling a tinge of regret. It seemed he had missed out on Naji's fearsome period. I must take my leave as well, Shinji suddenly declared. Are you abandoning me, your partner, to travel alone? Wutong teased. I initially planned to challenge the Withered Leaf Gym, but thanks to a certain individual, I not only failed to challenge the gym, but nearly ended up stranded on a deserted island, Shinji replied, gazing steadily at Wutong. Wishing you great fortune. Safe travels. I will cheer for you in spirit. Wutong exclaimed promptly. You too. Take care. Shinji nodded in satisfaction before departing as well. Now, I shall seek a vessel to Golden City. Come forth, Duckbull baby. Wutong called out, embarking on his solitary journey. I want to see you. I want to see you. Dream. Suddenly, on a passenger ship, Meng Yao emerged from Wutong's shadow, glancing around in confusion. What's wrong, Meng Yao? Did you have a nightmare? Wutong inquired, noting Meng Yao's unusual demeanor. After all, Meng Yao typically slumbered within his shadow during the day and would not awaken unless something was amiss. Dream? Meng Yao replied. staring blankly at Wutong. As a dream spirit, how could I possibly have nightmares? At this moment, the passenger ship was nearing the port of Maiden Gorge, and Wutong spotted the statue of the maiden. He found the statue to be far more exquisite than its depiction in the anime, with the maiden's beautiful visage perfectly captured. Indeed, she is quite lovely, Wutong remarked, gazing at the statue. Dream? Meng Yao, upon hearing Wutong's words, cast a wary glance at the statue. Just then, Wutong noticed a girl identical to the statue appearing atop its head. It seems I too have fallen under a curse. Wutong initially froze before bursting into laughter. Dream. Meng Yao sensed something was amiss with Wutong today and resolved to stay awake and keep a close watch on him. How lively it was. Wutong strolled through the festival, marveling at the parade floats, samba dancers, and various stalls, confirming that a celebration was indeed underway. Your forehead is dark. Misfortune is upon you. An elderly woman clad in a purple robe, wielding a magnifying glass, exclaimed as she scrutinized Wutong. Is that so? I suspect it's a romantic entanglement. Should I be wary of women? Wutong responded with a grin. What? The old woman appeared taken aback by Wutong's unexpected retort. What's wrong? Did I misinterpret? Wutong continued, flipping his hair. Does your family know about this? Aren't you afraid of getting a beating? The old woman queried. Eh? Wutong was momentarily surprised by the old woman's unexpected comeback. All right, grandmother, I must join the festival now. May we meet again by chance. Wutong waved goodbye to her. Did I choose the wrong person? The old woman pondered, examining her magnifying glass as Wutong departed. Unperturbed, Wutong leisurely enjoyed the festival, visiting every stall in sight. Meng Yao looked on in confusion, wondering why he was so calm amid the festivities. Chapter 40, The Old Pervert. By evening, Wutong arrived at the cliffside where the maiden statue stood. Sitting cross-legged by a small wooden house behind the statue was Xiao Gang. On the other side, the Team Rocket trio appeared to be plotting something. However, judging by Kojiro's infatuated gaze fixed on the statue, it seemed that Musashi and Nyartha's plans had not penetrated his thoughts at all. These two have indeed fallen under hypnosis, haven't they? Wutong mused, leaning against a tree while observing the engrossed pair. Dream? Hypnosis? Meng Yao, evidently unaware of the Gongxi's hypnosis, questioned. Indeed, the beautiful girl I saw upon arriving at Maiden Gorge and the old woman I encountered at the festival, both were Gongxi, but that Gongxi's hypnosis is incredibly potent. Wutong explained to Meng Yao. Dream? Dream. How did you notice the hypnosis when I didn't? Meng Yao gazed at Wutong in disbelief. If Wutong had not been privy to the plot beforehand, he would have been utterly oblivious to the fact that he was under hypnosis. Yet, this specter known as Gui's was remarkably potent, its hypnotic prowess manifesting effects that had already transcended the realm of reality. Wutong murmured to himself. He lingered by the wooden cabin until the stroke of midnight, at which point the previously sealed doors suddenly swung open. A spectral figure of a young girl drifted forth from within. I long to see you. Oh, how I yearn to see you, echoed her ethereal voice. The awake Meow Meow caught sight of the girl's apparition, but was immediately entranced into a state of hypnosis. Upon awakening, both Kojiro and the ever-watchful Xiaojiang were promptly drawn into the cabin by the spectral figure. At this moment, Wutong approached the cabin. I long to see you. Oh, how I yearn to see you. I have been waiting here for you, the spectral figure declared as it floated before Wutong. I too yearn to see you. Wutong replied with a smile. No, not you. You are not the one I wish to see. The specter paused at Wutong's words before hastily correcting herself. Hey, what kind of ghost are you? Do you have no sense of professionalism? Wutong exclaimed, taken aback. Not you, not you. Depart at once. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The girl's apparition dismissed Wutong with a wave of her hand, clearly uninterested. Wutong's eye twitched in irritation, pondering which of them was truly the specter. Disregarding Wutong, the girl floated back into the cabin, attempting to shut the door and leave him outside. Wutong would not allow her to escape so easily. He had come specifically for her. He rushed forward, planting his hands firmly against the door to prevent it from closing. The girl, seeing Wutong's relentless persistence, turned to him and unleashed an invisible wave directed at him. Dream. Dream Demon interposed itself before Wutong, emanating a mental wave that thwarted the specter's attack. Seizing this opportunity, Wutong managed to squeeze inside the cabin. My dear lady, why not yield to me? Wutong said, rubbing his hands together as he gazed at the specter. Dream. Do not engage in such crude roleplay. Dream Demon exclaimed, irate at Wutong's antics, then released another mental wave. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I said no mental waves. Wutong quickly covered his head and crouched down, taken aback by the betrayal from his teammate. Dream. Dream Demon shouted, turning away from Wutong. The girl specter looked on in confusion at the bizarre duo, pondering their true intentions. Ahem, the time for jest is over. Let us discuss matters of substance, Wutong proclaimed, rising once more, clearing his throat, and adopting a serious demeanor. The specter remained silent, observing him. Wutong glanced inside the cabin, confirming that both Xiaojiang and Kojiro were fast asleep, and began recounting a tale familiar to the girl. 2,000 years ago, there was a young girl who had a lover. However, her lover left to fight in a war, Wutong narrated slowly. The girl specter, upon hearing her own story unfold, displayed not impatience but rather a satisfied expression. Yet, countless years prior, the girl's valley became the site of extraordinary occurrences. At times, she appeared as the legendary maiden. At others, as a mysterious fortune-teller, and at times, as a withered old crone. Her true identity was what Wutong now revealed as he looked at the specter. Since you have uncovered my true identity, I suppose there is no turning back. Indeed, it is I, Guiz. The girl specter, no, Guiz, acknowledged Wutong's implication, transforming back into her original form. But do you truly believe that now that you know my true identity, I shall allow you to depart unscathed? Guiz queried, her gaze darkening. Pray, do not adopt such a frightful countenance. If I feared your malice, would I not have willingly walked into your trap? Wutong retorted, unperturbed by Guiz's intimidation. You are quite the dull little specter. Nevertheless, knowing my true identity bears no significance. If you seek to subdue me, I advise you to depart while you still can, Guiz responded. I have no interest in a ghost that has lingered for an eternity. I merely wish to negotiate a deal, Wutong replied, waving his hand dismissively. You wish to broker a deal with a Pokemon? I find this quite unprecedented. You are indeed an intriguing human, Guiz remarked, her curiosity piqued. You must have encountered humans in dealings long before, Wutong stated. Little specter, you have piqued my interest. Pray tell, what kind of deal do you propose? Guiz inquired. You desire that the tale of the girl from the valley not be forgotten, do you not? Wutong asked. But do you not think that an annual occurrence is rather inconsequential? He continued. What can I do? After all, I am merely a Pokemon, Guiz replied. Then, how about this? I will assist in spreading your story, and in return, you shall help me hone my Pokemon skills, Wutong suggested. Wutong's dream demon specialized in a series of hypnotic techniques, and Guiz could also train her other Pokemon to resist hypnosis. After all, in the real world, psychic and ghost types were exceedingly formidable. Their myriad of strange abilities were simply overwhelming. You? I scarcely believe that a mere whelp such as yourself possesses any means to accomplish that, Guiz remarked skeptically. Are you not familiar with the old adage that wealth can compel even the most elusive spirits? Wutong retorted. Is that so? Guiz said, transforming into a millstone and beginning to rotate. I did not mean for you to actually grind grain. Regardless, I have methods to disseminate this legend. Will you trust me? Wutong exclaimed, exasperated. Guiz regarded Wutong intently, and upon witnessing the sincerity in Wutong's eyes, she discreetly utilized the power of the Tokiwa. Moreover, you could accompany me to observe my actions. With your strength, even should you wish to flee, you would find it difficult to do so, Wutong continued to persuade Guiz. Little specter, are you attempting to enlist me as free labor? I find this proposition rather amusing. However, I have two conditions. First, you shall not confine me within a Pokeball. My freedom must remain intact. Second, I demand the latest edition of Playboy every week, Guiz stated, outlining her terms. No problem. Wait, what did you just say? Wutong readily agreed, but quickly realized the implication of Guiz's request. What is it? Surely a young man of your age would not eschew Playboy? What a pity. You are missing out on many delightful experiences, Guiz lamented, gazing at Wutong with a look of regret. Fine, I shall comply, but I too have conditions. Wutong replied through gritted teeth. What conditions? If they are excessive, I cannot acquiesce, unless you add 2 additional issues of Playboy, Guiz responded warily. My conditions are rather straightforward. You must fully cooperate with me during training, Wutong stated. After all, one could not have Guiz merely perusing magazines without any contribution. No problem. However, in that case, I shall require 2 additional issues of Playboy, Guiz haggled. You old lecher. What on earth would you need so many for? Wutong shouted in exasperation. Humph. 1 for collection, 1 for appreciation, and 1 for instruction. Surely, this is reasonable? Guiz retorted, as if it were self-evident. Wutong suddenly felt a headache coming on. Chapter 41, The Commission. Having successfully deceived the mischievous Guiz, Wutong set forth on his journey to Jinhuang City under the cover of night. After all, he was not keen on getting lost alongside Ash and his companions. However, before his departure, Wutong thoughtfully relocated both Kojiro and Brock outside the wooden cabin. To ensure they did not catch a chill, he covered them with a blanket. albeit he only had one spare. Thus, he had to let them endure the discomfort of sharing the same bedding for the night. Given the prevalence of mosquitoes during the night, Wutong scattered some red petals around them, known for their repellent properties. Satisfied with his preparations, Wutong departed contentedly. "You little rascal. Your temperament is unexpectedly vile," Guiz remarked, observing the affectionate demeanor between Brock and Kojiro. "What are you talking about? I did this out of concern for them." Wutong replied with righteous indignation. "Heh, I almost believed you," Guiz chuckled sinisterly. "Guiz, remember not to laugh like that again. It bodes ill," Wutong cautioned. "As a ghost-type Pokemon, what ill fortune could I possibly fear?" Guiz retorted. Wutong fell silent, realizing how exasperating Guiz's remarks could be. Time flew by like an arrow. And after more than half a day had passed since Wutong left Xiaozhou Gorge, daybreak finally illuminated the sky. "I say, little spirit, do you not find it peculiar that we seem to have traversed this path before?" Guiz inquired as they passed the same location once again. "Impossible. You must be mistaken. I am known as the deity of navigation," Wutong asserted confidently. "Yet I have seen those two Rattata numerous times," Guiz pointed out, gesturing to the two love-struck Rattata beneath a tree. "Are not Rattata identical in appearance?" "You must be imagining things," Wutong maintained resolutely. "But they have not changed their food at all," Guiz said, exasperated, watching the two Rattata feed each other an unknown nut. "It is merely a coincidence. We are in a forest where food types are relatively similar," Wutong continued to reassure Guiz. "The issue is, both of these Rattata are male. To encounter 7 or 8 pairs of identical male Rattata, all eating the same food, and in a romantic dalliance within a single day. Do you truly believe such a scenario is plausible?" Guiz could no longer contain himself and erupted at Wutong. Upon hearing Guiz's words, Wutong found himself at a loss for a response, his expression suddenly turning grave. "What troubles you, little spirit?" Guiz inquired, noticing Wutong's seriousness. "Be cautious, old ghost. We must have fallen under a hypnotic spell. Whoever could induce such a trance must be a formidable foe, for how else could we be caught in this endless loop?" Wutong warned, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. "So, you refuse to admit you are lost, no matter what?" Guiz shouted at Wutong. "What nonsense, you old ghost. I am the deity of navigation. How could I possibly become lost?" Wutong retorted vehemently. "But you are lost already. Did I not mention being hypnotized by a powerful Pokemon?" The two began their futile quarrel. "Dream." The Dream Eater suddenly emerged from Wutong's shadow, calling out to both him and Guiz. After all, the Dream Eater had not slept in quite some time and was now exceedingly drowsy. Its eyes sparkled as it seized a Pokeball from Wutong's waist. In a flash of white light, Psyduck was released. "Ah, behold, I present to you the first navigator under the auspices of the deity of navigation, Psyduck," Wutong proclaimed proudly, pointing at Psyduck. "Beauty?" Psyduck, bewildered, was clueless about the unfolding circumstances. Dream. The Dream Eater called out to Psyduck twice before diving back into Wutong's shadow. Psyduck understood its role, surveyed the nearby environment and weather, and promptly selected a direction to lead the way. "You little spirit, you are surprisingly inept in some areas," Guiz remarked, observing Psyduck take the lead. Under Psyduck's guidance, Wutong finally reached Jinwang City. "Well, old ghost, do you now believe I am indeed the deity of navigation?" Wutong said triumphantly, pointing at the city in the distance. "Psyduck, you seem to have had quite the ordeal." Guiz ignored Wutong's boastfulness and floated over to Psyduck. Beauty. Psyduck shook its head, indicating it was fine. "You old ghost, do not corrupt my Psyduck," Wutong admonished Guiz. "As we approach the city, I prefer not to be seen by too many. I shall borrow your shadow for a moment. Remember to purchase this week's Playboy. Today is the release date," Guiz said, promptly diving into Wutong's shadow. Dream. As soon as Guiz entered Wutong's shadow, the Dream Eater emerged, fuming, and yelled at Wutong. "How could you allow another Pokemon to enter your shadow? Do you not realize your shadow already bears my form? Have you taken a fancy to someone else? Calm down. Do not be angry. It was Guiz who floated in uninvited. I had no choice. See if you can expel him," Wutong soothed the Dream Eater. Dream. The Dream Eater realized that scolding Wutong was futile and dove back into Wutong's shadow. Wutong observed his shadow writhing, after which Guiz emerged, exclaiming, "Ah, my eyes are blinded. How can such a book exist in this world?" Guiz wailed to the heavens. Wutong looked at Guiz with sympathy, as the Dream Eater had just brought forth a book imbued with philosophical musings, a devastating blow for a ghost like Guiz. However, Wutong was equally perplexed, wondering when the Dream Eater had stashed such a dreadful tome in his backpack. It seemed time for Wutong to organize his backpack properly to avoid the accumulation of strange items. "Curse you, little spirit. Now, immediately, go buy me a Playboy." or my eyes shall surely be blinded. Guiz demanded, dramatically mimicking a falling effect with his eyes. How could a ghost-type Pokemon possibly go blind? Wutong shrugged off the dramatics. Yet, seeing Guiz's pitiable state, Wutong decided it best to take him to purchase a book first. Guiz, having lost all inclination to re-enter Wutong's shadow, transformed into an ornament and hung onto Wutong's backpack. Of course, it was merely an illusion. Guiz had employed hypnosis, the mechanics of which remained a mystery, almost rivaling the legendary 72 transformations. Upon entering the illustrious Golden City, Wutong embarked on a quest to locate a bookstore, with the ever-enthusiastic Duckbill baby readily assuming the role of guide. After all, Golden City is the largest metropolis in the Kanto region. Should Wutong wander aimlessly, he might find himself utterly lost within its vastness. Navigating through a labyrinth of streets, Duckbill baby adeptly led Wutong to a charming bookstore. Once inside, Wutong began his search for the magazine Playboy. After a thorough perusal, he triumphantly located it, only to be met with a price that left him in a state of turmoil. He was astonished to discover that this magazine was unexpectedly exorbitant, priced at 500. To put it in perspective, a Pokeball costs merely 300, and a common evolution stone is only 3,000. With the cost of 3 magazines equating to half an evolution stone, Wutong suddenly felt that his initial capital of 30,000 seemed far less substantial than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he was determined to fulfill his promise to Gaisu, and with a heavy heart, he approached the cashier with 3 copies of the magazine in hand. "Ah, young man, I must say you possess quite discerning taste. Would you be interested in learning about psychic abilities?" A man nearby interjected as Wutong proceeded to check out. Wutong was taken aback. Was it common for people to make such abrupt conversational shifts? What did his taste have to do with learning psychic powers? He would have preferred a compliment on his unique physique rather than this awkward proposal. Not interested, Wutong replied curtly. Wait. Let's discuss this. Enrolling in my psychic training will grant you a free psychic move learning device. The man insisted eagerly. Well, I do believe I am quite suited for psychic training, Wutong retorted, having tucked the magazines away. The man's astonishment was palpable. Was it true that the youth of today were so forthright? Following the man to a somewhat dilapidated shack near the bookstore, Wutong noticed a dusty sign above the door that read Psychic Enthusiasts Club. Is it too late for me to change my mind? Wutong asked the man beside him. Oh, young man, do not judge a book by its cover. These are merely facades, the man replied as he ushered Wutong into the small building. Dude, you just illustrated the meaning of fine feathers make fine birds, Wutong remarked, surveying the shabby interior. Oh, do not mind the details. Here, this is the initiation gift for our club, the man said, producing a pink disc. Wutong accepted the disc, perplexed by the man's generosity. It struck him as somewhat unsettling that the man would so readily offer something of apparent value. You aren't trying to swindle me, are you? Wutong inquired cautiously, though he retained the skill learning device in his grasp, confident in its authenticity. Actually, I sought you out for a favor. The method to create this psychic move learning device was passed down from my grandfather, the man explained, revealing a stack of identical pink discs. Wutong understood now why the man had so nonchalantly bestowed the device upon him. All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But what exactly do you wish for my assistance with? Wutong queried. I hope you can represent the Psychic Enthusiasts Club and defeat Naji, the man proclaimed. Goodbye. Wutong promptly turned to leave. Wait, don't be hasty, the man exclaimed, grabbing Wutong's arm. He then began recounting his tale. Once, his Psychic Enthusiasts Club thrived in Golden City until the arrival of Naji's family, particularly after the establishment of the Golden Gym. All the members had flocked to train under her, and despite his attempts to challenge Naji, he had been effortlessly defeated. He longed for someone to triumph over Naji in the name of the Enthusiast Club. And what kind of psychic ability do you possess? Wutong inquired, intrigued. Since you wish to know, I shall demonstrate. Watch closely, the man declared, channeling his psychic power. Wutong eagerly anticipated the display, but after a long wait, he discerned no visible change. Sir, there seems to be no difference at all, Wutong remarked, bewildered. Look closely, the man urged. Wutong scanned the area again, still seeing nothing. Did you not notice that the mole on my left cheek has moved to the right? The man pointed out. Wutong felt a headache coming on. Was this truly the caliber of psychic enthusiasts? What sort of power merely relocated a mole? Never mind, I'll make an effort. But please, let me rest first, he sighed. The psychic man found Wutong a place to rest. After a day and night without sleep, Wutong collapsed into slumber, awakening only at dusk. Under the man's guidance, he arrived at the Golden Gym, where he noted a modest building nearby adorned with a handcrafted gym sign. What is this place? Wutong mused aloud. This is the fighting gym. Though self-proclaimed, They never accepted their defeat in the contest for the gym's rights against Naji, so they have kept the gym open. The psychic man explained. Let us begin our warm-up here, Wutong declared, stepping inside. The psychic man hesitated, then decided against stopping him and followed. Wutong remembered that defeating this gym would grant him a flying leg or a rapid punch, which, while not particularly enticing, could serve as a gift for Professor Oak. Adjusting the narrative, I shall insert an epilogue. Epilogue title, Epilogue 3, Daily Life Behind a Breeding House in the Carefree Town of Sinnoh. A group of Pokemon gathered in a yard, where a black-haired youth found himself encircled. It was said that Infernape had provoked the mighty Regigigas, who summoned 5 Golem to form a mountain of rock to pin him down. Wutong sat among the Pokemon, recounting the tale. And thus, 5 centuries passed. After this long ordeal, Regigigas decided to grant Infernape a chance. One day, an Galade passed by the mountain, chosen by Regigigas. It was on its way to the Hall of Origin to retrieve 18 stone tablets, to provide Infernape with an opportunity. Regigigas instructed him to protect Galade in its quest for the 18 tablets. After enduring 500 years of trials, Infernape was eager to break free. And upon hearing Galade's request, he readily agreed. As Galade uttered the command, the mountain exploded. A few nearby Geodude huddled together in fright upon hearing this. Infernape emerged once more. Wutong concluded, taking a breath. Xingzi, it's time for dinner, came a voice from nearby. All right, Grandma, I'm on my way, Wutong responded, rising to return indoors, thus concluding today's storytelling session. A small fire monkey, upon witnessing the departure of Wutong, leaped into the center and began to call out to the nearby Pokemon, brandishing a branch it had scavenged from who knows where. It mimicked the Infernape from Wutong's tales. Roar, you think you can be the great sage equal to heaven? You crack me up. A Dragonite, observing the antics of the fire monkey, mocked it with a sneer. After delivering its taunt, the Dragonite flapped its small wings, sending the fire monkey tumbling to the ground. Roar, you plump dragon, who do you think you're bullying? A Garchomp, visibly displeased, shouted back at the Dragonite. Pokemon often form small groups, typically delineated by their regions. Witnessing a fellow Sinnoh region fire monkey being tormented, the Garchomp was stirred to action. Roar, you want to brawl, don't you, Dragonite? The Dragonite retorted defiantly. With the Dragonite's roar, Pokemon from the Kanto and Johto regions gathered around it. Roar, Fat Dragon, who are you calling a land shark? Do you dare to challenge me? The Garchomp responded fiercely. Pokemon from the Sinnoh region rallied behind the Garchomp, emboldened by the home field advantage. Even with the Kanto Pokemon backing the Dragonite, the sides were evenly matched. Just as the Dragonite and Garchomp were preparing for a showdown, a Beldum led a group of Hoenn Pokemon, who adeptly retreated to a safe distance before settling down to watch the spectacle. After all, their leader was absent. Roar, you two go ahead and fight. If my boss, Metagross, were here, he'd hang you both up and give you a good thrashing, Beldum mused, chewing on a mineral. Just as tension escalated between the Dragonite and Garchomp, Wutong poked his head out of the house. Dragonite, Garchomp, if you dare to engage in a brawl, today's dessert will be entirely for Beldum and the others. Wutong called out, then retreated back inside. Stunned by Wutong's proclamation, both the Dragonite and Garchomp hesitated before reluctantly dispersing. After all, Wutong's specially made desserts were far more enticing than the notion of tormenting the rotund Dragonite. Both Pokemon thought in unison. Beldum sighed in disappointment upon witnessing the two disperse. Such antics were commonplace in the breeding house of Swampert Town. Chapter 42, The Glorious Moment of Honchkrow upon entering the fighting gym. Wutong was surprised to find a bustling crowd. The practitioners donned identical white training garb, their heads adorned with headbands. Each trainer stood alongside a fighting-type Pokemon, engaged in their training routines, predominantly featuring Machoke and Mankey, rather ordinary specimens of the fighting type. At the far end of the gym, a robust man with a square jaw sat cross-legged. Beside this square-jawed figure were a Hitmonchan and a Hitmonlee. It appeared this burly man was the gym leader. Oh, if it isn't Azes, the one who had all his apprentices snatched away by that little girl, Naji. The square-jawed man quipped as he approached Wutong and the psychic-type trainer. Humph, Wuta, you think you're any better? You two were utterly overshadowed by a mere girl, losing even the gym qualification that was almost in your grasp. Azes retorted disdainfully. Are you looking for trouble? Wuta exclaimed, instantly standing up to glare at Azes. Who started this? Are you feeling better about that mole of yours? You want me to move it to your backside? Azes shot back, unafraid of Wuta, who was much larger than him. If you dare touch my beauty mark, I'll tear you apart. Wuta threatened, glaring at Azes. Wutong felt as though he had no opportunity to interject into the escalating banter. Meanwhile, the gym members training nearby seemed oblivious, as if they were accustomed to this routine. Speak, what brings you here? Don't even think about borrowing money. If you're starving, I can offer you a few complimentary meals. Wuda finally settled down, addressing Aziz. You think too highly of yourself. My new apprentice is preparing to challenge Naji, but wants to warm up, so I came to seek your assistance. Aziz pretended to be casual. Haha, can your pathetic gym even attract new apprentices? Wuda chuckled, glancing at a robust young man practicing his kicks. Xinyan, come here. There's someone wanting to challenge the gym. It's your turn. Yes, master. The young man, named Xinyan, approached. Next to him was a Mankey. Come on, lad. Let me see your prowess. I hope you don't lose too miserably, Wuda said to Wutong. My name is Wutong. You should be more concerned about your apprentice. Wutong replied, finally being acknowledged. Go, Mankey. Xinyan commanded his Pokemon. The Mankey jumped a couple of times to limber up before taking its stance, awaiting Wutong to call forth his Pokemon. Go, Honchkrow. Wutong decided after some contemplation, as Honchkrow had yet to participate in a proper battle. Caw! Honchkrow burst forth, filled with vigor. Ha ha ha, is this your apprentice, Aziz? This Pokemon is so adorable, it lacks any semblance of masculinity. Surely, it's dyed this color on purpose. Wuda mocked upon seeing Honchkrow. Although Wutong recognized that Wuda's jibes were aimed at Aziz, they nonetheless irked him. Honchkrow, make it quick. Use Tailwind, then strike with Gust. Wutong commanded, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Caw! Honchkrow, though new to Wutong, sensed that such a grin indicated his trainer's displeasure. The air around Honchkrow began to swirl, enveloping it in a gust, significantly enhancing its speed. With a beat of its wings, Honchkrow unleashed a tempest towards Mankey. Mankey, use Flying Knee, Xinyan called, opting for a direct assault. Mankey leaped high into the air, its knee glowing as it aimed for Honchkrow. Honchkrow, evade and use Scare. Wutong remained unfazed. With Honchkrow's speed and the Tailwind, if Mankey managed to land a Flying Knee in midair, it would be better off returning home. Honchkrow exhibited a gleam of excitement as it faced the incoming Mankey. Just as Mankey's knee was about to collide with Honchkrow's face, it spun, allowing Mankey to soar past. In a cheeky gesture, Honchkrow flapped its wing, giving Mankey a boost. This habit of yours needs to change, Wutong frowned, watching Honchkrow's thrilling performance. If Honchkrow had evolved into a Murkrow, Wutong would have thought it was overly confident. After all, it was exceedingly audacious to not evade until the last moment in the face of an attack. Such confidence in one's speed was remarkable indeed. However, the hidden ability of Wutong's Dark Raven is Mischievous Heart, and after evolution, it indeed becomes excessively confident. The fearless little one, having missed its target, was playfully slapped on the rear by the Dark Raven, causing it to crash into a nearby sandbag. The characteristic of Flying Knee kick resulted in the little one injuring itself instead of its opponent. Fearless little one, adjust your stance. Use the heavyweight kick. Xinyan remained composed despite the temporary setback, continuing to command the fearless little one to attack. The fearless little one leaped once more, executing a 360-degree spin. Its leg enveloped in a radiant aura as it aimed a kick at the Dark Raven. It seems Xinyan's training direction for the fearless little one is focused on flying kicks. Dark Raven, Brave Bird Assault. Wutong intended to conclude the battle swiftly, as martial virtue was the primary objective this time. Caw! The Dark Raven let out a cry, its body cloaked in energy, transforming into a colossal energy bird that charged towards the fearless little one. The clash between the energy bird and the fearless little one's heavyweight kick resulted in the energy giant dimming considerably, yet it successfully subdued the little one. The heavyweight kick was neutralized, and the fearless little one was sent crashing to the ground. Lying on its back, the fearless little one's eyes spun in circles, having lost its fighting capacity. Caw! The Dark Raven, witnessing the fearless little one's incapacitation, became exceedingly exhilarated, soaring in circles above. The recoil damage from the Brave Bird Assault appeared to have no effect on the Dark Raven whatsoever. Indeed, you are far stronger than I had anticipated. However, Aji, why is your apprentice a bird enthusiast? Where is his psychic-type Pokemon? Martial Virtue cast a disdainful glance at Aji. Although he had an inkling of the situation from the start, he was still taken aback that Aji hadn't sought out a trainer with psychic Pokemon. Cough. Our Psychic Enthusiast Club prides itself on inclusiveness. Aji provided a flimsy rationale. Humph, since you have defeated Xinyan, you now have the right to challenge me. So, young one, would you like a moment to recover? Martial Virtue, true to his name, exhibited a commendable sense of martial ethics, inquiring if Wutong needed a respite. No need. My Pokemon is in excellent condition, Wutong replied, glancing at the exhilarated Dark Raven. After all, this was the Dark Raven's first genuine battle between trainers. Is that so? If you can defeat either my Heavy Puncher or Flying Kicker, you may take your pick. but the prerequisite is that you must defeat both of them. Flying Kicker, you go first, Martial Virtue declared. Sa. The Flying Kicker stepped forward, calling out to the Dark Raven. The fearless little one was its most cherished apprentice, and it could not allow the Dark Raven to bully it like that. As its master, it had to reclaim its honor. Caw, caw. The Dark Raven, noticing this spring-legged opponent stepping forth, scoffed at the idea of avenging an apprentice. I'll send you flying right into your apprentice. Flying Kicker, double kick. Without any intention of yielding, Martial Virtue ordered the Flying Kicker to strike first. Sa. The Flying Kicker executed a kick right from its position. Dark Raven, move. Wutong shouted urgently. Caw. The Dark Raven was perplexed. Despite the long legs of the spring-legged fighter, it seemed implausible it could land a kick while remaining grounded. However, the Dark Raven quickly grasped why the Flying Kicker had chosen to kick from a stationary position. The leg that the Flying Kicker had kicked out elongated perfectly, making contact with the Dark Raven from the side. Caw. The Dark Raven reacted at the last moment, twisting its body forcefully, narrowly avoiding a direct hit from the Flying Kicker's leg. Nevertheless, even a glancing blow caused the Dark Raven to feel pain. Dark Raven, move. Divine Bird Strike. Wutong raised his voice, having noticed the Dark Raven's issue due to its relatively short time spent by his side. Its mischievous nature also contributed to its failure to execute commands promptly during battle, a potentially fatal flaw. Caw. This time, the Dark Raven heeded Wutong's command and began to move. Just as it took off, the second kick from the Flying Kicker came crashing in at the spot where the Dark Raven had just been. The Dark Raven recognized the impending threat, realizing that had it remained stationary, it would have surely taken another hit. The Dark Raven's trust in Wutong increased significantly. Listening obediently, the Dark Raven began to ascend, albeit limited by the ceiling height. Thus its altitude was restricted. Upon reaching its maximum possible height, the Dark Raven swiftly turned to descend, propelled by a strong gust of wind towards the Flying Kicker. Flying Kicker, spinning kick, Martial Virtue commanded. Sa. The Flying Kicker leapt into the air, its body spinning, both legs extending like whips aimed at the Dark Raven. Caw. The Dark Raven's expression grew serious, and then, in a moment of astonishment from Wutong and disbelief from Martial Virtue, it skillfully weaved between the Flying Kicker's legs, evading the unavoidable attack while adjusting its posture to minimize harm to its wings. The Dark Raven, carried by a whirlwind, successfully reached the Flying Kicker and collided forcefully with it. Dark Raven, peck. Wutong quickly recovered from his astonishment, seizing the opportunity to command the Dark Raven to continue its assault. Caw. The Dark Raven's beak glowed with energy as it fiercely pecked at the Flying Kicker. This was a battle, not a playful peck like they usually engaged in. The Flying Kicker, unable to withstand the barrage of attacks, collapsed to the ground, losing its fighting capability. Caw. Seeing itself victorious over the Flying Kicker once again, the Dark Raven grew even more ecstatic. However, this time it did not forget its trainer, landing gently on Wutong's shoulder and affectionately pecking at his head twice to express its feelings. Dark Raven, can you still fight? Wutong inquired. It appeared that his initial assumptions about the Dark Raven's brilliance were somewhat inaccurate. At first, he believed the Dark Raven's agility merely surpassed that of an ordinary Dark Raven. However, the recent battle revealed that the Dark Raven could adeptly control its direction and body posture even at such high speeds, significantly broadening its operational capabilities. Caw. The Dark Raven called out, indicating its readiness to continue battling. Yet, as it took flight, it faltered and fell back down. Fortunately, Wutong was quick enough to catch the Dark Raven. Caw, caw. The captured Dark Raven let out pained cries. My apologies, my apologies. That was an accident. Come back to rest, Dark Raven, Wutong said, realizing he had inadvertently grasped the Dark Raven by the neck and had held it too tightly in his eagerness. At that moment, the Dark Raven resembled a chicken caught before slaughter, and Wutong offered an apology as he returned it to its pokeball. Kid, you're impressive. But my Heavy Puncher will not be defeated. Go, Heavy Puncher. Martial Virtue recalled the Flying Kicker and addressed Wutong. AB, the Heavy Puncher emerged, throwing a couple of punches into the air. Dream Demon, come out and stretch your legs, Wutong called to his shadow. The Dream Demon reluctantly floated out, having not expected the Dark Raven to lack stamina, initially thinking it could coast through the encounter. Alright, enough complaining. After we complete the challenge at the Golden Gym, you can be a homebody, Wutong reassured the Dream Demon. After all, he now had 3 Pokemon capable of battle alongside the Dream Demon, and the combined attributes of these 3 Pokemon were sufficient to handle most situations. Youngster, it seems your identity is quite extraordinary, possessing not 1 but 2 dazzling Pokemon, remarked Wuda, observing the Gardevoir with a glint of admiration in his eyes. Gardevoir, employ hypnosis. Without any inclination to engage in idle chatter, Wutong commanded Gardevoir to initiate its attack. You little rascal, attempting a sneak attack. Machoke, spring into action, Wuda shouted in haste. Abby, Machoke, upon hearing this, began to sway and move erratically. Gardevoir, use Confuse Ray. Wutong continued to issue commands. Dream, Gardevoir called out, as a pair of ominous eyes materialized behind it, glaring at Machoke. After being subjected to that baleful gaze, Machoke found its movements becoming increasingly cumbersome. Soon after, a spiraling array of colorful light approached, moving at a leisurely pace, yet Machoke realized it was unable to evade it. Struck by the Confuse Ray, Machoke succumbed to a state of disorientation, swaying as if inebriated. Hypnosis, Wutong calmly commanded once more. Machoke, snap out of it, Wuda urged anxiously. However, Machoke, ensnared in confusion, could not simply recover at will, and ultimately fell victim to the hypnosis. With the success of hypnosis, it was time for Gardevoir to showcase its skills, unleashing a flurry of attacks, occasionally reapplying hypnosis. Wuda could only watch helplessly as his Pokémon collapsed, rendered incapable of battle. This is utterly disgraceful. Playing dirty, how despicable. Bullying a man in his 40s. Wuda pointed an accusatory finger at Wutong, who merely regarded him with bemusement. Is your real name Wabeguo? Chapter 43, I shall remember you. Wuda sighed as he gazed at his fallen Machoke, feeling the weight of age settling upon him. Youngster, you've bested me. Although I possess no badge to bestow upon you, you may select one of my 2 old companions. In your capable hands, they might flourish. Wuda offered to Wutong. After a moment's contemplation, Wutong decided to take Machoke, recognizing it was preferable to acquire it now rather than at a later, inflated price. Once the decision was made, Wutong departed, followed by Aji, whose expression bore a complex mixture of emotions as he glanced at his old rival. Aji perceived the confusion and reluctance in Wuda's eyes. Xinyan, would you be interested in inheriting this dojo? Wuda inquired of Xinyan as he watched Wutong and Aji leave. Xinyan's response went unheard by Wutong. After exiting the fighting dojo, Wutong did not proceed directly to the neighboring Golden Gym, but instead resolved to tend to his Dark Raven. After all, the Dark Raven was meant to be the cornerstone of his upcoming battle against Naji, and its current state was far from satisfactory. Wutong had underestimated the prowess of Xinyan and Wuda. Initially, he believed the Dark Raven could handle the situation with ease, yet it had nearly faltered. Under Aji's guidance, Wutong arrived at the Pokemon Center to treat the Dark Raven. After glancing outside at the dimming sky, he decided to fulfill his promise to Gungxi. He exchanged pleasantries with Ozzy, asking him to wait, before embarking on a search for the Golden City television station, led by the helpful Psyduck. Where are you taking me, little one? Gungxi inquired, revealing himself now that no one was around. To fulfill my promise, Wutong replied. I didn't expect you to be so committed. I was planning to leech off you for a few months before departing, Gungxi candidly admitted. Hey, old ghost, don't vocalize such intentions. Was that your plan all along? Wutong retorted in disbelief. Hee, it all depends on your performance, Gungxi responded with a chuckle. With the guidance of Psyduck, Wutong successfully located the obscure Golden City television station. As it was past working hours and the location was secluded, there were no signs of life nearby. Yet, the television station's building was aglow with numerous lights, indicating that staff for the evening program were still present. What place is this? Gungxi inquired with curiosity. This is where I will fulfill my promise, old ghost. What do you think? Are you capable of helping me infiltrate? Wutong asked. You don't mean to deceive me into aiding you in mischief, do you? Gungxi scrutinized Wutong with suspicion. What are you thinking? It's precisely because of your demands for that magazine every Wednesday. I initially intended to pay for it, Wutong replied. In truth, he contemplated seeking help from his grandparents, but figured it wise to appeal to Gungxi's sympathy first, hoping the old ghost might divulge some secret techniques. Gungxi let out a couple of cackles before expanding and enveloping Wutong. Hey, you're composed of poison gas. Are you trying to suffocate me? Wutong exclaimed, halting the process. You little rascal are quite the nuisance. Let me provide you with a pipe, Gungxi remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Wutong. Wutong then felt the pipe extending from his mouth. He began to suspect that Gungxi might be some hidden divine beast. Could it be that he was actually Arceus in disguise? At that moment, Wutong was oblivious to how he appeared to those outside, yet, emboldened by Gungxi's confidence, he strode into the television station. What is happening? Has this censored door malfunctioned again? The security guard mused, observing the suddenly opened door. Wutong boldly passed by the guard, surmising that Gungxi had used hypnosis to render him invisible. As for Psyduck, it had already been returned to its Pokeball prior to entering. After all, Gungsi was comprised of 95 poison gas, and should Psyduck accidentally ignite a spark, Wutong would find himself in quite the predicament. Although he was uncertain if it could actually catch fire, he preferred to err on the side of caution. Wutong scurried through the television station and randomly entered a live broadcasting studio. "Old ghost, will you narrate the story yourself, or shall I assist you?" Wutong inquired. "What nonsense are you speaking? While there are more people here than the ones I've captured over the years, they hardly fulfill your promise," Gungsi retorted. "Thus, behold the power of technology. Do you see those machines? They are cameras, and I believe they are currently broadcasting live. If you can find a way to step in front of them and tell your story, at least a few thousand people will hear it," Wutong suggested conservatively. "Such a thing exists?" Gungsi expressed his astonishment. Despite having lived for a considerable time, he seldom ventured into crowded places and was therefore unfamiliar with television and similar technologies. However, first things first, let us put the audience to sleep. After all, if they remain awake, they could interrupt the broadcast at any moment. "Gardevoir, please," Wutong requested of his shadow. Gardevoir responded with a soft acknowledgement, emanating waves of hypnotic energy. "Hee, let me lend a hand as well," Gungsi cackled, joining in to hypnotize the studio audience. Indeed, when he did not directly lead, there were no issues. If his Pokemon assisted him, there was no adverse reaction. Moments later, everyone in the studio succumbed to slumber. Viewers watching the program on television were left bewildered, wondering why everyone had fallen asleep in the middle of the broadcast. "Now, Gungsi, transform me into a girl. After all, there may be surveillance in this studio, and if discovered, it could lead to complications," Wutong stated. Gungsi did not refuse, suggesting that his hypnosis was no longer merely a skill. "I long to see you. I deeply miss the viewers who are engrossed in their television shows." Suddenly, an unfamiliar yet extraordinarily beautiful young girl appears on screen. The girl begins to narrate her tale, expressing her longing for her beloved and hoping to share her story with a wider audience. The viewers, however, do not perceive her as a ghost. They merely regard her as an intriguing Easter egg of the program. Nevertheless, under Wutong's deliberate embellishment, the girl's story becomes profoundly moving, and coupled with her enchanting visage, the audience begins to empathize with her plight. After concluding her narrative, Wutong discreetly departs from the Golden City television station, shielded by the enigmatic Gaisai, who is quite pleased with Wutong's recent performance, assuring her that he will not abandon her for the foreseeable future. Wutong, disinterested in the advances of this lecherous specter, summons her Psyduck and returns to the Pokemon Center. At this moment, her Dark Raven has fully recovered, and Wutong prepares to formally challenge Nashi. Upon returning to the entrance of the Golden Gym, Eiji shows no intention of accompanying Wutong inside, revealing a hint of trepidation towards Nashi. Entering the Golden Gym, Wutong encounters a man clad in a white lab coat with long burgundy hair who obstructs her path. "Hey, this isn't where you belong. You should leave at once," the man declares. "I have come to challenge Nashi. Please show me the way," Wutong responds directly. "Are you certain you wish to challenge Nashi?" the man inquires once more. "Absolutely. Furthermore, I have heard that many come here to learn psychic abilities. I wonder if you possess such powers, sir?" Wutong inquires with keen interest. "Hey, I'm only 26 years old. Don't call me sir," he retorts, but upon realizing her curiosity, he decides to demonstrate his abilities. The 26-year-old man produces a metal spoon, which he focuses on, causing it to bend under its own volition. "Oh, impressive," Wutong exclaims, clapping enthusiastically. Having witnessed the moving mole ability of the older gentleman from the Psychic Ability Club, she considers this spoon-bending feat quite remarkable. "All right, sir, now that the warm-up is over, could you take me to Nashi?" Wutong requests. "You little brat, I told you not to call me sir," the man counters, yet he leads her deeper into the gym. This is it. Upon arriving at a grand hall, he pushes open the massive doors and gestures for Wutong to enter, promptly fleeing as soon as she steps inside. As Wutong gazes upon the arena, resembling a temple, she strides forward. At the far end of the room sits a girl clad in red, cradling a doll. "I am here to challenge the Golden Gym. You must be Nashi, correct? Let us engage in a Pokemon battle." Wutong calls out to her. "A battle with you is of no concern, but if you lose, will you consider being my friend and play with me?" Nashi's doll interjects. "No problem," Wutong replies. "Then let us begin." Upon hearing Wutong's agreement, a chilling voice resonates as Nashi rises from her seat. "Come forth, Kadabra," Nashi commands coldly. The doll she holds releases a Pokeball, which soars into the arena, revealing a Kadabra. Indeed, it is Kadabra. "Dark Raven, I leave this to you," Wutong instructs. "Caw." Dark Raven calls out energetically. "Dark Raven, we shall strike first. Tailwind, create a gust," Wutong directs. Regardless of the circumstances, enhancing their capabilities is always a wise move. A whirlwind envelopes Dark Raven, boosting its speed, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashes a tempest towards the seated Kadabra. Nashi's eyes glimmer ominously, and Kadabra, under her psychic connection, suddenly opens its previously shut eyes, now glowing red. It employs teleport to evade the approaching gust. Dark Raven, behind you, fright. Wutong commands. Having encountered such situations before, caw. Dark Raven turns sharply, making a face as it calls out in surprise. Kadabra, having teleported behind Dark Raven, is startled by the sudden turn and, fortuitously, the fright effect is triggered. Stunned, Kadabra remains motionless. Dark Raven, peck. Wutong seizes the opportunity, urging Dark Raven to attack. Observing this, Nashi is enveloped in a blue-white glow, while Kadabra begins to evolve. As the light dissipates, Kadabra transforms into Alakazam, who effortlessly deflects Dark Raven's peck with its spoon. TCH, it always seems to play dirty, Wutong remarks. Dark Raven, wing attack. Witnessing the evolved Alakazam, Dark Raven, filled with indignation, charges forward, wings aglow, and strikes Alakazam in the head with a dual wind attack. Psybeam, Nashi instructs calmly, seemingly unfazed by the precarious situation. Alakazam's eyes flash red, but nothing occurs. Dark Raven, brave bird. Wutong decides to conclude the battle. Caw. Dark Raven ascends rapidly, soaring close to the ceiling, which is high like that of a temple, granting it ample space to climb. Dark Raven then dives down, enveloped in orange-yellow light, and charges toward Alakazam with a whirlwind. Alakazam, Nashi commands, realizing that Psybeam is ineffective, but with teleport, Alakazam is not easily defeated. Dark Raven, 7 o'clock. Wutong helps Dark Raven by providing essential situational awareness. Caw. Alakazam vanishes before Dark Raven, who, upon hearing Wutong's guidance, makes a sharp turn. Alakazam, Nashi's tone shifts, revealing her concern. However, it is evident that Alakazam has yet to master seamless teleportation. Dark Raven's turning speed catches Nashi off guard. Despite the extensive narrative, all these actions transpire in an instant. Dark Raven's brave bird collides with Alakazam. In the moment of impact, Alakazam successfully teleports back to the battlefield, avoiding disqualification. Alakazam, psychic. Nashi believes that the failure of Psybeam is due to insufficient strength. Wielding its spoon, Alakazam unleashes a powerful psychic wave towards Dark Raven. Yet, Alakazam remains shackled by its type disadvantage, and its formidable psychic force proves ineffective against Dark Raven. Dark Raven, brave bird. Wutong resolves to finish the match. Caw. Dark Raven, now enveloped in energy, transforms into a colossal energy bird and charges toward Alakazam. Alakazam, unwilling to yield, attempts to use Psychic once more, but it proves futile as Dark Raven successfully sends it flying, rendering it unable to battle. It appears I have emerged victorious, Wutong declares to Nashi. This is impossible. It cannot be. Naz looked at the defeated young Jyla in disbelief, clearly unable to confront her own failure due to her inherently competitive nature. This is a golden badge. Let us depart swiftly. The doll in Naz's arms mysteriously appeared before Wutong, presenting him with a round golden badge. Observing Naz's existential expression, Wutong discerned that it would be prudent to leave promptly, seizing the golden badge and hurrying away. I shall remember you, the one who vanquished me, he muttered as he exited. Once Wutong had departed, Naz regained her composure, gazing towards the door and murmuring to herself. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable chill below. Phew, that startled me. Naz truly is formidable now, Wutong thought as he exited the golden badge gym, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming that Naz had not emerged in a fit of rage to pursue him. That little girl may have a sour expression, but her undergarments are undeniably charming, Gaisai chimed in. Indeed, Naz's expression was utterly terrifying. Wait, what did you just say? Wutong interjected, realizing something was amiss. Look, a blue and white striped pair of panties is floating in front of Gaisai. It can't be? Wutong asked, his eye twitching. Indeed, there are others as well, though the styles are quite similar, Gaisai replied, as a multitude of striped panties began to drift around him. Are you trying to kill me? Just how many did you steal? Wutong exclaimed, taking off in a panic while shouting at Gaisai. Not many, just the entirety of that little girl's collection, including the one she's wearing, Gaisai nonchalantly remarked. Wutong's expression turned to one of despair. That lecherous old fool. If Naz were to discover this, she would likely never forget him for the rest of her life. Who on earth could it be? In the golden badge gym, Naz stared at her once full wardrobe of undergarments, now utterly barren, filled with confusion. Chapter 44. What to do when the child refuses to eat. Having exited the golden badge gym, Wutong was promptly intercepted by the psychic uncle, as, "Hey there, how did it go? Were you successful?" As inquired. "Of course. But I advise you to steer clear of the golden badge gym for a while," Wutong replied, showcasing the golden badge. After all, he was uncertain how Naz might react. Suddenly, Wutong felt a pang of sympathy for Xiaoji and his companions. Would they be greeted by an irate Naz upon their arrival? Upon hearing Wutong's words, Az was taken aback, wondering what Wutong had done to warrant such caution. Without further ado, Wutong bid farewell to Az and made his way to the Pokemon Center, as he still needed to transfer the Hitmonchan to Professor Okido. Arriving at the Pokemon Center, he entrusted his Pokemon to Nurse Joy for recovery. Wutong then headed to the video phone area, seeking an available terminal to contact Professor Okido. After a brief conversation with Professor Okido, Wutong successfully transferred Hitmonchan to him. Remembering that he hadn't contacted his grandparents in quite some time, he dialed their number. "It's Xiaodong. Dear, come quickly, Xiaodong is calling." Upon connecting, Aquan's face appeared on the screen. Seeing Wutong's face, Aquan excitedly called out for Xingzi. "Xiaodong, how are you? Are you tired from your travels? Are you eating on time? Is anyone bullying you? Do you have enough money?" As Xingzi joined, she bombarded Wutong with questions. Listening to his grandmother's incessant inquiries, Wutong couldn't help but smile, responding to each question in turn. After a lengthy conversation about his adventures, including the tale of Xiaozhou Gorge, he wisely omitted any mention of the flower boy and Gaisai's antics. "Oh, Xiaodong, it's fortunate you reached out. Are you still in Jinhuang City? An old friend of ours has encountered some trouble, and we need you to assist him," Aquan suddenly stated. "Sure, Grandpa, where is your friend located?" Wutong asked. "On the road between Yuhong City and Jinhuang City. It shouldn't be too hard to find. By the way, what about your Pokemon?" Aquan changed the subject. "Zhuanyueu. Come on out." Wutong called forth Zhuanyueu and Dazue Baby. Dark Raven and Mingyao had been taken by Nurse Joy for recovery. "Oh, it's been a while, Zhuanyueu, Dazue Baby. Xiaodong is counting on you," Aquan said. Besides the recently joined Dark Raven, Aquan and Xingzi had met Wutong's other Pokemon before. Numa, Yubi, Zhuanyueu and Dazue Baby nodded in agreement. "Dazue Baby, we need Xiaodong to go to this location. Please help us." Xingzi indicated a spot on the map to Dazue Baby. "Grandma, what are you doing?" Wutong said helplessly, realizing his grandparents were overly concerned. "All right, Grandma and Grandpa, I must set off now," Wutong announced as he bade farewell to Aquan and Xingzi. "Be careful on your journey," Xingzi advised. "Good luck, Xiaodong. You must surpass that fellow Xueqing's grandson," Aquan encouraged. "I will do my best," Wutong nodded in response. After concluding the video call, Wutong's Pokemon were fully recovered. Retrieving his Pokemon, he exited the Pokemon Center. Although night had fallen, Wutong resolved to travel through the night. After all, if Naz came to her senses, he doubted that the power of the Evergreen would protect him from her psychic wrath. "All right, off to Yuhong City," Wutong declared loudly after stepping outside Jinhuang City, feeling a sense of relief. However, as he took his first step forward, he felt a sudden obstruction. "Yubi," Dazue Baby tugged at Wutong's pant leg, pointing in a particular direction. "What's wrong, Dazue Baby? Do you wish to go that way?" "Very well, but if it's the wrong direction, we must change course immediately," Wutong pondered aloud. Navigational Dazue Baby was once again leading the way. Wutong released all of his Pokemon, utilizing nocturnal Pokemon along the route for practical training while simultaneously gaining experience. Perhaps due to the hour, Mingyao, who had been resting in Wutong's shadow, unexpectedly emerged from his shadow to join in the training. While gaining experience and progressing, Wutong passed by a structure resembling a ranch. "Yubi," Dazue Baby pointed at the ranch. "Are you saying that Grandpa's friend is here?" Wutong asked, examining the ranch before him. Dazue Baby nodded in affirmation. "Much easier to find than I expected," Wutong remarked, walking towards the entrance and spotting a doorbell-like device, which he pressed. After a short while, the door opened, and an elder leaned out to look at Wutong. "Who are you? What brings you here?" the elder inquired. "Hello, I am Xiaotong, the grandson of Aquan and Xingzi. You may call me Xiaotong," Wutong introduced himself. "Oh, so you're Xiaodong. You've arrived quite promptly. I thought it would take you a month or two," the elder exclaimed warmly, welcoming him inside. "Why are you arriving so late?" "Come in and rest," the elder said, leading Wutong into the main house of the ranch. As they entered, Wutong noticed numerous trees resembling linden trees lining the path. However, due to the lateness of the hour and the encroaching darkness, Wutong failed to notice a Pokemon perched upon a tree. As he entered the house, the elderly gentleman handed him a cup of warm milk. "It seems I haven't properly introduced myself. Aquan and Xingzi must have forgotten to tell you my name." The old man chuckled. Upon hearing his words, Wutong could only respond with an awkward smile. realizing that not only had his grandparents neglected to mention it, but he himself had also forgotten to ask. I am called Jiao Du. I met Quan and Xingzi during my travels, and we became friends. Jiao Du introduced himself. Wutong was momentarily taken aback. He was quite curious whether the elder had a partner named Fei Duan. Grandpa Jiao Du, may I inquire what troubles you have encountered? Wutong asked. Ha ha, what a warm-hearted lad you are. But there's no rush. You should rest well today and think of solutions tomorrow, Jiao Du replied. Observing Jiao Du's demeanor, Wutong felt reassured that the situation was not overly grave, allowing him to relax. The following morning, Wutong rose early. Stepping outside, he discovered that Jiao Du was already awake and seemingly preparing something. Good morning, Grandpa Jiao Du. Wutong greeted as he approached. Ah, little Tong has risen. Good morning, Jiao Du responded, his hands still busy. Wutong noticed that Jiao Du appeared to be preparing some feed. With nothing pressing to do, he was intrigued to uncover what could possibly challenge Jiao Du. Had he perhaps encountered Naruto and Sasuke? Assisting Jiao Du in transporting the feed to the rear of the pasture, Wutong soon realized that, while it resembled a farm, the creatures being raised were not the usual cattle or sheep, but rather an array of insect-type Pokemon. He observed languid green caterpillars and beetles sprawled about, along with several other insect Pokemon native to the Kanto region, and even a few from the Chengdu area. Everyone, come for breakfast. Jiao Du called to the Pokemon, pouring the feed into designated containers and awaiting their arrival. Wutong was curious as to why someone would establish a pasture exclusively for insect-type Pokemon. The insect Pokemon, upon hearing Jiao Du's call, sluggishly made their way over. Clearly, food did not hold much allure for these creatures, as they merely nibbled a few bites before retreating to their lazy repose. You see, little Tong, for some unknown reason, my insect Pokemon seem to be a bit picky with their food, Jiao Du said with a hint of frustration. Picky eaters, you say? But Grandpa Jiao Du, why do you specifically raise insect-type Pokemon? Wutong retorted. Didn't Quan mention it? A year ago, I was the gym leader of the Huapi gym in Chengdu, specializing in insect types, Jiao Du replied calmly. What? You were a gym leader, Grandpa Jiao Du? Wutong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, but a year ago, I injured my back. So I entrusted the gym to my grandson, Abai. Upon realizing he managed it splendidly, I decided it was time to retire completely and let him take over. Jiao Du chuckled. But how did you end up here in the Kanto region, running a pasture for insect-type Pokemon? Wutong still found himself perplexed. Ha, that's because Abai insisted I stay home and rest, claiming I was unwell. What nonsense. I am in fine health. So, I secretly came to the Kanto region, purchased this land, and built this pasture. And as a former gym leader specializing in insect types, it was only natural to raise insect Pokemon here. Especially since Kanto boasts many fascinating insect species, Jiao Du elaborated. After hearing Jiao Du's explanation, Wutong was at a loss for words. The old man certainly had a spirited personality. By the way, we mustn't waste this food. Hercross. Time to eat. Jiao Du rang a bell. Hercross. Came a resounding call. And suddenly, Wutong noticed the sky dimming, followed by a tremor beneath his feet. He looked on in surprise as a plump, pink Heracross landed before him, waddling toward the food and diving in with gusto. The Heracross trembled with each step, not from fear, but rather due to its abundance of flesh and the strain it placed upon the ground. Grandpa Jiao Du, what is the story behind this overindulgent Heracross? Wutong inquired, pointing at the creature. I encountered it just before arriving in Kanto. It has a hearty appetite, and, despite the other insect Pokemon's pickiness, this one continues to eat well. So, I decided to feed it all the leftover food, Jiao Du explained. What do you think? Are you interested in this Heracross? Quan informed me of your unique situation. If you help me resolve my issue, I will gladly give you this Heracross, Jiao Du offered with a warm smile. Absolutely. I will do my utmost, Wutong nodded in agreement. It appeared his grandparents had intended for him to assist. However, the first task for this Heracross, once it became his, would undoubtedly be to shed some weight. Its belly was nearly as ample as that of a Snorlax. Let us begin by examining the Pokemon, Wutong declared as he approached the lethargically sprawled insect Pokemon. After a thorough inspection, Wutong found that these insect Pokemon were in fine health. Aside from being slightly undernourished due to their modest appetites, there were no issues. They were healthy in both body and spirit, indicating that the problem likely did not lie with the Pokemon themselves. Wutong approached the feed and began to investigate, crushing a sample between his fingers to inhale its aroma, which was sweet with a hint of fruity acidity. Suddenly, Heracross leaned in, licking the remnants of food from Wutong's hand. What are you doing, you rascal? Wutong chided the Heracross with a sigh, as he had merely sampled a single grain. Heracross, wasting food is a disgrace, it replied earnestly. Wutong felt a sense of resignation at Heracross's exclamation. The feed appeared sound in both appearance and scent, emanating a sweetness that insect Pokemon typically favored. So where could the issue lie? Was there a problem with the ingredients? Grandpa Jiaodu, would you mind sharing your feed recipe with me? Wutong inquired as he returned to Jiaodu. Of course, no problem. My recipe was actually provided by that rascal Ah Quan. Jiaodu readily divulged the ingredients. Upon hearing the recipe, Wutong furrowed his brow and returned to the feed. He popped a grain into his mouth. It was initially very sweet, with a slight tang, but soon became overwhelmingly bitter. So that's what it is, Wutong murmured to himself. Heracross? Upon witnessing Wutong tasting the feed, Heracross accelerated its pace, using both claws to shovel the food into its mouth. Wutong's eye twitched at the sight of Heracross's sudden fervor. Did it truly think he was competing with it for food? Grandpa Jiaodu, I believe I have discovered the cause, Wutong declared, ignoring the gluttonous Heracross and addressing Jiaodu directly. Oh, so soon? You truly are the grandchild of Ah Quan and Xingzi, Jiaodu praised enthusiastically. It is indeed due to this particular formula that it poses no issues in the Chengdu region. However, one specific type of tree fruit, when cultivated in the Kanto region, results in a notably bitter taste, as explained by Wutong. Although this tree fruit serves merely as an auxiliary ingredient, it causes the Pokemon food to leave a severe bitterness after consumption, increasingly so with each bite, Wutong elaborated. Given that bug-type Pokemon are inclined towards sweetness and averse to bitterness, it is no wonder that the bug-type Pokemon here only consume a minuscule amount each time, Wutong summarized. Ah, I see. Ha ha ha. It seems Aquan was indeed correct. Your knowledge is truly extensive, praised Jiaodu without reserve. You flatter me, Grandpa Jiaodu. I will draft a new recipe for you, and adhering to this will ensure there are no further issues, Wutong responded with a smile. This is akin to the adage of southern oranges and northern citrons. Although they originate from the same type of tree fruit, the effects of the harvested produce differ due to the dissimilarity in their cultivation environments. Wutong then turned her gaze toward the fervently basking Heracross, with Jiaodu's inquiry resolved. What shall be done about this Heracross? Chapter 45, The Weight Loss Plan. Upon identifying the root cause of the issue, Wutong returned indoors to contemplate the formula for Pokemon food. It is not merely sufficient to provide Jiaodu with a different Pokemon food favored by bug types. Various factors must also be taken into consideration, such as the ease of production and the accessibility of materials. Jiaodu truly is the esteemed gym leader of the Chengdu region, as evidenced by the plethora of bug-type Pokemon present in this ranch. Unlike certain gym leaders who find themselves in dire straits, Brock, Misty. In addition to the exceedingly common Caterpie, Weedle, and Metapod, there are also Pinsir, Scyther, Ladybugs from Chengdu, and Spinarak, as well as the hazelnut Pokemon. Furthermore, there's that pink rotundworm. It can be said that all bug-type Pokemon encountered in both the Kanto and Chengdu regions can be found here. After careful consideration, Wutong decided to base her new formula primarily on the tree fruits from the Kanto region, aiming to create a universal Pokemon food recipe for bug types to present to Jiaodu upon receiving the new recipe. Jiaodu was elated and expressed his hope that Wutong could stay a couple more days. Wutong gladly accepted, as she needed to ensure that her formula was flawless, especially since he was a friend of her grandparents. Grandpa Jiaodu, can I truly have this Heracross? Wutong inquired, gazing at the Heracross that was indulging in tree sap on a nearby branch. Ha ha, of course. In truth, even had you not resolved this matter, I would have gifted you the Heracross, for Aquan seldom asks me for favors. Jiaodu chuckled heartily. Grandpa, is that so? Wutong felt a touch of embarrassment. Yet the sensation of being cared for was undeniably pleasant. Oh, by the way, a package from Akane has arrived for you, Jiaodu remarked as he rummaged through a nearby cabinet. Before long, a moderately sized box was retrieved by Jiaodu and handed to Wutong. Curious about what her grandmother had sent, Wutong eagerly opened the package. Inside were two boxes, one large and one small. After a moment's contemplation, she opted to open the larger box first. Upon opening it, she was met with a dark red rectangular object, the material indiscernible but pleasantly warm to the touch. On either side of the rectangle were circular translucent hollows, through which it appeared that magma flowed. Could this possibly be a lava amplifier? Wutong mused. It seemed her grandmother had sought this item upon learning of her possession of a Psyduck. Placing the lava amplifier into her backpack, Wutong proceeded to open the smaller box. Upon seeing the contents, her expression turned complex. Within lay a mobile phone, but it bore her grandmother's signature pastel hue. Mustering her courage, Wutong extracted the dainty device, pressed a button, but it remained unresponsive, likely due to a lack of battery. She retrieved the charger from the bottom of the box and connected it. However, As soon as the phone was plugged in, it began to vibrate unexpectedly. Two appendage-like structures extended from its sides, and the device powered itself on, revealing an electronic face on the screen. The phone levitated before her, its front camera emitting light as it scanned Wutong. "What is this?" Wutong gasped. But she quickly recognized the phenomenon. "Hello, Wutong. I am Rotom Phone," the device greeted, waving at her. "Hello," Wutong replied in kind, attempting to float closer to her. The phone's charger proved insufficiently long, leading it to tumble down. With a low battery alert, the Rotom's eyes dimmed, and it fell. Swift as a flash, Wutong caught the Rotom Phone and reconnected it to the charger. "Hello, Wutong. I am Rotom Phone," the device repeated once more, now fully charged. "Here we go again," Wutong thought with a hint of exasperation. Noticing her silence, the Rotom Phone wobbled curiously before making its way toward her. Anticipating its movement, Wutong extended her hand to catch it once more and recharged it. Once again, the Rotom Phone replicated its previous actions, prompting Wutong's curiosity about how many times this would continue. "Xiaodong, perhaps you should let it charge fully first," Jiao Du suggested from the side. "My apologies. I'm merely curious how long it will persist," Wutong admitted, realizing that this was not the appropriate time for play. After ensuring the Rotom Phone was fully charged, just as it prepared to take flight again, Wutong firmly pressed it onto the table. "All right, I understand you're a Rotom Phone, and I am Wutong. Now, you shall remain on the table to charge properly," she stated. "Rotom?" The phone responded with a perplexed tone, then obediently lay on the table to recharge. As Wutong observed the compliant Rotom Phone, she fell into deep contemplation. Why did this Rotom Phone seem less formidable than its animated counterpart? Could it be that it was still in a developmental phase, lacking in various functionalities? Once the Rotom Phone was fully charged, it finally began to operate normally. Wutong started to explore its features, only to discover that its capabilities were still limited, offering only basic functionalities such as video calls and maps. It lacked even the ability to scan Pokemon information. Clearly, the Rotom Phone was still in the developmental stage. "Incoming call, Rotom. Incoming call." Suddenly, the phone chimed, and a telephone icon appeared on the screen. Instinctively, Wutong reached out to touch it. Her grandmother Akane's face illuminated the screen. "Xiaodong, it seems you have received the Rotom Phone. How do you like it?" Akane inquired. "I absolutely adore it, Grandma. It's such a delightful surprise. However, this Rotom Phone shouldn't be a product from the Sinnoh region, right?" Wutong countered. "Indeed, it is said to be a new creation from the Galar region. Quite convenient and equipped with real-time map location capabilities," Akane explained. "Is that so?" "That truly is convenient," Wutong nodded in agreement. "By the way, you must be at Grandpa Jiao Du's place, correct?" That fortunate fellow encountered a shimmering her across. "Do not hesitate. Simply take it away," Akiko remarked. "Hey, I'm still here. At the very least, you could say such things behind my back," Kagakudo interjected. "Oh, so it's you, old man, lurking nearby? Don't think I'm unaware of how that rascal Aquan has been clandestinely assisting you in establishing a ranch in the Johto region. At your age, still causing trouble for the young ones." Upon hearing Kagakudo's words, Akiko responded directly. "Ahem, you two carry on with your chat. I shall delve into the research of the formula." Kagakudo promptly shifted the topic, taking the newly provided formula from Wutong and exiting. It seems Kagakudo's motives for setting up a ranch here are shrouded in considerable mystery, Wutong mused as he observed Kagakudo's hasty departure. "By the way, Xiaotong, the Rotom Phone's map is up to date with real-time satellite positioning, so you must heed its guidance carefully," Akiko suddenly remarked. "Grandma, isn't it supposed to be the other way around? Shouldn't it be the Rotom Phone listening to me?" Wutong replied, exasperated. "Alas, it seems I must reveal the truth to you, my dear," Akiko said, contemplating her words with resolute determination. "Grandma, if you're about to say I'm not your biological grandson, I already know. Grandpa has informed me. It's perfectly fine. To me, you are my true grandparents." Seeing the earnestness in Akiko's expression, Wutong replied, "Not that matter. I have already given Aquan a good talking to. What I wish to convey is that you are, in fact, an abysmal navigator." Akiko said seriously to Wutong. "How can that be? Am I truly directionally challenged?" Wutong exclaimed, his face a picture of disbelief. As for any doubts, Wutong had never entertained such thoughts, for Akiko had never deceived him in the decade of nurturing him. Not even in jest. This was indeed remarkable. Akiko treated Wutong as her own grandchild. Thus, upon hearing Akiko's assertion of his navigational ineptitude, Wutong descended into a state of existential questioning. "Oh dear, I wonder what is wrong with you, child? Despite being directionally challenged, you always managed to return home safely as a child, leading you to believe you had a sense of direction. We were quite worried when you ventured out on your own, but thankfully, there was that good child, the ducklet," Akiko lamented. "However, Solely relying on that child will not suffice, as it too requires combat capability. Should it sustain injuries, it won't be able to guide you. Hence, I sought out this Rotom phone. Therefore, you must heed its guidance, understood? Akiko continued. I understand, Grandma. Wutong mechanically nodded, realizing he was not a deity of navigation, but rather a deity of misdirection. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Akiko ended the call. Wutong gazed at the Rotom phone, his expression complex. Was this truly the guardian his grandmother had procured for his journey? Unexpectedly assuming a divine role, Wutong stepped outside to the ranch, for he had a new Pokemon to add to his team. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted the rosy Heracross. It was impossible to overlook a plump pink beetle perched on a tree, indulging in nectar. Heracross, stop eating and come down. Wutong called out to the Heracross in the tree. However, the Heracross ignored Wutong's summons, showing no intention of halting its feast. It seems force is the only option left. Come forth, Dark Raven. Wutong summoned, knowing Dark Raven had a fourfold advantage against Heracross. Caw. Dark Raven emerged with a cry, spotting the beetle on the tree. Viewing the plump creature with keen interest, Dark Raven began circling around Heracross. All right, Dark Raven, bring it to a halt. Tailwind, create a gust. Wutong commanded. Caw. Dark Raven complied, returning to Wutong's side, with winds swirling around its body. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, it unleashed a tempest towards Heracross. However, the fierce gale failed to budge Heracross, who continued to cling to the tree, savoring the nectar. Such determination. Dark Raven, brave bird, charge. Wutong exclaimed upon witnessing Heracross stubbornly persisting in its indulgence. Caw. Dark Raven enveloped itself in blue and white energy, transforming into an avian powerhouse as it lunged at Heracross. Boom. Heracross did not evade the attack, and Dark Raven struck true. The impact sent Heracross flying. Heracross, the flung beetle, now irritated, struggled to rise, glaring at Dark Raven. Can it still move? It seems its fat has granted it considerable resilience, Wutong remarked, observing Heracross. Heracross glared at Dark Raven, its horn glowing as its back carapace unfurled, preparing to take flight and charge at Dark Raven. Dark Raven, brave bird. Wutong commanded, unwilling to relent. Caw. Dark Raven soared into the air, climbing high before swooping down, a whirlwind swirling around it. As its speed intensified, yellow and white energy enveloped Dark Raven. It appeared the previous brave bird had not unleashed its full might due to insufficient drop distance. Facing the obstructive Dark Raven, Heracross showed no inclination to evade, charging directly at it. The clash of brave bird and horn attack was inevitable, resulting in Heracross crashing to the ground. Its eyes transformed into swirling patterns, its legs twitching sporadically. Truly stubborn, Wutong observed, watching the incapacitated Heracross. Nevertheless, its size poses a significant issue. Rotom, do you have any effective weight loss strategies? Wutong inquired of the Rotom phone hovering nearby. Upon receiving the trainer's request, Rotom began its search. The screen of the Rotom phone shifted, displaying a weight loss instructional page before Wutong. Rotom, are you certain that burpees and jump rope exercises will be effective for Heracross? Wutong questioned, scrutinizing the displayed page. If the trainer finds this unsatisfactory, there are alternative plans available, Rotom replied, switching to another page. Never mind, I'll come up with my own ideas, Wutong said, shaking his head in resignation as he viewed the suggested activities, including spinning bikes, yoga, and even abripper exercises. Since this creature enjoys eating, let us tackle it from the dietary angle, Wutong muttered to himself, glancing at the still recovering Heracross. So it was decided. Wutong first captured Heracross in a pokeball, opting for a heavy ball to show respect for its rotund form. Kagakudo had previously informed him that Heracross had not been captured, or rather, that most Pokemon on the ranch remained uncaptured. After securing Heracross, Wutong retrieved his cooking set from his backpack. A new chapter of Heracross's life, filled with both suffering and joy, was about to commence. Chapter 46, Yuhong University. Within the ranch, Kagakudo sat on a wooden bench, cradling a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. Xiao Tong's approach is indeed quite clever, though perhaps a tad ruthless, Kagakudo mused, observing the Heracross racing about the ranch with unbridled enthusiasm. Cackling softly, I have only spent a brief time with this little specter, yet I have always sensed a hint of cunning in its demeanor. The ghostly gooeys floated beside Kakudo, a teacup hovering in the air before it. Is that so? It seems you have encountered quite a bit in your travels, Kakudo remarked, sipping his tea in small, measured sips. Cackling softly, yet that is precisely the allure of travel, Gooeys replied, mirroring Kakudo's actions. But tell me, how is it that you, Gooeys, possess the ability to speak? Furthermore, where does a Guiz drink tea? Surely it cannot just spill? Kakuto queried, setting down his teacup after another sip, his voice rising in frustration towards the ethereal Guiz. Honestly, what is wrong with the youth of today? I have lived for a millennium, and yet you seem oblivious to the values of respecting one's elders. Guiz shook its head and vanished from Kakuto's sight. The Pokemon of Wutong truly possess unique personalities, Kakuto mused, shaking his head before resuming his tea. Remember, I am not merely that little one's Pokemon, Guiz reappeared to clarify. Suddenly startled by Guiz's abrupt appearance, Kakuto spat out the tea he had just sipped, drenching Guiz in the process. Fortunately, Kakuto was free from ailments such as heart disease. Merely expelling the liquid, the startled Kakuto and the drenched Guiz exchanged wide-eyed glances, before Guiz silently vanished once more, leaving Kakuto to pick up his teacup and continue sipping, both treating the incident as if it had never occurred. Go, Heracross. Keep running. Soon you shall feast. Wutong cheered, trailing behind Heracross with a horn in hand, continuously encouraging it. Beside Wutong, Swampert and Psyduck kept pace, while at the rear, Honchkrow trudged along with labored steps, its expression one of discontent. At that moment, a stick was tied to Heracross's horn, with a fishing line extending from it, securing a specially crafted energy cube by Wutong, exuding an enticingly sweet aroma. The delectable scent lured Heracross, whose eyes reddened with desire as it longed to savor the energy cube. However, the positioning of the stick was rather clever. The energy cube danced tantalizingly before Heracross, yet its tiny claws could not grasp it. Frustrated, Heracross continued to run forward. Wutong, observing from behind, couldn't he help but admire Heracross's innocence. Had it merely bumped into a tree, the energy cube would have fallen. Perhaps this was the dedication of a true foodie. Of course, to ensure Heracross remained obedient, Wutong was not idle. He had showcased his culinary skills by preparing a feast of desserts, knowing well that bug-type Pokemon had a penchant for sweet treats. With a table laden with desserts, Wutong successfully captured Heracross's heart. And though the array of sweets was vast, he skillfully controlled their caloric content to be negligible. Initially filled with rage upon its release, Heracross found its anger dissipated in the face of such culinary delights, obediently becoming Wutong's Pokemon. Thus, Heracross could only endure the bittersweet nature of its weight loss training. After spending 3 to 4 days at Kakuto's ranch, Wutong confirmed that his recipe was flawless, as Kakuto's bug-type Pokemon had regained their appetites and even started to show signs of weight gain. Therefore, Wutong decided it was time to set forth once more. In merely a few days, thanks to Wutong's nutritious diet and rigorous weight loss regimen, Heracross had shed considerable weight. The excess flesh that had previously bulged was now significantly reduced. While still slightly plump, it was no longer a concern. Kakuto was delighted for Heracross, even though he bore partial responsibility for its initial weight gain. With the advent of Rotom Phone, the navigational duties previously held by Psyduck could finally be relinquished. Acknowledging his own lack of direction, Wutong obediently followed Rotom Phone's guidance. With some leisure time on the road, Wutong took out his Pokédex to scan Heracross's data. Heracross, the single-horn Pokemon, known for its robust waist strength, leg power, and sharp claws, it can deliver a blow that sends opponents flying. It prides itself on its horn, using it to thrust into an opponent's abdomen before lifting and tossing them away with tremendous strength. Though generally gentle, it will use its horn to fend off anyone who disturbs it while feasting on nectar. The recorded abilities included Tackle, Seed Bomb, Horn Attack, Leer, Endure, Aerial Ace, Reversal, Fury Attack, Pin Missile, and Rock Smash. Observing the skills Heracross had mastered, Wutong briefly entertained the notion that Heracross might be concealing a Mega Stone. After all, half of its skills were capable of multiple strikes. The hallmark of Mega Heracross was its ability to unleash consecutive attacks, maximizing its offensive potential. Yet Wutong realized that such thoughts were mere musings, as the concept of Mega Evolution felt distant to him. Rather than dwell on Mega Evolution, he pondered what Heracross's shiny form might look like. As Wutong followed the guidance of Rotom Phone, he arrived at Yuhong City by afternoon. Since there had been no battles along the way, all of Wutong's Pokemon were in pristine condition. Without further hesitation, he made his way to the Pokemon Gym's location in Yuhong City. The building, surrounded by lush greenery, stood out like a titan flower amid the towering skyscrapers of Yuhong City. Upon entering the gym to challenge the leader, Wutong was informed that the gym leader, Li Jia, was not present. His enthusiasm was dampened considerably upon learning that Li Jia was teaching flower arrangement and perfume classes at Yuhong University that day. After some contemplation, Wutong decided it would be prudent to seek out Li Jia at the university. Chapter 47, Kindred Spirits. Wandering through Yuhong University, Wutong stumbled upon a wall showcasing distinguished alumni, where he spotted a youthful photograph of Professor Okido. Alongside the photo were several of Professor Okido's friends from his youth, including Aquin and Xingzi. Indeed, it seems that genius begets genius. One particular girl caught Wutong's eye. With her piercing gaze and medium-length, sandy blonde hair, she radiated an aura of formidable strength. This must be the young Kikuko. Though she appeared rather stern, she was undeniably beautiful, Wutong mused, cackling softly, yet it seems she is somewhat undernourished. Not quite to my taste. Guiz suddenly appeared beside Wutong, commenting. Wutong looked at Guiz in disbelief. Should Kikuko hear you speak thus, I fear you would be exorcised. For she is the ghost-type champion, and few possess a greater authority over Guiz than she does. Are you not concerned about being captured for research? Wutong inquired, cackling softly. Fear not, little one. I only emerge when few are around, Guiz replied nonchalantly. Very well, if it brings you joy. Upon witnessing the indifference of Guiz, Wutong found himself at a loss. After wandering around for a while, he resumed his quest to locate Li Jia's figure. With dusk approaching, it was only reasonable to assume that Li Jia had just concluded her classes. Teacher Li Jia, your flower arrangement class was truly captivating. I eagerly anticipate next week's perfume lesson. Indeed. Indeed. But why does Teacher Li Jia only come once a week? How delightful it would be to hear her lectures every day. Clad in a delicate canary yellow kimono, Li Jia was encircled by a group of young girls, indicating her popularity at Yuhong University. Wutong observed from a distance, refraining from interrupting, as he sensed that challenging her at this moment could lead to complications. Thus, he resolved to wait until Li Jia was alone, with a warm smile gracing her face. Li Jia engaged with the girls, and after a brief conversation, they bid her farewell and departed. Seeing this, Wutong followed suit, but just as he took a few steps, Li Jia encountered another man, seemingly a university instructor. Wutong glanced at them and decided to approach. He couldn't simply linger in the shadows, as that would be rather inappropriate. Good day, Miss Li Jia. May I have a moment of your time? Wutong stepped forward. Teacher Li Jia, it seems you have a visitor, so I shall take my leave, the male instructor said before making his exit. Oh, Mr. Bingtu, wait a moment, Li Jia exclaimed, but he had already hurried away. Wutong was taken aback by this unexpected facet of Li Jia, who typically embodied the archetype of a demure Yamato Nadeshiko. Was it possible that Li Jia was pursuing the man named Bingtu? Had he inadvertently become a third wheel? I apologize for my lapse in decorum. Is there something you wish to discuss? Li Jia turned to him, her warm smile undeterred by his interruption. I am Wutong from Tokawamachi, and I hope to challenge the Yuhong dojo. The staff informed me that you would be here at Yuhong University today, so I thought I might chance upon you. Wutong explained. I see. Then let us walk together. Li Jia nodded, clearly accustomed to such encounters. Just as Wutong prepared to follow Li Jia back to the dojo, his shadow began to writhe, and suddenly, a drowsy emerged, fixated intently on Li Jia. Li Jia, startled by the appearance of the drowsy, paused momentarily before also locking eyes with the creature. Both human and Pokemon sensed a kindred spirit. Drowsy? What is the matter? Come back quickly. Wutong called out apologetically. I am sorry, Miss Li Jia. My drowsy can be a bit excitable at times. However, neither drowsy nor Li Jia paid any heed to Wutong. After a brief moment of mutual gazing, both parties sprang into action. Li Jia rummaged through her backpack, while drowsy dove into Wutong's shadow, only to emerge shortly thereafter. Now in possession of a book, drowsy fluttered to Li Jia, who retrieved a book from her own bag. With solemn expressions, drowsy and Li Jia examined each other's books before solemnly exchanging them. After perusing the contents, both reached a consensus. Indeed, they were of the same ilk. Wutong could only watch in bemusement, noting the philosophical aura emanating from the books, despite their differing covers. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a momentous secret and cautiously scanned his surroundings, apprehensive of potential repercussions. Meanwhile, after Bingtu's departure, he muttered to himself, honestly, I merely caught a glimpse of Teacher Li Jia engrossed in a peculiar book. Why am I being recommended? I assure you, my relationship with Teacher Wali is purely platonic. I still prefer girls. It seems you two have succumbed to the allure of heretical knowledge. How about sharing some intriguing insights with me? Guys suddenly appeared beside Bingtu. Upon noticing Bingtu, Guys felt a sense of camaraderie and eagerly followed him, intent on sharing its teachings. Who are you, Guys? You can speak? Bingtu exclaimed. Startled by the unexpected voice, he immediately summoned his Charizard, though he was left perplexed by the talking Pokemon. This was a first for him. What do you want? Bingtu asked, his guard up. No need to be so agitated. I merely seek another companion. No, a friend. Guys grinned, producing a book. Upon seeing the cover, Bingta's eyes gleamed with interest. He promptly recalled Charizard and approached Guys. Well then, would you care to explore this topic together? Guys proposed. Absolutely. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed we were kindred spirits, Bingtu replied with a smile. Unbeknownst to Wutong, Guys had successfully gained a new ally. While Drowsy and Li Jia continued their fervent exchange, Wutong felt as though events were spiraling into a peculiar direction. Why, in a Pokemon narrative, were such occurrences unfolding? At that moment, Wutong recalled Li Jia's characteristics. She was often described as perpetually drowsy, frequently seen napping. Could it be that her tendency to doze off stemmed from late-night philosophical studies? After all, she had to maintain her Yamato Nadeshiko facade in public, necessitating secret research at night. Wutong felt he had unearthed a remarkable truth. My apologies. I must have momentarily lost myself in the company of a like-minded friend. Oh, Wutong, you haven't seen anything untoward, have you? Li Jia remarked, her warm demeanor returning as she seemingly remembered Wutong's presence. And no, I believe I may have dozed off. I didn't see anything, Wutong stammered, shaking his head vigorously. Despite Li Jia's gentle smile, he sensed that admitting to having seen anything might result in dire consequences. In that case, allow me to guide you to the dojo for your challenge, Li Jia replied with satisfaction, nodding. Wutong exhaled in relief and followed her. Drowsy floated beside Wutong, letting out a sound that clearly implied Wutong was being rather cowardly for a boy. You're the reason for this. When did you acquire such a book? Wutong grumbled through clenched teeth at his Drowsy. He couldn't help but feel that his Pokemon were a tad too eccentric. Upon returning to the Yuhong dojo with Li Jia, Wutong's long-awaited challenge was finally about to commence. The rules of the Yuhong dojo stipulate a 3v3 match, with the gym leader unable to switch Pokemon. The battle concludes when all of one side's Pokemon can no longer fight. Are we clear? Li Jia stated, positioning herself at one end of the battlefield. Absolutely, Wutong replied readily. Very well, both parties are in agreement. Thus, the match between Wutong from Tokawamachi and Li Jia, the gym leader of Yuhong dojo, shall commence, announced an unseen referee. Go, Venusaur. Li Jia sent forth her first Pokemon. Come forth, Heracross. Wutong resolved to first test the prowess of Heracross. The gym battle at the Yuhong gym commenced. Chapter 48, Wrathful Flames. A dazzling Heracross, indeed. Vine Whip, Victory Bell. Li Jia commanded, displaying but a hint of curiosity before instructing her Pokemon to launch an assault. Manga. Victory Bell quivered, and two tendrils shot forth, ensnaring Heracross. Pin Missile, Heracross. Wutong directed. Hera. Heracross raised its claws, unleashing a barrage of white energy needles that intercepted the vines. What fortuitous luck. The scale of the Pin Missile is quite substantial, Wutong murmured to himself, observing the attack. In the game, Pin Missile strikes randomly up to 25 times. Yet in reality, it would not come in waves. Of course, in reality, the Pin Missile is also random, but the randomness pertains to the scale of the attack. Unlucky outcomes might yield only a few scattered energy needles, while fortunate ones could result in a torrential downpour. It appeared that Heracross had indeed struck good fortune, effectively landing approximately 4 needles. Victory Bell, swing that Vine Whip. Li Jia ordered upon witnessing the energy needles block a substantial portion of her attack. Manga. Victory Bell's tendrils began to thrash wildly, dispelling the energy needles entirely. Heracross, unleash another Pin Missile. Wutong intended to further test whether Heracross's dazzling power consistently yielded a higher number of strikes. Heracross activated Pin Missile once more. A dense swarm of energy needles flying toward Victory Bell, maintaining a significant scale. Wutong felt he could ascertain a degree of certainty, yet this dazzling power seemed somewhat inconsequential, as the trait of a Super Heracross guarantees a fixed maximum number of strikes. Victory Bell, scatter them with Vine Whip, then deploy Sleep Powder. Li Jia commanded. Manga. Victory Bell whirled its tendrils again, releasing a cloud of red powder. Heracross, ascend. Aerial Ace. Wutong shouted as he spotted the approaching red cloud. Heracross's shell opened, its wings vibrating rapidly, enveloped in a radiant white glow. Heracross soared into the air, speeding toward Victory Bell. Without hesitation, Heracross collided with Victory Bell, swiftly returning for a second strike. Victory Bell, hold on, Sleep Powder, Li Jia urged. After enduring the 2 rapid strikes of Aerial Ace, Victory Bell remained resolute, its body quaking as it released a fog of red powder, obscuring its form. Heracross, continue soaring. Pin Missile Barrage. Wutong commanded. Heracross maintained its flight, launching a lateral volley of Pin Missiles. The stability of this Pin Missile scale was remarkable, Wutong noted. Countless energy needles penetrated the sleep powder fog, yet obscured by the powder, Wutong could not discern Victory Bell's condition. At that moment, two sturdy tendrils lunged forth, ensnaring her across. Is Victreebel truly this resilient? Wutong mused in disbelief, astonished that it had yet to lose its combat effectiveness despite sustaining such damage. Victreebel, Mega Drain, Ligia commanded. Manga. Victreebel's tendrils glowed as Heracross felt its vitality being siphoned away. Heracross, Pin Missile, Wutong shouted, noticing only Heracross's head visible amidst the tendrils. Hera, with a fierce cry, Heracross emanated a radiant glow from beneath the constraining tendrils. As the light reached its zenith, the vines surrounding Heracross erupted, unleashing a flurry of energy needles in all directions. Goodness! Marsh Stomp, defend! Wutong hastily summoned his Marsh Stomp to shield him. Numa? The newly summoned Marsh Stomp appeared perplexed, but upon seeing the incoming pin missiles, it quickly crossed its claws. Enveloped in a semi-transparent, luminous green energy shield. What is happening? How could so many pin missiles be unleashed at once? Wutong peered from behind Marsh Stomp, observing the wearied Heracross and the spiked Victreebel. Return, Victreebel. We leave the rest to you, Gloom. Ligia calmly recalled Victreebel before calling forth another Pokemon. Out came Hannah, a drooling creature reminiscent of Brock. Heracross, Aerial Ace. Wutong decided to strike first upon seeing Gloom. Hera. Heracross glimmered with white light and charged toward Gloom. Gloom, Sweet Scent. Ligia commanded. Hannah's Gloom shook its flower, releasing a waft of pink fragrance. Oh no! Wutong sensed trouble as he heard Ligia's command. Indeed, upon encountering the aroma, Heracross was irresistibly drawn to the sweet scent, halting its Aerial Ace. Heracross's eyes transformed into hearts, swaying as it drifted toward Gloom. This is disastrous. That move is utterly effective against Heracross, the glutton. Wutong lamented, covering his face in dismay. It wasn't he that he wished to resist. The issue was that Heracross had only just joined his team, rendering it impossible for any mystical bond to manifest in a moment of awakening. Moreover, Wutong had yet to tailor any training for Heracross, leaving him to watch helplessly as Heracross approached Gloom unguarded. Gloom, Sleep Powder and Poison Powder. Ligia, clearly accustomed to such situations, refrained from ordering an attack and instead instructed Gloom to release its powders. Hannah's Gloom swayed its flower again, launching an orange-yellow and purple powder that mingled with the sweet scent. Heracross inhaled deeply, indulging in Gloom's sweet aroma, inadvertently consuming the sleep powder and poison powder as well. Wutong watched in dismay as Heracross's hue shifted from pink to purple, its legs trembling before collapsing to the ground. Alas, return, Heracross. Wutong reluctantly recalled his Pokemon. For Gloom was certainly a bane to Heracross at this moment. Go forth, Psyduck. Without hesitation, Wutong summoned his Psyduck. You? Are you perhaps a scion of a grand family? Ligia inquired upon witnessing Wutong summon yet another dazzling Pokemon. Cough, mere luck, mere luck. My situation is rather unique, Wutong replied. Is that so? Everyone harbors their own secrets. Let us resume our battle, Ligia asserted, her gaze firmly fixed on Wutong. Indeed, everyone has their secrets, Wutong hastily concurred, aware that Ligia's words carried deeper implications. Psyduck. Use Flamethrower. Wutong initiated the assault. Bubi. Psyduck unleashed a jet of fire toward Gloom. Gloom Acid. Ligia commanded. Hannah's Gloom expelled a viscous purple liquid to counter the Flamethrower. The two attacks collided, with the acid igniting and releasing a foul odor. So, she possesses strategies against fire-type Pokemon, does she? Yet, it is still insufficient, Wutong declared. Psyduck. Flamethrower. He reiterated. Bubi. The Duckbill baby once again unleashed a fiery plume directed towards the Stinky Flower. Futile, Stinky Flower, dissolve it. Licca resolved to continue employing the dissolving liquid to counter the fiery assault. However, as the dissolving liquid approached, the fiery blast veered sharply, deftly avoiding the liquid. What? Stinky Flower. Quickly evade. Licca shouted urgently. Contrary to its appearance, the Hannah Stinky Flower exhibited surprising agility, skillfully dodging the fiery onslaught. Alas, Duckbill baby's power was still insufficient. Unable to fully control the flames, which could only curve once, Duckbill baby launched the flame wheel. Wutong commanded, intending to close in. Bubby. Duckbill baby rolled forward, flames igniting instantly upon its body. The Duckbill baby transformed into a fiery wheel, hurtling towards the Stinky Flower. Stinky Flower, Parasite Seed, Photosynthesis. Licca decided to pursue the struggle to the end. The Stinky Flower scattered several seeds around itself and began absorbing sunlight. The Yuhong gym was evidently designed with this in mind, as the overhead canopy resembling floral petals was composed of translucent glass, allowing sunlight to pour in unhindered, which the Stinky Flower absorbed. Fortunately, as it was now evening, the sunlight was quite weak, diminishing the stinky flower's photosynthesis effectiveness. As the duckbill baby, ablaze, charged towards the stinky flower, the surrounding parasite seeds erupted, obstructing its advance. Duckbill baby, exhale smoke. Observing the duckbill baby's progress halted, Wutong swiftly altered tactics. Bubby. Duckbill baby expelled a torrent of scorching smoke directed at the stinky flower. Stinky flower. Poison powder, paralysis powder, hypnosis powder. Licka commanded the stinky flower to release all 3 powders without evasion. The Hana stinky flower braved the smoke, unleashing orange, purple, and green powders. The tricolored powders enveloped the duckbill baby entirely. Duckbill baby. Flame wheel. Wutong urgently called out. The duckbill baby ignited with flames, warding off the encroaching powders. Yet, the stinky flower could withstand no longer, collapsing to the ground like a burnt incense stick. Return, stinky flower, go forth, Venusaur. Licka summoned her final Pokemon. Not the anticipated Oddish, but the evolved form, Venusaur. It felt as though she was being targeted, Wutong muttered to himself. After all, in the anime, Licka had not fought Ash with such ruthlessness. Although Licka's moves were unfamiliar, they were undeniably repulsive, showcasing the true potential of grass-type Pokemon's pulling tactics. Wutong found himself wishing for his dream demon to step in and engage Licka tactically. Licka exchanged Pokemon, and the duckbill baby returned to Wutong's side. Despite the Flame Wheel's protective barrier, some of the 3 powders still clung to the duckbill baby. At this moment, the duckbill baby felt somewhat fatigued, tingling all over. Coupled with dizziness and nausea, symptoms reminiscent of poisoning. Duckbill baby, how are you holding up? Can you still fight? Wutong inquired. After all, it was merely a gym battle. Not worth forcing the duckbill baby to fight. Bubby. The duckbill baby responded affirmatively, indicating it was still capable. Duckbill baby, we initiate the attack. Flame wheel, charge in. Wutong commanded. He believed that the abilities of the stinky flower would not be replicated by Venusaur. Thus, the optimal strategy was to close the distance and engage in close combat. After all, the duckbill baby's attack and special attack values were nearly equal, making it a perfect dual-output fighter. Venusaur, evade, sweet scent. Licka was determined to avoid a direct confrontation with Wutong, continuing to have Venusaur distract him. Upon hearing the command, Venusaur spun gracefully, evading the incoming flame wheel. Then its flower atop released a waft of sweet, pink fragrance. The duckbill baby, not one to be easily lured by such a sweet aroma, found its movements becoming sluggish after inhaling the scent. Coupled with the effects of hypnosis powder, poison powder, and paralysis powder, the duckbill baby felt its actions growing increasingly arduous. Duckbill baby, exhale flames. Although the duckbill baby's flame wheel was dodged, it successfully closed the distance. And Wutong doubted Venusaur could evade a flame that could curve at such proximity. Bubby. The duckbill baby, mustering its spirit, unleashed a column of fire. Venusaur, petal dance. Licka recognized the futility of evasion at this range and commanded Venusaur to counterattack directly. Venusaur twirled its body, scattering countless petals that formed a swirling vortex, shielding it from the fiery blast. TCH, thought you wouldn't use attacking moves? Duckbill baby, exhale smoke, incinerate it. Observing Venusaur's relentless release of petals, Wutong issued his command. Bubby. The duckbill baby released a torrent of scorching smoke. The smoke collided with the petals, and fiery petals began to rain from the sky. Wutong furrowed his brow at the falling burning petals, sensing something was amiss with their coloration. No, duckbill baby, avoid those petals. Wutong suddenly shouted. Bubby. The duckbill baby responded in confusion, yet it was too late. Upon contact with several petals, a jolt of electricity coursed through the duckbill baby, causing it to collapse to the ground, stiffened. Did you notice? Your powers of observation are commendable, Licka remarked. Venusaur's petal dance was no ordinary move. It was a fusion with paralysis powder, hence the orange-yellow powder on the petals. This was also why Wutong found the petals' color unusual. Cursed be the tactics of the battle. Duckbill baby, Wutong lamented, feeling the weight of experiencing what others felt when battling against his dream demon. Just as he intended to recall the duckbill baby, he noticed a change in its condition. Bubby. The duckbill baby, its inner flames igniting, had never encountered such a frustrating battle. Though it was a thoughtful creature, an angry thoughtful creature was far more fearsome. The surge of emotions triggered the fire-type energy that had previously been drawn to the duckbill baby, now restless. As the duckbill baby's fury peaked, a roaring inferno enveloped it, truly a manifestation of wrath. Following the blaze, a dazzling white light erupted. As the white light dissipated, a Pokemon emerged at the center of the arena, adorned with flames atop its head like hair, a fiery symbol on its abdomen, and its entire body seemingly ablaze. With protrusions on its hands and iron-like adornments on its neck and ankles, along with 2 tumors atop its head and a beak resembling that of a duck. A delicate pink Pokemon stood proudly. The restless flames, fueled by the Duckbull baby's anger, granted it the strength to evolve into the Duckbull Fire Beast. Gazing at the Duckbull Fire Beast, ablaze with flames, Wutong's expression was complex. Yet another pink-hued Pokemon had joined his team. Chapter 49, The Fiery Duckbull Fire Beast. The Duckbull Fire Beast, evolved through the flames of fury, did not charge recklessly at Venusaur, but instead assumed a stance, casting a glance back at Wutong, awaiting his command. Upon seeing the Duckbull Fire Beast's form, Wutong's heart swelled with pride. It seemed the Duckbull Fire Beast had indeed evolved in a moment of emotional eruption. However, there was no instance of disobedience. Indeed, even after evolution, the Psyduck remained an obedient creature. Psyduck, Flame Wheel. Wutong commanded directly. With a resounding cry, Psyduck erupted in flames, transforming into a blazing fireball that surged towards the Venusaur. Venusaur, wake up, dodge. Ligia urgently called out, realizing the imminent threat posed by the rampaging Psyduck. She had not anticipated such a sudden evolution, and at that moment, Venusaur was ensnared in a state of confusion due to the aftereffects of Petal Dance. Initially, Ligia had hoped that combining Stun Spore with Petal Dance would incapacitate the opponent long enough for Venusaur to regain its composure. Yet, with Psyduck's unexpected evolution, that confusion seemed to vanish as well. Despite Ligia's desperate cries, they bore no fruit. Venusaur remained dazed, its form swaying unsteadily. Psyduck crashed into Venusaur with a powerful impact, sending it flying. The attack from Flame Wheel jolted Venusaur back to awareness, allowing it to barely stabilize itself. After all, it had not sustained any significant damage until now, and Venusaur still possessed the capacity to fight. Venusaur, unleash another Petal Dance. Ligia suddenly resolved to confront the situation head-on. Psyduck, Smokescreen. Noticing Ligia's renewed use of Petal Dance, Wutong, drawing from his prior experience, decided to prevent Psyduck from approaching. The Psyduck exhaled a torrent of searing flames, the intense heat distorting the air around it. The flames incinerated the petals as they approached, scorching Venusaur's body. Just as Wutong believed his victory was assured, Psyduck's fiery onslaught abruptly ceased. To his shock, Psyduck convulsed and collapsed onto the ground. Psyduck, Wutong cried out in concern. Indeed, evolution did not restore it to full health. The lingering effects of Poison Powder, Stun Spore, and Hypnosis still afflicted Psyduck. After channeling its fury for one final attack, Psyduck could no longer endure and fell to the ground. Although Venusaur was in a dire state as well, it still retained some ability to act. Ligia refrained from issuing further commands, as Venusaur's Petal Dance had yet to conclude. Is this the limit? Wutong muttered to himself, preparing to summon his next Pokemon. Psyduck, however, in a display of sheer determination, Psyduck lifted its head, unleashing a column of fire that arced in a semicircle, bypassing Petal Dance and striking Venusaur directly. This fiery assault proved to be the final straw for Venusaur, which collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Upon witnessing his triumph over Venusaur, Psyduck succumbed to unconsciousness, having simultaneously exhausted its strength. With both Venusaur and Psyduck rendered unable to battle, Ligia was left with no other Pokemon, declaring Wutong, the challenger from Tokiwa City, as the victor. The referee raised his right hand and proclaimed, "Congratulations, Wutong, you have earned the colorful badge representing the Yuhong Gym." Ligia approached Wutong, presenting him with a badge resembling a flower with 8 differently colored petals. "Thank you," Wutong replied politely as he accepted the badge. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Eager to depart, Wutong felt a twinge of apprehension that Ligia might silence him for uncovering her secret. Just as he turned to leave, Wutong suddenly felt an unusual warmth at his waist. He instinctively withdrew his hand, realizing he had been burned by a Pokeball. Although he was bewildered, he promptly unfastened the belt holding the Pokeballs and discovered that the healing ball containing Psyduck felt unusually hot. Tentatively, he touched it, only to confirm it was indeed scorching. "What's wrong, Wutong?" Ligia inquired, observing his peculiar behavior. "I'm not sure, but my Pokeball has suddenly become very hot." Wutong replied, equally perplexed. "Hot to the touch?" Ligia echoed, her confusion mirroring his. What could be the cause? Marsh Stomp, use Water Gun to cool it down. The Marsh Stomp that had previously aided Wutong against the attack had not been returned to its Pokeball. The Marsh Stomp unleashed a stream of water onto the healing ball, generating clouds of steam. With the continuous cooling efforts of Marsh Stomp, Wutong was finally able to handle the healing ball normally. "Psyduck, come out." He hastily released Psyduck from within. Given the issue with the Pokeball, it was highly probable that the Pokemon inside was the source of the problem. Upon being freed, Psyduck remained unconscious, its fiery aura still burning fiercely. It feels as though Psyduck's tendency to spontaneously combust has intensified, Wutong remarked, observing the flames enveloping Psyduck. Although I'm unsure what has transpired, I believe it would be prudent to extinguish the flames first, Ligia suggested. All right, Marsh Stomp, be cautious, Psyduck is injured, Wutong advised. Marsh Stomp nodded and emitted a delicate stream of water, gradually dousing the flames upon Psyduck. Meanwhile, Wutong seized the opportunity to channel his healing power to restore Psyduck's vitality. Bubba? Psyduck began to regain consciousness. Upon noticing Marsh Stomp nurturing it with water and Wutong healing it, Psyduck sat up abruptly. You're awake, Psyduck. Stay still. You're still ablaze, Wutong cautioned. Bubba? Psyduck, in a state of panic, glanced at the flames raging on its body. After all, it had previously faced disdain from other Pokemon and trainers due to its tendency to ignite spontaneously. Having finally learned to manage its condition with Wutong's assistance, the sudden resurgence of flames was deeply concerning. Psyduck feared Wutong might abandon it. Calm down, Psyduck. I will not forsake you. Do you remember what I promised you? Wutong soothed Psyduck. Although he was treating Psyduck, he dared not fully utilize his healing power, fearing the side effects would plunge him into slumber. As Wutong was still mastering this ability, he worried that if he fell asleep, Psyduck might become even more distressed, leading to further complications. Hearing Wutong's reassuring words, Psyduck gradually calmed. Indeed, its current trainer was unlike any it had known before. Despite the destruction it had caused in the past, Wutong consistently comforted it, even assisting with fire control and sharing delightful meals together. How could such a trainer ever abandon it? As Psyduck settled down, the flames surrounding it diminished somewhat. Nevertheless, a layer of fire continued to burn steadily on its body. Even if Marsh Stomp extinguished it, the flames would reignite. Marsh Stomp. The Marsh Stomp, too, was eager to engage, extinguishing the flames each time they flared. However, feeling that water gun was insufficient, it switched to using water pulse. Fortunately, this creature had yet to master hydro pump. Otherwise, Psyduck might not have emerged from the Yuhong gym unscathed. Stop. I instructed you to douse the flames, not to extinguish Psyduck's consciousness. At this rate, you'll cause it to lose awareness. Wutong continued to treat Psyduck, oblivious to Marsh Stomp's actions. After a period of treatment, upon observing the persistently feeble appearance of the duck-billed fire beast, Wutong finally noticed the busy Swampert extinguishing fires. He promptly tapped the top of Swampert's head and said, "Hey." It was only then that Swampert reacted, apologizing to the duck-billed fire beast. The duck-billed fire beast returned the gesture with a sound of acknowledgement. You too. That simpleton should stop sitting there and take a hit. Just tell it to cease. Wutong said exasperatedly to the duck-billed fire beast. This fellow often overthinks matters. Did it truly believe that such trivialities would lead to its abandonment? While tending to its wounds, he was simultaneously commanding another Pokemon to restrain it. What sort of cruel punishment was that? Anyone unaware of the circumstances might mistakenly think he was abusing the Pokemon. The duck-billed fire beast scratched its head and let out a silly noise. You have a wonderful bond with your Pokemon. However, this unfamiliar one gives off an air of profound simplicity, Ligia remarked thoughtfully, observing Wutong's interactions with his Pokemon. Swampert, hands on hips, didn't quite comprehend Ligia's words, but it surmised that she was complimenting it. Ligia, no need for such formality. Swampert is just a lovable fool. No need to spare its pride, Wutong said, unable to resist giving Swampert another gentle tap on the head. Hey, Swampert queried, puzzled as it rubbed its head. Although Wutong's taps were not painful, they still felt rather unpleasant. Do you have a solution for your duck-billed fire beast? Although it is amusing, I doubt it can be returned to the Pokeball in this state, Ligia remarked, turning her gaze towards the duck-billed fire beast. Alas, I am at a loss. It seems I must contact Professor Oak. However, I cannot return the duck-billed fire beast to its Pokeball, and in its current condition. It cannot utilize any form of transportation, Wutong said, contemplating the predicament involving the duck-billed fire beast. I know a mentor of mine who has been conducting research on fire-type Pokemon and their flames. Perhaps he might have a solution, Ligia suggested thoughtfully. Really? Please, Ligia. Take me to meet your mentor, Wutong exclaimed eagerly. After all, even if they set off immediately for Pallet Town, it would take at least a month. Given the duck-billed fire beast's current state, it was impossible to travel by any means other than on foot. Certainly, follow me, Ligia replied, leading the way. Meanwhile, Gengar was engaging in a cordial and friendly exchange with Hayudo. Hee, I knew my instincts were correct. Your collection is quite impressive, Gengar commented, eyeing the array of books before him. It's merely a personal hobby. Your taste is commendable as well, Hayudo replied. Just as the two were preparing for a delightful appreciation session, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Who could it be at this hour? Jengar. Please help me tidy this up, Hyudo instructed. Leave it to me, Jengar said as it whisked away the books, making them vanish in an instant. Hyudo opened the door to find the troublesome Li Jia standing there, accompanied by Wutong and a pink duck-billed fire beast engulfed in flames. Ah, Li Jia, what brings you here at this hour? Hyudo inquired politely. Apologies for the late intrusion, Hyudo-senpai, but I was hoping to find Wally-senpai with you, Li Jia said regretfully. Goodbye? Hyudo replied without hesitation, attempting to close the door. Wait, Mr. Hyudo, I actually came to seek your help regarding my duck-billed fire beast, which has encountered some issues. Wutong interjected swiftly, blocking the door. With that, Wutong cast a resentful glance at Li Jia, pondering how this young lady seemed to have let her guard down. My apologies. It is actually Wutong's duck-billed fire beast that has been continuously ablaze and cannot extinguish the flames, which is why we sought your assistance, Hyudo-senpai, Li Jia clarified, recalling their purpose for coming. Ah, I see. Please, come in, Hyudo said, glancing at the still-burning duck-billed fire beast. Upon entering, Wutong immediately spotted Jengar. Old ghost, what are you doing here? Are you up to your tricks again? Wutong asked directly. Humph, you little rascal, what do you take me for? I merely share a common interest with Hyudo, Jengar retorted. Hearing Jengar's words, Wutong shot Hyudo an odd look. Ahem, let me examine the duck-billed fire beast, Hyudo said, ready to investigate. Though he noticed that Wutong's duck-billed fire beast was shiny, Hyudo refrained from prying into other secrets. Hyudo retrieved some instruments and began his examination. So, how is it, Hyudo-senpai? Is the duck-billed fire beast all right? Wutong inquired anxiously. It's nothing serious. The duck-billed fire beast merely absorbed an excessive amount of fire-type energy, causing its flames to run amok. It will continue to burn until it expels this excess energy, Hyudo explained, offering a solution. However, the situation with the duck-billed fire beast is somewhat peculiar, Wutong said, his expression troubled. An ordinary duck-billed fire beast would likely be fine, but has had a special affinity for flames. Fire-type energy would naturally gravitate toward it. Would it not mean that the duck-billed fire beast might burn indefinitely? Wutong gritted his teeth and finally disclosed the creature's unique ability, though he refrained from mentioning its shiny aspect, uncertain if Professor Oak's research was public knowledge. I see. That complicates things. We will need something to continuously absorb fire-type energy. In fact, I know of a device called a lava amplifier, Hyudo stated. The lava amplifier can purify and refine fire-type energy, and it may also allow the duck-billed fire beast to evolve into a duck-billed flame beast. According to my research, it likely underwent a transformation in a special magnetic field, instantaneously refining the fire-type energy within its body, resulting in its evolution, Hyudo elaborated. However, such devices are not available in the Kanto region, he added, lowering his head in thought for alternative solutions. Really, Hyudo-senpai, can the lava amplifier truly resolve the duck-billed fire beast's issue? Wutong asked with curiosity. Indeed, this is a lava amplifier? Hyudo exclaimed as he noticed Wutong suddenly produce a red rectangular device. Duck-billed fire beast. Where this, Wutong instructed, handing the lava amplifier to the duck-billed fire beast. Bubba? The duck-billed fire beast accepted the lava amplifier, sensing its significance. Wutong too watched the duck-billed fire beast with curiosity. After all, it was his first time witnessing a Pokemon carry an item. The duck-billed fire beast turned the lava amplifier over in its hands, and with a sudden exertion of force, it shattered the device. Inside was a gem radiating heat, resembling magma, which the duck-billed fire beast promptly swallowed. It then affixed the outer shell of the lava amplifier onto its arms like steel. Wutong gazed in astonishment, having never witnessed a Pokemon carry an item firsthand. Bubba! The duck-billed fire beast exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, the flames enveloping the duck-billed fire beast gradually extinguished after it had equipped the lava amplifier. The lava amplifier on its arms shimmered with a deep crimson glow. With this, there were no further issues, and the continuous purification of fire-type energy facilitated by the duck-billed fire beast would undoubtedly enhance its strength post-evolution. Bingtian nodded in agreement. After all, the temporary use of the lava amplifier, combined with the influence of a unique magnetic field, would inevitably leave behind some impurities, even if the energy was instantaneously refined. However, your duck-billed fire beast would not encounter such problems, provided it does not evolve too rapidly, Bingtian continued. Thank you so much, Mr. Bingtian. I won't disturb you any longer at this late hour. I will return tomorrow to express my gratitude, Wutong said with appreciation. Not at all. I am equally delighted to witness such intriguing developments. Bingtian waved his hand, indicating that Wutong should not feel concerned. After expressing her gratitude once more, Wutong took her leave. Meanwhile, Li Jia stayed behind to engage in conversation with Bingtian, eager to ascertain who truly held the upper hand between him and Wally. Gui's, seizing the opportunity, accompanied Wutong as she departed, yet did not take any books that did not belong to it. Subsequently, Bingtian mourned for a considerable time over the loss of much of his cherished collection. Chapter 50, The Missing Child. Wutong lingered in Yuhong City for an additional 2 days, anxious about the potential problems that might arise with the duckbill fire beast. During these days, she diligently brought it to Bingtian's laboratory for examinations, much to Bingtian's delight, as he had a most suitable subject for his research. However, for reasons unknown, Gui's consistently found excuses to avoid coming along. And after each examination of the duckbill fire beast, Bingtian appeared to be on the verge of saying something, yet refrained. On the 3rd day, the condition of the duckbill fire beast stabilized completely, and it no longer exhibited any signs of flames igniting upon its body. Mr. Bingtian, I cannot thank you enough. Wutong expressed her gratitude. Not at all. I owe you my thanks for providing me with an opportunity for research. By the way, what are that talking Guis? Bingtian inquired tentatively. It claims it caught a chill from not covering itself while sleeping last night, and is currently recuperating, Wutong replied, her expression somewhat complicated. After all, it was rather dismissive for a ghost-type Pokemon to claim it had caught a cold and was unable to attend. Has it caught a cold? Then let it rest well. Bingtian responded, his eye twitching at Wutong's words, before he replied with a hint of resignation. Mr. Bingtian, do you have something to discuss with it? I could pass on a message, Wutong offered, feeling slightly embarrassed. And no, it's nothing. Bingtian quickly waved his hand to dismiss Wutong's suggestion. Such matters were not to be shared. Well then, if that's the case, Mr. Bingtian, I shall take my leave, Wutong stated before departing. Bingtian could only watch her leave with tearful eyes. After exiting Bingtian's laboratory, Wutong resolved to bid farewell to Li Jia at the Yuhong gym, as it was Li Jia who had introduced her to Bingtian, enabling the duckbill fire beast to return to normal. Upon arriving at the Yuhong gym, Wutong was met with the sounds of battle. She swiftly made her way to the battleground, discovering Li Jia engaged in combat with an acquaintance. Stinky Flower, it's your turn now, Li Jia commanded as she sent out the Pokemon. The moment Stinky Flower emerged, its flower bud writhed and released a noxious, brownish-yellow gas towards the little fire dragon. Kana. The little fire dragon was engulfed by the gas, desperately covering its nose while writhing in an attempt to escape the foul stench. However, before it could break free, it collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Wutong could not help but observe a moment of silence for the unfortunate little fire dragon, feeling immense pity for it. Oh ha! It seems your Pokemon training leaves much to be desired, Li Jia mocked with a haughty laugh. Your image is crumbling. Aren't you concerned about your dignified demeanor? Wutong remarked, noticing Li Jia's somewhat carefree attitude. Wutong, you've arrived. I apologize. I must properly attend to this little one, Li Jia said, offering a warm smile. Xiao Ka? After recalling the little fire dragon, Xiao Ji exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Wutong. Ah, long time no see. Don't mind me. Continue your battle. Wutong waved her hand in greeting. Damn it, that foul odor incapacitated my little fire dragon. How could we possibly win now? Xiao Ji's expression grew serious as he recalled that he was still in the midst of a gym challenge. Pika. At that moment, Pikachu bravely stepped forward, expressing its willingness to battle. What? Pikachu, you want to fight? Xiao Ji asked incredulously. As Wutong observed the emotional exchange between Xiao Ji and Pikachu, she felt as though she had forgotten something important. Damn it, I seem to have overlooked something regarding Ji. Wutong exclaimed, snapping her fingers in regret. Wutong, what are you talking about? Xiaoxia inquired, approaching her with a puzzled expression. As for Xiao Jiang, he remained enraptured in the sea of admiration for older girls, lingering among Li Jia's cheering squad. Nothing, come forth, Swampert, Murkrow, duckbill fire beast. Wutong responded, summoning her Pokemon. How unbearable, what an overly dramatic scene. Just as Xiao Ji was lost in sentiment, embracing Pikachu, a voice rang out. Now's the time. Swampert, rock slide. Duckbill fire beast, flamethrower. Murkrow, create a gust. Wutong shouted, pointing upward. Numa, Bubba, Ga. The flamethrower was caught in a gust, swirling around the massive boulder, which then hurtled towards Team Rocket, who were perched atop the chandelier. It seemed an unintentional combination move had been executed. Let us name it Meteor Fire. Wutong declared with satisfaction. Our entrance line hasn't even been recited yet. Why are we under attack all of a sudden? What a bothersome feeling. Team Rocket was sent flying without even having the chance to begin their introduction. The suddenness of the attack rendered their explosives inactive. The world fell silent. Wutong nodded in satisfaction, only to notice that everyone nearby was staring at her. What are you looking at? Continue battling. I'm just here to enjoy the show, Wutong said, retrieving 2 slices of watermelon from her backpack. She took a bite from one and offered a piece to Xiaoxia. What on earth do you have in that backpack of yours? Xiaoxia asked, unable to contain her curiosity as she gazed at the watermelon in her hand. Whatever, Pikachu, let's go. Xiaoxi, displaying his usual innocence, disregarded the defeated Team Rocket and focused on continuing his battle with Li Jia. Humph, it won't be so easy. Stinky Flower, go? Li Jia commanded with a wave of her hand. Stinky Flower lowered its head once more, releasing a wave of noxious gas toward Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu remained unfazed by the approaching foul odor, and 2 small paws produced paper rolls from seemingly nowhere, inserting them into its nostrils. Exactly, Pikachu, as long as you can't smell it, you won't fear the stench. Xiaoxi cheered. Where on earth did Pikachu pull those paper rolls from? Wutong's focus appeared to be somewhat misplaced. Wutong, you can be quite peculiar at times, Xiaoxia remarked as she munched on her watermelon. Hey, have you heard the saying a mouthful of food shortens the tongue? You're eating my watermelon and calling me strange. Wutong replied with exasperation. After resolving the issue with the stench, Pikachu delivered an outstanding performance, swiftly defeating Li Jia's 3 Pokemon in succession. Truly, Pikachu lived up to its reputation, now exhibiting a glimpse of its burgeoning prowess. However, as Wutong observed the battle between Li Jia and Xiaoxi, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The difficulty level was incomparably different from his own gym challenge. If Li Jia were to battle him in her current state, any one of his Pokemon could easily defeat 3 of hers. A sudden realization struck Wutong, making him feel as though he was being targeted. It seems I underestimated you. Here is the rainbow badge you earned. Your Pikachu has been nurtured remarkably well, Li Jia said as she approached Xiaoxi. I've received the rainbow badge. Xiaoxi exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the badge. Pika. Pikachu scampered over to Xiaoxi, joining in the celebration. Pikachu, you smell quite unpleasant, Xiaoxi remarked, his expression twisting in disgust as he picked up Pikachu. Pika? Pikachu, looking perplexed, removed the paper covering its nose, adopting a similarly distorted expression. What a pair of characters. Wutong commented, watching the antics of Xiaoxi and Pikachu. After bidding farewell to Li Jia, Wutong departed the Yuhong gym alongside Xiaoxi and his companions. During their journey, both parties shared recent experiences. Your Psyduck has evolved? But Xiaokong, don't you still have fewer than 6 Pokemon? I, on the other hand, possess an abundance. Xiaoxi boasted. Pleased to hear about Wutong's progress. Is that so? Yet, you seem to have made little advancement. Pikachu, on the other hand, is growing increasingly adorable, Wutong cleverly retorted. Pikachu responded with a cheerful Pika. How infuriating, Xiaokong. Come, engage me in a Pokemon battle, Xiaoxi declared, his competitive spirit ignited by Wutong's words. No problem. But not right now. Your Pokemon needs to recover. Since I have nothing pressing, let us travel together for a while, Wutong replied, not refusing, as he found amusement in teasing the protagonist. Brooks. Level 1 alert activated, Misty said sternly to Brock upon hearing Wutong and Xiaoxi's conversation. Understood, this time. I shall ensure these 2 don't lead us astray. Brock narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. Wait a moment, how is Brock narrowing his eyes? Hey. I heard everything you 2 said. Don't worry, I'm fully aware of my poor sense of direction, Wutong said helplessly. Brock, hurry find Nurse Joy. Misty urged him urgently. How terrifying. What's Nurse Joy's phone number in Yuhong City? Brock immediately started searching for a public phone. Wutong's eyelids twitched as he observed the 2. Wait, Brock, how do you even have Nurse Joy's number? No, how many Nurse Joys do you have numbers for? Hey, can you 2 behave normally? Although I may be directionally challenged, I do possess a Rotom phone, Wutong proclaimed, pulling out his Rotom phone. Rotom? Does Wutong require navigation? If there's nothing urgent, please refrain from using the Rotom phone casually. It's not healthy for children to play with phones. Rotom floated up and replied. What is this? Both Misty and Brock queried with curiosity. Could it be a Pokemon? Xiaoxi quickly retrieved his Pokédex, but it failed to scan the Rotom phone's information. Observing their expressions, Wutong took the time to explain what the Rotom phone was. Xiaoxi listened with envy, while Misty and Brock visibly relaxed. With the Rotom phone, they had no fear of getting lost. Thus, Wutong and Xiaoxi's party embarked on their journey. Guided by the Rotom phone, they swiftly arrived at the next city. Where are we? There are skyscrapers everywhere, Xiaoxi exclaimed, gazing at the towering buildings around them. Indeed. It feels like a concrete jungle, Misty agreed. We are currently near the Yu district of Yuhong City, the Rotom phone answered directly. Yu district? Both Xiaoxi and Misty struck a peculiar pose upon hearing the name of their location. Xiaosher. Before Wutong could interject, an anxious voice called out, Xiaoshi, where have you run off to? You've made your mother worry sick. An ant rushed over and embraced Xiaoji. Nice to meet you. I'm Xiaoji, he said, startled by the unexpected hug. Ant, you must have mistaken me. We just arrived here today, Wutong interjected. I'm so sorry. You look just like Xiaoshi. The ant realized her mistake and quickly apologized. What on earth is happening? Misty inquired with concern. The ant sighed and led them to an indoor plaza, where many children's photographs were plastered on the walls. Actually, my child has gone missing, the ant began sorrowfully. Could it be that they wished to become Pokemon trainers and set off on a journey? Xiaoji suggested. Perhaps your child has already returned home? Misty added reassuringly. Ant, it seems that not just your child is missing, right? Wutong asked. Yes, actually, many children have gone missing recently, the ant said, glancing at the missing person notices on the wall. It appears this city is quite perilous, Xiaoji remarked, studying the notices. I suppose I should be extra cautious. Considering how adorable I am, Misty said confidently. Ha ha ha, just a little yellow-haired girl. A voice suddenly chimed in beside Misty. What did you say? A ghost? Misty exclaimed angrily, turning to see Ghastly's large face, causing her to scream. Ghastly, stop scaring people. Wutong admonished Ghastly, though he felt there was little he could do, as Ghastly was not his Pokemon. Xiaokong, is this your Pokemon? Xiaoji asked with curiosity. Misty hid behind Xiaoji, peeking out fearfully at Ghastly. This Ghastly can talk. But why does it feel so familiar? Brock pondered, looking at Ghastly. No, Ghastly is not my Pokemon. If I had to say, it's more of a travel companion. Wutong explained, glancing at Ghastly floating beside him. Ha ha ha, little kid, I sense hypnotic waves. Ghastly floated closer to Wutong and said, Hypnosis? Old ghost, can you locate the source of the hypnotic waves? Wutong inquired. Of course, but you know, Ghastly replied, revealing a number 1 beside him. You old ghost, I understand now. Lead us to the source of the waves, Wutong said with resignation. What are you two talking about? Xiaoji questioned, noticing Wutong and Ghastly's private conversation. I believe I can find the missing children. Ant, don't worry, I will help you locate your child, Wutong declared, standing up to address the ant. Really? Please. You must bring Xiaoshi back. The ant grasped Wutong's hand excitedly upon hearing his words. All right, we'll help too. Xiaoji chimed in, also standing up. During the Ghost Festival, I'll take a day off. Today is the Ghost Festival, and I'm busy with ancestral worship at home, so I want to have time to write. This time, the protagonist is not Wutong, but Shinji, and the story unfolds as he just arrives in the Kanto region. At the port of Kiryu City, a boy with purple hair and a gloomy demeanor stepped off the ship. So this is the Kanto region? Shinji mused, filled with a hint of anticipation. This is the region where his elder brother, Reiji, embarked on his inaugural journey, a place that captivates the hearts of aspiring Pokemon trainers. Though devoid of Mega Evolution, Z-moves, and Dynamaxing, one must now also note the absence of terrestrialization, accompanied by the initial Pokemon, Turtwig, bestowed upon him by Professor Yamashita. Shinji traverses the verdant expanse of the Judo Forest. Despite receiving his starter Pokemon from the esteemed professor, his Pokédex is the version specific to the Kanto region. After all, Professor Yamashita's Pokédex predominantly features Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, thus prompting a special request for a Kanto Pokédex. Turtwig, Leaf Blade. Shinji commanded with unwavering composure. Turtwig shuddered, unleashing a flurry of spinning leaves towards a Caterpie. The assaulted Caterpie, its eyes swirling, collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Shinji tossed a Pokeball, effortlessly capturing the unconscious creature. As he retrieved the Pokeball and scanned it with his Pokédex, a frown creased his brow. What a useless specimen, he remarked, promptly releasing the Caterpie back into the wild. With Turtwig by his side, Shinji continued his quest for suitable Pokemon, for relying solely on one would render him ill-equipped for competition. My brother possesses a Nidoking. Such a Pokemon would serve as an excellent attacker, Shinji mused, evidently driven by ambition. After an extensive search through the Judo Forest, he had yet to encounter a fitting Pokemon. At that moment, a purple creature dashed past him. Is that Nidoran? He exclaimed. Turtwig, pursue it. Shinji urged, sprinting after the Pokemon. His chase led him beneath a tree laden with bountiful fruit. Nidoran! Cried the creature, unleashing a burst of purple energy needles at the branches, dislodging several fruits. Turtwig, Leaf Blade. Without a hint of hesitation, Shinji directed Turtwig to attack. Simultaneously, a voice commanded, Squirtle, Water Gun. Turtwig's spinning leaf blades were intercepted by a powerful jet of water, causing the leaves to droop and fall to the ground. Who dares to impede my capture? Shinji inquired, turning towards the source of the water gun. A rather arrogant-looking boy, flanked by 6 uniquely styled young ladies, emerged before him. "It is I who should be questioning you. Parading around with 6 girls, you truly are a cad," Shinji retorted without delay. "Huh, where did that sourness come from? A gloomy person like you must have no luck with women. I shall henceforth refer to you as Gloomy Guy." The youth, none other than the novice trainer Shigeru, shot back without mercy. "This Nidoran shall be mine." Both Shinji and Shigeru proclaimed in unison. "Don't mimic my words." Shinji snapped, their rivalry intensifying. Nidoran, caught in the middle. The bewildered creature could only wonder what had transpired. Thus unfolds the tale of the inaugural encounter between the gloomy guy and the caddish playboy.